wonderful stream. What a wonderful stream.
Listen, partner, you delusional and in denial, partner.
Well, we'll have another pandemic. It will be a different pathogen next time.
The science doesn't lie.
What's happening? Good to see Tribe in the house. Man, I'm in that sleep inertia. Y'all know anything about that sleep inertia? They taught us about that my first truck driving job. I woke up 11:30 p.m. yesterday, right? I go to sleep super early, as folks may know. And, you know, my body felt like it wanted a little more rest, but my mind seemed like it was fairly awake and ready to go. And I made the mistake. I knew this was a mistake on some level. If I'd slept another 3 hours, I think everything would have been fine. And folks may or may not be aware, most of us apparently sleep, our sleep cycles are 90 minutes. So the fact that I went back to sleep and then woke up at 12:25, yes, of course you did, Heidi. Good to see you. By the way, shout out to Jay, T4 Lovers. Good to see everybody this morning. I'm groggy. I'm having the sleep inertia. I almost never identify as being tired. To me, tired is a state of mind. Now, I am fatigued at times. I wouldn't even say I'm fatigued. It's just more like drowsy and out of it. And I know we had at least 2 days in a row of 11 plus hours on the live streams. Although, obviously, that's not me sitting here talking the entire time. And I stayed disciplined yesterday and went to sleep, even though many exciting things were happening. Probably the most noteworthy was Mr. Unslaved going live and rebroadcasting me for about an hour, I think. That was interesting at a certain point. And I was rebroadcasting the first portion of yesterday's live stream where I had played some of the clips from Proper Instruction Motivates People channel. Yeah, I can tell I'm out of it, y'all. So bear with me, folks. This may be more of a hangout than normal while I sit here and try to figure out what to say. It's a grind, I'll tell you that. The 7 days a week live streaming. I enjoy it. I do like the grind. I'm also seeing that my eyes are certainly affected, all the screen time. But I'll stop my whining and get to it. Donations have been up. I certainly appreciate that, although, it's not enough to live on, which is fine. And I'm looking forward to the rubber meeting the road in the near future, whether that's truck driving, although I hope not, or, back to some version of homelessness. Yeah, that's right, Heidi. It did indeed. It did indeed hit the meta headlines. And I have a lot of things I'd like to cover, and I appreciate the audience for, sort of humoring me in this meandering style. Certainly, I'm certainly less focused than yesterday. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. Oh, thank you, Jay. Jay's looking forward to the show. Fantastic. Oh, and I made a huge mistake yesterday. I don't know if folks noticed, but yesterday's stream is blocked, and I almost never take the streams down. The only one I can remember taking down was when I had spoken a few words about my sister and then had directed her to the channel. So, I didn't want to hear her. I did not want to hear her to hear me referring to her in a certain way. Yeah, the eye drops I don't think are going to cure anything, Heidi. I think this is I believe it's probably diet related. I don't want to get into it, but I've backed off the veggies in the short term. It's funny, the raw veggies were really great for me in certain ways, one of which was my vision. But we've been having some trouble in the bowel habits have become problematic. Although shout out to watermelon. I had 2 watermelons yesterday, and that got things moving. The papaya seems to help with the bloating and just the general discomfort, but doesn't seem to help move things along whatsoever. Although I tend to overdo things. I tend to do. I've already had an entire papaya today. Expensive, though. Quite expensive. Colloidal silver. There you go, tribe. There you go. Well, and some folks may also know that when I was truck driving, I had a near unlimited budget for nutritional supplements. I was averaging $150 to $200 a week on nutritional supplements and herbs, and I backed off of that. Part of that is I've noticed in my many years of using nutritional supplements I can never truly gauge the value of the substance until I use it for a time and then discontinue the use, if that makes sense. One thing I miss is those little vials of liquid Korean ginseng. I might get back on those potentially. I think Vitamin Shop carries those to some extent. I may cruise by the Vitamin Shop, although probably not. Mm-hmm. And, it is fascinating, and I do this myself. I'm not any, I'm the same as the rest of you, but just when someone mentions a problem, human beings, we tend to just immediately go towards offering solutions. And I think that's a good instinct. Now, if I get back to the continuous disciplining of the mind, and my mind more specifically, I've learned to do much less of that. What I found, and actually the hippies taught me this out on the West Coast, was that, ultimately, unless I'm going to be able to put the substance in the person's hand or say, here, try this, the speaking of the words, ultimately typically doesn't help anything. But I know we're here in a metaverse, metaverse, right? I met some verses yesterday, certainly. Hey, what's up, Dick? Is Dick in here? Yeah, good to see you, brother. Oh, nice. Trimming cannabis all night. I once worked on a pot farm in southern Oregon, Cave Junction, more specifically, where it's, as far as I can tell, is nothing but pot farms. And me and I think 3 or 4 other gentlemen spent an entire week, 6 10-hour days, pulling off the big fan leaves from the plants. Now, certainly, it's typically the girls that show up in RVs to do the actual trimming. Typically, males would not be trusted around the mature plants. Too much of a chance of robberies and such. But I think I got $900 in cash for 60 hours of nothing but 10 hours a day pulling off the fan leaves. It was interesting, though. There's such a labor shortage down there in southern Oregon, and this would have been 2016, 2017, somewhere in there. Somewhere in there. The guy whose farm it was drove all the way to Portland from southern Oregon, which that's a pretty fucking long drive, and picked us up and drove us all the way to Cave Junction. And we slept in basically a barn. They provided all our meals. We weren't permitted to leave the property for safety purposes. But yeah, $900 when one is living out of a backpack, traveling all around the country. That's a lot of money, I can assure you. And then for some insane reason, shortly after that, I decided to visit Spokane for the first and only time, and managed to get my rucksack stolen, which has never happened. I do maintain vigilance and security, but I had some really good oil, some nice train wreck oil, and I had a dab pen, and I was still able to drink alcohol back then. So a 24, I think I had 32-ounce Beast Ice in combination with a little too much train wreck. Wrecked old Benton enough that I woke up to a start, like, wait a minute, something's wrong here, and rucksack gone. Well played, Spokane. Yeah, that's a lot of work, brother. Yeah. I don't know how many plants, and I'm not an expert, but yeah, it's a lot of work, certainly. And I'm assuming you're smoking most of it yourself, or making various products with it. Awesome, by the way. Oh yes, where was I? And we are going to be playing more Unslaved clips, probably every day for the foreseeable future. Most likely, unless the audience, loses patience with that. But I don't think they will. I'm going to try to get out of here by 9 my time, which will be right around 5.5 hours. Maybe a little earlier. At some point, I'm going to have to clean up the hovel. Oh, and I'm going to go ahead and pay for another month today. So that's pretty much what the donos have paid for in the last 30 days. So that's encouraging. That's more than... that's between $20 and $30 a day on average. So that's pretty fucking cool. And I've said this, I don't know, would this be like the 4th month in a row I've said that this might be my last month in the motel, which is possible. I'm trying not to go all the way broke. I probably need to get some new eyeglasses, new prescription, and all of these things. Great news. Oh, for that I'm going to be here another month? Yeah, I guess so. I enjoy it. It's a bit of a... there's a little bit of trepidation in that, I never truly know if I'm going to have content. And it wasn't that long ago that I was talking about being out of content. Although, as I've said before, I can never truly be out of content. Worst come to worst, I can just sit here and play other people's streams and, respond in real time. So where is it?
Benton says he's out of content.
Yeah, so it's a bit of hyperbole there, sir. But yeah.
No.
And then, it'll be interesting to see, what comes out of the personality politics, with the me versus Paul stuff, which I don't really see it as a me versus Paul dynamic, but Paul certainly seems to subscribe to a Paul versus the world. And, I do recall Vera Lee being in here the other day saying, Paul, pointing out that, the discussion is revolving around Paul Enslaved, and I think that's probably going to continue, for better or for worse. He, the gorilla, which reminds me, the term gorilla because yesterday there was snafu, of course. Anytime there's conflict, snafu wants to get both people on the panel so they can go at it. It's fairly obvious what Mr. Snafu is aiming for. Oh, well, there you go. Heidi's the content. No matter what you say, said, or will. Oh, I think I know what you mean there. I think I know what you mean, Heidi. Might have mistyped a little bit there, but yeah, I see what happened. I think that was a typo. But I feel like I understood where you were going with that. So, and even Paul was saying, that and I think Paul was wanting to come on my channel. Maybe I'm so many things were happening. I got a little lost. I think it was first, Paul started restreaming me. And I'm assuming maybe he thought that I would have him on. I don't really know what he was doing there. And so many things were happening. It's difficult for me to monitor, everything. Yeah, it's content. There you go, Heidi. I got you. Thank you. Appreciate the vote of confidence there. And if anybody's wondering about Music Holds a Secret, I've generally been going live earlier than 3:30 a.m. Central. A lot of times it was, and the truck driving streams, many of those started pretty close to midnight in whatever time zone I happened to be in at the time. So I don't know what his morning routine is, but, he's not, by this time of the morning, I think he's already moved on to other things. He's an hour ahead of us. He's on Eastern, so it's already 4:45 where he's at. So I would imagine he's got things that he does. So it's always cool to see him around here and there, certainly. And I realize I'm a little unfocused and scatterbrained, so please bear with the meandering style today, even more so than normal. Thank you. So, my pushback to Paul, seemingly wanting to have a conversation is, well, Paul was on the channel day before yesterday, and instead of having a conversation, which to me a conversation is a back and forth. A conversation is when, and again, I don't like to do this thing where I explain what a conversation is because, in my famous scalping of Ben Thorpe, that ended up being, at a certain point, he was explaining to me what a conversation is. But, I'll give my notion of that. Yeah, 444. I'll give my notion of that is, whoever starts first will speak for some time, and then they will stop and pass it to the other person, right? Versus just talking and talking and talking and talking, and then, when there's a natural pause where I might have a turn, then I either think I'm going to get to talk, and if, I don't really want to watch this back, but this is more or less what happened. Every time it would have been my turn, I said half a sentence and he started talking again, right? Which I understand he was in a certain type of mode. He was certainly fired up, spiraling to some extent. He can say that I'm not spiraling all he wants. That's fine. But, it was some version of that, certainly. Oh, this is the one I'm trying. Sorry about that. That's the one I meant to highlight. Heidi did. Somehow she retracted and retyped her comment, and I still managed to get the wrong one on the screen. My apologies. So once I saw that dynamic, now I know that, well, he's not really interested in hearing from me. And the fact is, I don't know that he really listens that well overall. I know he's intelligent enough to follow where the conversation is going and to pick up certain things. But, I can tell over time that I've said enough things to Paul about myself specifically. And I know he listens into these broadcasts to some extent. Whether he admits it or not. But he either seems not to care or he just misses certain, details such as, the way I've lived in the past, the things I've experienced. I've had some similar experiences to what Paul has or what he claims to have had. And it's not about that, obviously, but, well, yeah, it's not in, I'm actually an excellent listener, but so I'm not going to wrestle a gorilla, right? Like especially later in the day, as I'm winding down, which is funny because yesterday, when the day ended, and I started my rest period, I had way more energy. I was way more sharp and focused, than I am now. So I really need to think about maybe giving myself a little leeway to continue on in the day when things are happening and when I still feel good. But, then, if that bleeds all the way into me going to sleep at, way later than normal, and then sleeping in the next day, right? Or worse yet, we're still waking up at the normal time, right? Only getting a couple of hours of sleep. It's interesting how those dynamics go. And it's hard to know what's the proper move, in the moment. But, from an art of war standpoint, don't fight, don't engage when I'm weak and the enemy is strong. And, not that I would view Paul as my enemy, but I think you know what I mean. I hope I'm making sense. The coffee's doing nothing for me today, by the way. And Christos no longer has a wrench. That's more of a security thing. I'm hoping Christos is still around. I would expect to see him in the chats no matter what. But, and I've enjoyed that this has been a place where Christos, at times can just come up on the panel and sort of, maybe he's altered from the DMT or the strong cannabis, and he can just sort of free form and, meander his way through some sort of discourse. I know one day he did like 20 minutes on coffee and caffeine. Oh, thank you, Heidi. And, Christos has this style where I wonder, does he stop listening? Like, does he, I think some folks do this where once they start talking, maybe they take the ear, if they're using earbuds, maybe they take the earbud out, or they take the headphones off, or they, turn the volume down maybe. Because I've noticed he just keeps talking, which is fine. I've figured out, how to work with those rhythms. But see, that comes from listening. And this is why I've talked about that, as far as I can tell, I have the highest skill level in the one-on-one conversations, and part of that is, to make myself listen, but then also to sort of, get, in the other person's rhythms. And I had a couple of hours. I think I talked to Yurt offline, but, online where I recorded it just in case. But it was more of a friend-to-friend conversation, so none of that's going to be published. But, at times I was taking over the conversation and hammering some points. But, much of the time I'm listening to him talk. And, the fact is Paul just seems to have no interest in that, which is fine, by the way. But why would I want to come on his panel unless I'm doing a broadcasting thing? I have been on his show several times in the past, actually many times. But that's more of a broadcasting, where I'm tuned into what he's doing. And then, I'm looking to get in where I fit in, right? Versus him coming to my channel and then having a conversation, which, theoretically would be on an equal footing, if not me in the top dog position there. But I have no trouble, being an equal thing, right? But then, and he made some comments on some videos that I reviewed that more or less, communicate something I already knew, which is, he does expect to be the dominant force pretty much in all interactions. Well, I've been there and done that. I spent years where, almost all of my interactions, I was the dominant force. And, I'm well acquainted with those power dynamics. And, the older I get, the more I want to maximize, what I can get out of each day's energies. We see the cumulative effect of, what the last couple of days have done to me. And then, with me somewhat mismanaging my sleep, as far as going back to sleep, in that being a strategic error, right? But then I always bounce back. See, that's the thing is I don't need days off. The problem for me is if I took today off, and if y'all remember, I did take that Sunday off. Now, part of that was I slept in till 4, and I never felt normal till 1. And then it's like, well, I'm not going to go live at 1 p.m., and then I guess I could have done 2 hours and then shut it down and went to sleep. But, generally, if I try to take an entire day off, if I get a few hours of solid rest, I feel great. There's times when I'm completely just feeling like wiped out here, and I can play a clip and just go lay down for like 30 minutes and, listen on my phone, and then I feel fine. I do tend to recover very, very quickly for whatever reason. What's up, Wolfie? Good to see you, man. But yeah, we're just rambling. I don't mentally ever identify with being tired. I always heard people, how are you? Oh, I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. To me, that becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy. But there's certainly been some effects, and I would say I'm in the sleep inertia. I'm on my third cup of coffee, and I'm still not. I basically feel like I just woke up, but I got up 3.5 hours ago. Yeah, almost. Yeah, I got up 3 hours ago. I feel like I just woke up. But that's okay. How many's here? I don't know that it matters. I'm guessing 15. That's my guess. Let's see. Hey, 23. All right. Oh, and Machine Lies is still live, so that's cool. Not sure what's going on over there exactly. I like this show, but since it's overnight and I'm sleeping, I really need to be able to see the thing from the top. Coming in at midnight or whatever. It doesn't really work for me. And I think London Man seemed to indicate that he was going to do the rebuttal bar, but I don't think that happened. If it did, it's not still up, but don't know. And I still haven't even seen, whatever Paul said about me. So I have his broadcast queued up. Apparently, he played me for an hour and 8 minutes. That's pretty cool, right? I was hoping people would want to get in on the super chats. I was like, hey, and that says something about this community, right? Where it's like, some of the folks like to donate, and many of the folks like to donate regularly. Rob gives quite a bit. Appreciate Rob for that. There's other folks who give fairly regularly, but it's almost like I see it as like an oppositional defiance, where I think I'm putting forward an opportunity, like, hey, we're on the big show right now, and whatever whatever somebody types as a super chat, I'm going to put it on the screen, and it's going to be on the screen here, and it's going to be on the screen over there. Like for me as an audience member, I would immediately start trying to figure out, okay, how can I take advantage of this? And by the way, $2, right? It does. I didn't even say an amount. I think $2 is the minimum. I would start thinking, okay, what can I cook up here? But I think some folks, and shout out to Ian for I think he dropped. Yeah, he sort of got the ball rolling, although nobody ever else followed through. But which is fine. Nobody owes anything at that level. $22.22 super chat. Pretty cool, man. But yeah. I get it. I think some folks may have just been like, look, he's grifting or whatever. It's like, yeah, well, I might as well get something out of this. I'm here, coming up on 11 hours here. And then the person who's buying the super chat, gets a little bonus in that, we were live to like 100 people over there. And it's Unslavia, and certain folks, more or less have set themselves up in opposition to Paul. I mean, which I haven't done. I don't, my opposition is to some of the ideas. And I saw, I didn't watch the show yesterday, but I did pop in, briefly for a few minutes. And I could already hear him tightening up some of his discourse, which I fully expected was going to happen as a result of yesterday's broadcast. And we're going to keep hammering him. I'm going to keep hammering the ideas, not the man. And something else I noticed, this is in the notes, is that, most people can't tell the difference between ideas and the person. Like there's no separation. The message and the messenger are one thing to most folks. So, of course, and I would have expected this, but of course, in his live chat, when he's playing me, I didn't see anybody refuting any of my assertions, right? And that's how debate works, by the way. Or supposed to. Not that it was a debate, but it's just a lot of people making fun of my presentment, right? And saying, oh, that's a word salad. That's a word salad. It's like, well, no, it's not a word salad. However, if a person doesn't have the mentality, if they haven't developed themselves, if they're not able to listen, if they're not able to pick up what I'm putting down, it might sound like a word salad, right? But I didn't see anybody addressing the meat of what I was presenting, right? Which is not a surprise. But at a certain point, it becomes the courtroom scene from the movie Idiocracy, right? Where it's just, we make fun of how I talk, as if that could possibly negate the validity of my ideas. Well, it can't. That's just not how it works. Oh, okay. What do you mean, email? How did you do that? Because I don't know if you're not a mod. Oh, okay, I see it. Cool, thank you. Oh, how did I miss this? I thought I went and looked for it. Oh, it got blocked. It got blocked for copyright. That's why. That's a bummer. Well, just like yesterday, for some insane reason, I thought I could play a Beatles song, which I thought maybe the stream would get taken down. I wasn't that worried about. I guess for some reason I thought, if they don't take the stream down in real time, then, probably I'm okay. But yeah, that got blocked for the Beatles song, which in hindsight was a bit silly. So, which is unfortunate because the video had 1.1K views, and then people were like, "Oh, you can download the video and you can cut that section out and upload it." It's like, yeah, I can, but nobody will watch it. Part of the reason people watch a replay is they see the 1.1K views and they think, "Oh, this must be good," right? And then like another couple of hundred times it gets viewed, right? Just re-uploading a live stream that's already been completed, nobody watches it. Like it's just complete. It's pointless. It's a waste of time. What's up, Jeff? Good to see you. Yeah, I'm not very good at understanding how the copyright stuff works. The thing is with songs, when I play just audio, I get a warning, right? And it also, I can't monetize, meaning like if there's ad revenue, which there's not anyway, but, some of these live streams hypothetically can be monetized for the replay, but you're looking at maybe, and we know YouTube just lies about the views, but we're looking at maybe 200 views after the live stream's over. So there's really no point in trying to monetize the ad revenue. Although on a daily basis, I mean, in a month, it might get $20. I mean, it's not nothing, right? But what happens is you get a warning, copyright warning, and it doesn't affect the channel. However, if there's monetization, it doesn't affect the super chats either. But if there's monetization, based on the ad revenue, then some of that ends up going to the people who use this, who have the copyright. But then apparently there are proper ways to use songs, and that includes an attribution in the description of the video. And I'm sure we've all seen that, where certain videos have like a list of songs, and you can click and go to the, to the video and all of that, or to the YouTube music. But I don't understand how it works either. Some folks seem to. I'm not one of those folks. Yeah, there you go. Well, and I don't know if you know this, Jeff, but there's, I forget what they call it, but there's an entire section of YouTube. It's in the Creator Studio somewhere where there is music that's free to use, where you don't have to, but you're still supposed to give attribution. So I need to study up on what's the proper way to give the attribution. Now, the music I played for the intro to this live stream, that's a person I know in real life. Multi Beats, and I dropped the link to his channel earlier. Now, if I keep the streams under 6 hours, then I can actually go into the YouTube tools, and I could have just deleted. So if yesterday's stream was less than 6 hours, I could have just went into the YouTube editing tools, and I could have just edited out. Or YouTube actually has a function to just mute all of that audio. But once you go past 6 hours, none of that will work. And I've noticed, like, if I want to do two 6-hour streams, people are way less receptive to that for some reason. I'm not sure why that is exactly, but it is kind of interesting what the audience will tolerate and what they won't tolerate. And, if I'm going to do 11 hours, they will tolerate that, but, they don't seem to enjoy the part where it's broken up, into 2 to 3 streams. Because I experimented with that, and people did not respond to it very well. What's up, Talcott clip collection. Yeah, he uses the Creative Commons filter whenever he searches for non-copyrighted music. Okay, well, I guess I'll have to go into the help or Google that, or because I don't know how to do that, but I'm sure it's fairly obvious if I was to attempt it. So yeah, thank you for the tip there. Yeah, Creative Commons filter. And I'm assuming there's video that's Creative Commons also. Because as we know, Provo Kid, he made that very long video and audio presentation. And, that doesn't seem to trigger the warnings from what I can tell. It certainly doesn't, it doesn't cause the stream to become interrupted. And what happened to Tribe? I saw Tribe popped in. He must be busy. Good to see you, Tribe. I'll be getting back to you, sir. Probably, most likely today. But yeah, see, let's go ahead and play this. Actually, let me make sure I've covered what I wanted to out of my notes. But yeah, to me, when I'm presenting ideas, if this person says that's a word salad, that's not a rebuttal to the information. That's a person characterizing a style, right? They're saying, well, that's the style of a word salad. It's like, I don't know, man. I'm speaking extemporaneously off the top of my head for long periods of time. So yeah, maybe it sounds like a word salad at times, but ultimately, the way to determine is it a word salad would be to transcribe what I've said and then read it, right? And then it would be more apparent, is this a word salad? Now, since I used to be a writer, and I still am to some extent, but because I have such a high, since I have so much experience writing and creating, accessing my creativity through writing, that definitely has been an asset in the long form, speaking extemporaneously off the top of my head. It's my background as a writer plays into that a lot. So typically one could just transcribe what I'm saying, whether there was software to do that or whether a person listened and typed it out. And I might do this myself at some time, at a certain point, just as an exercise. But people may be surprised to see just how coherent and logical and, even though I do go off on tangents here and there, that, the discourse, it actually would translate to something, not that far off from a written paper at times, right? So I don't know that that's a word salad. Like, imagine typing up a paper for school and then handing it in, and then it's like, but then the perception is that that's a word salad. That's not really a thing, So I think people just pick up these terms here and there and don't really understand them, right? Oh, that's a word salad. It's like, no, no, it's not. Maybe other folks engage in word salad, but I don't. Almost never would anything I say, could it accurately be called a word salad? If that was the case, why would anybody listen to me? And I understand that's not how logic works, what I just described. But, I'm not Paul enslaved. I'm not that entertaining, right? I'm not that funny and humorous, maybe unintentionally humorous at times. But, yeah. Well, yeah, and I think the comprehension is quite low. Yeah, it's not a rebuttal at all, but yeah, exactly. That's them admitting that they don't comprehend what's happening, right? And then, here's another thing is, I know it's impossible for me to have a broadcast and have people who enjoy what I say, and I'm up here saying things, and I'm like, hey, am I even making sense here? And, I've never had anybody say, well, no, you're not. But at times, the audience may indicate that I'm being, less than clear at times, and then I tighten up. But it's not possible for me to talk for an hour, right, and not make any points. It's just not possible. I would say any intelligent person who can open a microphone, right, and speak for an hour, it's not possible. I'm, my enemy, people I disagree with, right. My opponent in an intellectual debate or discourse, right? It's not possible for somebody who has some of their own experience to draw from, who also has read a lot of material, who has, pretty high level understandings of various topics in certain ways. It's not possible for that person to talk for an hour and not make any points. But so when I'm reading, when I'm glancing through the chat over at Unslaved, people are just pretending like I'm not making any points. But it's like, is this possible? No, it's not. So when I see people who are unwilling to admit that I've made even a singular point, well, that says something about them. It doesn't say anything about me, right? That's only a reflection of them. And that means to me, what that indicates to me is no matter how sharp my discourse is, they're never going to acknowledge it. And that's how this place works, by the way. That is free will. They have an ability to create a false reality for themselves and then inhabit the false reality. And nobody can force them out of that, right? And I would say it's not even appropriate for me to try, but I can certainly observe what those folks do, and I can characterize in a certain type of way. But yeah, I'll be right back. We're going to hit the restroom real quick, get a drink of water, and we won't be gone long. I wish I had some music prepared. I guess I can hit y'all with the same exact audio that we came in with, right? Oh, wait a minute. No, maybe I can. Although I have some clips loaded up, I don't want to risk losing them. So yeah, we'll just play this song again. I need to have a playlist with all of the multi beats. And I don't want to whine and cry and be seen as a complainer, but I do put there's a lot of work goes into these live streams, believe it or not. There's still things I need to do that I haven't gotten around to yet. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate that. He says Benton has a gifted voice. It's calm, smooth, and easy to listen to. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you. Much appreciated. Well, thanks, Jeremy. Says this is not boring at all. Well, thank you, man. Appreciate that. And unfortunately, I don't know how much longer Paul was going to play me yesterday, but in fact, the first hour and 8 minutes of his show yesterday was a rebroadcast of this show, which at the time was a rebroadcast of this same live stream, if that even makes sense. You know, the varying levels of metaversal inception, metaversal stream inception. But my internet, this town that I'm in, there's several advantages, Fort Smith, Arkansas, but in T-Mobile seems to have the best network overall. However, it just at certain points of the day, it becomes effectively unusable. And that's what happened yesterday. You know, I can still download things, but the upload just completely dies. So that's what happened yesterday. So this is so right where we're going, and I haven't heard any of this yet, by the way. So we're going to hear Mr. Unslaved from yesterday, and this is after him restreaming me for an hour and 8 minutes to start his broadcast. And I only ended my stream, and that's what you see on the screen here, where it says, "Thanks for tuning in." Stream ended 8 seconds ago. You know, that was only because of my internet just basically died, and there was so much buffering. You know, it was pointless to attempt to continue, and we were coming up on the 12 hours anyway. But I'm going to go ahead and play this. And again, I've heard none of this part. I'm going to try to eat some tuna here. Hopefully, I can get through some of this without having to pause and respond. But y'all know how I am, so here we go. Good to see you, Nuba.
It was rather interesting, folks. M. Davis and others who've been here since the beginning. Isn't it amazing, all you folks who've joined me on this ride for the last year and a half, how many folks have sucked my feet, deferred to me, given me power that I didn't even ask for. When I get it, I don't misuse it or abuse it. I use it the same way I do on my broadcast, the way that I think is proper. If I'm wrong in that, you can tell me. Isn't it amazing how they all follow the same script too? They get in their feelers, they act out for controversy.
That's not what happened here, Paul. And, it's interesting, and I knew I wouldn't get too far into this. I'm different than the others, Paul. Can we face the reality? Because it's funny. Even yesterday, Paul was making fun of OTW with the action figures and the toys. He said, how come all of these beta boys, every time when they go live, there's somewhere behind them is these action figures and toys. I have no action figures and toys, Paul. Not a one. And, the fact is I'm going at you with the ideas, and I haven't seen anybody else do this. But, it's a well-worn formula by now. When I first started listening to Paul's streams, it was I think him and Ian mostly, and it was the exact same narrative. So this is he's lazily going to try to fit me into this narrative. I don't fit into this narrative, right? And I'm assuming we're just going to pretend like none of the points I made even exist. And real quick, just to set this up, I'm a veteran of many message board debates in the past. I've spent hours and hours and hours and hours and hours typing and debating people on message boards back in the day. And here's how I know I've hit it out of the park on a message board. Because typically on a message board, what will happen is, I will start, somebody will post something, then I will quote the post, right? So I'll quote a portion of their post, and then I'll respond to that portion. And then maybe below that, I'll quote another portion of their post, and I will respond to that portion, right? So there will be a series of these going back and forth and back and forth. But here's how you know that you've really hit it out of the park is everybody pretends like your post doesn't exist. Nobody acknowledges it. Nobody quotes it. They just pretend like it's not there. So I'm assuming that all of the points I just made for the last hour and 8 minutes, we're just going to pretend like none of those points got made. And we're going to focus on, every single time, they kiss my feet, they give me power I didn't ask for, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, maybe I did some of that part of it, right? But then it's always the same thing. They get in their feelers. Yeah, I'm not in my feelers, buddy. That's got nothing to do with it. No, I do need to have some level of emotion to even give the discourse, right? But this is not me having my feelings hurt. Nothing's happened that would have hurt my feelings, by the way. This was me having a come to Jesus moment within myself and realizing that I've gotten away from my own code and principles. This is me realigning with my purpose internally and realizing, hey, my service to the community and to sort of correct the record within myself right? Instead of trying to leech off of Paul, which I'll admit it, I've done some version of attempting to leech off of him, whether I was aware of it or not. I can look back on the, the building of this channel to a certain extent, especially once the CBO crew went away. I can look back at this and realize that I used him in some way to get to where we are now. Now, whether or not that's appropriate or okay, that's debatable, but it doesn't align with what I honor or what I would choose to honor within myself, certainly. So I'm correcting that. And however that affects Paul is however that affects Paul. Now, I understand he's trying to work me, that he's going to work me into this narrative, this pre-existing narrative, and that's okay, but I don't fit into that narrative because point me to who else has been able to go in on the ideas. And we've just started, by the way. There's going to be more of that in this show. There's more going in on the ideas already going to happen. And this is my intention every day going forward is we're going to replay some of his material and we're going to attack the ideas.
Controversy and content. If you let them cycle and spin and don't give them anything, they just eventually start doubting themselves and their purpose and what they're even doing. Because again, I was the person who
I don't doubt my purpose and what I'm doing. I've never been more sure of my purpose and what I'm doing, sir. So again, I understand he's speaking broadly. None of this has anything to do with me.
You came to and asked to work with me or gave me power and respect and deferment, and I was cordial with you and courteous and brought you numbers and money and conversation and energy, and I was never really.
That's true. That's all true. But do I owe him anything for that? Am I beholden to behave in specific ways based on that? I would say no. There was no agreement between us. When I did give him keys, there was no clarification as to what that meant. What did that symbolize? It was done on an ad hoc basis, right? In a very informal manner, right? And I've noticed Paul has a style where he likes to leave a lot of things up in the air, right? And I'm not going to even say for manipulation. I'm going to say as an intent. It seems to be an intentional strategy to me, right? To leave things up in the air, meaning not specified. And there are advantages and disadvantages to that. So the thing is, someone like me can see a certain dynamic, right, where the other person is just allowing things to be left up in the air, and I can also allow things to be left up in the air, meaning, now does he really get to come behind on the back end and complain in a way, that things weren't done to a certain standard? Well, wait a minute. If we didn't get on the same page and agree to a standard, if we didn't get on the same page and talk about, well, what does working together look like? Because we never did. My version of working together, and not work with, or work for, but yeah, working together, but yeah, work with him taking the lead on his channel, necessarily, by the way. That was, from my perspective, that was ad hoc grassroots, get in where I fit in style, right? Which I enjoy, but it's not, do we really get to go on the back end and start saying, well, this, that, and the third was supposed to happen? Well, those discussions never happened. I actually had no discussions whatsoever. There were no discussions. So what am I being held to? You see how it works? You see how the strategy works?
Really disrespectful. I've never even hazed Ben. That's what's funny. Guys, I'm a doctor online, guys. I play one online. This has been going on with me pretty much all of my existence. So yeah, I find that I'm going through life doing what I do. Doesn't really matter how I treat folks. I could show some folks more respect than everyone else. I could be more cordial and courteous. I could go out of my way for them and with them. I just wind up doing and saying something that gives them resentments.
No, I have no resentments, Paul. This, in fact, where I'm operating from is actually holding myself accountable, right? So the part where he didn't have complaints about my behavior was the part where I wasn't accountable to myself temporarily, okay? Where I was actually using him to try to magnify and glorify myself. Now, I wasn't aware of it at the time, potentially, and I will just admit it to folks, and it doesn't make it okay, right? I've observed this with other folks, especially folks who might have a similar personality type to me, and especially there's a particular lolcow that I know almost none of you are aware of, but one of these somewhat famous internet personalities who's made their living, who's made good money over a period of many years, by doing content and then, people giving donations and giving a lot of views, right? Boogie and some numbers. I can't ever remember the guy's name. Boogie2389 or something. And it's funny. A lot of these guys end up being Leos. I'm a Leo. He's a Leo, sun in Leo. And he does this thing where he's very, when he makes these mistakes, he's very able to just, become introspective and verbalize and sort of break down the mistakes on the back end. My thing is, yeah, that's fine and good, and it makes for content. But this Boogie person never seems to correct the errors. He continues to make the same mistakes over and over, seemingly. My thing is, yeah, okay, here's what I've done wrong. I'll apologize. Meanwhile, when I apologized to Paul, he just was like, I don't need an apology. Well, but maybe I need to give an apology. See, now we're already having a breakdown in communication. We can talk about respecting the other person all day long, but are we actually going to respect the other person? Paul can talk all day long about, me potentially disrespecting him. I don't share that viewpoint. The fact is, he came on my channel a couple of days ago, and he had every opportunity to have a human one-on-one interaction with me, and he chose to do what he's describing here. He did to me on my channel what he's describing my behavior as, right? So at some point, isn't it just, a person is getting back what they're putting out? And I'm talking about Paul here. But yeah, I'll admit that, I believe I've most likely tricked myself into thinking I was acting righteously. And in fact, I did use Paul to grow the channel in some ways. And then as soon as I viewed it as a detriment to the channel, him having the keys, I took the keys away, which, by the way, is completely fine. The problem is I should have communicated that to him. I failed to do so. And that's below my standard. So that's what I was attempting to apologize for, except he's like, well, I don't need an apology. Yeah, but what if I need to give the apology, right? And am I really going to wrestle a gorilla, to be able to say something? Or am I going to wait for the gorilla to leave the room and then I can say my piece, right? That's the whole point of going live 7 days a week, by the way. Folks, I can tell people the strategy over and over and over and over and over, and people, even Paul, don't seem to understand it, or maybe he just doesn't care. Right. A big part of me going live 7 days a week for hours and hours and hours and hours is that when I have something to say and I don't want to be interrupted or I don't want to wrestle the other person, all I have to do is go to my channel. I get to say whatever the fuck I want for as long as I want to say it. See how it works? And if I don't want to go on a panel with somebody at a given time, I don't have to. But the fact is, Boogie is loopy. Well, yeah, he is loopy, but I'm abstractly making a point, Gary. Good to see you. I'm abstractly making the point that Boogie's able to have insight into his behavior. His thing is he's apparently not able to correct the behavior over time. My thing is I'm going to apologize, and I'm going to apologize by not doing that shit anymore. That's how it works. Anyway, I've gotten through one can of tuna. Let's see if we can get through the next one.
And it usually piles, and then they get emotional and blow up on me, and I go, hey, bro, you could just
blow
talk
up
to me
on
about
you.
this, right?
Yeah, I didn't blow up on you, Paul. I've yet to blow up on you, sir. See, what is he doing here? Now, is he intentionally lying, right? Because remember, all of this has been done publicly. At no point have I blown up on Paul. Now, what he just played for an hour was me blowing up on his ideas. That's completely separate from blowing up on him as a person. But again, now we're back to, and this probably applies to Paul, now we're back to most people cannot tell the difference between the ideas and the person, right? So the fact that I'm delivering my discourse in a certain type of way that is emotionally fired, well, that's me being in my feelers from his perspective. But wait a minute, what about the content of the words I'm saying? Right? What about the actual words themselves? Well, we're just going to pretend like that just doesn't even exist, right? And I don't respect that. That's called intellectual integrity. And if people, he can talk about being passionate for truth all he wants. I'm passionate for logic and reason and ideas. That's where my passion is. And if other folks, I can't make other folks share that passion, but don't come on here and pretend to have a passion for truth and then just have half-assed fucking bullshit ideas at times. Not all of them, but at times. And then when I'm correcting and when I'm going to show the half-assed nature of the ideas. Well, now it's, oh, he's in his feelers. It's personality politics. You know, he blew up on me. No, I didn't. You can't show me anywhere I've blown up on you. Arguably, you blew up on me the other day. Arguably, it's debatable, but it happened right here. We can replay it.
I could have just given you my perspective and understanding, and we could have just figured this out. But it seems they don't want that. Human beings.
No, we can't do that, Paul, because you won't shut the fuck up long enough to hear my perspective. So, sorry for eating. This ends up being a one-way conversation, which is not a conversation, meaning I sit there, he gives the perspective, and then I either join the program or I don't. And he said it himself on a clip we're going to play, which is it's his way or the highway. Well, you think I don't know that? I detected that day one. Everything I've done, all of my interactions with him have been based on my understanding that it's his way or the highway. And that means I'm going to ride the highway until I take the exit. I took the fucking exit, Paul. That's what he's not understanding. My way or the highway means people only ride with you until they take the exit. Because most of them are smart enough to know it's a my way or the highway. But guess who also has lived much of his life as a my way or the highway guy? Me. Yes, sir. Me.
Beings love to write dramatic stories for themselves and others and then act them out. You know, and they feel something from that, I guess. I know, very strange. Where are we at? Are we in the space of neglecting our work for other people's walk? Because that would be violating one of the rules, one of the tenets. And I might have done it today. I usually broadcast by about this time, 1 o'clock, 1:30. And I have not officially started my broadcast yet because I was just so fascinated by once again waking up today and noticing the whole metaverse talking about me and everybody who's engaged with me.
Well, guess who also regularly wakes up to the metaverse talking about them? Me. It's happened many, many, many times. Now, it's mostly happened from the CBO people. But I've had that exact same experience, Paul, many times.
Very odd, bizarre, fascinating, interesting, exciting, all the things, I guess. Although I am growing a bit tired of it nowadays. It's getting kind of old and boring. It's also getting kind of pathetic and embarrassing. That somehow Paulie Boy and what he does or says rather online is a big topic of conversation when we're dealing with world events that we're looking at right now.
I'm not dealing with those world events. That's the normie bozos, sir. I've finally come to understand none of that shit is going to ever amount to a hill of beans. Ever. And I'll go back to what I said, and sorry for eating. This is just, I almost never do this, but my apologies. I'll go back to what I said yesterday. I've been here 48 years. Nothing's happened. I mean, nothing. Yeah, some buildings fell down. You know, Oklahoma City, fucking 9/11, you know, David Koresh, you know, PSYOPs, by the way. Yeah, PSYOPs have happened. Outside of PSYOPs, what has happened in this country? Nothing. A financial crisis. In my 48 years, not a fucking thing of consequence has happened. So I'm just going to go ahead and assume that nothing of consequence is going to happen until proven otherwise. But I understand much of his audience is wrapped up in these normie narratives. Like, I get that. That's fine. Now, he's chosen to service that for whatever reason. I'm just going to assume Paul is not dumb enough to actually think this stuff's real on any level. Now, maybe people are getting bombed over in the Middle East. Guess what? That's been the story my entire life, Paul. I started reading the newspaper in the 80s. Guess what? Guess what the theme was? Oh, shit, we're not even full screen. I'm off my game, folks. Sorry about that. You know, I can remember watching the TV news in the 80s. I can remember reading the newspaper in the 80s. Guess what it was every night? Every day in the paper, every night on the news. Trouble in the Middle East. Okay, so 48 motherfucking years of trouble in the Middle East. So forgive me for not viewing this as any... Meanwhile, what is there for me to do about it? Nothing. How is this going to affect my life? Well, maybe what, gas prices? It's not going to affect my life at all, other than the fact that most of these bozos around me think it's real. None of this affects me, Paul, and it also doesn't affect your audience. Now, it affects your broadcast because many of the folks who come to your broadcast are too fucking stupid to put these things in the proper perspective, and I'm going to call it out. Most of the audience for your broadcast is too fucking stupid to figure this stuff out, just like most of them are too fucking stupid to figure out what my meaning was for an hour and 8 minutes. too stupid. Think about that. So they go listen to a guy who talks about personal development, personal growth, all of these things, self-actualization, self-realization, and most of them are ineffective in the real world. That's the case. So after a year to a year and a half, who can we point to, Paul, from your audience who's made any kind of progress? Maybe some folks have. I've made a great deal of progress in the last year and a half. But guess what? The year and a half before that, I made a great deal of progress. The year and a half before that, I made a great deal of progress. And it's going to have nothing to do with Paul or Paul's broadcast. Now, I enjoy that there's this sphere of the internet where I can mostly interact with folks who don't give a flying fuck about trouble in the Middle East, because most of us are smart enough to realize, well, yeah, that's been our whole life, has been trouble in the Middle East. Oh, you're telling me there's more trouble in the Middle East? Shocking. Color me shocked, right? And maybe Paul really likes talking about current events. I don't know. I did 4 years ago when I first started going into the CBO land. When I was first joined the CBO Discord, I annoyed the fuck out of many people on there because I wouldn't shut the fuck up about some of the news. And at a certain point, I just realized, oh, I'm a news junkie. Maybe Paul's a news junkie. I have no idea.
Doesn't seem that these slaves quite understand what they're facing and what's coming about for them. It seems like they've kind of forgotten the last 3 years. Seems like they're basically telling God that with.
I know you're not talking about me, buddy. You mean the guy who did the Nightmare Dystopia podcast, 56 episodes of a podcast? The guy who almost drank himself to death over the events of the last 3 years? And there's no possibility of me ever spending even an entire 24-hour period outside of the space of potentially going to a fucking FEMA camp? So you're barking up the wrong tree here, Paul. You're barking up the wrong tree.
With all the things that we need to look at or that we could worship or the problems we could solve, the biggest thing on everybody's mind is Paulie boy. So
we can't solve any problems, Paul. See, this was the whole point of what you just replayed. I can solve problems within myself, for myself, on behalf of myself. I can't solve any problems out here. And I mean any. There's no problems out here that involve other people that I can solve. That's literally impossible. Now, are you really this intelligent and haven't figured this out yet? Maybe you are. Maybe Paul's this intelligent and has yet to accept this fully. I don't know.
I guess I've done a good job because I revealed a bunch of infidels again, because you spend all this time, energy, and attention indirectly worshiping me out of hate or confusion rather than the God of creation and or.
Well, Paul, I'm not a hater and I'm not confused. Right. Now, I temporarily went away from my own accountability within myself, for myself, on behalf of myself. Yes, I did that. And that's called a mistake and an error, also known as to miss the mark or sin. And guess what? Here's how I reconcile that. I confess it. I ask for forgiveness. I repent, right? Meaning I have a true intention to turn away from the error, meaning to correct the error. I ask to be forgiven, and I am forgiven. Like it never fucking happened. That's how it works here. Now, if you want to call that Jesus or the Gospels, that's fine. We can call it whatever we want. That's a thing that works. I know it works because I've utilized it, and I will continue to utilize it. Oh, man, get the banner off there, sir. Right. This is not complicated stuff. But again, it requires vigilance. It requires monitoring my own internal space every single day for the entirety of the day, most days, which I've been doing for probably over a decade now. And I assume Paul's had some period of time doing this as well, right? Now, whether or not the other so-called beta boys, and I certainly don't fit into that category, but I understand I'll be put in there now from his audience, and that's fine. I could foresee much of this months ago. I foresaw a lot of this, right? What hasn't happened is Tommy, in making his hit piece videos, he's never made one about me, right? And the fact that Paul can't find the value in Tommy, regardless of how bizarre he presents, what's that got to do with it, by the way? And why does Paul need people to behave in specific ways and to present in specific ways that he respects, right? Why does he need that? I don't need that. I don't need Paul to be any different than what he is. If he's ghetto, if he's has a certain type of street lingo, right? If he wants to talk about prison dynamics, I don't have a problem with any of that. I don't need him to be different. I don't need Tommy to be different either, though. I don't need Snafu to be different. I don't need Christos to be different. Why? Because I've practiced accepting these people as they are. Now, perhaps I had a bit of a head start growing up in a mind control cult that had me going out and attempting to convert people. Right. So maybe I had a little bit of a head start in accepting folks. But at a certain point, I realized I couldn't tell the difference between my true personality and the cult programming. So some of these things, I don't completely know what is my natural personality, which is obviously formed through experience and, indoctrination. Even if I hadn't been born into a mind control cult, I'm still born into a mind control cult called American Society. See how it works. I just got the full shot. I got a more intense dose of being birthed into a mind control system that we were all birthed into. And like it or not, all of our psychologies are necessarily products of a literal fucking a system of mental slavery and mind control. So of course, certain folks want to talk about the news items, right? And I used to be that person. I was that person as recently as 4 years ago. And then I got around people who showed me the error of my ways over time. And then I also just lost interest. And in fact, I was still habitually taking in the news cycle until the Chinese balloon. And anybody who followed that Chinese balloon story who can still treat this stuff as if it's in any way real is out of their fucking minds. That was how ludicrous does the news cycle have to get for people to just be like, okay, this is nonsense. And, you want to talk about passionate for truth. Okay, you want to talk about reconciliation. Okay, Paul, please reconcile the fact that nothing of consequence has ever actually happened in this country at the level of, affecting the populace, where, millions of people have had to flee to other countries, right? Some sort of immigrant exodus. That's never happened. No other nations have invaded this country and made war on us, not directly. You could argue that it's been, all been done covertly. And, I'm sure. Yeah, absolutely. But day-to-day life is exactly the fucking same with a few differences. The internet age. Okay, well, now here comes the dot-com bubble. Here comes, just these various cycles of boom and bust, economic boom cycles. Well, guess what? My entire life's been either a boom or a bust economically. So what's the difference that right now is a certain, and there's a lot of, my whole life's been economic uncertainty in this country. Oh, it's okay. What do we see now? Economic uncertainty. Yeah. My whole life has been trouble in the Middle East. What do we see now? Trouble in the Middle East. None of this shit's new, man. This is exactly what's been here basically every single fucking day of my 48 years. It's just I was such under strong mind control. I was so strongly identified with this realm, right, as if it was real, and it is real on some level. But then what does the Kabbalion say? All is mind, right? So yeah, this is real in that it's alive in people's minds. But again, I'm always free to fuck off and go live by the dumpster somewhere. And people, I don't know what people think when they hear me say that exactly. I don't know what their opinion of that is, but that's a real thing. Like, that's not a desirable lifestyle. But I'm just saying, like, do you think these street level drug addicts have any notion or care of the economic cycles or the fucking trouble in the Middle East? Is that shit even matter? No, it doesn't matter. Now, those people are in hell, right? These people have been over on the fucking trank, in Kensington or whatever. But it affects their life not at all, right? Now, if I want to go out here and pretend to be, some version of, I'm going to go out here and try to make a lot of money, or I'm going to go out here and try to have a certain piece of property. If I'm going to go out here and try to have certain worldly goods. Now, Paul might choose to do it in a style where it appears like he's separate from the system. Paul, you are the system, whether you like it or not. Your psychology is the system, whether you like it or not. Okay. I think it's awesome that Paul's figured out a way to make so much money. Doing his broadcast. Guess what? He's still making money, and he can have an opinion about me getting super chats or somebody else getting super chats and saying we don't give money to YouTube. Man, this is YouTube. We're here in Alphabet Google YouTube's hell pit. So I'm already in the belly of the beast, and you're telling me that I'm supposed to avoid certain aspects of the beast? Are you kidding me? That's insane to me. Oh, because Paul said so? That's fine. Like, I'll take his opinion under advisement, but yeah, I understand somebody might want to give me $10 and then they can only give me $7 because of the whatever YouTube takes. Well, isn't that better than no dollars? Right? And you can put I can put a damn a banner at the bottom of the screen all I want. Folks don't read that. I don't know if you know this, Paul. People don't read that. The people that come over here don't. Just since I started putting the Cash App right under my name, the donations have gone up. Now, maybe that's a coincidence, but the fact is people don't read that fucking scroll. They just don't read it. They don't read the descriptions of the videos. They're like, hey, what's your email? Like, yeah, it's in the description of every one of these videos. Every one of these live streams in the description is my email address. People don't read that. And I'm the same way. There's been many times I've been confused or wanted a particular piece of information. And guess where it is? Right there on the fucking screen. That says something about us. It also says something about how well we've adapted to the information overload. We can't take all this in. Our brains have already trained themselves to filter most of everything out, right? And then, so by the way, Paul, look at what they're choosing to focus on. Well, they're choosing to focus on your broadcast, but not just your broadcast. And can we face the reality that most of the folks are here all day long? And that's okay. I'm not here to demean anybody, and I don't need 10 different people in the chat giving me their daily schedules and defending the fact that they're not here all day. I'm not talking to you. If you're not here all day, I'm not talking to you. But some people they watch every single one of these live streams all day. I don't know when they sleep. And that's okay, isn't it? I mean, if I compare that to someone going to a job, right? And maybe some of these folks are at work. Let's not forget that. A lot of people have jobs or they work from home. Can we face the reality that most of these folks are trying to deal with their own social isolation, which is off the fucking charts, and they really just want to hear a fucking comforting voice at times, especially an actual masculine voice? And, he can make fun of me and all you want, how I come across. I know I'm sassy at times. I know I'm a diva. I'm aware of all these things, but I still have a strong masculine voice, whether we want to, nobody can change that. Right. And, I'm speaking on real shit, and Paul's speaking on real shit. And by the way, I still like Paul's broadcast, but that doesn't mean nobody's above this program. Right. I love it when people play my content and try to rebuttal my ideas. I love that shit. It's only ever going to make me tighten up my game. And Paulie Boy's going to tighten his game up. He's already started to do it. He's absolutely going to tighten up his ideas and his game as a result of these attacks. You're welcome, Paul. Well, as what he perceives as attacks. I'm attacking the ideas, not the man. But you're welcome. I'm happy to do it. It's one of my great gifts, sir. You're welcome.
Living in the truth that will bring resolution and revelation. So I got yous all again. I'm the best agent ever for my employer. My employer works through me, and I don't even know how it works a lot of the time.
Yeah, and I work for that same employer. Now what? Now what, sir? That's also my employer, if you're talking about the Most High. Now what?
After the fact. But when I look at it and step back from it, it's always the same thing. Gets people in interactions with me, reveals who and what they are, and then they get an opportunity for reformation and repentance, or they can continue in their fight.
Exactly. And what did I just do? See, it's funny. He says I get an opportunity for reformation or repentance. No, I already took the opportunity. I created the opportunity. And how did I create the opportunity? Because I'm observing my internal space. So I can even lie to myself. This is how devious and diabolical human beings are. Not only can I go out here and lie to other people potentially, which I don't do a lot of actually, because part of that is I'm not fucking smart enough to remember what lie I told to who. I figured that out a long ass time ago. I'm not particularly good at that. I'm a very good liar, by the way. When I need to lie, I'm extremely skilled at lying without being detected, especially in the real world. I'm very good at it. I almost never do it. Now everybody, does some version of lying. I'm pretty sure, but that's not the point I'm making. I don't need Paulie Boy to come out here and talk about reformation and reconciliation, because I'm already doing that, because I'm holding myself accountable to me, for me, within myself every single day. And when I've lied to myself over a period of weeks and months, and I've fooled myself, right, eventually, because I'm so observant, I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I thought I was coming at Paul with the true intention. And in fact, I was, I am a fan. I was a fan. I'm somewhat enamored with his personality. I'm not above that. Nobody's above charm and personality, right? One of the first things I identified in the so-called truth community was that most of these folks are enamored with people and personalities, and I'm not overall, right? And the boomers are the worst. My dad, I can't talk to my dad about ideas because every time we get to building on an idea, he has to attach it to a person and a personality, a YouTube channel, a creator of a YouTube channel. And I know why he needs to do that is because his generation was brainwashed and mind controlled to attach ideas to a trusted source, a.k.a. a Walter Cronkite. That's America's trusted TV voice, see? And he's the one who's, he's completely above reproach. He would never lead you astray. And because he's vetted the information, we can trust it, right? Now, I don't factor that in at all. That's a nothing burger to me. So every time I try to talk to my dad about ideas and we start building on an idea, here he comes with, he wants to give me the biography of a YouTube content creator. And I'm like, man, that has nothing to do with anything except now we're going to stop so long to talk about this person that now the conversation's over. Now we're talking about some bozo that makes YouTube content, right? And this is just how his mind works. He can't do anything about it. Part of the reason he can't do anything about it is he's not observing himself. He's not introspective. In fact, he can't be introspective. He has no ability to observe what he's doing in real time. I do. I'm super fucking good at it. I'm pretty sure Paul's good at it. Now, whether or not Ian, Z, and these other folks are good at it, I have no idea. I know this. I don't fit into a category with any of those people. Maybe they don't either, right? I know Paul has set up these dynamics where it's him versus the world. And, I would say at this point, why doesn't he just expect that every single person who he ends up having on his panel at some point, does what he considers to be breaking bad? Well, Paul, I never broke good, meaning, because I might have thought I was good faith. I wasn't. I now see that I wasn't coming in good faith. And I'm not sure anybody can come to Paul in good faith, especially under a my way or the highway. Do you really, Paul, let me ask you this. Do you really want to be around the type of folks who will just show up? That's Tarek, by the way. That's Tarek. Tarek's happy to let Paul run the show. Tarek's happy to let Paul fucking set the tone. Now, part of that is Tarek is not capable of intellectual discourse. No offense to Tarek. He's not capable of it. He has a simple mind at the level of intellect. I'm not saying he's stupid. He's probably very smart in certain ways. He's a child at the level of intellectual ideas. So, of course, he's happy to let Paul run the show. But that's who you end up surrounded by, Paul. You don't end up surrounded by people like Tribe or myself. Now, Wizard's there, but, I don't know that means much of anything, right? Most of us have figured out by now we don't even have Wizard on our panels. Right. But yeah, he can say some things and sound smart. Sure he can. And this is I'm not here to attack Wizard. I'm saying, look at the people that you end up surrounded by over time. It's occasionally a person like me or Z for a period of time. Right. Now then the fact that we always fall away in some kind of way. Right. But then you're also looking at people who do have certain aspects to their personality, arguably, that are somewhat self-serving and manipulative, right? Meanwhile, I did an entire podcast back in my old in 2011, Paul. I was broadcasting in 2011. I did a broadcast about, is manipulation inherently bad? We just assume that it's bad. Well, my contention is that the basis of almost all human interaction, forget about the nuclear family, forget about the mother and the child. I'm saying just on the job, with your friends, playing sports, hobbies, whatever it may be, the basis, the foundation of all human interaction, as far as I can tell, is manipulation. Now, can that just be bad across the board? I don't think so. I don't think that's possible for that to be bad across the board, but it sounds bad. Oh, manipulation. Well, I don't know, the well-worn cliche of the potter or the sculptor, manipulates the medium that they work in, right? And so if Paul is the God of all media, that's only through manipulation, right? Isn't that the media, isn't the God of all media, isn't that the person who manipulates the media the best? right? And there's nothing wrong with that. It's not bad or wrong. That's the reality. Now, part of my deal where I'm a little different is once I know something to be true, and this is probably back to the Jehovah's Witness cult that had me singing songs, we speak out in fearlessness. Once I know a thing to be true, I just say it. And that can be, especially Bex at times seemed to think that I was somehow beholden to keep certain things secret, right? And to know what to keep secret and what to show. It's like, no, lady, can't you see I'm taking I'm taking an approach where I pretty much show everything and then let the people pick through it? Can't you see that? No, she can't see it. She's not strategic. She's not a strategic thinker, and that's okay. She's not. Paul is. And I told Bex, that's the move. Like if I'm talking about you on my stream, if you did a stream and then I screen recorded it and she's already privated the stream, number one, the move is don't private the stream. Number two, when somebody plays your content and goes in on you, the move is to play their content and go in on them, or not go in on them. Like Paul did here. He just played the content. And then he's giving his opinion, and then he's going to move on with the show. That's the move, Bex. But that's what a person who understands strategy knows to do. See? And the fact is, nobody, as far as I know, has been playing Paul's actual content and responding to the words coming out of the man's mouth. We've gotten involved in a lot of how people feel about the man's personality. And yeah, I'll admit to be somewhat interested in certain aspects of certain people's personality. I certainly get involved in the psychobabble bullshit at times. I'm a dime store psychologist to some extent.
Stop with the psychobabble shit.
Yeah, but I've shown an ability to pull it off over time. I'm highly accurate, with my psychobabble bullshit. Thank you. Good to see you, El. Is there 50 people in here? Good God, what in the world's going on? I had no idea. I'm just rambling, playing Paul's content and rambling. Wow, I must be onto something here. And this is, by the way, one of the things I love about the live form, the live stream, is the improvisational nature. The fact is, I felt like shit most of the morning. Like I had no idea I had this in me today. No idea. But I'm a grinder, and I'm going to do what I can do to be here in the seat and deliver the discourse. The fact is, though, my peak ability to sit in the seat and deliver the discourse is from like 3 a.m. to probably around 6 or 7, and then I'm not going to have a whole lot in the tank beyond that. Now, I can still sit here and observe other broadcasts and, maybe host a panel, although more and more I just don't have the energy to get the panel going. It's a little too much of a drain. I'm overhearing the same shit over and over and over again. Certain folks, it's always, no matter where the conversation starts, they always loop into basically the same talking points. Just over it, right? Can we bring? And I know I repeat myself at times. Good to see you, Dominic, by the way. Shout out to Flow State. Flow State did one video responding to what he said. Fantastic, Flow State. And I'm sure you found that those are not, especially if it's a pre-recorded video, just nobody notices or pays attention. I'm sure you notice that much of the audience just doesn't have the faculties to even be able to follow what you're saying. And I knew that when I started yesterday. I realized, I'm doing a thing right now while I'm recognizing that many of the folks will not be able to even understand the words that are coming out of my mouth on some level. Yeah, I get that. It's okay. Now, I'll tell you this, Flow State. I subscribe to, I know this to be a correct philosophy. And what I've said before is correct philosophy is defined as the absence of incorrect philosophy, right? Which is if something's worth doing, it's worth doing of its own merits, meaning, the reward is contained within the thing itself, right? Now, I love views too. Believe me, I don't think I don't. I love views. I love donations. I love super chats. All of these things are wonderful. I like money. Pre-recorded. Most of his audience doesn't know who Paul is. Yeah, well, that's another thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you probably, I'm assuming, just became somewhat interested in the character, right, as I am to some extent. And some of that is the man's ideas. And by the way, I still agree with way more of his ideas than I disagree with. But my thing is, how is it possible to have 130 people? And I know what I know of Flow State, he's sharp enough and he's thoughtful enough to certainly, I'm not the only one capable of breaking down ideas. Now, part of this is I might be one of the few who's stubborn and obstinate enough to just keep doing it day after day. And of course, yesterday was the first day. So we'll find out, what's my own I would assume my ability to go in on the ideas every day probably far exceeds the audience's ability to continue to listen to it. At a certain point, the audience is going to make it known that they're done with it, and that's fine. And then we'll move on to something else, and then I will occasionally, revisit. I'm assuming. I agree. Yeah, down there. I'm just reading the chat now. But anyway, let's get back into this because, like I say, I never got to see this, and we're only about 3 minutes in.
Folly until it is their undoing, just like the society civil.
We see you're fantasizing though, Paul. There is no undoing. This is a fantasy he's suffering from. Now, I may or may not be the source of my own undoing, but to assume that there's going to be an undoing, right? Now, I can observe humans over time, and I can realize that most of them, the fact is, most people never even build themselves up to a point to be undone. I mean, can we just recognize that? But Paul seems to be suffering from a series of events, and can't see that I don't fit into most of what he's saying here. I'm different, man. I'm built different. I just am. I'm here. Here's the thing is, man, I'm more than willing to accept that Paul is built different. Paul doesn't seem to be willing to accept that, yes, Paul, you're built different, and so are some other folks, right? And maybe that is what you call the willing few, by the way. The thing for Paul is the willing few ain't signing up for your my way or the highway, but some of them, like me, have aspects of my personality that are so effectively manipulative of the people around me at times that I can fall into it and don't even know I'm doing it. Now, I'm a person, I've trained myself out of utilizing my manipulative tendencies and my very high level ability to manipulate the people around me. Also known as a person who has some of the characteristics of someone who could lead a cult, right? That's me. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I have some of those traits. I don't honor any of that. I don't like it. But the fact is, I can easily fall into a manipulation that I'm not even intending to fall into because I've lied to myself and I've tricked myself into thinking that I have a pure intention when I don't. Right? My intention was to glorify myself. My intention was to have more people come to a channel that is called Benton, for fuck's sakes. That until yesterday had my picture on it, right? I mean, come on. This is how more obvious could it be?
Civilization.
Takes two to tango, though, by the way.
That I find myself a part of theoretically. Because metaphysically, I have never been yoked with this culture and this society and this standard that we live in.
No, and that may be true. I have. And I never received any rewards for it. So now you want to talk about who's employing you, and I'm saying, yeah, that's the same thing. That's the same force that's employing me. So it's probably not a coincidence that when I did try to fit myself into these things, that I was not that successful, although certainly I was able to earn a living and, had a house and a mortgage and a wife and all of these things. It never meant anything to me, by the way.
Doesn't appeal to my nature. Not even logical to me on any level. Doesn't seem to lead to beneficial results either, inside or outside of oneself. So. Okay. Where are we at? Snafu Creature is down there. Do we just segue right into... I guess we could do that. Why not?
Why not?
Roast of this shit. I was going to end and start a whole new thing. Why even do that?
Yeah.
We're here. We're live.
Yeah, just go.
You know what the funny thing about it is you notice how low the numbers stay when I'm not talking? You ever notice that? When I restream other people's shit, everyone leaves or they don't show up because they go to the highlight and they go, oh, Paulie's not there. His big face.
Yeah, you're the best, man. And that's why I would rather tune in and hear Paul talk for an hour. And then once the panel gets going, I may or may not watch. But yeah, this is, yeah, absolutely. Can we have more Paul, please?
Face isn't up on screen. He's not talking. We don't even care. As soon as I go to rapping, like if I came on, did what I did, give everybody the warm up, and then they wait for me and I come.
Well, and by the way, that same thing happens over here, Paul, with me. Same thing. You ain't the only one, partner. Now you're the only one you're the only one in these circles talking to that many people. Meanwhile, Drew talks to just as many, or he used to. Part of that is his own, maybe he's busy with his family. I'm talking about Chalk Body Outline. For whatever reason, if he was going live more consistently, it's the exact same size of audience, by the way. But it's different people. It's the same size audience, but it's completely different folks. Now, if these two guys could actually work together, you'd have 300 to 350 in a live. Think about that.
come on and I start rapping and talk about whatever, it just immediately starts going.
Oh, and sorry for the pausing, but see, that's what gets me excited. You know, when me and Drew did our Sunday night show, and I think the first show was like, I think we did around 177 was the peak on D Live, for fuck's sake. You know, if the truthers, the so-called truthers, could actually work together, you know, and God forbid, just have one channel, right? Or maybe one main channel, 24 hours a day, where the most of the good shows were. You know, what if you had a Z morning show? You know, you had OTW and me slotted in after that, and then you know, afternoon to evening is Pauly Boy, right? And then maybe Tommy fucking handles the overnight. Bro, that'd be 500 in the live. If that happened every day, if that was 5 days a week minimum of that, that's 500 people in the live, right? Now, I always overestimate. See, they say under promise, over deliver. Well, I'm so egoic, and I don't even like that term, but I'm so arrogant and narcissistic in a way. Although I'm not narcissistic, but I'm so arrogant and confident. Here's the term. You see how we go negative so easily? I have such high confidence in my abilities, Paul's abilities, Tommy's abilities, Z's abilities, right? But Paul, why does Paul want to play these personality politics? Why does he want to play the accountability game? Why does he want to play, you know, it's power dynamics? Well, Paul, is it not enough for you to just be the top dog through your own skill level? I mean, why is that not enough for you? Doesn't pretty much everybody here recognize who has the highest level of skill, who has the most engaging personality, right? Doesn't mean he's the only person with a high level of skill. Doesn't mean he's the only person with a high level of ability, right? Meanwhile, Tommy's the best talker overall. Let's just go ahead and call it what it is. Now, you know, maybe it is meth-induced, maybe it's not. Who cares? He's the best overall at talking, right? But then, you know, I don't think I'm pretty sure everybody would admit overall broadcasting chops is Paul. Right? Isn't that enough, sir? You just basically everybody acknowledging that you're the best at the thing. That's not enough. Oh, you need us to submit to you, right? You need the power dynamic. Well, yeah, okay. I used to be that way to some extent. I used to run roughshod over everybody to some extent. It's not, but guess what? It's not unique. I understand we're in a culture that promotes all this alpha male bullshit, right? Back in the day, it was just that's just how it was. You know, the nobody thought much about the male hierarchies and all of these things. It was just, and I always did pretty fucking well in those regards. And, you know, surprise, surprise, I happen to come from a long line of dudes on my dad's side that all do very well in those dynamics. So what? Who cares? I'm 48, man. I'm dying from various illnesses, although no longer actively dying. Like, you know, can I please just you know, do what I enjoy, which is broadcasting, and can I work with other folks that I enjoy working with, even if we don't get along? You know, and I see the potential, right? And, you know, I'm very patient. He says patiently waiting. Yeah, I'm patiently waiting too, Paul. I've patiently waited for many things to come to fruition, some of which have come to fruition, that I foresaw a year and a half before they came to fruition, because I got it like that on some level. I can see the fucking trend coming. And I can embody the trend before the trend even gets here. But part of that is by the time the trend is here and people, you know, now that your average person is accepting live streaming is about to blow up. You know, when I first started doing podcasting, I had to explain to people in the real world what a podcast was. I said, oh yeah, I'm doing a podcast. And I know when I say podcast, they don't know what that is. And so they're like, what's a podcast? And eventually I just said, oh, tell them internet radio. Oh, it's internet radio. Because they need it to, they need to have something they already understand in their mind to attach it to. Just like the Sam Hyde fish tank thing. They're like, oh, it's Big Brother. Well, it's not, but people need to attach it to something they already understand. So live streaming, I can see, is going to blow the fuck up in the larger culture within like the next, I don't know. I'm not good with predictions, but it's going to happen. It is happening. Right. And then by then I will probably be on to the next thing. Especially since most likely I'm not going to earn a living from this, which is fine, but you never know. You never know, folks. But just imagine one main channel with all the fucking heavy hitters on it. Dude, I'm telling you, you'd have 350 to 500 in the live stream. By the time Paul went live at night, it'd be 350 to 500, I promise you. And then we'd see how many can Tommy keep in the overnights. You know, Tommy and the metaversal miscreants, right? Bro, you think that's not money? You think that's not enough money to go around?
Going up, and it's been going up and up lately, 160, 170, 180, back to kind of where we started. So even that tells you number metric, the live number metric, that all you got to do is put Paulie Boy the Gorilla on here, let him rap a little bit, and that number's going to start shooting to the next stratosphere.
Exactly.
He's got the good game. He's got the energy. He's got the X factor, some might say.
Yes,
some folks
do.
might say. I didn't say that. They all told me. See, the most fucked up thing that ever could have happened was you took a broken, insecure heroin addict who was pursuing truth and faith, and you convinced him that he was something in this world, that he had power, that he had influence, that he was righteous on some level, that if he just was authentic and did what was true and what's right, that nobody could keep him down and nobody could stop him. Only himself and the God of this world could impede.
Well, and see, this is where I challenge Dick a little bit. You're not wrong, Dick, but I don't want to attack Dick directly here, but see, you're not wrong, but the reason why you express it that way, from my perspective, is that you have some notion that you were free. The fact is, your psychology was formed within a literal slave system of mental slavery. So I understand that's the perception, is that you were mentally free and we were all mentally free because we were born here, especially being born into America, right? You can, whatever vernacular we need to use, on America, whatever. You were already birthed into that, right? So there's nothing to capture. There's nothing for the system to capture. The system, you arrived here, and your psychology was formed within that system that you're now saying is catching you and putting you in a pod. That thing already had you right where it wanted you the whole time. And to me, that's the major flaw in people's thinking, is this idea that America, and Paul says it too, and we're going to play some of his clips here in a minute. We're going to go in on some of his ideas, like I promised we're going to be doing every day. But I'm sort of tipping my bit here, and I don't even like that expression, but I'm sort of tipping my hand here. But, I fully reject this notion that America was founded in Christian principles and was God and, one nation under God. That's propaganda. That's bullshit lies that people were fed and people believe. That shit never happened. Never happened. So maybe America was founded and grew, pretty close to the way that we've been taught it was through history. Maybe that happened. But that was a system of mental slavery to build the nation physically with the infrastructure and the technology to build it up to where it is now. And which is for what purpose? Mainly military might, mainly. Now, at one point it was, actual technology ideas seem to be coming from America. Well, surprise, surprise, that's all shifted to China now. It's China's leading the way and all that. Japan, of course, for a while. And again, I'm just talking off the top of my head. I may have some of these details wrong. But what was Alex Jones running around talking about over 10 years ago was talking about the Clintons giving all the technology secrets to the Chinese. Well, that's the New World Order, by the way. That's not the Clintons accidentally becoming fucking, into the presidency, and then they just happen to be so corrupt that they self-servingly give all the secrets to the Chinese. That's not how that works. That's the system by design, pre-planning over a period of hundreds, if not thousands of years, to be like, okay, there's this landmass, North America, it's primitive. Here, these are the dynamics in the 1500s or whatever. And then, okay, the system planning ahead of time, this thing's going to be built up to a certain level through technology and through, government systems and the beliefs of the people and the indoctrination of the people, and to where we are now, we meaning the people who are here in America right now. So I fully reject, and I'm not picking on Dick here. I understand he's not... he didn't do anything wrong. I'm kind of on some other shit in some of these regards. And some of this stuff I'm just now coming to realize. Like, it's way worse than we ever could have imagined. And, we all fall victim to some of this predictive programming, the movie The Matrix and, the Mad Max series and, many, many different pieces of entertainment that have been, used to sort of give us some notion of what things might look like. And we tend to think in those terms, and I think in those terms as well. Meanwhile, I've sold off the last, other than my, what I can carry on me for actual self-defense day to day, I've sold off my entire small arsenal which actually wasn't even that small at a certain point, because I went insane. I temporarily went insane and thought I was going to be in a fucking shooting war. So some version of a shit hits the fan Mad Max, actual Mad Max type of thing. But then I realized eventually, I'm fantasizing because this actually appeals to my personality on some level. And it does. But then I also realized, well, like the movie The Crying Game, if we're going to talk about predictive programming, where, Forrest Whitaker's character, he's escaping, he's been held hostage, and now he's escaping, but he's got a hood on his head, and he runs in, he's, seeking, trying to get to the highway, so maybe somebody can pick him up and take him out of there, and he gets to the highway, but he gets run over and killed, right? So the fact is, I might have a desire to live in a fucking Mad Max, lawlessness, and I can just wander around with my full kit, 24 hours a day, because I had 2 sets of full kit at a certain point. I had a full kit and then a complete extra spare, and crazy. I probably had 50,000 rounds of ammo at one time. That's all gone, which is fine, because I'm no longer. I came out of my own insanity. I was like, wait a minute, but that's how I figured that shit out. It's like, oh, wait a minute, the system is actually playing on some of my impulses, my lower impulses as a man who does have a lot of testosterone, even in spite of my illnesses. Now it fluctuates, it comes and goes, but I'm still doing better than a lot of these guys out here in the testosterone department. Poor guys. I feel bad for some of these fellas, and I don't mean Dick, by the way. Pretty sure Dick's not has no problems in that area, and Polyboy doesn't either. But, does it have to be a constant power dynamic? See, Paul can't claim to be a victim of a constant power dynamic when he's driving the constant power dynamic. It's like, no, man, you're getting out you're getting back what you're putting out. And have you ever watched a soap opera, sir? Because Paul, tries to talk about his lack of success with women, especially maybe earlier in his life. Well, I was quite successful earlier in my life. And part of that was most of the gals I dated liked soap operas, and that can appeal to me on some level if it's already on the TV, right? I'm there. I might as well watch the soap opera. And every single one of those shows revolves around a strong male figure who's highly manipulative, right? Well, that's Paul. That's what that is. So, Paul, can you really be surprised when a soap opera unfolds around you on a daily basis? Meanwhile, guess who's not that involved in the soap opera? Me. I am at times. And I understand that the audience needs me to facilitate, well, not me, but the audience needs to have a broadcaster that will facilitate the drama at times, right? I respond to drama just like, well, everybody responds to drama, whether they want to admit it or not. Now, some people are just burned out, like Highly Suspect. He's had so much in his personal life, he probably needs a break, I'm assuming. But yeah, we all respond to it on some level. So, yeah, is it really that astonishing? How has Paul not figured this out? That, you're putting yourself out there a certain type of way, and now a soap opera is unfolding around you every day. Meanwhile, have you watched actual soap operas? It's the same fucking dynamics.
That progress in that process. You all helped to do that, whether with your love and your support or with your hate and your detraction. You did that. So you created this monster you see before you. Okay? Now you either have to kneel before me and that force that works through me, because it's not about my personality. It's not about Paulie Boy, the physical body, man. I'll be out of here at some point. This dynamic's going to continue on. There's one idea that pervades all of our incarnation experience. There's one truth. There's one way. Accept it or don't. If your ego bucks up to it, you got something to look at.
Well, but again, I'm willing to accept some of what he's saying here in a spiritual path or a spiritual walk. And can we face the fact that most of people are at a zero attainment? That's just a fact. I mean, I can't look around out here and observe people and their lack of progress and just pretend like people are having some sort of a spiritual walk. It shows if they do. And I'm not demeaning anybody if they don't. Part of that is, I don't know that we're all here to practice, especially ascetically, because I don't know how to get to some of these. And by the way, some people are probably born with some level of it. And I'm more talking about men. The women is kind of a different thing entirely. But, some of them I'm still trying to get to a level that they seem to operate on just more or less naturally, and I don't know that I'll ever get there. So, you see, I'm already hedging my bets, but You just want to talk from a singular male, war-minded, person who does, do well in chaos and conflict. Many of those folks are just completely unpracticed. They haven't even begun to try to figure out how to even start a spiritual path for themselves. And I'm here to tell you, it's only ever within the individual, right? Now, a person can be like me and go out and read a lot of material. That's what I did when I first started getting interested in some sort of a spiritual path or spiritual growth. And remember, I'm from a culture that even I feel funny when I even talk that way, right? Because I come from a very repressive culture. Well, that's a part of me, whether I like it or not. Became a part of me. But yeah, I went around and read a bunch of books and put a lot of info in my head first. Well, then once that's done, what's next? Now the intellectual side has been somewhat enhanced, but it's mind, body, and spirit. See. And that's the intellectual is only one piece of the puzzle. I observe many people who are trapped in their intellect and will probably never escape. Yeah, I was trapped in my intellect at a certain point. I got the fuck up out of there. Thank God. It's probably part of the reason I can actually be out here and not be on substances for the most part. I'm not on any right now other than caffeine. Oh, that reminds me. It's almost time to have some coffee. I guess I don't really want to play Paul and not listen to him, though. I guess I'm going to have to switch to my phone. So we're going to try to play like 10 minutes of this so I can make some coffee.
Really need to understand the space that I'm communicating from, and you really need to see past the container. And you really need to stop projecting onto me who and what you think I am and what you think I'm here in this realm for. Because the majority have been wrong all along. That simple. I'm not Mr. Snafu Snaps Creature. I love my Snafu Snaps Creature. I'm not going to lie to anybody. I never do. Doesn't matter how much he backbites on me and Two-Face. It's just like the rest of them. Guy asked me yesterday, why do you bring these folks in here? I say, bro, I could come on here and do the fucking bullshit guru, non-guru rap and not really believe it or not really live it. I live the information. I forgive all those who harm me. I forgive those who will build a cross and hand it to me and tell me to get nailed to it because they think that I'm a thorn in their side and that they'd be better off in this creation without me. I've come to reconcile that. So I'm able to love others, scarily enough as it used to be for me. I'm able to love folks, even those who continue to backbite on me, Two-Face on me, and try to undermine me and do harm to me, all for their own profiteering, all for their own selfish, self-centered gain, all for their own validation and attention fixation. I'm okay. They know not what they do. If they knew better, they'd do better. I'm pretty sure of that. I might be able to help them, but it seems they won't let me. How are you, Snafu Snaps Creature? I got to close the door real quick, but go ahead and take off, as I'm sure you're ready to. You're usually full of gas, you're primed, and you're ready to.
I just noticed all the people in your chat saying goodnight to Mr. Benton. I think you should time them out and show them what loyalty means.
Oh, Mr. Snafu Snaps.
I'm going to piss off you guys off.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay. No, Mr. Snafu Snaps. I'm going to do something that I've done before that maybe you've not expect, but I'm going to pardon Mr. Benton today.
No, I'm not talking about Mr. Benton. I was talking about all
did you not just say Mr. Benton is in the chat? No, I'm pardoning them.
No, I was talking about all the people in the chat who are going two-fence riding, kind of like what we talked about last night.
Mr. Snafu Snaps, because more and more each day I'm becoming aware of the realization that these folks have to do that in order to continue to be okay with who and what they are. They have to ride the fence. They have to be lukewarm. They have to play both sides. They believe that's what being loving is, lacking responsibility, accountability, and being emotionally attached to other human beings who you identify with, because they're a lot like you. They've done me no wrong and no harm. They owe me nothing. If they want to sit here and watch and they want to sit there and comment, I have nothing to say or feel about it, and I will not interfere with it. They have to live with themselves and their life and their path before and after these metaversal events. They know that. If they're okay with who and what they are, so am I. If they're okay the way they conduct themselves and what they speak about and the claims they make, so am I. It's caused me no harm. It's caused me no interference. It's done nothing but help me in my life in certain ways because I let it first and foremost. Anything done to me happens for me, whether I realize it or not. I just practice realizing it more and more. So when every one of these guys who I like and respect on some level that I want to work with breaks bad on me for seemingly no reason and does weeks and months of hate campaigning, I have to remind myself that thing works in mysterious ways. It must be helping me out. It's getting everybody who doesn't need to be with me on this journey out of my face and out of my way. It's also giving them what they need because it's allowing them to be seen for who and what they are and put on record to give them the opportunity to do and be better. If not, they have to live with that. I don't. I've done nothing in this creation after a certain point. At one point, I did nothing but try to lie, cheat, steal, and harm in certain ways. Ever since that time, and ever since a certain time that I've decided to make a decision, I've done nothing but to try to help myself and others in this realm. And I see what I get back. And I'm okay with that. That's the way it's supposed to be.
See, these clowns don't get what I'm doing. Even though I'm triggering them, they're giving their position in your chat. So now we can see who's actually on what and what, because they're too stupid to understand that what I'm doing is triggering them to tell me where they're at.
Sir, you have to understand, right? Like, it becomes more real to us in our life, especially when other things become real. Like, my uncle has cancer. You know, he can't feel his feet and the rest of it. He's sitting in a hospital bed. And I've given him the solution, just like Wizard had the solution, others have the solution, and they've not done it yet. So I'm going to have to watch a third person within 3 to 5 years basically decide on record that they want to death worship and be taken over by evil and miscommunication of the body politic in the form of cancer. So, my father told me that this morning, right? And it is what it is. After your mother, your grandmother, and now your uncle, all are going to get cancer. They're all going to choose to listen to the beast system. They're not going to take the natural cures, and they're going to submit, and they're going to give themselves over to the darkness, right? But then they'll come to places like this and tell me how dark I am because I recognize the darkness and I'm willing to reconcile it and communicate about it and stay neutral.
Is your dad back from Paris or whatever?
I don't know. Listen, sir, don't try to make it sound like my father's a jet setter. My father's like me. If he's not working constantly, he's sitting around doing nothing and stuck to a screen. He's stuck to Fox Noise. I'm stuck here with you. I guess I'd rather be here than there. But the bottom line is, yes, he's back from Rome. He's, I guess, having a midlife crisis, a big surprise, and he's trying to get back to his roots and origins because he is full Italian. I'm half, as you know. So I'm sure that he's going through some changes. I'm sure the spirit is tugging at him. I'm sure it's calling on him to do and be something else and maybe even be somewhere different. And he's not going to know what to make of it, as always. And I could sit right down with him and tell him all he should know about himself, and he won't listen to me. He's got too much pride and ego, and he won't take the direct experience from someone he thinks is beneath him. That would be his son. What would I know about life? What would I know about the world? What would I know about the law? What would I know about banking? What would I know about talking and conversing? What would I know about psychology? What would I know about broadcasting? I got it. I can't do anything anymore for everybody's dysfunctional pride and ego while they project it onto me when I've done nothing but try to serve my community and this force after a certain point. In my own way, admittedly, I understand what I was doing and I don't feel any way about it. I told everyone when I came on here, I'm going to be loved to be loved or loved to hated. Love to be hated. So I don't feel any kind of way about it. That's the way that I played this.
Well, I got to give you respect because I see where Mr. Benton was coming from, but you did go in there and try to chat with him, and he wouldn't have the link.
Man, Ian can have the link. Ian can have keys to this broadcast. I really don't care. These folks are not a threat to me. They don't represent any impingement or any impediment to what I'm doing in life and who I am. If anything, they're my greatest teachers and testers indirectly. Okay?
Well, we definitely went full circle. I saw Mr. Ian has showed back up.
I saw it, sir. They're telling me they're all clamoring down there. They desperately want gossip and controversy and chaos, and I'm not going to give them what they want. I did that for too long against my better judgment. I'm tired of dumbing myself down and having to serve people from a place where they're at, where they want to stay at. You want to do better, be better, get better, have better conversations, better numbers, better broadcast, better bank account, better community, better lifestyle, better family. It's here for you. It's been shown to me. Why would I hustle backwards with people who don't want to get to it or aren't even willing to listen on who and what we need to be to get there? I don't give a fuck what Benton thinks in a Motel 6 room, ranting and raving using my voice as a drop. I don't care what he thinks about me using the term we. This isn't a cult. And when I say we're oneself, we're one consciousness and awareness. You all ain't unique and special. That's your pride and ego again. So if you all were unique and special, we'd never be able to have a conversation. And we're able to have a conversation. Most of you are just not willing or able to because your comprehension is lacking. You're not willing to be patient and listen. And you're not willing to reflect on who and what you are and what you've chosen thus far to got you where you are. And you don't want to be real with yourself about where the fuck you are. Nowhere in life. Nowhere in your community. Nowhere with your family. Nowhere with the spiritual force that guides all of creation. So let's just call it what it is or stay.
Sorry about that, folks. I wanted to respond to a particular part of that. I'm pouring the coffee, so give me just a second because I don't want to get too far ahead. All right, folks. Thanks for your patience. We need the caffeine. Very important. And I really want to talk about this idea of a conversation. I think this is, well, I know this is critical because what did we see when Paul came in to my channel the other day is he was unable or unwilling to have a conversation with me, right? Now, his version sometimes of what he's referring to as conversation is him bulldozering everybody and browbeating them into submission in some way. Now, the fact is, Paul, you can talk about love and you can talk about care and all of these things all you want, but we see the behavior sometimes, right? Which I'm not here to, by the way, I'm not going to hold Paul accountable. I'm just not going to talk to him, right? there is some version of, I'll just take my ball and go home. Meanwhile, oh, that's right, I've been going live 7 days a week. I'll go talk to 50 people at 5:30 a.m., which part of that is the Z pre-show. That's fine. Who cares? You want to talk about ego? That's like a lack of ego right there. It's like, yeah, I recognize it. I'm the Z pre-show, and now he's about to start talking. And do you think I care? It's not my concern that over the next however long, yeah, maybe there was 50 people here, and now it's going to be probably 35 by the next an hour and a half from now. And hell, I'm going to be wanting to watch him, right? Because Paul, the thing is about you and Z, y'all can have whatever entanglements you want. You can have whatever, conflict you want to have, but we can't ignore the fact that close to 100 people are going to be listening to Z. It's going to take a couple of hours to build up to that. You can make fun of him for going live early in the morning. Well, if this is a radio format in a way, there's morning shows, man, right? There's people who talk in the morning. There's people who talk in the nighttime, all right? There's people who talk all hours. Tommy, right? Although, we can make fun of Tommy. It seems like he does sleep sometime, right? He's not here 24 hours a day. But yeah, this is how it works, man. But I want to go back because I was listening on my phone, and there's a 5 to 10 second delay. So I didn't. By the time I wanted to respond, it took me a minute to get the delay to catch up. Hang on, let's see where.
Stay the fuck away from me. Where? We don't want to blacking, able to have all ain't you. Thinks hustle ass better bear at where that's my better judgment. Really want gossip and controversy and chaos, and I'm not going to give them what they want. I did that for too long, against my better judgment. I'm tired of dumbing myself down and having to serve people from a place where they're at, where they want to stay at. You want to do better, be better, get better, have better conversations, better numbers.
Paul, most people are going to not change and grow over time. I mean, I hear the man's frustration here. I mean, we all hear it, right? Paul, the reality is the vast majority of people are not only not going to grow and change and go forward, you're going to see them regress. You're going to see them make blunder after blunder. You're going to see them create all sorts of insane problems for themselves. It sounds like Paul's having some of this in his family. I have some of this in my family, clearly. Well, I shouldn't say clearly, but I do. I have some of this in my own family. Now, you want to talk about love? We can talk about love and care till we're blue in the face. I don't know that any of us embodies those aspects across the board. I'm sure Paul does at the level of certain, sensitivities and certain regard for people, and probably does have a strong desire to see people grow and change and evolve. But a big part of me and what I might be willing to call feminine care, which I don't even really like. Again, I'm from a culture that completely rejects even talking that way. But a big part of that is number one, meeting people where they live. In this case, a Motel 6, right? Which I understand he's making jokes, but yeah, some version of a Motel 6, right? Now we can talk about why I got here and how I came to be here. That's fine. And I understand he's hurt, man. He's hurt. He's a sensitive person. He's hurt. I mean, what else can we say, man? I built myself up into some version of you can't hurt me, that's been my own defense mechanism, good luck with that. Right. But at the same time, that's for me to balance these things out. It's for me to be able to be vulnerable with other people in certain ways without letting them just fucking hurt me. Right. And I didn't even intend to hurt Paul in this way. It wasn't my intention. But again, that's what I've talked about with Highly Suspect, who seems to think the intention is important. I'm like, the intention doesn't fucking matter in a lot of. Do you think whatever Paul's feeling? Do you think what does the intention have to do with it? I didn't have an intention to do that, or at least not one I was aware of, right? But yeah, I'm also sensitive. I get this, but there is some version of guarding one's own heart that comes to play, as far as I'm concerned. But the fact is, man, these people in the live chat, maybe they are exactly what people, and again, I'm not trying to demean the people listening. This is called poor mouthing, folks. And unfortunately, my culture does this. And, I will have a certain type of tone of voice that it sounds like I don't have a disdain for the audience, but I know it sounds like I do. But I am the audience, by the way. That's how egoic I am. I am the audience, for fuck's sakes. Anyway, I don't even know if I'm making sense now, but Here, let's refocus. I fully accept, by the way, this is, it's not truth. This is reality, right? Until proven otherwise, until I see otherwise, the vast majority of everybody that I interact with is not going to grow and change. They're not going to move forward. They're not going to seek reconciliation. It's just not good. They're going to continue to undermine their own efforts, right? There at times, people that I observe like Bex are going to have a true intention to want to grow and change in certain ways, maybe with their healthy habits, maybe, with weight loss, which who cares? It's none of my business if somebody, if she decides she needs to lose weight, that's her. It's not my business. But, I see that most likely they're going to start down a path and then they're going to either abandon it or they're just going to fall flat on their face. This is people, by the way. Welcome to humans, Paul. Welcome to humans. This is how the people are, man. And you can't change that. You were not given the power to change that. You may have a strong desire to see people do better. Guess what? So do I. Guess what? It doesn't matter. It's of no consequence because I wasn't granted the power or authority to intervene on these people's behalfs and lead and lift them up. Meanwhile, if I believe that that's something worthy of doing, right? Reconciliation, that's within me, for me, on behalf of me. That's the only place I can be effective. And Paul knows this. I mean, this is obvious. It's within myself to reconcile. And the fact is, he is somewhat hurt, and part of that is he's probably a little bit. It is what it is, man. He's probably a little bit fucking stunned. Got punched in the face or got punched in the head a few times at the level of his own ideas, right? And he can characterize it however he wants. He can construe it however he wants. We all saw what happened. Okay, he's been getting by with some lazy ideas intellectually, and no more, not for now anyway. And he's going to tighten up, and I'm pretty sure he's already started tightening up. Good, that's good for everybody. That's because some people are actually listening to more than just the sound of the person's voice talking. But I've figured out a long time ago, probably when I was living in the streets with nothing for several years, many years actually, that most of these folks, I meet them where they live, right? Meaning I'm on their level. I can get down to their level, right? I'm as good or as bad as anybody else. And, they're probably not going to grow and change, but they might. That's the thing about the parable of the sower. If I can plant a seed here and there, whether or not that seed grows has nothing to do with me. The seed's planted and it either grows or it doesn't, right? Can I be okay with this? Can I be okay with the fact that I'm going to continuously observe people who's just go from disaster to disaster to disaster, right? And I've done my own version of that in the past, and the people in his family, right? This is what the people are, man. It's a fucking shit show, brother. It's a shit show.
Numbers, better broadcast, better bank account, better community, better lifestyle, better family. It's here for you. It's been shown to me. Why would I hustle backwards with people who don't want to get to it or aren't even willing to listen on who and what we need to be to get there? I don't give a fuck what Benton thinks in a Motel 6 room.
Well, see, this is the thing, though. See that, but again, now we're back to my way or the highway. What you like to have contemporaries, Paul? Like, I don't need to join Paul's 150 person broadcast. Now I can. But there's 50 people in the morning that want to listen, right? You can't do 24 hours, Paul. Can't I be here by myself talking to 1/3 of the audience about the same principles, by the way? The same things I've done that he's done, right? That walk and that path and that growth? Or, oh, wait a minute, I need to submit to Paulie Boy's understanding. I can't. I couldn't if I wanted to. Now, I can do an imitation of the kissing of the feet, the sucking of the feet that he wants to talk about. Yeah, I can temporarily do that for my own purposes, and that's wrong. And I've looked at it, and I'm in the process of correcting that, and I'm going to apologize by not doing that shit again. But it's probably too late for, that apology to have any effect on Paul. It's actually going to be if I run into another charismatic type person that I would like to work with on some level, And then, why assign meaning to somebody saying they want to work with me? I've got all kind of people that post things in the live chat or send me emails or talk about wanting to get in where they fit in. I put zero value on that because I wait to see what does the person bring forth. Now, part of this may be Paul's problem that he's read too much into something. Again, probably not being willing to fully accept just how craven and ineffective most people are, in spite of them having an intention and intention. I don't hold it against people who've sent me emails in the past wanting to do this or wanting to do that, and I'm excited by that idea because I'm not attached to the idea. Now, Paulie can come on here and talk about non-attachment all he wants. Well, boy, that's a practice, sir. Can I see you do the thing, right? Meanwhile, is it okay to just say your feelings are hurt, right? I came on here and talked about, the me and Drew stuff. I've talked about everything I know to talk about with the me and Drew stuff. Yeah, I was hurt and angry over some aspects of that. I'm sure he was too, his version of that, right? But we're either going to, and by the way, I reconcile that within myself, by the way. See, I don't reconcile with the other person. I think that's, is that what Paul's trying to do here? I don't know. I'm not a fucking expert. Like, I'm not an expert in Paul's fucking psychology and emotional makeup. I don't know. I can tell he's very sensitive. Well, guess what? So am I, right? So are other folks. That's just how it is. But, you can't hurt me, man. Like, dude, I lived in Paul talks about, that he's, he doesn't mind being in public and doing things that other people view as embarrassing. Bro, they desensitize me to doing weird shit in public. It's called knocking on doors and trying to talk to people about religion as a Jehovah's Witness. Like, man, come on. And I was homeless in the streets for so long. Like, you can't hurt me, man. I mean, that's the thing is you can't hurt me. But it doesn't mean I'm not sensitive. It doesn't mean I don't feel things very deeply, right? But, now I got to be attacked, which is fine. And I wanted to make a point about the chat earlier, and my apologies. And I'm on a bit of a tangent here, so bear with me, folks. I'll get to greeting everybody that's rolling in late. And I'm assuming Z's talking by now, although maybe he's not. Is he even live today? Let me see. Or is it No Z show today? Yeah, he's live. 40 watching. Okay, cool. But my apologies. I wanted to say, the chat, and Paul seems to, it seems like one of the major contention points was when Paul comes to this channel, it's like, I think he wants it to be some version of, if there's certain names in the chat, I think he just doesn't want to have to read those comments, right? But my thing is, look, these are human beings, brother. Presumably. Now, maybe some of them are computer programs. I don't know. But, assuming these are human beings, why wouldn't I just meet them where they live? Why wouldn't I have them around, right? Why wouldn't I read their comments? Okay, why wouldn't I challenge them at times? Tinsel TQ was in here yesterday. He used to be here every day, right? Then he just left, no explanation. I didn't get hurt over that. I didn't get my feelers about that. It's like, well, he was here, now he's gone. Then, he's kind of talking shit to me over at Z's, and I'm just like, hey, good to see you, because it's good to see certain people. It is good to see them. And then, he came back over here yesterday. I don't know if he's going to come back or not. It might have just been for old time's sake. And he was sort of trying to, go in on me a little bit. And I'm just basically like, do you care? It's like acting like I'm, acting a certain type of way. And I know I'm being cryptic here, but, acting a certain type of way. And it's just like, at a certain point, it's like, do you even care? Because I'm not willing to accept that people just really give a shit. More and more, I'm seeing most people don't give a shit. Most people are here for their own purposes, and that's okay, right? Because I don't know if y'all have looked at the fucking YouTube app or you've looked at the other internet apps, but there's a lot of places these people could be, right? They don't have to be here. That they're choosing to be here. Now, some of it is they kind of do have to be here because, realistically, where else are we going to go? Myself included, Paul included, and he can have some high-minded notion of, success and all of these things. But, there's a reason why Paul's in these areas where we are, right? There's a reason for all of that. You know, if he could Wes Watson, he probably would Wes Watson, I'm assuming, meaning, you know, if he could have a larger audience. We know that just based on certain ideas and the system, presumably, you know, having a certain view of the person's personality, you're just not going to be allowed to grow beyond a certain point. That's just what it is. As far as I know, there's nothing anybody can do about that. I've accepted it. But if I wanted to do broadcasting as a younger person, I'm pretty sure I could have went through the system and had a professional job doing broadcasting. It never appealed to me. I want to be able to say what I want to say. That's very important to me. Even within the censorship of YouTube, I still mostly get to say whatever the fuck I want, for the most part. You know, there's no version of going into corporate media out here and being able to just say whatever the fuck I want.
Ranting and raving using my voice as a drop.
Yeah, but I'm not ranting and raving, and you know radio is they use voices as drops, man. Dude, people love it. Again, how can he talk about entertaining broadcast and entertaining the people? That's part of entertaining the people, bro. I mean, that's part of the thing. Meanwhile, remember when he was pretending like OTW was getting all these phone calls from powerful people that wanted to work with OTW, and he worked me into some of it? Oh, that's completely fine, right? But I'm not quite as sensitive to being made fun of for whatever reason. You know, why is that, by the way? Maybe because I've been there, done that, and realized that certain people are going to make fun of me no matter what. Certain people are going to make fun of you, Paul, no matter what you do. That's just how it is. And meanwhile, using your voice is a bit of an homage, if you ask me. And that is, Paul knows he's in his feelers, which is fine, dude. We all got feelings. I'm not here to demean somebody for having an emotion. I mean, we're humans, man. We're supposed to be fucking upset at certain things. It's how it's supposed to work.
I'm not going to give them what they want. I did that for too long against my better judgment. I'm tired of dumbing myself down and having to serve people from a place where they're at, where they want to stay at. You want to do better, be better, get better, have better conversations, better numbers, better broadcast, better bank account, better community, better lifestyle, better family. It's here for you. It's been shown to me. Why would I hustle backwards with people who don't want to get to it or aren't even willing to listen on who and what we need to be to get there? I don't need
to listen to you to get to what I need to. That's the whole point, Paul. You might need to listen to me in some ways, right? Because I'm observing you, by the way. You know, how many people do you know, Paul, as you complain about people not growing and changing and doing the practices? Well, I'm doing the practices. I've been doing the practices for a long fucking time, and I'm observing you, buddy. And I'll happily provide you with my input, especially if you ask me questions. Oh, but now we're in some kind of ego space, maybe, right? You know, now we get down to trust. And Paul can talk all he wants about accountability and all of these things and, you know, rights and freedoms. I see a man who don't trust. That's what I see. I see a person who suffers from a lack of trust. Okay. Now, I've noticed that in a lot of people. I think it's an epidemic in this country and probably in the world. It's a lack of trust, you know. But, you know, I don't know, man. Can you just trust that at times I'll probably be able to give you some feedback that you might not come to on your own, or that you will come to in the future, but it's a bit of a shortcut? I don't know. But again, what are we talking about? Humility, right? I've managed to be humble at times and accept input from intelligent people who are observing me, which is an advantage because I'm inside of here trying to observe inside of here, right? It's way better if, you know, when I'm, you know, if somebody else is observing me and can say, hey, man, well, what about this, that, and the third? I don't have to answer them, but I can put it in my brain and say, you know what? Maybe they have a point, because I see that this is an intelligent person. I see that this is somebody who is insightful, right? I see that this is somebody who is very adept in psychology, especially talking about me now. Okay. This is somebody who's very adept at working in ideas and concepts, especially abstractly. I'm very good at it, right? But I don't need to run the show. I don't need to be in charge. I don't need to even be listened to necessarily. But don't lecture me about having a conversation when you came over here and you had an opportunity to have a conversation with me. You had an opportunity to shut the fuck up and listen to me, and you chose not to. And unlike a lot of these people, I'm not going to loop and spiral and yell at you and forcefully try to get you to shut the fuck up so that I can say my piece. Same thing with Tommy. I don't do that with him either, right? If he wants to hear what I have to say, he's going to have to shut the fuck up long enough for me to tell him. And guess what? Sometimes Tommy can't shut the fuck up and listen to me. But he has managed to shut the fuck up and listen to me more than Paul has. Surprising, huh? There at times, Tommy's been able to come in humble and with a calm energy and listen to me say more than half a sentence. Paul came, I got half a sentence out. You know, by the way, I don't know if you've listened to me talk, Paul. I need to talk in a paragraph. I need a paragraph minimum. Half a sentence ain't going to do it. When I'm at half a sentence, I haven't even made a point yet. I'm setting up the thing I'm about to say, right? But Paulie Boy is so intelligent, you know, he doesn't even really need me here for the conversation. See, he really doesn't need me here for the conversation. It's like, yeah, man, I can go walk. I can go out here and be homeless for another 6 years or whatever, and I can just walk around and have conversations with myself. Yeah, I can do that too. You know, but isn't it better, right? If I listen to Paul at times and he listens to me at times. But again, we're going to get to some humility, and it's not not my concern if Paulie Boy is humbled, and he is humble in many ways, by the way. I don't view him as that arrogant or narcissistic or egoic. I don't view him that way. And I think a lot of people miss his humility. They just don't see it because it's just not something they necessarily believe is possible. He exhibits humility much of the time, right? But I'm talking about in this regard. You want to talk about having a conversation. You've never shown a desire to have a conversation with me, right? I'll have a conversation with you anytime you want. What I'm not going to do is I'll put almost no energy into trying to dominate the conversation enough that you will finally shut the fuck up and listen to me. If you can't figure it the fuck out, Paul, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not wasting my time, effort, and energy to get you to listen to me. If you see a value in listening to me, you will shut the fuck up. That's how you will demonstrate that you value my words. So the fact that you come in here and do all the talking, that communicates to me that you don't value anything I have to say. And you can paint a picture however you want with your words, and I'm never going to believe that. All I'm going to do is say, well, this person has proven that they don't want to hear from me. That's what I've been shown.
Give a fuck what Benton thinks in a Motel 6 room,
Clearly.
ranting and raving using my voice as a drop. I don't care what he thinks about me using the term we. This isn't a cult, and when I say we're one self, we're one conscious and awareness. You all ain't unique and special. That's your pride and ego again. So if you all were unique and special, we'd never be able to have a conversation. And we're
by the way, he's talking about himself here. We can't have a conversation, Paul. I don't know that we've ever had a conversation. Yeah, exactly. But we're not oneself, see. Funny how that works. See, he's very confused in this. He's just confused in this way. You know, you're pretty fucking smart, man, but you don't have it all figured out.
backwards with people who don't want to get to it or aren't even willing to listen on who and what we need to be to get there. I don't get.
Why do you think I need to listen to you to get to anything? I mean, seriously, most of my development's done. I don't need to listen. Now, I will listen to you. I do listen to you, by the way. But I don't have a need to listen to you. Now, other folks might, right? But guess what? Other folks can listen to other people and get there. Other folks can listen to themselves and get there because ultimately it's all within them. The work is within them no matter what. It's not a follow Paulie Boy to the promised land. That's a fucking fantasy. That's a delusion. That's a delusion is what that is. That's not a thing, sir. Hate to break it to you. That's not a thing. It's not a follow Benton to the promised land either. You don't think I've had people try to follow me in certain ways and try to latch on to me because they see I can do some shit? You're not the only one, Paul. Yeah. It's just my thing is I'm not interested, man. And, you know, especially as I get older and I got my own shit to deal with, more and more challenges. I'm not interested, man. It's not interesting to me.
Give a fuck what Benton thinks in a Motel 6 room, ranting and raving using my voice as a drop. I don't care what he thinks about me using the term we. This isn't a cult. And when I say we're one self, we're one consciousness and awareness. You all ain't unique.
We're not one consciousness and awareness. We're just not. You're just wrong. That's not what's happening here, sir. This is a wholly individual experience. It's not a team sport. You might want it to be a team sport. It's not. That's truth, sir. That's the truth that is manifesting. And until the truth begins to manifest here in a different way, that is the truth that is alive. That's the truth we're all living. This is a wholly individual experience. This is not a team sport. It seems to be because people have to work together. They have to team up. They have to interact with each other. And they do that separately. Always. We're not one consciousness. We're not one self. I don't know why you ever chose to believe that. Show me. I don't see it. That's not a thing.
Unique and
Just
special.
not.
That's your pride and ego again.
So
If
do
you
you
all were unique and special, we'd never be able to have a conversation. And we're able to have a conversation. Most of you are just not willing or able to because your comprehension is lacking.
I don't know, man. If you're talking about me, sir, I'm the best at one-on-one conversations. I'm the best. I'm the best broadcaster at one-on-one conversations. Period. And I tried to leave room for the possibility that Paul might be better at it than me if he applied himself. I don't think he would be. He's got a long way to go to be on my level with the one-on-one combos, sir. Hate to break it to you. That's my wheelhouse, not yours. And part of that is I've trained myself to shut the fuck up, listen, and tune into what the other person is saying, even if I want to jump on what they're saying. Because I'm smart enough too, Paul. Guess what? I'm smart enough to let somebody say half a sentence and then pounce on what they've said. You know why I don't do that? Because that shit's rude and inappropriate. And it's how to not have a conversation. And yeah, I do get in that mode at times with people, and I do start to do that. And when I observe that I've done it too much, I stop and I take a step back and I say, hey, and I even say it. I say, hey, I can see that I'm starting to dominate the conversation. What do you think? Because I'm honoring the other person's part in the conversation, because the fact is it's going to have to be a 50-50, whether one person does more of the talking or not. Right? Now we get into person A using person B for person A's own gratification. If he comes in here and uses me, right, to gratify himself, okay, why would I ever want to have a conversation with that person? Now, I'm happy to hear him out. Meanwhile, he left. He left before I could respond. Think about that. Who does that? Who says we're going to have a conversation and then just leaves? Right? That's a lack of trust, by the way, and that's also, to me, it's almost like a fear of not knowing what I'm going to say, not knowing what I'm going to do. Can you not trust me to just appropriately address the issues? Right? And let's just say he was kind of turned off by me starting out with an apology, because I listened back to that, and the fact is, by that late in the day, I'm not in my full faculties, right? And I was kind of floundering a little bit, because I did get to talk more at the start, and and then the apology and all that. But I need to apologize for me, not for him. It's all for me. It's not for him. When I say that I'm the best at the one-on-one conversations, that's not for them. It's for me, right? And I know it's a little counterintuitive, but can I fucking discipline myself, even though I might want to do all the talking? Meanwhile, you got a channel, Paul. Anytime you want to do all the talking, you can do all the talking. So is it okay to trust the other person to just maybe let them do the talking at times? At times.
You're not willing to be patient and listen, and you're not willing to reflect on who and what you are and what you've chosen thus far to got you where you are. And you don't want to be real with yourself about where the fuck you are. Nowhere
This is all you, man. This is all you.
in life. Nowhere in your community. Nowhere with your family. Nowhere with the spiritual force that guides all the creation.
I'm just fine in all of those areas. Now, I would say that the community is that's just not even a thing, right? Meanwhile, is it for me to go build the community? You know what I'm saying? Now, if I spend a lot of time building up a group of sycophants who will tell me my shit don't stink and who will worship me on some level because they need to worship somebody, not that I'm so great. These are the cult dynamics, by the way, Paul. Forgive me for not honoring that as community. Okay. So everything he's saying that he thinks he's saying about me, and, projection is starting to lose all meaning, but, it's like narcissism. It's gotten, people have gone to that well so much that it's just almost doesn't mean anything. But, I'm doing just fine in all of those areas, sir, especially as somebody who was in the motherfucking streets. I'm not a truck driver. Right. I identify as a homeless person. I don't identify as a truck driver. So by homeless person standards, I'm doing pretty fucking good, Paul. Pretty fucking good. Most of the homeless people couldn't afford to spend months and months and months in a motel. I don't know if you know this. By homeless person standards, I'm doing really fucking good, right? Just having a CDL, a job and an income to fall back on. I'm not, by the way, Mitchell can make fun of me for, welfare all he wants. I'm not on disability. I don't get a check, right? Don't want one. I'm not disabled. I took advantage of food stamps in the past. Who cares? It's a drop in the bucket. Meanwhile, the whole country's been on stimulus checks for the most part. I don't think anybody even is concerned with me having food stamps in the past, right? By the way, doing just fine with my family, although, and Paul's talking about this thing with his dad and I guess his uncle, his dad's brother, presumably. I've got my own versions of all that, Paul, and the fact is, when we see the state that society's in, my relationship with my family is probably about as good as possible, right? These people, I could just sit here and complain about them. I could say, I grew up in a nice custom home on 5 acres, and my dad basically gambled away the small fortune that he had built up over a period of years, because he's not introspective and couldn't realize that he thought he was going to trade stocks and fucking currencies for a living starting in the 90s, but really he had emotional problems and he got involved in compulsive gambling. But since he's the type that would never go to a casino, he didn't view it as gambling, right? Lying to himself, So now he lives in an apartment and there's no space for me, right? If I'm ill and I need to come visit, or maybe I need to hang out for a month or two or whatever, that space isn't available. Same thing with my mom. She doesn't really have any money, and she had gotten some money when she divorced my dad. She just fucking wasted all of that. Let my sisters steal about half of it, or manipulate her out of like half of it. Some bozo she married took the rest. She fucking had a paid for nice house where, there would have been, if Benton wanted to come hang out for a couple of months, there would have been space for him. That's gone. Now she lives in a place with her current husband, who I guess they're probably going to stay together. Thank God. There's just enough space in the house for them. And, I don't know if y'all can tell this, but, I tend to dominate whatever space I go into. So, I used to be able to go visit for like a night or two. Now, and especially once I started the truck driving, I always had enough money to stay in a motel if I wanted to. And now they won't even let me stay in their house. But it's not because of my behavior. It's there's not space. There's no space. It puts everybody out, and then I'm just like sleeping on the living room floor or whatever, which I sleep on the floor anyway. It's fine. And then my sister, one sister in Arizona, and she's a bit of a mess. Now that's probably the one I could go and stay with, right? That's probably the one who would have some space. That's probably the one who wouldn't have any trouble with me staying, except her life is probably so chaotic, see, that I wouldn't want to be around that. See, isn't that interesting? And then my middle sister, she's got the good sense to just, she knows she's got a good thing going with her husband. And, the last thing they're going to do is have me hanging out. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure her husband drinks a lot. And, I can't be around somebody that's drinking heavy. I don't deal with that very well, especially when it's their house. It's a bad situation for me, right? But yeah, I'm on good terms with everybody in my family. Although my youngest sister, I don't talk to her very much, and last time I talked to her, it didn't go that well. But I can only hold up my half of the relationship, and my mom's mind has gotten ruined by the fake pandemic. The bioweapon attack, and she almost died, and then was in the hospital and all of this, and they tried to kill her with the ventilator, and she said no to the ventilator, and that's the only reason she's even here. But they still tried to kill her with the remdesivir, but. Yeah, that's what it is, So now she's on oxygen for the rest of her life. She sleeps with oxygen, and I don't know what happened. Apparently, she got signed up for Medicare, but then she knew that it was the only reason it was available was because of the pandemic. But apparently, she never connected in her mind that the pandemic would one day officially end, and so her budget and her being able to survive month to month was based in part on her health costs being paid by a pandemic, but then not being able to foresee that the pandemic was going to end. Meanwhile, I was driving a truck I would have happily given her fucking $500 a month every month the whole time I was working. Who cares? It's just money. Who cares? You know, next thing I know, I'm, you know, having my own health challenges. I'm not, you know, working consistently. And now it's just like needs money for oxygen. So, by the way, sent her like $140 not that long ago, you know. But this is what it is, man. People's lives are in fucking shambles. Have you not noticed this? Like, this is what it is, man. I'm doing pretty fucking good. So is Paul. I mean, a lot of people, you know, compared to what's going on out here. I mean, this is complete fucking banana. This is just complete crazy land outside of here. You know, that's another reason. Why do you think we're in the metaverse all day, for fuck's sakes? Yeah, this place is crazy and chaotic on some level, but it's not like out there. That shit's off the chain. I don't want nothing to do with it. You kidding me? Good God. Yeah, exactly, Kay. Everybody has their own issues, indeed. Indeed. Yeah, but you can attack me all you want. You can't make me feel bad. I'm doing fucking great. I went from in the streets for six years, sleeping outside, to having a CDL and driving a truck and making over $1,000 a week. You know, last time I worked 3 weeks and made 5 G's. I mean, fuck, you can't, what, you know, and was sick as a dog, you know, and part of me feeling good lately and being less sick is I'm not doing shit. I'm not doing anything. If I do an 11-hour broadcast, big deal, you know. Yeah, my eyes kind of hurt right now, so what? You think my eyes don't hurt driving a truck, you know, at night, by the way? Fucking night driving at my age with my issues? Come on. 7 days a week. Again, I don't need days off. What's up, Joseph? Can't quite pronounce your last name. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I saw Sterling Ray was in here earlier. Hey, what's up, London man? What happened to... There she is. Good to see you, Sterling Ray. I meant to greet you earlier, but I was on a bit of a jag. She's probably over at Z's. But see, I'm not competitive that way. It's like, yeah, people like Z. They want to go listen to Z. Yeah, who cares? Don't we want the people to be where they want to be? I mean, what the fuck? Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah. That priest class loved that promised land. Nothing like an impossible and unverifiable reward to allow us to always shift the goalposts. Yeah. Good to see you, Brother Austin, by the way. And apologies for being behind in the chat. Well, and I'll say this to TBE. Do you really want to know? I mean, are you really? Because I've told this many times, and I feel like I've told it to you before. But are you asking on behalf of the audience? And some of these clips I'm about to play have to do with you on Mr. Unslaved, by the way. I need to get to that. We got more clips to get to. Oh, yeah, there's Sterling Ray. Good deal. Hey, good to see you, Capricorny. But I'll tell the whole story if you really want to know, but I figure everybody kind of knows by now. But it had a lot to do with the financial crisis, the 08-09 crisis, in which, you know, at a certain point, I could make just enough money working, you know, an hourly job. I could make just enough money to pay my bills, right? Whereas in the past, I could work full time and have money left over, you know, to maybe do some things I wanted to do and, you know, buy some computer equipment here and there. You know, that was my hobby for years. And, you know, once they put the squeeze on me, you know, at a certain point, I realized that, you know, I'm living in an apartment, but I only really need the apartment to be presentable for the job, you know, and I only really need the car to go to the job, and I only really need the job to pay for the apartment and the car, right? So the more I started to think on that, I realized, well, if I just get rid of the apartment, the car, and the job, then, you know, at least my time will be my own. And I always knew, just intuitively, I knew that I could make much better use of my time than what somebody could pay me. You know, that I am a type, I'm never idle. I'm never not productive. I'm always accomplishing something. You know, whether or not what I'm accomplishing, you know, is important to other people or honored by other people is irrelevant. I've always been a highly effective person, you know, who can get a lot of shit done. You know, I can manage my own time effectively. I can motivate myself. Like, I have a motor. I don't need, outside motivation to kick my ass into gear. So I knew like I would just fucking figure it out too. Part of it was, but I was having problems. Like I was having problems, the older I got, the more problems I was having conforming to society. And I never fully was able to. It was just the longer time went by, it was becoming more and more difficult for me to, conform to society. Well, what does society do to treat to deal with these problems? Is it sends people to the mental health system, and the mental health system puts them on medication. And I was intelligent enough and knowledgeable enough to know, well, I can't go to the mental health system because all they're going to do is put me on medication. I'm not going on medication. I'm just not going to do it. I'm unwilling to be medicated. So I knew that I needed to figure it the fuck out for myself. I needed to get in here, figure out the old psychology for myself, and which is what I did. So that was a big part of it. But it's fearful. It's a fearful thing going into homelessness. But and I also, I enjoy studying, subcultures and people, and I enjoyed the travel. I enjoyed going to different states and different cities. So yeah, it once I adapted to it, it was I liked it. But it's like I told people, it's like 85% awesome, because a lot of people once they saw how I was living out of the big backpack and everything, and especially as minimalism sort of became more popular, it was an appealing lifestyle to certain folks. And I said, yeah, it's like 85% awesome, 15% horrible, like with nothing in between, like when it's bad, it's bad, but yeah, the good times were very good, certainly. But I don't want to loop too much into the homelessness. So good to see you, by the way, Mr. TBE. But yeah, I want to get back into, I want to finish up especially since he's talking about me, right? But I want to get into some of the older clips from a couple of days ago also.
So let's just call it what it is, or stay the fuck away from me. I don't need to go over where you all are, because you all come to me. I don't go to you. Every single person I met on here, the power has flown one way. You can feel as egoic about that as you want. The awareness and the power and the understanding
I don't have a problem with that.
has flown one way. It doesn't flow back to folks who are hustling backward or haven't moved, haven't progressed.
No, I have progressed. That's the whole. See, it's a false premise, Paul. I have progressed, and I am progressing. I will continue to progress. It's what I do. Been doing it for years now, way before I ever heard of Pauly Boy.
Haven't worked on themselves or in the world.
Yep, but see, he's being disingenuous. Now he's in his feelers. If you can't see the great amount of work and progress I've made, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Because, yeah, I'm demonstrating it day by day. Now, part of this is you ain't paying attention, and that's not my problem.
So do you think like it's pointless to have a conversation? Oh, speaking of Tarek, you fucking coward! You went and raided the village.
Hey! I'm gonna remove you out of here. I don't want to yell and scream, and I'm not gonna do your fake ass controversy and drama.
That's not fake. He's a coward.
Hey! To take it down a bit, have the conversation as a man, or I'm gonna remove you. I don't need it right now. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not doing it tonight.
Tarek, we went and raided and pillaged.
Well, and I want to say this, TBE. I first got on the internet, I was barely 18, right? So I was typing smiley faces on the internet in 1994, and I had just turned 18. So I'm going to continue to use emojis all I want, right? Because I was grandfathered into a lot of this stuff. But I see what you mean. It might be a little strange for folks who never really consistently used the internet until they had it in the palm of their hand. I can get that, but I'm exempt from all of that because I was here pretty much first. I think Tribe, I'm pretty sure Tribe beat me to the internet, but effectively I was here before all of you. And in fact, I was here before some of you was born. So I'm grandfathered into the emojis, but yeah, I was typing, colon fucking parentheses, since 94 on the internet. So I don't feel any need to stop because I'm older, but I understand the general sentiment that you're making there. I understand the general sentiment.
The Talcott and the gates crumbled. And you went in there, yeah, let's go. And what happened? We left you behind because you didn't even say a word. You fucking cupcaked it on Jack's panel the whole time. So again, we had to leave the cupcakes behind because you were ready to rage and pillage.
Listen, let's just leave it right here. There's something wrong with me is the new narrative. I'll accept it. Hasn't been the first time I've been characterized that way. Most people, it seems, on here and in life have no problem sitting right next to people silently or talking with them who they just watched do someone else dirty, who they even say they may respect. That's the world you live in. That's the corporate world. You've all been bred like that, so you don't see a problem with it. I'm a street motherfucker, salt of the earth, on the ground. If you get next to someone who disrespected one of my people, more importantly, disrespected the truth, I don't fuck with you no more. Simple.
Yeah, that's fine, Paul, except you're not the only street motherfucker. I've been a street person my whole life, and I was in the streets for years, sir. And not in one area, in lots of areas. Many places, many cities, sir. Many cities. Now, not so much the Northeast, right? Not so much the part of the world you're from, sir. Although I went there quite a bit truck driving. But yeah, living out of a backpack, just wandering into various cities all across the country in the streets, sir. Figured it the fuck out. Okay. So that's another way I'm a little bit different than these other people. And I've told Paul this, and I don't think he's listening. He doesn't seem to understand. You're listening to somebody who slept on a sidewalk across the street from the rescue mission in Portland, Old Town Portland, which is an open air mental asylum, sir. Slept on the fucking sidewalk with my belongings in a backpack. Woke up, got on the first train to Beaverton, where Nike's headquartered, worked in a call center, walked in there, obviously fucking homeless, although presentable and washed because it was a job, you know. But because homelessness is so entrenched and people are somewhat accommodating, you know, all I had to do was check my backpack with the, you know, security, and they stored it away for me. And they even had a shower on the premises. So I was homeless, taking 2 showers a day. How about that? I got a kick out of that. I was showering at work, and then I would work all day in the call center, get back on the train, you know, however long the train ride was, back to Old Town, a.k.a. the open air mental asylum, had just enough time to go to the Bud Clark Commons, the day room where I had a locker, right, and where I was allowed to take a shower even though shower hours were over because I had a job, and you get preferential treatment if you have a job. Took another shower, swapped my clothes out, right, in my locker, so got the clothes I needed for the next day, right, went back to the sidewalk, slept on the motherfucking sidewalk, and did it all over again. Did that for a straight month, homie, and didn't get my first full paycheck. I was on the job 30 days before I got my first paycheck because of this bullshit, you know, 2 weeks behind and holding back a week or however the fuck, whatever the scam is. I had just enough money in the meantime to pay for the fucking train tickets, right? Look, I mean, you can talk all you want about these other folks, Paul, and that shit don't have nothing to do with me. My experiences have been way, way different. If you don't bother to notice or listen to what I'm telling you, that's not my problem. That's a you problem. It's not a me problem. Okay? So you can talk about you're a street motherfucker all you want. So what? You think you're the only one, partner? Or you think because I got a certain accent and I talk a certain type of way? Oh, because I grew up in a nice house? Well, it seems like you probably did too to some extent. Right? You might have chose to run the streets. Well, maybe I did too. See how it works?
You come back to me, you apologize, you make right, we move forward. Till then, you go fuck yourself. I don't care what anybody thinks about it. That's called men of honor where I come from. Okay? So just like he gave me the clue the other day, I catch the move and I know who and what you are, and you can't come back from it but one way with me. So you did it. When you told the pathetic warrior you'll work with him because you don't care about what he does to anybody else, you proved you're selfish and self-centered and you're self-motivated.
But you don't listen, Paul. I've said that since day one. I'm here for my own self-interest, period, end of story. I ain't here for anybody but me. Now, part of me living my purpose, right, and part of me fully expressing and growing and changing into what I need to grow and change into is I will accommodate other folks. I will give first, right? I will facilitate. I will give of myself and of my time and of my efforts and of my intelligence and my analysis and everything I have to offer, I will offer it. But the reason why I'm here is for me. And the fact is, I never joined a motherfucking polyboy crusade, right? Whether you chose to see it that way or not. By coming on your channel and coming on your panel, and by having some folks here who used to, you know, maybe be in a certain, you know, be viewed in a certain light and then fell away from whatever your program is. These are just people, man, to me. This is all just people, just like you are. Now, certainly you get a little bit of a special treatment because of your ability, because of your, you know, certain aspects of your personality, but that only goes so far, sir. Right? So, you know, I'm not worried about a vendetta or any sort of a war or back and forth, but I do not shy away from conflict, sir. Now, the fact that I may not want to come on a panel and get fucking berated and browbeaten again, right? You know, meanwhile, anytime you're willing to shut the fuck up and have an actual back and forth conversation, I'm open to it, but it's going to have to be, you're going to have to agree to shut the fuck up when it's my turn to talk, because I'm not putting a lot of energy into fighting you. I'll use that energy over here and talk to 50 people by myself and play your clips, right? And I'm going to keep doing it, by the way. But, I've got limited interest in these kind of things. But, when did I present myself as someone who was anything other than self-interested? I don't remember doing that. Now, if you assume something different, that's a you problem. You want to talk about accountability, by the way? Why don't you hold yourself accountable for that?
You'll sit there, suck my feet, tell me you love me and respect me so much.
No. You might be talking about Z now. I didn't do that. I would never say I would never be Paul's beta. I ain't nobody's beta, partner. I would never go there. Yeah.
And I'm a great broadcaster, and you want to work with me, and you'll work with anybody, even if they're at odds with me. You don't.
Yeah, because I'm not in a gang, sir. I'm GDI one-man army. I'm OMI GDI. If you can't meet somebody and tell they're OMA GDI, I don't know what to tell you. I'm a one-man army, goddamn independent. I'll work with anybody that I choose to work with, regardless of who they work with. Why? Because I'm in this for me, for my own purposes. Why? Because this is a wholly individual experience, sir. This is not a team sport. Okay? Now, if you can't understand that, not my fucking problem.
Respect yourself and the truth, and you're not loyal to me and or the truth, and you're not.
The truth. See, I grew up in a mind control cult called the Jehovah's Witnesses. They wouldn't shut up about the truth. What do you mean by loyal to the truth, sir? Until you can demonstrate what you mean by that, that means nothing to me. In fact, I interpret that as almost like a bullshit hustler. Come on, right? And the person whose channel's called Pimp, by the way, right? I've also read Iceberg Slim, sir. I've read pretty much all of the material, right? I'm a little different than some of these other guys in that way too. I've read basically everything, okay, and integrated it and understand it on some level. Okay, I've also read the fucking Iceberg Slim. Yeah. I'm very much aware of some of these dynamics. So, when I hear certain types of game being kicked, it's pretty easy for me to be like, okay, well, that's some sort of game. The truth. What the fuck are you talking about, man? What do you mean by that? Because until you can communicate to me what you mean by the truth, you're saying nothing to me. You're saying that you want me to behave in specific ways and be loyal to something you call the truth, and I don't even know what you mean, and I'm not sure you know what you mean. What the fuck are you talking about?
Not loyal to yourself or real with yourself. Okay, so that's how I perceive that, and we could just leave it right there.
There you go, Mr. Tarek.
You folks don't understand self-respect and respect for others, and you don't understand how to get it through real-world conversation and through exchange of information. And
again, real-world conversation, exchange of information from the person who came on the channel and refused to have a conversation and refused to hear anything I had to say. Do I need to play that again? Where he let me talk at the first, right? And then he took over and didn't listen to anything. I couldn't even get a word in edgewise, and then he just left. Okay. Yeah, great.
And reflection and introspection. You want what you want when you want it. When you don't get it, you fucking act out. Not my
Maybe some folks do. That's not me, brother. That describes a lot of people, but it doesn't describe me.
my problem. Go get your fucking numbers and your attention, your fake ass drama and controversy.
Yeah, but here's what you don't know, Paul, is I easily get attention everywhere I go. I'm one of those people. I don't have to do much of anything to become the center of attention. I've been that way my whole life. And I'll say it again. I blew the fuck up on the Joe Rogan Experience message board. I was not on Joe Rogan. I know how the fucking telephone game works. Now there's going to be people in the chat going, Benton was on Joe Rogan? Message board. Before he had a podcast. And then he started his podcast. Joe Rogan. Yeah. Right about the time his podcast was starting, he had a very active, very popular message board. And I know since folks don't really understand the internet, I don't think people even know what a message board is anymore. And that was 2010, right? That was not that long ago. But in the internet time, that might as well have been 100 years ago, right? Well, I was on the internet since 94. So, of course, I was on message boards. And I had a top 10 all-time thread or topic on Joe Rogan's message board. It had almost 8 million views, sir. So forgive me for not being that impressed with Paul's numbers. If you really think I'm out here looking for who I can go fit myself in with at the level of their attention, please understand it's been you and Drew. and it's happened to be two people that I like their content. It's not it's based on nothing other than me liking the content. Also, by the way, there's been other folks who have almost no following, like Yurt, that I'm a fan of, who I've also, fitted myself in with to some extent with respect to content creation. Meanwhile, I'm really fucking good at this. I don't know if you've noticed, Paul. I may not be as good at it as you are, right? Z also really good at it, by the way. He just may not be as good at it as you are. So why wouldn't I want to work with other people who can also do the thing? You ain't the only one who can do the thing, Paul. Like there's Tommy, another person really fucking good at it. Why would I limit myself to you out of some loyalty to you? Based on what, sir? The truth? Are you kidding me? You're going to have to come with more than that, because remember, I grew up in a cult that would not shut the fuck up about the truth. And I'm still not entirely sure what they meant, and I have no fucking idea what you mean by it.
Panels and your money and all your bullshit validation somewhere else, because I ain't going to be a part of it. Less and less you've seen me be a part of it. I went from going everywhere all the time, showing up places, to staying in my area and giving these motherfuckers the same thing that I would want. Stay in your fucking area and keep doing what you've been doing for the last 10 years that's been miserably failing. Are you kidding? Benton had the balls to tell me, I've been doing this since 1994, broadcasting and being on the internet. And this is all you come up with? You're a fucking loser failure.
No, I didn't say I've been broadcasting since 94. So he doesn't listen. He doesn't listen. No, I've been on the internet since 1994. In 1994, you couldn't broadcast on the internet. There was no mechanism to do a broadcast on the internet. It was all text. See, he doesn't listen. So no, I didn't start broadcasting until podcasting started taking off, which is around 2008, sir. That's when the technology finally got to the point where you could possibly have something like podcasting. See, because you're late to the internet, you need me to explain this to you. Okay? And it's okay that you got here late. That's fine. Just I'm here early. Big deal. Tribe was here earlier than I was, apparently. But no, I started my first podcast around 2011, sir. Yeah. Now, the fact that you're pretty fucking good at it, and that doesn't mean I'm bad at it, sir. Yeah, and the podcast also on my own website did pretty good numbers. So did my Nightmare Dystopia podcast. Okay, you're not the only one who can talk into a microphone and get an audience. But it's hard, man. It's a hard thing to do. It's difficult to talk into a microphone and get an audience, especially on a website. But even on YouTube, because of the so-called shadow banning, which I don't even think is a thing. But yeah, we're obviously herded into this little ghetto, clearly.
Failure. That's all I need to know. Just like when Zachary Hubbard came to me. I've been doing this since 2001. We finally up to 100 people. You're a fucking loser failure. And you know what you communicated to me? You don't really believe in your cause, and most other people ain't going to either.
I don't have a cause.
Because if you've been doing this long and you've only come...
See, I don't have a cause, Paul, because I'm not going to lie to these people and pretend like there's a cause. There's not a cause. See, this is going to be the major point of contention with me and Paul. You don't have a cause, sir. But the fact is, people have hope within themselves. They see how horrible things are, and they want to click up and think they can change the dystopia. It's not possible. So, and Paul, the fact is, you're willing to play on those dynamics. And that's part of the reason your skill level, number one, right, which is higher than mine, by the way. I have no trouble. I've acknowledged that since day one. Okay, but guess what? Other people are also good at making content. You're not the only one. But yeah, that's part of it. But the second part of it is these people want to feel like they're part of something that's going to change the world, okay? Which can't fucking happen. It's impossible. And the fact is, you're more than willing to play on those dynamics from what I'm seeing, right? From what I'm seeing, you're more than willing to play on those. I won't play on those dynamics. I'm the Nightmare Dystopia guy. Have you seen the banner for the fucking channel? You probably haven't. So maybe go look at the fucking banner for the channel. Goddamn Nightmare Dystopia with fucking Kaczynski's face up there. Because the Unabomber manifesto, the Unabomber sketch. Right? I'm the opposite. So you might have wanted to figure this out before you even had me on your broadcast. Right? It's not my fault that you didn't even bother to investigate. Well, wait a minute. What's this guy even talking about? Where's this guy? Oh, he's a Nightmare Dystopia guy. Oh, well, probably he sees things much differently than me. Right? So I don't know, man. If I was willing to pretend like I was, spearheading a movement, right? Some kind of cause. You said the word cause. There is no cause. The cause is me. The cause is my progress. The cause is my reconciliation within me, for me, on behalf of me. The cause is my own growth. Now, the fact is, if other people want to grow and change, and they're actually starting those processes or have within themselves, You know, maybe they like to listen to somebody who also talks about some of those things. Maybe, you know, they're going to be listening to somebody, right? And then maybe perhaps they want to be able to ask me a question at times, although that's never happened. You know, I've asked, a lot of what I know came from asking. I saw, well, here's a person who knows how to do a thing. Let me go ask them questions and pick their brain. See, it's actually how I learned how to hitchhike, believe it or not. I met people who knew how to hitchhike because that's a skill. And I asked them questions, and then I went out and did it. And then occasionally I would be able to text them and say, hey, what about this? What about that? Yeah. Nope. Nobody asked me questions. Almost never does somebody like, hey, man, what about this thing? What about that thing? You know, I'm just mystified. But I understand the mechanisms. I understand the psychological dynamics. But no, there is no cause, Paul. The cause is me, because this is a wholly individual experience, right? But not that many people are trying to donate. Not that many people are trying to join a channel and listen to a broadcast every day. But I can't fulfill their needs to feel like that society can be reformed. No, it can't. That's hypothetical until you can demonstrate that these problems out here can be solved. But many people will tune into a broadcast. Many people will donate to a broadcaster to feel. Tarek's one of them. We got one of them right here on the screen. Tarek. He will happily show up every day. He will happily contribute money. Right. He certainly is not contributing intellectual ideas, but that's beside the point. Right. But why is he doing this? To feel like he's part of something that's greater than him. Or he could go connect inside of himself, which is where the power is. That's where the power is. The power ain't out there. The power is in here, sir. The kingdom of Unslavia is within me and within you and within all of us. It's not outside, it's inside. And Paul knows this, but yeah, there's no cause, sir. See, you're already moving forward based on a false premise. There is no cause.
Like when Zachary Hubbard came to me, I've been doing this since 2001. We finally up to 100 people. You're a fucking loser failure. And you know what you communicated to me? You don't really believe in your cause, and most other people ain't gonna either.
Well, Hubbard makes more money than you do, though. But Paul will be like, well, it's not about the money. Well, it's not about the money till it's about the money, obviously.
Because if you've been doing this long and you've only come up with 100 folks, you ain't shit. I mean, shit, I was moving and shaking and causing so much ruckus in conversation. They had to put a damper on my movement. That's the difference between us. So what do you think's animating you?
Well, but I'm in the same space that has had a damper put on it, lest we forget. But meanwhile, like I say, Joe Rogan Experience message board, millions of views. I don't know what to tell you. That happened.
Think's animating me. You think
And by the way, that was my personality. It was my fucking, it was my typings. It was my pictures. You know, it was my content. It was my life. I don't know what to tell you.
My motivation is it's carried me to the top and then right back down to be with the rest of the motherfuckers who need this understanding. Because it wasn't about my fame and my money and my aggrandization and my conversation with a bunch of high-level D-list YouTube online celebrities. Bunch of fucking bullshit and nonsense. The same way it would go down with Hollywood. I walk into the green room, see who's there, listen to the conversation, and go, what the fuck am I doing here? The paycheck ain't ever going to be big enough to tolerate this fucking low-level nonsense.
And you think you're the only one, buddy? You think I couldn't have spun off the Joe Rogan stuff into some kind of career? You think you're the only one here, Padna? You ain't the only one. You ain't special either.
Maybe I have a different standard that is unable to be attained, as Ben and others have told me. I have an unattainable standard.
That's not exactly what I said. I said you have too high of a standard. I said you have a high standard for yourself, which is great, but you also have a high standard for everybody else, which is just not, it's not realistic. I never said it was unattainable. It's unrealistic. Unrealistic. Right.
For consciousness awareness and either reconciliation, resolution, or recognition of who and what we all are and what our position is at this time. Go ahead, Paul Jr. How are you, sir? Good to see my progeny here, looking well.
I'm not in the cockpit yet.
Okay.
All right, and we're going to put this to the side for now. I think I need another quick break, although not really. Where's the water? I probably don't need a break. Where's the water? No, bear with me, folks. But the fact is, one of the first things I noticed, and this is me, not living up to my own principles. But then again, Scripture says, what does that say? Something about be wise as serpents and harmless as doves. That's one of the first things I noticed was that the people in Paul's most of the people in Paul's audience seem to believe that they're part of a movement that doesn't exist, by the way. But they feel like they are, and if they get to feel some type of way, they're happy with that. That's good enough for them. It's like the person who is overweight and wants to eat healthy, but they don't really want to eat healthy. They just want to feel like they're making healthy choices. So they go to the store, and there's many, many products that are marketed as a healthy choice that are not healthy. Look at the whole Subway sandwich thing. Look how big that took off. None of that's healthy. And we know that's not good. None of that's healthy food, but people felt like it was healthy. So Subway's numbers went through the fucking roof. Meanwhile, that Jared could have ate anything. It wouldn't have mattered. Just the fact that he was, basically eating one or two meals a day and walking. He could have been eating any type of food and he would have lost weight under those circumstances. So people just want to feel like they're doing something. They want to feel like they're part of something. I mean, I have to think Paul understands. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe I just am that far ahead with some of my understandings of psychology. I don't know. Maybe I am, because I really am an expert in human psychology in many ways. I don't know. Maybe I don't give my own abilities. Maybe I don't honor my own abilities enough. What's up, Snafu? Good to see you. Oh, is Sly here? Yeah. Oh, man.
And you don't even.
Oh, that's not the right one.
And you don't even know you're being dragged until the end. I thought I was being friendly and nice. Now y'all trying to play me. Get triggered, right? Paul has that effect. He's the daddy. Babe, listen. Yeah, I mean, no, you just.
Oh, yeah. I haven't heard that one in a while.
Yeah, me. Right? Nope. Paul has that effect. He's the daddy. Fuck out of here, man. And you don't even know you're being dragged until the end. Benton. I ain't got to deal with none of you clowns. What the fuck out of here, yo?
Yeah. What's up, Sly? Good to see you. Hey, Big Drink Tea, man. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I know you said you were closing on your house. Seems like it's been about you think you said 6 days. That's probably 6 days ago, right? So a little house closing update might be all right.
Have you been to sleep, Benton?
Yes, I have. Thank you. But yeah. But now Sly Shy in here wanting to remind me about the audience. Well, Sly, I don't know if you know this, but the audience for Paul's broadcast is usually around 150, give or take. And with Z being live, we can't be much higher than 40. So no, it's not the full audience. So there's folks who aren't here. Oh, 54 watching. Wow. 66 over at Z, by the way. The morning ratings wars continue. But yeah, good to see you, Sly. Good to see you. Wow, 66, and we're doing pretty good, man. How long's he been live? About an hour? Of course, he's covering the mainstream news for some reason, but that's his show. He can run it however he wants. What's up, London? Good to see you. Yeah, Benton. Oh, man, I still need London Man. I need a London Man drop, at least one. I put a lot of work into this, sir, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. Maybe today. I'm planning to wrap this thing up in a couple more hours and go shopping. I had 2 watermelons yesterday, and they weren't that great, but they were good enough, right? So probably going to go get a couple more watermelons and maybe some more papaya. Papaya can be kind of hard to find here in Arkansas, but they've had some recently. So you're about to go shopping. Praise God, right?
Bozo.
Mm-hmm.
disgusting. Every fucking time. You're in a room with me now, not the other way around. Remember that.
Okay.
You want to like spoon with me or something? You really want to feel it?
No,
Huh? You man, I love you. I told you daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real, you know?
Anyway, I can just sit here and play with the sound clips all day. So, yeah, that's right, Moose. Praise God. That's right, Sly. They ain't got nothing on you. That's right. You are one of a kind, Sly. They broke the mold after they made you. That's for damn sure. All right, we got more clips. This is actually, this is not from yesterday's Paul Enslaved. It's from, the first couple of clips are from, I don't know, like a week ago, I think. Yeah, hang on. One of these has got to go. Remove. Okay. Anyway, give me a second to share the screen here.
Be necessarily entertaining too much of the metaversal miscreant nonsense.
Uh-oh. Well, come on, Paul. We know that's not going to happen, but that's okay. I can certainly understand having an intention not to get involved in the metaversal miscreant nonsense. But let's be clear. It's just not going to happen, sir. We all know that.
Because I see bigger things on the horizon, and I see bigger purpose, opportunity, and I see bigger consequence and sacrifice, as it should be. So don't be surprised by that if you're looking for the constant drama, dysfunction,
hey,
and sickness.
Rob, good to see you,
You
brother.
may get a limited amount here at this time, but maybe not too much. Maybe not all you're looking for. You may have to go other places for that. Because again, I just can't justify continuing to give these people and these issues that much time, energy, attention. When we got other things, we, in quotes, got other things that we probably are better off focusing on, namely our individual purpose and process, meaning for our life, and how we're going to better ourselves and our life and our families' lives and secure our property rights.
Well, we're not going to do any of that, Paul. I mean, and this is the major disagreement I'm going to have with Paul is he has some idea of a cause. None of this is going to happen, sir. This is you're fantasizing. This is delusion. If you really believe this, now, whether or not he espouses these ideas, as a way to get to something like donations, dude, I'm glad he makes money. Believe me, I don't hate it. I was fucking lived in the streets with nothing long enough. I can't hate on nobody getting paid. I can never hate on somebody for getting paid. I'm glad he gets paid. I've donated. He told me not to donate anymore, so I guess I won't. But maybe I will. Who knows? But yeah, none of this is going to happen, sir. And by the way, again, you might want to check out when the guy calls himself the Nightmare Dystopia guy, you might want to, and talks about living in a literal hell realm, you might want to take him at his word. I'm just guessing.
As it should be. So don't be surprised by that if you're looking for the constant drama, dysfunction, and sickness. You may get a limited amount here at this time, but maybe not too much. Maybe not all you're looking for. You may have to go other places for that. Because again, I just can't justify continuing to give these people and these issues that much time, energy, attention. When we got other things, we, in quotes, got other things that we probably are better off focusing on, namely our individual purpose and process, meaning for our life and how.
Yeah, but we can't focus on our individual process. See, this is what I mean by the we stuff. We can't do that. Not collectively. I can do that individually, and you can do that individually, Paul, and some of the people in the chat can do that. We can't do that together. But humans, most people, when they identify a goal in their life and they say, I want to accomplish this, I want to, change my diet, I want to exercise and lose weight, I want to master a new skill. People typically want to group together and then go and try to do that, which is fine. But when we're talking about these processes of growth and change, yeah, that happens. The progress is measured in relation to other people. That's how I can gauge my progress, right? In some way, I am dependent on Mitchell, trying to trigger me, right? That's how I can view my progress. And you see Mitchell even, getting to Notch at some extent, right? Who's pretty calm and peaceful most of the time, right? We're all humans here, but yeah, the work is in here, man, by myself, by me, for me, on behalf of me. That's what it is. There's no grouping together to do that. There's no cause, man. And none of this can happen. What he's trying to describe here is not going to happen.
We're going to better ourselves and our life and our families' lives,
we're not going to do that. In fact, what we're going to do, Paul, is for the rest of our lives, we're going to watch our families fall further into turmoil and strife and problems and chaos. We're going to see them go farther down that road. See, we're not going to see them change their lives for the better. It's not going to happen. Now, it will in a limited way. Some folks are doing that. The Yurt fellow is one of them. Brother Austin seems to be doing that. Dick some folks are doing that, but they're doing it themselves in their own lives. They're not doing it by grouping up with other people, right? I mean, this is obvious to me. Why isn't this not obvious to other folks? Oh, that's right, because there's no such thing as common sense.
And secure our property rights, freedom, and faith.
We're not going to secure our property rights, freedom, and faith. You might do that, and I hope you do, and you probably already have, and you're probably going to continue to. And people have predicted some version of an Owen Benjamin fucking, on the land grift, possibly, and I don't know. I'm not dumb enough to ever... I might give money to somebody, but I'm not dumb enough to actually think, well, there's going to be a place for me to go. I'm not insane.
I'm kind of like a broken record at this point, I guess. No sense putting off the inevitable. Israel-Hamas war, I know. You probably already bombarded with it. You're probably already bored with it.
I'm not bombarded with it because, again, like I said earlier, it's been trouble in the Middle East my whole life. Why? This isn't any different. This is just the same shit, different day.
But we got to cover it. It's dominating the news cycle. Then I got a couple.
I wouldn't know. I tapped out of the news cycle at the Chinese balloon. Meanwhile, I used to be a news junkie, so I'm out. Y'all have fun. I'm not involved.
Cops getting owned videos, and then I got a couple citizen slaves getting gunned down by cops videos. Those folks love that. Every so often, the format slightly changes a bit, till I get tired of it or until I feel like there's not much value there, and then I kind of switch things up a little bit. You've noticed that. Oh my God, Mr. Talcott is here. Hey, Jack, we're just doing democracy and safety. We're just giving orders to all the people under us. We're going to carry out our deeds.
I'm wondering about your reactions.
What about my reaction?
Slave, was that directed at me?
No, that wasn't.
Slave?
No, that wasn't directed at you, Mr. Talcott. Slow your roll, sir.
Please.
You're being very aggressive with me today.
No.
It's very unsafe feeling. I'm feeling something. Not a safe space all of a sudden. Very passive aggressive. I don't know if the people can stick around and witness this. You're going to continue. That was directed at this pathetic cretin next to you now.
And Jack, the only reason I knew it was directed to me is because my question of was that to me was already muted in the chat. But in my day, we said someone's name when we addressed.
In your day, you got online for 10 years and spoke from a place of insulation where there's no consequences and sacrifice. That's what you do. You're a cell warrior. You're the guy who sits in the jail cell and goes, wait till the gate pops. I'm going to fuck everyone up. And then when the gate pops, we're out there going, okay, come on out. We want to see what you're about. And you don't ever come out. So you're an online box cell warrior like all the rest of them, like the people you all serve. You just talk about doing shit, but you never do it.
Well, number one,
we're still waiting on the videos from Tommy for standing for his rights, for doing anything on the ground. We're still waiting. It's never going to come because we're too busy online telling everyone how we do war and how tough we are. And back in my day, right, live action role playing. That's what it is. I
never said I was making rights and freedoms videos.
Right, you don't do a motherfucking thing, and you're going to be the first bitch to sign papers to have people like me drag the fuck off. Who are you kidding?
I know you're a liar, and you just said bitch, like an effeminate.
Right, I'm mirroring your energy, like how you always tell everyone, bitch. I'll be on my panel, nobody will be watching, yelling to myself, bitch. I'm mirroring you. See, every time I mirror their mincing energy, they say I'm gay and effeminate. I'm doing you. This is how you come into every interaction, bouncing off the walls, mincing, airy-fairy, just completely disjointed. It's like when one of these typical gay men walks in the room, just jumping off the walls, just creating chaos indirectly from their energy. Oh my God, hey everyone. That's your energy. So when I mirror it back to you, you get confused and you start demeaning it. That's you. That's why you're received the way you are by so many.
Man, you're grasping, aren't you?
I have a firm hold over who and what you are, and that's what gets you grinded on every day. I'm not grasping at all.
You know the biggest.
Tell us about your channel again and all the great cartoon videos you've been making lately, you and Provo Child. As we go into complete decadence and decay and disempowerment and warfare, tell us about the great clip videos and cartoons you're making.
Even know you're
That's what I'm trying to say. And you keep
okay, I'll go to the back so you can tell everyone. I'm being really rude right now, and I'm acting like an F word. That's what Tommy wants to call me right now. You're acting like an F word.
A faggot?
Yeah. Let me go to the back so that you can.
You and your daughter.
No.
You and your daughter both have no problem saying derogatory gay toward people, but you just don't like faggot.
No, let me go to the back so I don't
Faggot,
interrupt you
fairy,
using my
queer.
broadcasting
I can't
platform
stop
as
you.
always to promote yourself and your horrible life.
Jack, you understand that our past friend is really losing it because I was trying to tell him.
Faggot,
half
fairy,
my following
queer.
is his cult. They fucking love it, and they're not going to tell him. But the only people that would know about it, Jack.
space. Please respect it.
And he's not even sure if he was kidding back then.
Doesn't work like that, dummy.
Ian is coming back. Did you know that? Turns out all this time his mom has been preparing to go see Paul's mom, and he's making sure he sees her through to that, which I respect. I'm not doing that for my mom. She's got more siblings.
Right, I so respect that. Oh my God, someone's gonna die, so let's put our whole life and purpose on hold. Yeah,
Are
I
you
so respect
mocking
that.
Ian for-
That's such a manly quality. Let's put our whole life and purpose and mission and meaning on hold to get in our feelers about other people and their death process. Oh my God, that sounds so productive and empathic.
I think your fallacy.
I think
is
I'm
that
ascending
Ian's
right now. I
YouTube
gotta go to the
had
back
him
and
kinda
climax.
wait
I'm
over a
ascending.
dying mom. Like, of course he would put his YouTube on hold to go spend time with his
Faggot,
dying mom.
fairy,
I
queer.
Of course he would, because he's like most inauthentic, selfish corporate males who put everything on hold for their feelers in their select circle of group. I know. They have no bigger service to others and purpose, and they'll put their whole nonsense life on hold to appeal to others' emotions and undo their own position. That's what a new man is. Maybe Klaus can send us another check while we put everything on hold to see someone off.
Right?
I understand, Paul. You are on the outs, man. I get it.
Right, I just got told by my father yesterday that I'm really sick and sad because I won't sit around in my emotions and feelers and do trauma bonding with my uncle who's been sick for a decade, done nothing to heal himself, and now has been told he has cancer officially. I'm so bad and wrong for not asking how everyone feels about it instead of just giving them the solution.
No, you're bad and wrong because the last we heard is your dad said he was very proud of this operation and he knew it would be successful, and we knew that wasn't true. Or your dad wouldn't have left. And
No, you misread the situation again. Complete misreading of the situation, but that's okay.
From the guy that's sitting here spouting his narrative, yeah.
Why
So,
are you
Jack,
here again today, every day?
I wanted to ask Jack.
Why are you here again and every day constantly sucking on my balls?
Yeah, so
it's got to be a success here because I got a pack of haters who can't get my balls and name out of their mouth every day. It's got to be a success on some level.
Yeah, you told me to come up or get out.
Right, because I want to make you into embarrassing content again, and oh boy, did it go great.
No, my content's great.
I know, you're a pure embarrassment. You still can't figure out what I figured out a year ago that is obvious, that you think numbers and subscribers means credibility. They're all over there watching you fail and laughing at you and you being an embarrassment. They don't support you. They don't think you're going to succeed. They don't think you have any value. So if just being watched is good enough for you, you broken child, well, have at it.
When have I ever cited numbers? That's your game.
Did you not just before say all of your viewers are unslavia community?
Yeah, because
so you're citing numbers and viewers, and you're using it as points to act as if you've taken viewers from here when people go over there to watch you fail, laugh at you, think you're pathetic, and meander back over here, inevitably. It's the same thing that goes on with all of you panels. Have you not noticed? Then you proceed to spin and cycle for 6 months to a year, going nowhere and doing nothing and not even adding on to your audience. You haven't noticed?
That's what you're doing right now.
No, you're
This
right.
is
Well,
what
you might
you've
be
done every
slightly
time
right there. By engaging you in your sick loop,
please.
I'm not necessarily growing as much as I could. But I accepted that because I got shadow banned originally and taken out of algorithms. My Telegram group, Jeep Girl noticed it, and a few others. I'm losing 10, 20 people a day who aren't leaving. Because you get notifications in the chat who joins and who leaves. It's nothing but people joining, yet I'm dropping in numbers every day. And there's no indication of anyone leaving. So I'm literally shadow banned and taking subscribers from on every fucking platform, including Telegram.
Yeah, you're doing the thing where you've just spouted so much there's nothing to reply. It's
okay. Right, because you're very low level intellect and you can't keep up is what that translates to.
Right. Like whenever I came back to tell you about a thing that now you're claiming you always were spouting, even though you ousted me for coming back to talk about it.
Why should anyone care about anything you have to say or your life?
Because now you're claiming you've been saying what I came to say, but you weren't.
So we should care about what you say and your life because of me? Okay, I'll agree with that. No, I'll agree with that. You just heard him say it. You should only people listening care about him and his life and what he has to say because of something I do and say. That makes sense. So without me, you're pretty much valueless and purposeless and worthless in this metaverse. So you just agreed to what we already know, subconsciously, if not consciously. Thank you.
Paul, you need to watch this later. You need to rewatch this.
No, I don't need to watch this later, and I won't. See? I don't, and I won't. Thank you for your constant advice that I never take.
Well, I kind of blame the chat for not saying
Don't care.
you through them.
No one cares.
Yeah, I know you're going to go to don't care.
No one cares. Go make a video about it like Fat Cynthia. Maybe 200 people
Well, I
will watch
made
you
more
fail and laugh
videos
at you.
about her than about you, and you...
No one cares. That's the thing. See, you presume that I know what you're doing. I don't, because I don't check on you, and I think that you're a
Then
joke.
why did you have a whole spiel to just say about me just now if you're not watching what I'm doing?
Well, because I've had a year of experience with you being a joke.
I haven't been making videos a year. I just got started.
I just don't care. Doesn't matter what you do or don't
I
do.
know that's your loop.
Doesn't matter what you do and don't do. Faceless creature on the internet with no purpose and no legacy.
All right, guys.
It doesn't
You know
matter
how
what
we
you
do.
Oh, look, you chased Jack off.
No, you're doing that.
Oh, I knew that was coming. No,
You haven't figured out that despite
you haven't
I
figured
and Jack's disagreements, that we both
me and Jack
both hold you and similar creatures
me
like
and
you in the
Jack
same
hold
regard.
you.
So at least we share that discernment.
No, me and Jack, we share that.
Okay.
No, okay. See how that works?
Right. You just completely ignore all the facts.
Wrong.
That
I
Jack
don't ignore.
continually
I
comes
focus.
here, doesn't go where you are. When you come up on his panel, he looks at you like you're a freak with 3 heads, like most people.
Actually, the cycle is more like me and Jack are cycling back to like compatibility, at least to communicate.
This is really creepy. Where normally like Jack latches onto me and tries to merge with me,
No,
you're trying to merge with him just to affect me.
No,
It's
I
really
was
bizarre.
pushing Jack. I was pushing Jack.
You know,
off
you
saying
can
he was my
fuck Jack,
enemy.
and I'm not going to care, right? You're aware of that, right? Like, I know you think you're going to get back at me if you wind up letting him fuck
No,
you, but I
see,
actually don't
it's
care.
not about you, Paul.
I know. So why are you here?
Well, you told me to come up.
Because everywhere you go, you make it about me eventually, like all the metaversal
Oh
miscreants and
no,
betas.
I thought I made it about me everywhere I go.
Well, it's either make it about you or talk about how bad
So
I am
which
so
is
you
it?
can make it
Which is
once
it,
again
Paul?
about you and how great you are.
Paulie, I need to know my reality, and you're being really
I just want to know why you have such little audience and horrible results that you wouldn't do a live to compete with mine because you know you can't.
My first
Like,
live
instead of
sold
come
500
here to play
views
your
our
games,
first
why
time.
not do your own live and see if you can compete? Because you know you can't.
I've
No one will
done
be
a
there.
number of
You'll be
lives.
sitting there looking around for 10 minutes like you were the day that you told Cynthia to pull up, like you were going to do beef with her
Yeah,
and shoot it out.
that took like 3 minutes on my
God, you're
first stream
pathetic.
ever.
I'm so glad that I get to be me and not you in this experience from here on out. You are a
Well-
fucking pathetic embarrassment.
Yeah, because you're bringing up a standard that doesn't exist. Like, Paul, I have no thing I need to do except get the community we're involved with to give it a look. Very good at the ASMR. Is that your next play?
These fucking bags are so hard to open nowadays. They're like, I'm quite sure it's going to happen though, in its own way.
So Tarek,
Yes.
because
I mean,
you-
shit, we've already had people head separated from their body, like metaphorically. Look at these people that come on this panel. It's like a headless creature. So metaphorically,
It's all
metaphysically,
heads.
we've already
It's
been
all heads
beheaded.
on the
There is
panel,
no higher
right?
consciousness moving the majority of these vessels around here. It's over. Now comes the physical carrying out of that activation and that conceptualization. Now you physically get disembodied, right? Or beheaded.
Shakira Law.
What are you
Law.
going to ask me, TD?
Okay, so
Well, that's Shakira law. EBT's familiar with the Muslim culture. And what that states is, in the Quran, is if your hips lie, you're an infidel. Because we know Shakira said your hips don't lie. Okay? So any hips that lie are immediately classified as infidels.
Okay, so ask me your question. Go ahead.
so you said you had a 70 grand a month business. Was
I'm
that
giving you an
profit? Was that profit?
approximation.
Was that profit or gross?
Approximation. It can go from 50 to 100 net.
I'll say one thing. I've seen Snafu Snaps, Athetic Warrior, and Jack Talcott's salary combined, and that's gross. I don't want to get into it. Okay.
Yeah.
Continue on,
So where are
please.
you going
Okay.
with this, TD?
We're getting
You're asking
somewhere
me what I'm making. Where are you going with this?
Okay,
Go ahead. Where is this
so
going?
what I'm saying is, what amount of money or what constitutes my condemnation for paying taxes? Since you've paid an innumerable amount more than I have.
You're
Please,
What
assuming
about-
I paid.
Please make
You're
this quick, Terrence.
assuming. Yeah,
Please
go
make
ahead.
it quick. Yeah, just
Yep.
make it quick.
No,
Pretty
you're
sure we just
assuming.
went through this. It's like he didn't hear anything we just said.
I
I don't
heard
think he's willing to hear it.
But where are you going with this, D, again? You're assuming I paid, for example, on 200,000 net profit, that much taxes take a third or 20%. You're assuming that's how much I paid, right? Because you're
Hey,
not
you're going to
assuming
have
as
to
well.
be able to use the definition of the words and terms and objective logic here, and I don't think you can get it done right now. Maybe like practice it. Because
I
if
agree.
someone can tell you how much of what you make you're going to give them implicitly, you're defined as a slave or someone else's property, directly or indirectly. So if you don't mind being a slave of or a
No,
child of a United States of America corporate body with their policy, statute, and code and uniforms, well, if you think that's godly and you feel saved by that and you have faith in that, then just continue. I don't know what to say. I'm okay with it.
so
I do what I do for me and that force. I don't do what I do so you can accept it, and I'm not going to stop doing it because you won't start doing it.
So what I'm trying to get at is, have I apostatized because I'm guilty by association?
Again, I'm
Yes.
not, sir. I'm
Really?
not, sir.
Really?
Sir, I'm not God.
Not
I
you,
don't-
Paul. Not you, Paul. Sorry. Go ahead.
I am not God, and I don't cast judgment. I'm just giving you what my discernment reveals to me. You will find out at some point if you were righteous or whether you were worldly and reprobate. I don't know. I'm sure we all will. We can all say we know. We can all say we got the program. We can all say we got the download and the upload, and everyone else is wrong. We're all going to find out. That's the fun of this game, apparently. So what's the sense of even arguing about it? I do what I do for me and that force because it's revealed to me that's the right thing to do. You got a different idea and you're happy with it? Bon voyage. As they
Well, absolutely, and that's sounds more like something I might say on some level, although I would communicate it differently, right? But so where's the movement come in, right? Where's the movement come in? So it sounds like some version of Paul talking about what I'm talking about, which is I'm here for me. I'm here for my own purposes, for myself, on behalf of myself. Sounds like Paul's doing the same thing. By the way, nothing wrong with that, although who wants to be seen that way? So now there's a movement. Oh, okay. Yeah, the movement is, or the cause, right? Oh, we don't want to call it a movement. We'll call it a cause, right? What cause? There is no cause. I don't see anything happening. I don't see anybody doing anything. And I'm not calling for that. And I'm not going to be joining. If there was a cause and if people were out there doing things, I'm not joining. And what I've come to understand is, whatever this is, Alphabet, Google, YouTube's Hell Pit, as long as I just talk and don't try to organize or don't try to say things that would be like a call to action, then I pretty much am just left alone to talk. As long as, I keep it within certain bounds, right? So, what's even being discussed? There's no cause, there's no movement. These are not things that exist.
Sorry. Happy trails. Got no issue with it. Not here to necessarily convert somebody who doesn't see the value in a conversion and also believe that I can even facilitate that process. Because who am I? I get it.
I'm just saying the tentacles of Satan in this world, I don't think none of us are free from
Gary.
And the consent that you say that I consent to because of taxes, you guys consent to as well, whether or not you know it or not. Like Tarek, what about the car you drive in? What about the taxes that's placed on that car? Did you consent to that?
How do you know I'm paying taxes? I have no plate, for example. Sir,
let's just simplify. Sir, you're driving a car, sir. What do you get the gas?
Let's just simplify this argument. I'm not even necessarily saying tax in and of itself is inherently wrong or evil. I'm saying that you want to do like 7%, a lot of states, sales tax, to claim it's going toward the roads and services. But we can have that conversation. I'm not really an unreasonable man.
The shirt you're wearing is taxed. That microphone is taxed. The walls behind you are taxed.
Sir, he's not listening. He's too busy making non-points.
I'm sorry.
So we're going to have to go soon. We're going to have to go soon. Yeah, it's about that time. We're going to have to go. It's like a Labrador Retriever. Once you do 30 minutes of training, they say got to take a break for like a couple days. It overloads its brain. So like once you do the sit, if you can get sit, give me your paw done in a half hour, just stop right there. Don't go to lay down at that point. You'll fuck everything up and be back to the beginning. They've shown this with a Labrador Retriever. You can only train for 15 to 20 minutes at a time, and it needs a break. Just sit and stay is too much.
Paul, I thought we were having a good time. You don't have to insult me.
No, I'm just saying, like, at some point, again, you want to be reasonable. I'll meet you in the middle. You want to do 7%. You want to do 7% sales tax on all products to fund your United States corporate endeavor because you think government's going to save everybody. Have at it. I'll even participate. What the hell? I'll buy a raffle ticket every time I buy something. Fun. You ain't taking a third of what the fuck I make every year and deciding what you're going to do with it. I'm already been too reasonable with the 7% on all products. Okay? We're not pimping and hoeing to the nth degree here. You want to mac a little bit? I'll give you a way in the door. Why not? I'm not a player hater.
Well, and I'll just go ahead and speak as now, when I first started driving a truck, I was in in Texas, no state income tax. So in Arkansas, it's like 7% state income tax. So I don't even know what they were taking out of my check. I fill out my, the W-2 or whatever, and I put the max. Now they've changed this. I don't know if you've noticed this. See, this shows you how much of a scam, the tax system is in the first place. So when I first started truck driving, I just put down like 10 deductions because I don't file anyway. So what's the fucking matter? My goal is I want them to take the least amount out of every paycheck. So I think since there wasn't, since I didn't have the state income tax, since I was a Texas resident at the time, I think it was like 18% or something they were taking out of each check, something like that. But then at a certain point I had I had one student loan from the 90s. Eventually that, because I worked for one of these big mega companies, mega carriers. Eventually they garnished my check, but hell, I was coming from homelessness anyway. It's like I didn't notice or care the money missing. Really, it was just like, oh, garnishment, $150 a week, and I guess I paid that. I guess I paid it off. I don't even fucking know. I guess I did. With interest, I think it ended up being like 5 G's, but whatever. It's all fucking scams. This whole nation is just a series of scams. It's scam upon scam upon scam. So I think now they've actually changed it to where you tell them a certain amount, you write a certain amount on the W-2. I don't totally understand it, but, my goal is to have the least amount taken out of every check. I don't file an income tax return. And people are like, oh, well, they could do this, they could do that. Yeah, it's the government. They can do whatever the fuck they want on some level. And they're like, oh, the IRS has guns. It's like, yeah, but I don't own anything. Like, mostly the IRS shows up and seizes things. Like, they're not going to be able to do anything to me. I don't owe them any money, by the way. It's just don't file a return. So as long as I don't owe them money, they're not going to fuck with me. I don't know if y'all know this. There's lots of people that don't file And you can't make me file. I don't care what anybody says. They can't make me file a fucking income tax return. Now, if I tried to go out here and have a mansion and have property and have all automobiles and, you know, have all of these businesses, yeah, I would have to fucking file. Or they would be coming after me. I don't fucking own anything, right? I'm just a working man. You know, again, back to what we were talking about yesterday. I don't exist in relation to the corporation, right? This is not, you know, I don't. If the corporation is a dead entity, I don't exist in relation to the dead entity. You know, we know the dead. We can spot that the thing's dead in relation to me, not vice versa. You know, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be imprisoned because I didn't fucking file the right paperwork. But again, I don't own anything. Like I'm not going into complicated financial, you know, maneuverings, right? I think people aren't able to really think their way through these things strategically. You know, and people like a lot of people just want the refund. It's like, for what? You know, I don't need a fucking refund. I just want to be left the fuck alone, right? For me personally. So my goal is just to have them take the least amount of out of every check. But yeah, I would prefer to get all of my money, right? And apparently that's what Highly Suspect is doing. He's supposedly corrected his status and all of this, and I guess he gets 100% of his money. That's great. But I mean, I'm just at the end of the day, if I go back into employment, I'll be living in a truck again, and my whatever they pay me every week is more than enough money, right? I might just, who knows? I might go drive a truck for 6 months and then take 6 months off. Who knows? We'll see.
We're not taking this all the way to where everyone's turned out and tricked out. I don't need it. So it's this far and no further with me at best. The other option is you get nothing at all.
Yeah, exactly. I got $25 pair of headphones.
Now you get
that's
nothing
right.
except other things when you come play with me.
Maybe $1,000 in computer equipment and a car that's maybe worth $3,000, maybe.
Mac a little bit, I'll give you a way in the door. Why not? I'm not a player hater. We're not taking this all the way to where everyone's turned out and tricked out. I don't need it. So it's this far and no further with me at best. The other option is you get nothing at all. That's where I go to after when I stop being reasonable. Now you get nothing except other things when you come play with me.
Okay.
So I've been very reasonable with everybody in every state of beingness. It doesn't have to be absolute necessarily. But then there's a certain line where it's obvious we're a bunch of bitch-ass, hoe-ass, cowardly motherfuckers who ain't acting like men. Because in any other venue, if they told you we're taking a third of what you...
Well, and I say collectively that's true, but that's not going to change. That's what it means to be born into a slave system. Unfortunately, that's what it is. I'm just no longer willing to accept these ideas that, you know, men were men in the past and, you know, society was good and proper, and then somehow along the way we lost our way, and now it's a bunch of bitch-ass motherfuckers. Like, I'm just not willing to accept that. You know, arguably there's been a war on testosterone, and well, there certainly has been, and you know, I can see that my grandfather was more, you know, masculine in a way, but or whatever, his generation and all of these things, but you know, that's all debatable, right? But I'm just not willing. I'm no longer willing to accept just because people say it used to be a certain type of way in the past. It's like, yeah, it was still a fucking slave system, wasn't it? Are you telling me in the past it wasn't a slave system and then just somehow it became a slave system? No, I think it was always, I think this place is a fucking literal hell realm fucking system of slavery. That's what it is. It's what it's always been. I'm over this notion of America being, you know, God and country and all this. And I think he's going to get into it. So let me just, instead of ranting and raving, which I do at times, that was the one thing Paul said earlier that I agree with. Yeah, I do rant and rave at times.
You'd have something to say about it, I hope.
Yep.
Yeah, no, you've been pretty square with me so far, Paul. But I have a question. So if like the American tax system is bad, would you?
The American tax system is not bad. Men and women are bad.
Okay, I agree with that. Would you go?
I agree with that too.
If there was somewhere else you could move, where would you move?
I wouldn't.
There's nowhere to go.
You're not going to give me the lesser of evils argument, are you? That
No,
this is the best of a bad lot?
I was just curious.
Satan's lot's the best of a bad lot. There's other choices.
Go anyway?
You know, because like people consider it's hyperbolized, but people consider this America to be Babylon. It's the center of Babylon. So like if on that,
I believe that's conceptualization. I believe all throughout history, Babylon, like Jezebel harlot, is a conceptualization. Any nation can become Babylon or Babylonian as a head or as a hub. So it used to be Rome.
Paul missed the point.
It used to be go back as far, and Babylon turns into another place with another name with the same rap they're running on everybody: slavery and genocide.
Funny enough. Would you consider this place to be the best place to fight against that, or is there a different place that you could?
Yes, only because this is pretty much the only land left where culturally and lawfully it's pretty much accepted. Everybody's gonna have guns here. You ain't gonna do nothing about it. Every other place has pretty much capitulated and given.
Well, I mean, even here, that's not true because there are places where I can't just go. I would probably go to California for the winter, except I can't have a pistol on me in California. Well, I can right up until they catch me, right? Then I'm gonna have some splaining to do. So even in America, that's not the case. Now, Arkansas, sure, I go everywhere with a pistol on my hip, but yeah, it's not that. Even in this country, it's not that way. Not across the board.
The only country that has solidified with our culture day to day the idea of rights, freedom, principle, spiritual faith as an ethic, as a prerequisite for law and your beingness, equity, right, under God. Okay, so.
Well, I'll say this about the employers, and the tax system. The fact is the employers are signed up to all this, right? They talk about working under the table or whatever, but it doesn't really seem possible to be just some outlaw trucker out here. I guess some people do it until they get caught. Hypothetically, back when before the price on the used trucks went up so high, I was looking at. I could get a really nice, like 1999 tractor for like between 10 and 15,000. That same truck's went way up, when everything skyrocketed during the fake pandemic, but for various reasons I chose not to. But I guess hypothetically, even if I didn't want to do all the paperwork and get all the licenses and I have a CDL, but hypothetically, I guess I could have just paid 10 grand for a tractor and just fucking, just ran until they caught me, right? If I wanted to. But, the fact is, when all of the businesses out here and when everything is becoming more and more corporate, it's all signed into these systems. At a certain point, it's like, what choice do I have? It's like, yeah, it's great if I can go onto YouTube channel 7 days a week and get donations. And, I'm glad Paul can get enough to support himself. And the fact is I'm unwilling to try to use my personality. And I'm not even saying Paul's doing this, but I could absolutely go find a person, right? I could absolutely go meet somebody and get into some kind of fucking relationship, and live with them. But I don't want to do that. I need to be by myself most of the time. I'm not trying to. I lived that way for many, many years. I'm not interested in doing that anymore. I'd rather go back to homelessness. I'd rather just be by myself in a motel room. I'd rather be by myself in a truck. That's just what I prefer, right? So some of this is there's avenues that are open to me. I'm just unwilling to explore, right?
Is it for law and your beingness, equity, right, under God. Okay, so if this goes, everything goes. Would I leave here to go somewhere else? Probably not. I wouldn't see the reason. Like I said, this is where the action's at. They're all looking at us. What are we gonna do? And we're all looking at each other, apparently. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not one of these spoiled Americans who acts like everywhere else is better than here. I'm saying we got something great. If we want to keep it, you better fight for it like it's your last stand.
I don't agree with
and
that.
I don't mean that physically with violence. I mean metaphysically, metaphorically.
I don't think we got something great that's worth fighting for. Not at the level of the America as a country. I just don't agree with that. I don't see evidence of that. I view that as ideology and propaganda and mind control, that people even believe that. And I understand that Paul may or may not understand that, and that he may or may not, get some sort of mileage out of playing on those dynamics, because people have, been indoctrinated to believe, America's the greatest country and all this. But it's like, even if it is, this is not that great. I mean, there's a lot of problems here that I don't see getting resolved anytime soon, if ever. And again, I'm not even sure these are problems that can be solved, because the problems, as far as I can tell, are because the individuals here are in such a low state of development. It seems to me, and the mind control, the system has achieved psychological control of the populace, as far as I can tell. I'm observing that. I'm not willing to pretend like it's something other than what it is. So, by the way, I'm older than Paul, and I'm from Arkansas, born into a time warp. I received way more of the Cold War programming. I received way more of the American exceptionalism, Mom and Apple Pie, the Ozzie and Harriet. I got way more of that than he did, I can assure you, right? And I did used to be patriotic, believe it or not, even though I did grow up in a religion, which I never believed. For the record, just let's be clear, I was never a Jehovah's Witness. I never joined, but I was, through no fault of my own, grew up in the religion, or the cult, right, of the Jehovah's Witnesses. I didn't choose it. Nobody asked my opinion. But yeah, even with, because they actually have counter nationalism propaganda, an organization like that. and don't serve in the military and all of these things. But I was still patriotic, yeah, of course, and I still am to some extent, unfortunately. But it's over time, I'm finding that I can't even be patriotic at all. So it's just not. I just can't get into those spaces anymore.
The energy you bring to the table and what you stand for.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying when I communicate. I love this country so much and what it stands for and what's backed by, I believe, the initial intent, that I'm willing to go to a box and die for it, because if not,
Yeah, that's a problem, Paul, in my view, because that none of that exists as far as I can tell. So does he really believe? See, maybe he really believes this. Maybe I want to give him too much credit. Maybe he's just not far enough along. And I've noticed, coming out of the CBO side of things, coming more into this side of the truther sphere or whatever, a lot of folks are just behind in some of these narratives. And, maybe he really believes that, but I don't think that's reality. You want to talk about the truth. None of that's true as far as I can tell. That's not the truth of all these things about America. Nope.
I mean, I'm not one of these spoiled Americans who acts like everywhere else is better than here. I'm saying we got something great. If we want to keep it, you better fight for it like it's your last stand. And I don't mean that physically with violence. I mean
I think it's already lost. I don't see anything left to fight for. Look what happened in the last 3 years. We see what the American people are. And isn't the country the people? I mean, what are we talking about? Are you talking about the land, the geography, the government, the culture, the tradition? What are we talking about here? We've all seen what the general public now is, and they're not going to get any better. They're going to further degenerate over time. That's not worth fighting for. What, we're going to fight for masks and jabs? That's worth fighting for? Because that's the future here. The future here is masks and jabs. And although I did hear that supposedly one of these congressional bills at the federal level, they're trying to, apparently there's some chance of a banning of basically making it where there can't be federal mask mandates. But I'll have to read the language of the thing. I mean, I'm sure there's loopholes in there. But my point being, that's the future of this country, is medical tyranny, for fuck's sakes. And just wait till they fully unleash this alien agenda if that ends up happening. I mean, it's just, come on, man. It's a never-ending series of real-time programming of people's minds. And these people uptake whatever they're told. Chinese balloon, yeah, now these bozos out in the rural areas, I know because I was driving a truck, and I saw how these people reacted to the Chinese balloon. They really thought China was attacking America with balloons. They thought that the fucking invasion was here. It becomes some version of War of the Worlds, the old radio program, Orson Welles. Yeah, you can have all the disclaimers you want. This is not real. This is fictional, blah, blah, blah. Then the radio broadcast is presented as if there's really an alien invasion, and a lot of people believed it. A lot of people just believe whatever's promoted at them, period, end of story. Of course they do. Why wouldn't they?
Physically, metaphorically, the energy you bring to the table and what you stand for.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying when I communicate. I love this country so much and what it stands for and what's backed by, I believe, the initial intent, that I'm willing to go to a box and die for it, because if not, there's nothing left.
Yes, sir.
We're going the way of China and everywhere else.
Well, and that's another thing, exactly, robot world, ageless, timeless. And the fact is, I do a job, but I just told this, because see, I can't work a job for a trucking company and I can't pretend like they value me, because the fact is, here's how capitalism works. And by the way, capitalism is bad. Communism is pure fucking evil as far as I can tell. But, here's how capitalism works is the moment that they can get rid of me and my salary, they get rid of me. So yeah, up until recently, truck driving has been dependent on somebody like Benton driving the fucking truck from point A to point B. And I just straight up told the operations manager, I said, yeah, we all know that the moment that this industry can get rid of me, they're going to get fucking rid of me. And they're looking forward to it, right? When he reads his industry fucking publications, a lot of those articles is about, the coming time in which I won't have a job. At least I won't have that job, because I do the easiest form of long-haul trucking, arguably the easiest form of trucking, which is just a 53-foot dry van, over the road. It's just fucking easy compared to some of the other forms of trucking. But it pays less, right, than some of the other forms. But so, yeah, I could specialize and do fucking oversize or, whatever, go be a fucking ice road trucker. But I do the version of trucking that they're going to fucking get rid of the fastest. And that they've had self-driving trucks for at least 5 years now. There was already self-driving trucks when I came into the industry in 2018. It was already a thing. It's just not talked about that much. Or they say, oh, we're testing it. Testing means they're doing it, by the way. If they say they're testing it, that means they're doing it.
And they're going to slave you good there. You know that. They're already doing it. They're doing it here. So where's there to run
So
to?
do you want to die for the country, or you?
They're doing it here. So where's there to run to?
So you want to die for the country, or you want to die for God?
Yeah, and I don't see a separation. Sir, please. I don't see a separation between God and country.
See, that's a problem, if you ask me.
The only thing that makes a country great, like Donnie said, was the fact that it's a faithful country.
Because what is the country? The country's the people, right? These people aren't worth dying. Are you kidding me? These people aren't worth dying for. Not in my opinion. I mean, maybe me and him just see things very differently.
Country that's loyal to an idea. Once you lose that, you lose everything under it that you believe is an effective greatness.
I think that's where our impasse is, and that's fine, because our impasse is our interpretation of render Caesar unto Caesar and what's God
Either
unto
you're going to
God.
accept that every country is essentially a representation of a sovereign entity with sovereigns within a sovereign, or you're going to accept that there's one world and one universe. Either way, it's the same concept. The land that I'm on is going to be God's country, because that's where I'm upholding God's law and God's people are. So that could be all places.
Well, but then I don't know if it's in this discourse, but at a certain point, Paul's going to say something basically about, that the good and the evil are basically the same thing on some level, which I do kind of agree with, because, if there's a shaitan that was created by God, if we think of God as the creator, then that thing created everything, right, including the evil, presumably. So, and I kind of forgot the point I'm trying to make here, but so if you talk about this is God's country, meaning the land is God's country, well, that's also Shaitan's country, isn't it? I mean, if you think about it, based on what he's going to say later, I'm not exactly sure. So I'm having trouble remembering which clip is which here, but we'll proceed.
At all times, if God's people are chosen and act upon the understanding that has been revealed, that could be small hat, big hat, east hat, west hat. It's conceptualization. So I'm just telling you, for me as an American, especially with the ethic and the culture and the law on the record backing common law, there's dual jurisdiction. There's nowhere else to go. If this goes, everything else goes. That's what New World Order.
But this is already gone. See, this is where I don't agree that this is something. This is whatever this is, whatever. If America ever existed, it's already fallen. Period. As far as I can tell, he says if this falls, this is already fallen. Now I understand that the system pretends like I have a freedom of speech, even though I don't. The system pretends like I have a right to bear arms, even though I don't. I'd like to maybe go to California for the winter. Can't go there and bear arms, right? So there's already not a country at that level, right? You see what I'm saying? We haven't had a Fourth Amendment in a very long time, maybe ever. I don't know that I've ever had a Fourth Amendment in my life. Yeah, at times the system will fucking back down and acquiesce and pretend like I have a Fourth Amendment. But do I?
Is. So we were once, quote unquote, Lady Liberty. We've now turned into Jezebel, harlot of Babylon. You could turn it back. We could turn it back, but it's going to take our conjuring, our summoning, the way we conjured and summoned in the devil, in quotes, for the last hundreds, or you could argue thousands of years, over and over again on various lands with all the same story and system science.
Oh, great. Awesome, London. Thanks for letting me know, man. Yeah, I want to check that out later. In fact, I might, if you don't mind, I might just play that, because I got to go to the store, man. So I need something to play while I'm gone. If I'm going to keep the stream going, I need something to play. Otherwise, I'm just going to end up shutting it down. So yeah, thanks for letting me know. Appreciate that.
Dynamics at play. I don't see separation at all. I'm just saying, if you want to take it as a conceptualization of nation states, well, this is the place to be right now. This is where it's going to be won or lost.
But let me ask you something, Paul. Do you think this world is just going to continue forever without any reconciliation?
I have no idea, sir, and I wouldn't even spend a minute thinking about it. I really don't even like thinking about a lot of this shit or even commenting on it. I think it's good content, so I love doing it. But in my day-to-day life, I accept what is or what's apparent to me until that changes.
Well, and see, maybe he does, and he's just not. Maybe me and him have a difference of opinion, because everything I'm saying, I believe, right? I know from my perspective that that's me accepting what is. I don't want to accept it. As far as I can tell, that I'm born into a hell realm, a literal nightmare dystopia, beast system, land of slavery. I don't want to believe that, but that seems to be the case, right?
I wouldn't spend any of my time wondering about shit I can't control or never really know. And that's what faith is to me. I don't have to know the whole truth to know true enough. And that comes through experience and revelation and results. I really don't even like thinking about a lot of this shit or even commenting on it. I think it's good content, so I love doing it. But in my day-to-day life, I accept what is or what's apparent to me until that changes. I wouldn't spend any of my time wondering about shit I can't control or never really know. And that's what faith is to me. I don't have to know the whole truth to know true enough. And that comes through experience and revelation and results. And when you can correlate your testimony and your firsthand experience with every quote unquote great man or great text who's walked or been written in this realm, you're probably onto something. So take that for what it's worth. I just ride with that. That's enough for me at this point. I don't need much. And that's pretty powerful in and of itself.
Let me just say it's been a great conversation, Paul. I appreciate it. It's been great.
I like
However,
I said, I like you.
However contentious it is, it's fine. And people don't seem to understand. People don't understand the way to detach the conversation from themselves. You know what I mean? I'm all right with whatever you have to say. That's fine. And I hear it, and
Well,
I don't
and
take it as a personal attack on me.
If TBE's
Although
still
at times
here,
it seems-
this is one of the ways I've seen him grow and change over time. By the way, is he's way more able to tolerate viewpoints that oppose some of his own viewpoints. And he, at a time, he seemed to have a very limited. I'm trying not to be insulting. He seemed to have, because believe me, I suffer from some of these same things too. But he seemed to have a very limited ability to tolerate folks who did not, who dissented from some of his views. And I see over time he's way more able to at least hear them out. Right.
Seemed like it was like a diatribe. You're
So
sort of
well
raining
done,
fucking,
sir.
Brimstone
Hope
on
you
me.
keep
That's fine.
going.
I
You also
understand.
have to remember that, dude, I'm I guess, a born performer in my own way. So when I get on here, I take on a little bit of a different play to the balcony at times, where I want to keep things going. I want to keep it interesting. I want to keep it entertaining, if not informative or inspiring. So I will pipe up. I will get into that mode. It's just natural for me. It's like I'm a born
Well, and sorry to cut it off here, but Sterling Ray says it was bizarre walking in nursing homes sealed off with plastic to protect others from the contagious germs. Felt like I was in a sci-fi movie. Well, see, and the thing with me is, that still exists as far as I'm concerned. Like, once I see that, I can't unsee it, meaning, okay, well, that's all gone away, except for me, it's still here, right? I went into that space mentally, and I'll never leave it, right? It's part of the reason. It's just, I don't want to even get into it, but it's real to me on a daily basis, even though it's seemingly gone away. Although it hasn't, but even though it seems to have gone away.
I don't try to really do anything. It just becomes apparent to me that that's what it is at the time, because that's what we need to hear. It's like someone out there, if not all of us, needs to hear it in my beingness. I don't know how to explain that. You can call it godly,
What's up,
you can call it
Monel?
my
Good to
ego
see
and
you.
fucking narcissism, because they've been doing both since the beginning when I started this. One side says I'm the second coming, the next side says I'm a demonic narcissist ego.
Yeah, I agree.
everyone make up
Me and TBE agree in a lot of ways. And I was sort of doing a thing, just sort of trying to take his premise. But I mostly agree with what you're saying here. TBE says evil has no ontological status. It is the result of one's free will action. Satan chose to rebel. That's the way, that's the way I see it also. So, sometimes I'm trying to sort of take on a thought experiment, but it's not my forte, really.
their own decision. But for you to understand why I do what I do, that's pretty much it. And I'm sure that's why a preacher would do what they do if they were honorable and not just putting on a show. They would, through a conversation or through a connection with the audience, become aware of what part of their soul and everyone else's soul would need to hear at this time.
Well, by the way, I do some of this myself. So he can make fun of me and he can denigrate my abilities, but I am a natural born preacher. I mean, that's just what I am. And I limit it and I don't act on it that often. And I'm certainly never going to make it my identity. But when I'm in the moment, this is exactly what I do. Yeah, absolutely.
For us to go to the next level.
But see, I just reject this notion of us going to the next level. To me, I now view this as just almost like a car salesman, like a used car salesman vibe. That's how I interpret it, because there's no coming together and going to the next level, right? It's just not a thing that's I don't even think that can happen. Now, maybe that can happen elsewhere, not here. But I might be wrong, but I'm not willing to live a hypothetical. I need to see a demonstration of this being possible. I see no evidence to back that up. And people say, oh, well, that sounds doomer or this or that. No, I'm talking about what is demonstrable. I understand we all have hope, and I also have hope, believe it or not. I'm not doomer, actually, as far as my emotional makeup is not doomer. I also have hope, but I also understand the fact that I have hope is representative of nothing. That doesn't mean anything. It's a feeling. It's a state of emotion. It's a state of, because I can experience hope. That's not representative of anything out here, right? That's a human being who has hope. That's all that is. It's nothing more, nothing less. And I know it sounds horrible. Again, the truth if we're really going to, the person, Paul, who's going to talk about the truth, okay, the truth is if I come to understand that there's no hope out here of people coming together and reforming dystopia, but I still recognize that I and others experience hope. And once I see that those two things are always separated, and that the fact that I and others experience hope is representative of nothing until I can see the representation, that's what I would consider the truth in this instance. So I don't know, Paul, who's passionate for the truth? Is it me or is it you? And in some instances it's you, some instances it's me, right? But I mean, are you really telling me that you think people can possibly come together and fix the dystopia? Or is that just you have a hope for that? And I would say, okay, you have hope, so do I. What I'm not going to do is lie to myself. What I'm not going to do is, just create a false reality for myself. That's the opposite of truth as far as I can tell, right? But then again, what is truth? What is the truth? I'm very sensitive to these dynamics because the Jehovah's Witnesses, the way I was raised, they never would shut the fuck up about the truth. But they talked about the truth as if it was something they alone possessed, right? Well, you can't possess truth because truth is manifest, truth is living, truth is in flow. And this was part of the word salad yesterday, right? This is part of the word salad. Was that, if truth is flowing by, if I try to grab some of it and hold it to me, well, now it stops flowing means it dies, right? It's now dead, and what's dead can't be truth. It's just how it works, man. I didn't make the fucking rules. So I can't possess truth. I can apprehend truth. That's a different thing. I can realize truth. I can experience truth. Can't grasp it
other folks on here
and
who
hang
can't
on
show
to it.
Good faith or resolve.
Comprehend it, I guess. I don't know. See, now I'm saying things I don't even fully understand.
In their life. So, yeah, I mean, that's the most important thing, if nothing else. We don't have to agree, but there should be no reason for this.
Well, and see, this is one of the things I talked about on my podcast, by the way, Sterling Ray, and just beside myself, drunk, by the way, just this was part of my heavy drinking, was just realizing what the fuck was going on. She says many people died alone in hospitals and nursing homes under lockdown. Yeah, and that's one of the most evil things I can conceive of. I mean, that's pretty high on the fucking list. I'm also a fucking sensitive, tender person in some ways, and just imagining, like my own grandmother or somebody, if she had been in one of those situations. And the fact is, we don't talk about this. Some of them folks in them nursing homes, in those medical situations, the only thing keeping them going was that the fact that their loved ones could come visit on something of a schedule, right? Maybe once a week, maybe once a month, maybe twice, whatever it was, right? Well, here's a fake pandemic, no more visits. And a lot of them folks they're gone now. They just died immediately. How many of those visits do you think they missed, and then they just passed on, right? It's fucking sad, man. And, again, since I've been practicing this thing of basically facing the reality, as much as I'm able to, that shit hurts, man. And, I'm not saying that's an excuse for drinking. I'm saying, I don't think it's a coincidence that, I attempted to take myself out with the drink, right? And knowing that my body, my organs can't fucking hack it. Some people can drink. Austin Murphy, he can drink for the rest of his life and probably live to a ripe old age. Not me. I've known that for a long time. Anyway, back to the clip.
This shit constantly with the hating on me, not coming in my face and talking to me, but fucking going everywhere else, talking all this weak shit. This guy will come in here, we'll go through everything, knock down, drag out, and we do it all over again. We come back to it with the same energy. We start off peaceful, I act out a little bit, whatever you want to perceive it. He doesn't take it personal, and we move forward. We don't have to agree to, again, peace is available, brothers.
All right, I'll be right back. I
It's
got to hit the
available. You
bathroom.
want to do Talcott? It's always available. We have to choose that. You don't want to choose that? Like you said, I got no problem going to war, especially metaversally. I mean, please, there ain't even no consequences.
Yeah, but
All right, be right back.
like you said, I got no problem going to war, especially metaversally. I mean, please, there ain't even no consequences.
Yeah, but I guess some people are just built different. I mean, I guess growing up in my life, I've been built on conflict my whole life. I grew up in the hood. I understood how the human condition was through conflict, even in my own.
Well, that's the thing. I don't like conflict.
Well, and that's what's interesting, Sterling Ray, and this is, again, more things I was talking about on my podcast, and this is a big part of why it was popular, because you couldn't really talk about this stuff on YouTube at the time, but I had my own website. The nurses in the hospitals called Remdesivir, Run, Death is Near, but they followed the orders for a paycheck. And see, the corporate structure, it subverts and sidesteps the individual morality of the humans, right? The morality of the individual humans becomes null and void, because the humans know that and some of them did, some of them just said, fuck it, we can't do this, and they left, right? But the fact is, everybody that worked in the medical system knew that, based on the way the corporate structure operates, that if they don't do as they're ordered, that they will most likely lose their jobs, and somebody else will just perform the same function. So at the end of the day, the same amount of damage is done to the people, right? But the difference for some folks, they just look at it as, well, I can get a paycheck. The outcome is going to be exactly the same for these folks, right? Meanwhile, I'm a good person, so, at least they'll have me around. There is some level of that, at least they'll be around me before they're gone, right? That's kind of a sick thing, but I think people think that way on some level, and it's like, well, if the difference is between a paycheck or not a paycheck, and ultimately there's no difference, right? The outcome is the same, and I'm not saying that justifies it. Clearly it doesn't, but I can relate to those thought processes, but I couldn't have done it. I was homeless, and I've been in Portland or Seattle or wherever, and as tolerant as these places are, they would have, like in Portland, there was people who, they weren't cops, but they were paid by the city to go around and sort of hassle the homeless to some extent. And some of these people took their jobs way too seriously. And I just told them, I said, listen, you couldn't pay me $1 million to go out here and harass homeless people. I said, these people got it bad enough. You're taking a paycheck, not a lot of money, by the way. For not a lot of money, you're out here harassing, and people who are in a bad situation, you're directly making it worse. I said, I wouldn't do your job for $1 million. And I mean it. I wouldn't. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't be able to live with me. Right. That's fucked up. Same thing. I couldn't, I guess there's one reason, medicine never appealed to me, the medical system, as far as a job. Right. I couldn't, I see how evil that's one of the things I saw, how evil that was very early on. There's no fucking way I could have anything to do with that. Hey, what's up, Austin? If you prayed for those people as they pass and loved them then and now, you are giving them what they needed. Well, I like that, man. That's good. Yeah, that's still a tough one, man. But yeah, I hear you. I mean, we all die alone, right? You live alone, you're born alone, we die alone. But yeah, man, that's still a tough one.
I don't like fighting. I don't like to hurt people or be hurt. But I've come to understand that to not be a coward, I have to stand on truth no matter who comes at me and what comes at me. And that's the only reason I do it, is for this walk. Because I'm not a tough guy. I don't like fighting.
Conflict could have been the wrong word used, but just, I don't know. Things being addressed, it should be a better way to express it.
My point is, like, intuitively, innately, I've always wanted, whether I knew it or not, understanding truth first and foremost, and peace in my life. Because I didn't have those. And that was
doctors are some of the worst. Some of the just the worst people there are.
All I need in my life is
doctors and lawyers,
and what to do and be in the world. And
I used to think lawyers were the worst. I think doctors are about equally as bad now.
So
maybe worse.
Once you prioritize that or become aware that's all you need, once you start experiencing that, the rest of the shit becomes nonsense. Doesn't even matter how much I pipe up or get animated. I'm so aware in the moment that this is all just nonsense and we're wasting time. But hey, what else is there to do on a metaverse where they now? Well,
wait a minute. Now, aren't we back? If it's all a bunch of nonsense and a waste of time, isn't that also society? Isn't the metaverse just like isn't that a different version of the same dynamics outside your door? So what happened to the coming together, and reforming dystopia? Meanwhile, if folks can't come together and work together metaversely, how the hell are they going to do it out here? It's the same people, right? And I don't want to criticize Christos, but I had to take his wrench away for security reasons, and he emailed me wanting an explanation, which I was just like, yeah, man. I'm not able to fully. I wasn't able to fully monitor all the dynamics in real time yesterday, so I have no choice but to err on the side of caution, right? And you know, I don't know, is that even a security risk? I guess I guess I should have just let him keep the wrench. You know, meanwhile, that'd be even more conniving, right? Because I certainly got my eye on him. But, you know, OTW is going to be put in a position, at least in the short term, where he's not really going to be able to fuck with me, right? I'm assuming, which is I don't take that personally, by the way. Now, will Christos take the demodding personally? I don't know. I like Christos. I like having him around. He's contributed quite a bit to the channel here. I hope he continues to, even if he has to go away for a time and then come back. You know, I still want that list of all the different truther channels, but, you know, that's okay. I don't expect anything from people, right? You know, I know he has an intention to get that done, and I've had an intention to add a London Man sound clip to the soundboard for at least a week and a half. I haven't managed to get that done, so, you know, I give other folks a lot of leeway, you know. And again, back to Paul, I think he expects not too much. I think he expects unrealistic things from the people around him. Because, I mean, we're all observing, you know, even as effective as I am, I still can't get out of my own way at times. You know, it's humans, man. It's humans 101. You know, can we accept the people for what they are and who they are? Or do we need them to be something different to better suit me, right? You know, maybe I used to be that way. I'm not that way anymore. I don't need, I don't need people in the live chat to behave some type of way necessarily. Although I'm a human, I'll get in my feelers at times. But, you know, if what other people do at other channels is really neither here nor there as far as I'm concerned, it is what it is. You know, Sly Shy wants to come in here and she can post whatever she wants. It's fine. I'm attempting to foster the environment. And I think what did we see yesterday, man? The chat was fucking lit. I love having a lit chat. Pound for pound, this is the best live chat there is. You know, I don't think that's a coincidence. Pound for pound, you know.
Gift me to do content.
You know, Z's live with almost 100 people. There can be 35 people over here. This chat's way more active than his chat. It's just how it is. That's what I want, man. I want the people who can actively engage with the content. That's the whole point of the live stream, by the way. You know, and I like what Charles Voss is doing to some extent. But, you know, some of these even Bex, her chat was never active at all. You know, that is a reflection of the content creator in my view. So I'll take it as a compliment that I think we have the best chat, you know, compared to the number of views and the number of participants. That's just my opinion. And I'm a little bummed out. I don't know why I thought I could play a Beatles song, because we had 1.1K views on yesterday's video, which it seems like a lot, but that's really, I mean, it's an 11-hour stream. I mean, it's really not that many, but, you know, it looks good, right? That 1.1, when you get the K, right, that looks good. It just looks good on the page, you know.
Whatever that is.
But that one got blocked because for some insane reason I thought I could play a Beatles song at the top of the broadcast. What was I thinking?
Show. I may be a walking show. Wouldn't be the first time they told me that, for different reasons. You know, good and bad.
Thank you, Monel.
This is a broadcast to me, right? Broadcast. We're going to cast the net out. It's a broadcast, broad ocean.
Oh, and nobody has a memory. See, nobody has a memory.
There's some godly process.
Yurt. Yeah, just wait a week. Hell, maybe by the end of the day, we'll all be water under the bridge. So it goes. Metaphysics ain't physics. Metadrama isn't real drama. I don't know, man. I'm conflicted on those points. I'm a little conflicted, but you know, I'm always gonna at least, you know, I'm gonna accept your perspective initially, and then I'll sort of try to, you know, I'll hash that out over time. I don't know, man. I don't want to respond, and I want to wait. I want to reflect on that comment before I respond. But yeah, there's something there. There's something there.
And even devilish process behind that, because they one and the same. It's one universe. They work hand in hand.
Well, yeah, people don't listen and they don't have a memory, Monel. It's both. You know, and I mean people collectively. I don't mean individually. I have a memory. I got a pretty good memory.
Like they say, fishermen
at times.
So it's no coincidence, again, that this is a broadcast. I can't be a fisherman of men if I'm not going to have a broadcast. You got to get a hook in people in their life and lifestyle. If you're going to give them the good word, as you say, the gospel, the good news, you got to get a hook in them. So I got different ways of doing that, really. And they're all pretty natural to me. It's natural for me to do conflict and controversy because I got an animal body. It's natural for me to love and forgive because I got an angelic spirit. And I've reconciled them. They work together, not in opposition.
Yeah, I mean, in that same regard, some of these people are just drip feeders, man. They're sort of just.
Well, and see, I have a feeling like TBE's talking about what's his name? Tarek here. Drip feeders.
I don't know. They're painkilling it away by just sort of listening in, and
you could say that. I'll agree with that, but you
not
can't deny
engaging
it.
themselves. You know, it's I don't know.
But he's definitely talking about a portion of the audience.
I agree with that on some level, and I've said that. The other side of that is it's a slippery slope between acknowledging the negative instead of ignoring it, and then becoming it. Because I can't deny my own power.
Well, and see, this is a pretty good jag he goes off on here, but this is a bit of a non sequitur. I'm not completely sure what this has to do with what TBE's saying, but now this seems a little word salad-y to me. But you know, since I like the intellectual ideas in the discourse, I tend to err on the side of not calling things a word salad.
Power and influence through the understanding and experience that I've had. If I did, I'd be tricking myself and others out of position when they keep telling me it over and over, and I can feel it intuitively. If I denied it, I'd be being fake. It's not being egoic by telling you what I feel in me when I'm not an egoic person. I know how it looks. I'm not that foolish. I know how people perceive me, and I know how to present myself in a different way.
I think that's me breathing, Gary.
In a way that'd be more advantageous for me in what I do. I choose not to. You know, so I don't even know what the fuck you just said that got me off on that.
Just saying about being real, man. That's what it comes down to, man. Just when you live the experience and you come to God and life on life's terms, as you say, you're gonna move. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna move different in your mind state, shit like that. Yeah, like with toilet bowl. Go ahead, Terry.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you, bro. Go ahead.
There's certain folks who really. This is kind of where it becomes for me. There's certain folks who should be here and they're not here right now, and they're the ones who need these conversations the most. Where they let down their guard and their character online, and they just talk about life and the real shit and what they're thinking and feeling and what they believe, but they can't do it. They got too much pride and ego. They don't want to be seen for what they are and what they're not. You know, so that's the thing. Like I'm speaking to a lot of folks who aren't here right now to remind them in their soul and spirit what they need to return to, and it's got nothing to do with me as a personality type. It's got to do with an energy, you know, an understanding. So we didn't come into this shit because Paulie Boy's so entertaining and funny, and he's a comedian and good speaker. It's about rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and that's most important right now. And the only way you get to that is through understanding yourself and what your mind does. What your heart does, what your body follows with, you know, and the results that you get from that, and how to update the program. That's why I started the Proper Instruction Motivates People, because it started with the unslave idea, right? Freedom, principle, spiritual faith. We need that, right? How can we get to that? We can't even have a conversation in good faith. We can't even have reconciliation and resolution. We can't even stop talking about all this other shit that doesn't matter and focus on how we're going to deal with life on life's terms, as the man just says. So next time you go to court, you better tell me how the shape of the planet gets you along. I don't think it's going to go well. You know, like imagine Paul enslaved if the last 3 times he got arrested with a trunk full of trouble, according to them. If he'd went in there and said, "Your Honor, the Earth is flat,"
me too. Cricket
you'd never
Day.
see me again.
Cricket Day appreciates
I
constructive
wouldn't be
conversation
here right now for the past year and a half,
Indeed,
or at least the past 6 months. I'd be in a padded cell.
So I have to have it,
right, for my own safety.
So that's
good
a
luck
major
to all
part
you
of why
boys
I'm
on
here.
the Dataverse when you show up at court, because your time's coming at some point if it hadn't already, and you know what happened last time. You bitched the fuck up and got told what you were going to do and not do.
And I'm the type, if I'm going to show up, I would tend to want to participate versus, and I'm not, again, not saying that the chat's participating. Everybody's participating. What I mean is, you know, I tend to err on the side of more participation, you know, and, you know, if I have an ability to, you know, facilitate the broadcast, I will typically, but some of that is self-serving. As you know, I have a need to speak at times and be heard without interruption, without having to wait, you know, for the right dynamic. You know, I am patient, by the way, but I'm less and less, have almost no interest of going on panels, even panels here on my own channel. The more time goes by, I'm just less and less interested in it. I feel like I've done enough of it to become halfway proficient, but I'm not into it.
I don't have that problem. And I'm still here talking and living it. And we'll see where that goes. Time will tell.
Yep.
Right? I don't capitulate. I don't comply. I don't cooperate. It's Paulie's way or the highway. They've been telling me that all my life. He won't be trained.
Well, and you can ask questions, Cricket Day. And if you mean me, and I'm not even saying you mean me with the questions. Sometimes it's the idea. It triggers something in me that, and I am so emotionally fired, right? My discourse generally comes from things I've already thought about. So sometimes it's just the word, and I'm so visual that the phrase connects to something in me, and I'm already kind of annoyed anyway, just generally, right? And I've worked a lot to be calm and cool and collected internally, but I'm still, you know, if I am fake, you know, undiagnosed fake autistic, that tends to be people that are a little more agitated than average, right? That's part of what that is. So sometimes it's just I'm seeing something visually that's triggering something in me, and then since the comment's on the screen with the person's name, you know, I can understand why to some people, it seems like, you know, it's an attack on them personally. And sometimes it is, but typically I make that very clear if I'm attacking the person. But, or the poster. And a lot of times it's people that just need to be, every once in a while, it's somebody that just needs to be run off. Because this isn't really the place for them necessarily. And then some people, you know, I want them here and they don't want to be here, like Tinsel TQ, and that's fine. That's completely fine. I don't keep slaves, right? You know, I'm not trying to have people around who don't want to be around. But it's interesting, and I know you might not admit me anyway, Cricket Day, but I err on the side of, you know, what can I internalize and alchemize, right? Internalize to alchemize.
And he won't cooperate. The one thing they told me was the worst thing about me turned out to be the best thing about me. Who has seen that coming in a world of liars and folks who are disempowered and want to keep you where they're at?
Fucking love it.
Can't keep me where
God
they're
can't use you
at.
to feel compliant and cooperate with infidel
Can't
scum.
keep
No, it
me
can't.
where I'm at.
No, it can't. I don't do the he. See, they got me doing it now. No, because it can be a fatherly energy at times. I see it as all as the all. It's both. It's everything. It's all. It's everything and nothing, right? You can't put a handle on that. You can't put a name or a descriptor on it, like the Tao says, the unnameable. That's how I know somebody's off on their spiritual teaching, is when they come to me with a name for something. You know, like, I'll say God, so we all understand what I'm talking about, but you'll hear me talk about the universe and the force because I already know a fool by his language.
Yep.
His language is rooted in what his consciousness is.
Pay
level of
attention to me. I don't call it he.
So when you
either.
tell me you got a name for God and you know all about it and it's a him and whatever, I know you're deeply entrenched in folly and foolishness. Because I've had the experience. I work with that force. You can't put a name or a gender or a personification. You have little to no understanding of it. All you
You
know is
can,
it's there
but
with
you
And
can't-
if
you
follow
won't
it,
be
your life will
accurate
better.
in
If
my
you reject
view.
it, you're fucked. And probably everyone around you too. That's all I get from it. It's not that mystical.
Oh yeah, I figured you were. I figured you were, Cricket Day, but it's all good. Yeah, people can think emotions seem silly because of a person's age, but I don't know, man. I think they are very helpful. I've had entire conversations almost entirely in emojis, and it seemed like both of us knew what we were trying to convey or what we were conveying.
And toilet bowl earth.
Just symbols.
I sometimes have to work a little bit. I'm still working on my language a little bit, but sometimes
Like
I may
the
address
words.
something a little bit incorrect. But I do admire a lot of things about Paul, and the reason why I'm here a lot sometimes is because when he talks, I just feel different. I feel like at peace. I feel comfortable. The energy I feel all over me, and
See,
sometimes I also need it for me.
See, TBE just can't do it, which is great. I like that he can't do this because this is, it does become just kind of some strange, you know, kind of type of energy, you know. My thing is I'm willing to sort of, you know, I have a higher tolerance for this kind of talk in a way, probably partially because of how I was raised in a cult, right? But then I feel what he's feeling. I can tell what I think he's just, it's okay, but he's definitely sensitive to these done. He's probably supposed to be, by the way.
And
It's not a bad thing.
Bull earth. I sometimes have to work a little bit. I'm still working on my language a little bit, but sometimes I may address
And he
something
might have just disconnected. I mean, it can just be a coincidence too.
a little bit incorrect. But I do admire a lot of things about Paul, and the reason why I'm here a lot sometimes is because when he talks, I just feel different. I feel like at peace. I feel comfortable. The energy I feel all over me, and sometimes I also need it for me to just stay centered. So
Yeah, that's not me though. That's not me. That's the
That's what-
spirit.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the vibrations that go out. You're just saying that there's a resonation there, right?
Well, I mean, but it is though. I mean, I think, you know, if Tarek isn't fully centered within himself, I mean, I think I don't have this experience, but you know, I guess for some folks, if they're around somebody who you know, who that radiates from, you know, if that's the case, right? I don't detect that, by the way, you know, but if that's a thing, then yeah, I can understand them being drawn to that, right? But for me, I would want to be, because I'm one of these, you know, David Goggins said, you know, motivation is crap. Like I don't want to be dependent on something outside of me. So, you know, if I'm looking to something outside of me for calm and centeredness, it was like, yeah, okay, but why not foster that within myself, which I have done. Now, I'm not there fully across the board, but I'm, compared to how I used to be, it's night and fucking day. And it shows, and if people are paying attention, they can see it, just like I can see it in TBE, that he's definitely worked to being more able to, you know, be tolerant of things that he's sensitive to, but not this weirdo. This is a weirdo energy. I mean, I'm not calling Tarek a weirdo. It's just a strange energy. And I do like how Paul sort of refocused it.
So
here.
Tarek, the difference between Tarek and others is they'll feel all this shit but won't be real about it because they're too cool for school. He's
Yep.
just being honest. Right. So I've already become aware of that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that he'll express it. Yeah, I agree with that.
whatever's going on in me is going on in others. So when they feel me resonating from a powerful place that's also oddly peaceful, I know it makes folks feel secure and safe and also at peace and also empowered to do and be with that. It's not about doing and being with me.
Well, but see, I would want to take it as an inspiration to have that in me, right? That's the way I would want to take it.
As a body, as Paulie boy, it's the spirit within that we all have. It resonates, it rings, right?
Yeah, there you go. He is, man. He's a fucking weirdo, dude. And he is. He is. Now, as an actual weird, by the way, I'm also am, but we're getting into it. It starts to border on creepy, and thank God I have none of the creepiness. Thank God. Thank you. But yeah, the thing is, when someone, is a little strange or weird, like, yeah, that's going to come out at times. But, I say the problem isn't even, it's the unawareness or or even worse, just not caring. It's like, well, wait a minute. I'm so observant of the people around me that I know at times when I'm being weird, other people just are not willing to interface with that. And it causes problems, right? It's actually becomes a problem in the conversation. So I've worked to limit those things, but sometimes, there's healthy ways that what's seen as weird, in one context can be kind of, whimsical or, like a creative type of thing in another context, and some folks, yeah, but exactly. It's how it manifests. It's how it's utilized. And, Tarek might get there, but, yeah, he's got some weirdness to him. He definitely does.
And while it's empowering and vibratory, it's also, like I said, oddly peaceful
there you
in
go.
its own way.
Yep, he's
And that's what I believe true masculinity is unification with that Holy Spirit. It's the same thing women will report to me. I'm very powerful. They vibrate. The ones who are tuned in, the ones, I'm toxic masculine.
Well, and
I'm a bully,
by the way,
the
part
ones
of
who are
this,
tuned in, who know themselves and have had a range of experience.
Part of being a person, by the way, is like, so when I put something out to another person, it's me being able to observe the other person and how they accept that. So I'll give you an example of when I first started interacting with Drew, was on his Discord, CBO. And I'm just a type, like, when I enjoy somebody's content, I was very complimentary towards him. And I quickly saw that he's just not interested in being complimented in that way. Probably because he can't tolerate a sycophant. Now, the fact was I was never going to be a sycophant in the long run, but he doesn't know that. But because I'm observant, I'm seeing, okay, he doesn't respond to this. So I just knocked it the fuck off. Now, part of that was when I would see other people wanting to give him compliments, I would say, well, Drew doesn't like compliments. And I think Drew was kind of offended by that, maybe, potentially. I can't speak for him, but it's like, well, you don't, but, or he doesn't respond to them, I should say. Maybe he does like them and he doesn't respond to them. I have no idea. But see, that's for me to put something out. But then people say, oh, well, I'm being real or whatever. It's like, yeah, so am I. But then so are they, right? So if I'm being real with the compliment and then they're being real by letting me know, hey, man, how about no more compliments? How am I not being real by honoring that? You see what I'm saying? But for some people want to double down and be like, yeah, but this is how I am. Yeah, okay, but I don't feel like I'm being untrue to myself by giving someone a genuine compliment and them letting me know that, hey, let's not continue with the compliments. Why wouldn't I accept that? And I know it's kind of a strange example, but I feel like it, and I don't know, maybe Paul likes having sycophants. Some people like it, right? I like genuine compliments, and I've said before, I'm powered by compliments, but it has to be genuine. I love them, but at a certain point, it just becomes excessive. It's like, all right, man, I'm glad you like the content. Okay, can we move on to something else? But thank you. I mean, yeah, I'm like, thank you very much, much appreciated.
And get me and understand me. They vibrate and also feel safe and at peace. That's what you want. Yep. What else would you want with your woman other than that experience? This is what a lot of this shit is so common sense, but the common sense is not common because we've lost our sense abilities. You should be able to feel all this shit and interpret and intuit all this shit. It shouldn't even have to be spoken. You got to speak it this far in, you're in trouble with whoever's listening.
Well, yeah.
That's what I come to learn.
Well, yeah,
especially
intuition.
If they're talking back a lot, right? If they're just listening, it's a different story. If they're
at a
just
certain
talking
point,
back and
Paul
arguing,
is
you're in trouble.
basically
You can't feel that. You can't see that. You don't.
describing intuition, but he's doing it in an interesting way that I found very interesting. Because I myself am also very tapped in with my own intuition.
What? It's like on the street. You with 10 guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're five guys, let's say, like the fast food chain. Don't get any ideas, Jack Top. I know what you're thinking. You know, and someone walks up, and maybe you got a checkered past. You're doing whatever you're doing that you're not proud of at this time. But hey, we're all young and we do stupid shit at times, or shit profit motivated. Guy comes up, you know, he's asking you, let me get some of that, whatever. And immediately, you see this? I'm already on it. You seeing this, right? You feeling this? Oh no, what are you talking about? Oh, I'm leaving. I'll see you later. Weeks later, undercover cop bust.
Yeah.
Right? I go, bro, what do you think I walked off for? You think I gave up $500? Or you think I walked off because I could see the move coming? Just, it's all off. And then when you focus in, you see why it's all off, because the hat's off. Just bought the hat, and it's just not right, you know?
Mm-hmm.
The chain, it's just not fitted right. It's not his. He put it on from the evidence room. You know, the sneakers or a style, it doesn't match with the jeans. It doesn't. You start to pick up on it. No, this is all put together. This ain't real.
Yes,
This is fake.
intuition,
This is an act.
by
This
the
is a
way.
performance. Like that. Like I said, I
Knowledge
feel it before
gained
I see
outside
it.
of logic and
I hear it.
reason.
Once I go to
Intuition.
looking, it's over for you. 9 out of 10 times. You might get one past me here and there. Maybe 2. No, so I believe that through practice of consciousness and awareness, through experience, through maturation, through pushing past your fears in certain situations, become more of that discerning.
I missed it.
You know,
Cricket
present
day.
and aware, and able to read.
Oh, I could tell, yeah.
Room in a situation and what the come up is.
Well, yeah, I know.
Or the downturn.
Yeah, I know toilet bowl well enough.
I mean, shit,
yeah.
on the way to Brooklyn.
And
one
good,
day, a
good
friend of my
for,
friend,
good
just
on you.
completely out of the blue. I'll never forget it. Uncharacteristic.
Because it is, and again, I have a higher tolerance for that kind of weird shit. I mean, I just do, but yeah, I could see. I was like, okay, but you know, again, it's still it's a growth and a maturity too. Because in the past, you know, you might have reacted very differently. So, what? Good on you, man. But yeah, cringe quitted. I was right. Yeah, that's funny.
Like we're moving, we're doing. All of a sudden, I go, yo, you know, we gotta stop this, right? Just came over me immediately. I go, we gotta stop. He goes, what the fuck are you talking about? I said, yeah, we have to stop. I don't know what I'm talking about. Just the whole thing.
Well,
came
and
over
also,
me.
you know,
Stop.
not everything has to be
We're past
expressed,
it because
right?
we're
Like
dope sick
I
and,
can,
you know, we're doing
you
whatever
know,
we're
I can
doing,
have a
back and
fucking notion to
getting our
express
shit for free
something
and
and
make
just
money.
not express it.
So,
You know,
of course.
have to.
a
Tarek
couple
just
days,
he
whatever it
had
was,
to
maybe
get
a
that
week or
out
two
for
from
some
that point.
reason.
And this is years
Like he
into
had to tell you how much he admires Paul, right?
undercover,
But it's like, yeah, we
snitching
can pretty
inside
much
you.
all see it, sir. I don't know that it needs to be
The thing is
verbalized.
always there, man. You can go 3 fucking
same thing
thousand
with me
days
and
in a row
Drew
doing
back in the
something, and
day.
on one day, the thing's gonna go.
You know,
you know you need to stop today, right?
Probably I
And
should
then
have
you'll
just
be like,
shut up,
Oh, that was weird.
you know, and just everybody's going to be able to tell anyway, right? You know, why I needed to tell him, I don't know. This probably says something about me at the time. I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting to think about and try to figure out what is that, you know?
Go back to the same shit, and then it'll show you. Told you, stupid motherfucker. You could even drug deal and do all this shit and listen to this force. It seems it'll fucking help you out. It'll go, don't deal with this motherfucker, deal with that. You better stop going out here at least for a couple. You know, God seemingly, this force you call God will teach you how to deal drugs better if you let it, or maybe just encourage you to stop altogether. I just wasn't apprehending completely what was going on at the time. It seems like that's the case. Where I'm at now.
No, because I don't exist. And part of that is I don't exist in the space of fear, Gary. Now, at times I've just fucking gone off, you know, on the podcast about, you know, the concept of going to a FEMA camp or whatever, or maybe, you know, I'm not going and talking about how I'm going to, you know, my plan to prevent me from going and all of these things. But, so yeah, and I can't say that at times I have been, but generally speaking, I'm just not in a fear space. But, yeah, I don't know, man. It's hard for me to promote fear, but when I see a thing, you know, it's hard for me not to speak on it too. It's I don't know, man. I don't even really know what I'm trying to say, but anyway, getting lost in my own sauce now.
Around you, the way you're thinking, feeling, it's all gotta stop, all over. So since I didn't want to accept that and move into that, well, it did it for me. Thank you. It just looked like jail with a bunch of gorillas, you know. And again, they weren't getting nothing over on me there either. It's not about being tough. Really, it's about desperation. I'm desperate to not.
Man, I was just lost in the
desperate. I told
sauce.
them 5 big black men, you ain't getting this heroin. Because I was in there and snuck the heroin in with me. Oh yeah, I'm pretty good at what I do.
Yeah, but see, Paul, you're not the only one, right? See, Paul, for some reason, wants to believe he's the only person because it's the internet and a lot of folks are goofy and nerdy. Yeah, well, I was fucking panhandling one time, you know, Christmas Eve, which is a really good time to get donations, holding a cardboard sign. And here come these drunks out of the motel across the street. And they just decide that they're going to make me leave so they can panhandle there because I had the best spot. And so they were just basically like telling me to get the fuck out of there. And I just looked at them and started gathering all my things, which they took to mean, and they were drunks, these 2 drunks. And they took that to mean I was leaving, but I was just getting all my things because it was like, well, you know, if we end up having a fight or whatever, you know, I probably need to have my stuff, you know. So I'm just gathering all my things together. And I just looked at him and said, well, you might as well go ahead and do whatever you're going to do to me because I ain't leaving. and just looked at them. You know, it's like, what now? Now, they did try to physically attack me, but that didn't go very well. You know, meanwhile, I'm a pacifist, so, you know, I just, the one guy was literally fucking missing a leg, thought he was going to physically attack me. But, you know, these drunks ain't nothing to them anyway. I'm talking about actual fucking street drunks, you know. They were just cranky in the morning, you know, didn't have their fix or whatever. But then a fucking citizen, some guy driving by in a pickup truck fucking jumped out and put a stop to it. And I'm just like, hey, man, yeah, I don't fight. Like, I'll defend myself, but, you know, I'm not going to fight these guys. Who cares? And then the cops showed up, took one of them to jail because they couldn't fucking act right, you know. But it's like, I just looked at them and said, hey, whatever you're going to do to me, you just might as well go ahead and do it because I ain't fucking leaving. Just looked at them. You know, Paul, you ain't the only one built like that, you know. And I know this is a little different situation, but, you know, jail and the 5 black guys. But, I mean, come on.
Sometimes. So they strip search me, whatever. I get the heroin through. And I'm in the cell now trying to figure out how to get this cakey heroin up off the bed because I'm getting sick again. And I got to do this shit somehow. And there's no way to do it. There's no needles. You can't smoke it. And it's all caked up. Can't sniff it. Right. And then they see me, you know, oh, he's got bundles of heroin in here. You know, 5 gang members from Brooklyn, whoever, whatever. And they just try to press up on me. I said, you ain't getting this heroin. And they could see by the look in my eyes. It wasn't happening. You're going to have to kill me at this point. I'm already in jail. It's all over. This is the last thing I got. After this is going to be sickness and hell. I'm better off dead. Go ahead and make it quick. If not, you know, because they started, oh, we're going to give you some weed for that.
Ice grills in the house?
No. This is some kush. I said, I don't want it. I can't smoke it in here. I'm a heroin addict. I need heroin. Okay, well, you're going to give it to us or we're going to take it. I said, you better get to taking it then. That ended that conversation because guess what? Most people are punk ass fucking cowards and they only go to moving on people when they think they can get over on them. And when they see in your eyes that you ain't budging and you ain't moving, it may go a different way sometimes. And you don't even have to be uppity and violent. I probably said something more like, you know, fellas, I don't want any trouble, but I ain't giving up this dope. So you're going to have to take it from me because I'm kind of diplomatic in those situations. I don't want to offend anybody. You guys seem like pretty capable, big men. You know, I don't want to offend you, but you're pretty much going to have to kill me to get these drugs. So if you can get that done, you're good to go. After that, it pretty much deters anyone who's not willing to carry out and live on what the fuck they act like they're speaking.
Well, and because London Man has the good sense to keep his streams under 6 hours, even though it got blocked, he was able to edit it with I'm assuming with the tools and put it back up. So I'm going to be leaving pretty soon to go shopping, but we're going to play, we're actually going to play London Man's panel from last night. Let me real quick find out. We still got some more clips here, but my energies to be able to listen and respond to clips are pretty much over with. So we might just chill back. We might just hang out and do some crowd work, meaning read some comments. Oh, Lizzo. Is that a dude?
Hi, everyone.
I just assumed that was a girl. Had no idea. Anyway, we're not playing it yet, but yep. Calling Cap. Oh, on the prison story or the jail story? I don't know. Maybe he did. Who knows? I have no idea. You know, I'm certain I've been through some things. If I just told you what the fuck happened, I think people would be like, just wouldn't believe it. You know, so I err on the side of just believing what people say. But yeah, you just could be. Some people are bullshitters, but I don't know. Flow State uploaded a channel trailer. Should we watch that?
All right. We're going to do it this way. All right. Flow State.
Channel trailer / shield, it says.
All right. We're going to do it this way. All right. Flow State. You're the one, girl.
What happens? Welcome to Flow State Show. I'm the one. That's right. Like, subscribe. Come over to my channel. You have to put
what did he say, Gary? I missed it.
In front of Flow State when you search it, or else you'll never.
That is the problem with the lit chat is I miss a lot of the comments, unfortunately. Yeah, I meant jail. I actually corrected myself, Jimbo, but thank you. Good to see you, by the way. Yeah, first I said prison, then I corrected myself. Although in some areas, the jails can actually be worse than the prison, believe it or not. I don't know if folks know that. Depending on what jail it is. That's my understanding is the jail. A lot of the people who actually have done hard time, they'd rather be in the prison, apparently. Benton's the scariest one on here. I don't know about that, Rebecca Joe, but maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Meanwhile, I won't hurt nobody, but I will Kaiser Soze this shit anytime I have to. If you've ever seen The Usual Suspects. If it comes down to it. It's like once I see the move, I just make the move. I don't even. It's like the move was to take Christos's wrench, so I take it. I don't even think about, well, am I going to have to deal with this? Blah blah blah. It's like, no, that's the move. I just do the move. But yeah, anyway. What? Oh yeah, truest. Yeah. Well, thank you. I take all that as a compliment. Yeah. Sorry, I'm still trying to. So, I'm assuming that's not going on right now, is it? Or did I miss something? Am I out of the loop? That's not now, is it? Oh, shit. 8:30. Okay, with Patrick and Paul. I see. Well, that's interesting. Season 1, Episode 1. Wow. Okay. Now, do I play the London? What? Okay, we can simulcast this, or we can, because I'm leaving soon. I gotta go buy some food. So, and I think, oh shit, sorry. Sorry about that. I think it's been raining here too. Hang on, let me look out the window. I like that thumbnail. Let me show you this to you guys real quick. Sorry, my bad, Flow State. It's bad timing on the new video there. The whatever they call that. This is going to be interesting. Am I even going to be able to go shopping now? I don't know. What does the chat think we should? What should I play while I leave? Basically. Okay. Yeah, it's raining. Not that that's going to matter to what I'm doing. But, it's funny. I spent a weekend in jail. I only went to jail once as a homeless person, but it was summer in Arkansas, in Fayetteville, Arkansas, which is just brutal. It was 100 degrees. It was insane, off the charts, humidity. It's awful, Summer's, it was August, basically, as far as I remember. And, I have almost no experience with jail, but I've been in many, dormitory settings, because of homelessness, homeless shelters and stuff. So I'm pretty well. I've been around enough folks where I can tell when it's jail dynamics, But at a certain point, I was just wandering. I was wandering around the pod, I had my bedding and my fucking my hygiene and all this. I was just carrying it around with me. And finally, somebody was like, "Hey, man, you don't we're not going to steal your shit. You don't have to carry all that around." I'm like, "No, man, I'm homeless. I'm just used to carrying all my shit around with me. I don't even know what to tell you." But it's funny, I spent that weekend in jail and I was so fucking homeless, man. It actually improved my that was a better standard of living than the way I was living in the streets. I could fucking take a shower. The bathroom was right there, Yeah, it was neither here nor there to me. But meanwhile, Paul talking about, when you have to go to court, it's like, yeah, we did a video conference with the judge. Everybody pled guilty so they could get out of there that day. I just had a conversation with the judge, was like, "Hey, man, I'm trying to get out of here," because I actually had a date. Hilariously, I'd met some college girl. Of course, that worked out. Didn't work out because it never does. But some cute college girl had taken an interest in me, and I was like, "Hey, man, I got a date. I'm trying to get out of here." But I said, I'm not trying to, because I would have just stayed in there. Who cares? But it was like, I'm not trying to plead guilty to this. I was like, "What?" And I said, "Man, I've got a driver's license. I will absolutely come to court. I know if I don't." I can't have warrants for my arrest out here for failure to appear. And I know y'all will just suspend my license first thing. I know how it works. And I said, I don't have a record. It's like, I know I'm homeless and shit, but I'm a responsible citizen, whatever. I'm a responsible member of society here otherwise. So, I will show up to court. And he's like, all right, own recognizance, fucking let me out. And I was the only person in there. Because, these motherfuckers couldn't have spelled recognizance. So I like my chances at court, no matter what's going on. I've always been that way. I got half a brain, I got half a brain anyway. This is interesting. 8:30, they're going live. Huh. Is this the morning wars going to crush everybody? Really? That's funny. You think they would have done this a little earlier, but Paul's on Pacific or Mountain. I think Paul's 1 hour to 2 hours behind me. So I think it's 7-11. It's 8-11 here. It's 7-11 where he's at. Wow, this is going to be interesting. I'm going to be listening on my phone. I'm going to probably just going to restream. I'm probably going to restream OTW so I can listen. Although he does do the extended intro. I don't know, man. Yeah, that's probably true depending on where they're at, Jimbo. In Arkansas, it's not cold enough. It doesn't really get cold enough in the South to try to do something like that. Maybe for a cold snap. Summer's worse here for sure. God, summer's fucking brutal. She could have been the one. No, she was nuts. But, what kind of, imagine being a cute college girl and then there's got to be something wrong with her. She's trying to date some fucking homeless guy, I mean, whatever. And who knows? I mean, who even knows? I've always been fairly vulnerable to just, a gal that takes an interest in me. There's something, it's like, it's hard to explain, but yeah, I do respond favorably to, but that tends to be crazy chicks. But, I mean, y'all are all crazy on some level, but so are we. So we're not any better in that regard, obviously. So at the risk of offending the 33% female audience, Nan, Steve said his is like damn near 50-50, man. That's pretty impressive, I have to say. Yeah, she could have been the one. That's funny. I don't believe in that, but I don't think you do either. She was cute, though, man. I got to give her that. She was cute. Oh, yeah, I know you're joking. Yeah. Yeah, Paul played me for an hour and 8 minutes, Sterling Ray. And unfortunately, my internet, it's not the reason why I keep the hours I do, but God, the networks here are so fucked. It just, by that time in the afternoon, the networks are so congested. The download still works, but the upload just dies. T-Mobile's definitely the best here. I think T-Mobile's ahead of the game in a lot of ways. Oh, that reminds me, I need to tell Highly Suspect. They've got, if the deal's still going, I found a deal on Mint Mobile. There's this channel I follow because I like to keep up with some of the cell news, like just the cell companies and what they're doing with their, improving their networks and stuff. And I used to be in, computer networking many, many years ago in IT and all of this. I was a Microsoft certified systems engineer on Windows 2000 in a former life, right? But, MCSE, which is it was kind of a bullshit certification. It helped me get jobs, though, at times. So I keep up with some of that with the cell stuffs. We played it on here, Sterling Ray. Let me see where we got to. Okay. I only made it up to 128. So you're saying he talked to me about me at 1 hour and 50. Is that 1 hour and 53 minutes or 1 minute and 53 seconds? That was me still talking at 1:53. So I'm assuming you mean 1 hour, 53 minutes? Because I can watch that right now because we watched, I watched the first 20 minutes of his content. I don't know, Yolanda. If y'all would keep me posted, I would appreciate it because, that's the nature of what I'm doing is I don't necessarily see everything, while I'm talking and I sort of get lost in my own sauce. But I think it's, it's telling, even if Christos had kept his wrench, I'm not sure that he would have been, he's sort of, what do they call that when someone's conspicuous by their absence, right? Although he kind of comes in later usually. But yeah, let's see if he's talking about me at 1 hour and 53 minutes.
Or social appeal. He'll fucking talk to himself for 2 hours a day. He don't care so much.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do talk to myself for 2 hours. Meanwhile, I do just fine socially, sir. It's not been a problem. I was very socially successful as a young person, if that's what you're going for. In fact, I was much more successful than what Paul's reported, it seems like, in a way, right? But that's fine. I mean, I'm so well acquainted to being made fun of. It's not really a big deal.
That's the other end of it.
Yeah,
but again, I respect that more. Right? I'd have respected Zetetic Warrior if he'd have just stuck in the basement and got it out the mud and kept grinding, doing his own shit and became my competition and came midday and competed with me. Nah, You want to come out of your hole just to politically move and strategize, and you want to get Benton in his feelers, and it works because he broke bad on me, and you want to get OTW in his feelings, and
Never broke good, sir. Never broke good.
it worked for a moment until he realized I'm doing better than you and snapped out of it. Okay. And it worked with Talcott because it works every time with Talcott. But you all didn't see that move, how the pathetic warrior crawled out of his hole and went from one person after the next to get them to doubt what they were doing with me. And it worked because
That's not exactly what happened with me, sir. But I know he's going to engage in some revisionist history. I know that's what he's going to do, and I know that the people are going to just believe his version, which is fine. Dude, I knew that the whole way through.
Benton, as special and unique as you think you are, you're manipulatable and suggestible. Stupid motherfucker. You're not as bright as you think you are, boy. So tell me all about how when I told you to put a link down for 20 minutes and you wouldn't do it. I can't handle the breakdown psychologically, partner.
What? What's he talking about? Oh, you mean because I'm old and I'm fucking sick and I go to sleep at 5:30 every day? Is that what you mean? But I still had you over here and talked to you late in the day after 11 hours of streaming? I don't know, man. And I'm 14 years older. I'm not quite sure you're factoring all that in. You know, at a certain point, I even told Paul that, certain folks of us are older and we're just not quite as sharp as Paul. And he just dismissed it out of hand and was like, oh, yeah, sure you are, blah, blah, blah. I was like, what are you talking about, man?
But you all didn't see that move, how the pathetic warrior crawled out of his hole and went from one person after the next to get them to doubt what they were doing with me. And it worked because Benton, as special and unique as you think you are, you're.
Well, and sorry to keep pausing, but, huge, I don't want to put that out there because I've never had any issues with Christos, but I'm being told by multiple people that he is a slimy lizard. So I don't know. I haven't seen that out of him. That hasn't been my observation, but, that's part of me. So how he got demodded was I saw some comments in the chat about him, and I said, well, wait a minute, has Christos been talking shit? And then one person said yes, and I'm pretty sure I trust that person. So I was like, okay, I guess I better go demod him just in case, because it's called security, right? Meanwhile, I don't know how much damage he could even do as a moderator. Probably not that much, but anyway. It's funny, though. See, I just assumed Tommy would go in on me, and he never really did. Tommy's only really ever gone in on me while we're on the same panel, right? He's never really had a bad word to say to me that wasn't to me directly. I don't know if y'all have ever noticed that. And now, as much as Paul wants to talk about people going behind his back and doing this or that, and I don't consider it behind my back because he's saying it publicly, right? And thank you, by the way, Sterling Ray, for the because I don't know that I ever would have gotten to this, so I'm glad you let me know about it. And I'll do some of the drama, right? And I want to say this about me and Paul, and me and Z to some extent. There's always this northeastern or southern dynamic, right? There's always both coasts underestimate me, and I know because I've spent a lot of time on both coasts. Believe me, I've been around the coastal people, right? The East Coast and the West Coast. They both of them underestimate me. Well, that's their problem, right? But yeah, Paul, I'm clearly not nearly as intelligent as you are. I think we all can see that, sir. I'm the guy who thinks a lot. That means I lift a lot of weights. I think a lot, right? I'm a thoughtful person. I'm deep in thought. So if I've got 98 horsepower in the tank, and you've got 140 horsepower, right, under the hood, I should say. If I've got 98 horsepower under the hood and you've got 140, well, there's still like a drivetrain and a mechanism in a car that you got to get the power to the wheels, right? So Paul gets the power to the wheels, but I get a pretty fucking high percentage of my 98 horsepower makes it to the ground, right? I do tend to maximize what I've got to work with here. I don't know if y'all have noticed that, but yeah, I'm wringing a lot out of a limited intellect. Right.
You're manipulatable and suggestible. Stupid motherfucker. You're not as bright as you think you are, boy. So tell me all about how when I told you to put a link down for 20 minutes and you wouldn't do it. I can't handle the breakdown psychologically, partner. I'm pretty sure.
Well, it's called Art of War, Paul. And this is, we've both read The Art of War. We both read the 48 Laws of Power. I know not to go against a powerful enemy when I'm in a weakened state. If for some insane reason I'm going to go against a very powerful enemy, I'm only ever going to do it when I'm at my best, and I'm only ever going to smash as hard as I can smash. Right? Obviously. Are you kidding me?
Sure I can, and I'm pretty sure I can exceed your psychological breakdown because you ain't the brightest fucking bulb I've ever met.
Well, we both agree there, sir. I'm in agreement with you there. It's not my fault that you got lazy and that your sycophants, what I identify as your sycophants, have kissed your ass so much that you've fucking fallen in love with your own bullshit to some extent. I didn't create that. The problem for you is that someone with as limited intelligence as me is now being able to poke some holes in some of your ideas. That's not a problem for me, sir. That's a problem for you, right? I know what I'm working with up here. I'm very aware. I might be the only person in human history with a higher ASVAB score than his actual IQ. Like, that might be a real thing.
Okay? I know you think you are because you're surrounded by pretty much slack-jawed retarded people who can barely talk, but you ain't the brightest.
Man, you're not wrong. Although what Paul never seems to understand is that I can tell him repeatedly that I lived out of a backpack and traveled around the country, meaning like I've been to Berkeley. I've fucking spent plenty of time around the smart people. I've listened to a lot of intelligent motherfuckers talk, right? I've read a lot of books. But yeah, you're right. I'm not the smartest fucking dude out here. Right. Absolutely. But we know just because of how I talk, people from where he's from think I'm a fucking moron solely based on how I speak. And that's just a fact, and he can't do nothing about it. Z can't do nothing about it. On some level, he's going to always think I'm a fucking idiot because of how I talk. And believe me, I know that.
This fucking bulb I've come across. So really, don't get too big.
Yeah, so that's why Paul's going to tighten up, because he's smart enough, and he's going to tighten up to where I can't just go in on his ideas so easily. And so everybody's going to benefit because he's not going to be able to get away with this weak-ass bullshit anymore. Everybody wins, as far as I'm concerned.
For your britches. Because if you really believed what you were saying and stood on it, and it wasn't just an act and a performance.
Oh, but what do I stand on, sir? Is this where we pretend to have a cause and a movement again? Is this where we pretend to have a cause and a movement that doesn't exist, that you can't point to and say, there it is, here it is, it's over there? Okay, sure.
In your emotions, you'd have had me right the fuck up like I'd have you right the fuck up right now, and we'd have...
No, I had you up the day before, and you chose not to have a conversation, sir. See? And by the way, now he's prescribing my behavior, and he's saying, well, because I don't do this thing, then it has to mean all this. That's not how it works, man. I'm very strategic. I know when to go up against somebody. I know when not to go up against them. And especially, Paul, when the day before you chose not to have a conversation with me. See, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to go to the store now because the OTW is about to go live with Paul. And I haven't even seen all the drama from yesterday. This is my life now, by the way. I can't, it's funny. I was doubting, I was doubting, paying the $800 and staying another month in the motel. Shit, I can't fucking wait now. Oh, man. What's up, Cynthia? Cynthia here? Good to see you. Maybe, Cynthia. The problem is the way I speak, it's hard for me to, it just kind of all comes out of me. It's hard for me to structure something, but I don't know, maybe. I probably have to go back and listen to myself, but I'll try to in a minute. I am a little retarded. Paul's right. I am slightly retarded, lest we forget. That's a real thing. He's not kidding.
Have the damn conversation. You give me the breakdown, partner. Nah, because you're all punk ass cowardly bitches. You're front online with that false strength. But when you get right down to a real conversation with a man who you say you respect, you can't even have it.
Oh, I can have it. You can't have it. Meaning you can't let me talk. You left before I got a chance to respond, partner. That's what happened, sir. We all saw it. Okay. I would absolutely be willing to have a conversation with Paul if he can shut the fuck up long enough to let me talk. Now, he did let me talk at the start. Right now, he might say, well, what do you mean? You're not a man. You got to let me, you need me to let you talk. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to just start yelling, right? That's reserved for Mitchell. I'm not going to just yell at you in the fucking Motel 6 here, right? At the top of my, I'm a loud ass motherfucker. I'm loud right now. I'm not going to just yell at you so I can get the fucking floor, sir. I'm not doing it. It's not going to happen. So yeah, when the moment comes, Paulie boy, that you feel like you want to have a conversation with me, and I'm open to that, by the way, but I'm going to need you to shut the fuck up for part of it so I can talk. And I'm not interested in putting a whole bunch of energy into wrestling a gorilla, right? Corralling a gorilla so I can speak. No, thank you.
And that's why I say you're all bitches and hoes in your feelers. And you could say I'm in my feelers because I'm passionate about truth, and I'll loop it over and over again with the same energy. This is the content.
Passionate about truth. Yeah, this is the content. I agree. But see, we can hash it out. That's the thing, is we can hash it out. Now, sometimes and I'll tell you, here's another thing about a conversation. And by the way, Paul, this has already happened to some extent with me and Drew. And, I fucking acted out to some extent. I spurged out on our morning show. Drew chose to end the stream instead of continuing on, which that's a whole nother fucking can of worms there. And we had enough history. There was a time he deleted a Discord server that was dedicated to my podcast, by the way, and his Sunday show, but it was our Sunday show. But it was really more dedicated to my podcast at the time. And he just deleted the fucking thing, right? I didn't hold a grudge. I don't hold a grudge. I didn't hold it against him, but there was enough of a history. We never discussed it, and after that happened, and he came on my broadcast, and we fucking had it out, and at the end, it ended with him telling me, "Well, fuck you then," and he fucking left. And then we didn't talk for a long period of time, and then, he came back on the channel at least a couple of times here recently, and I haven't heard from him. As far as I know, he's busy. But see, what I'm not going to do, Paul, is I'm not going to further damage the relationship because, we're not really friends. Now, maybe we were at one point. Me and Drew aren't really friends, right? I'm sure he would agree with that. But we might choose to work together in the future. Okay. So, Paul clearly sees no value in collaborating with me. I mean, I think that's clear by now. I just don't think he sees any value in having a collaboration with me. Is OTW live yet, by the way? Let's, apologies for I'm a little all over the road, so my apologies to the audience. But it's not really a Benton broadcast unless I apologize to the audience multiple times. Now, is it? Not yet live. It says waiting for OTW. There's Christos in the chat. I'm pretty sure, though, even if Christos still had the wrench, I don't think he would be posting in the chat over here, especially with Paul and OTW going live. Now, how much of this is about to be about me, right? 20 shot, 22 are dead. Yeah, there's your 222, right? That doesn't even make sense. Maybe two of them had heart attacks. I don't know. Maybe one died of the jab and the other one had a heart attack. I shouldn't even laugh. I don't even know what happened. But we'll thumbs up OTW here. But I'm about to leave here shortly. Yeah, I saw that, Heidi. I'm about to leave to go to the store, so I'm trying to determine who do I need, what should I play while I'm gone. The thing is, I want to hear what OTW and Paul are going to get into, because I'm assuming it's going to involve me on some level. Christos lost one of his rings of power. Well, and see, I don't even, it's funny, just let it play out, because I'm reading the chat here, and it's like, I already emailed Christos and told him I'm open to giving it back to him. It was a security measure, because I don't know what the fuck's I don't know how this thing's gonna shake out. Yeah, Christos trying not to be full Nazi today. Oh man. Yeah, y'all feel free to check out OTW. I'm gonna try to get through a few more minutes of this, but my problem is when it's about me, I tend to pause every half a second.
This is what they show up for. This is the psychological breakdown you all wind up getting from me, and everyone goes, or 3/4 of the people go, yeah, he's right. You look like a fool again. Go back to your drawing board, get your shit together, and learn how to create content, work together, or just do the chaos in the proper fashion. But you all can't, and you want all of it. And that's why you got none of it.
I feel like I'm doing all right. I'm not as good at it as Paul is, but I feel like I'm doing pretty well.
Right? Because you're more interested in what the fuck you want and don't want than what we all need. There's another comment.
What do you mean what we all need? I'm here serving the community, sir, while recognizing none of this is going to amount to a hill of beans. We're mostly here to deal with our social isolation. But if you're going to put it back to a movement, you're going to get a whole lot of pushback from me, buddy. Because I don't even think, you really think these people are going to come together and reform dystopia? You really believe that?
Common theme we've seen over and over again. And that's the difference between people like you, Scum, and people like Tyrek, and people like Wizard, and people like Julian.
Oh, it's a circling of the wagons cult style, right? Again, not willing to call Paul a cult leader. I'm saying these are cult dynamics. Because see, Tarek is a good little boy that does what he's told. Benton is, he's out here just doing whatever he wants. And stakes are high because society's in various states of collapse, and there's, oh my God, trouble in the Middle East, right? And oh my God, the already collapsed financial system is collapsing yet again. So all of this is happening, and you see these people running around doing what they're doing, and meanwhile it's time to come together and reform dystopia. This is fucking laughable. This is laughable, man. Laughable. I'm gonna back this up.
This is the content. This is what they show up for. This is the psychological breakdown you all wind up getting from me, and everyone goes, or 3/4 of people go, yeah, he's right. You look like a fool again. Go back.
Yeah, great time for Benton to ignore the chat. Wow, what did I miss? Oh, man. Oh, Paul lived in a tent for a year? Yeah, he probably did. Well, and that's another, yeah, he was. And that's the thing, Yolanda. He was irritated. I didn't give him a link in your chat. The thing is, I had an actual valid reason for not doing it. So now we get into healthy boundaries, right? The fact is, how can I work with somebody who can't recognize that I have a need in the moment? And the need is I'm old and fucking tired. Not even tired. I'm old and, I'm ill, man. And, I know it may seem like at times I'm picking and choosing when I'm ill and when I'm not, but I'm up and down on a daily basis. I'm up and I'm down and I'm up and I'm down. It's just how it is. I go from half of the day, I feel like I could go back to truck driving. And then later on in the day, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You can't drive a truck in this condition. Like that's every single fucking day. I'm not here to whine and cry about my health, but my health is fucking destroyed. And now I played a part in that. I'm not a victim of that. I had a lot to do with it, but I am a victim of some of it. Some of it is probably genetic. Anyway, I don't want to get too much into that. I'm trying to get through this clip, but it's almost time to go.
Back to your drawing board, get your shit together and learn how to create content, work together, or just do the chaos in the proper fashion. But you all can't, and you want all of it. And that's why you got none of it.
I feel like I'm doing
right,
okay.
Because you're more interested in what the fuck you want and don't want than what we all need. There's another common theme we've seen over and over again. And that's the difference between people like you, Scum, and people like Tyrek, and people like Wizard, and people like Julian.
Well, Tyrek can't go live and do a broadcast. I mean, let's be serious.
You see the difference? You can make fun of them for their economic status and their dental habits and all the rest of the shallow bullshit. The difference is when you look at them and you deal with them, you can tell, like me, almost immediately, they care more about what's true and what's right and what their position's going to be than they care about validating their insecure feelers and ego and feeling like the best and smartest guy in the room. So,
bro, when I'm the smartest guy in the room, I get nervous. I don't like being the smartest guy in the room. Because like you said, I'm surrounded by a bunch of bozos out here, and that's a real thing. I don't like being the smartest motherfucker. I've never liked that shit.
There's that.
Because I know I ain't that fucking smart overall. So yeah, that's a bad feeling to me when I'm the smartest person in the room.
Water seeks its own level. You just have to see what the pattern is. You got to be able to see a motherfucker's heart like that force does. Yeah. That's where the judgment comes.
Yeah, and you've missed mine, partner. You've just and you haven't even bothered to hear most of what I've said. In fact, you came on the channel the other day and didn't bother to hear much of anything other than an apology you decided you didn't need. It's like, well, what if I need to give the apology, sir? It's not about you all the time. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, I'm very tolerant. I can be around folks with big egos, right? With people who are the dominant force. That doesn't, part of that is what? Part of that's my own security within myself. I'm secure enough to be around a person who is a dominant force, and I don't feel like it diminishes me whatsoever. Right? Now, by the way, secure in who and what I am. Exactly.
Comes in, the discernment comes in, and they ain't got it. Go ahead, expert panel of watchers and commentators.
Oh, really? I missed that. My bad. Yeah, hell yeah. What's he going to do? What do we need to do here? What do you want to do, Z? Hell yeah, dude. Okay, my bad, Z. I just completely missed your comment there. Yeah, I don't know. What do I got to give him the keys? What do we got to do here? What is this? Am I getting into another key situation? Oh man, you're not going to delete. You're not going to delete the channel, are you? I don't think you would. Yeah, man, that'd be dope. Actually, is he still here? Do I need to go over there? I guess. Yeah, my bad, Z. I just completely missed your comment. Lost in my own sauce over here. All right, let me go see what Z's doing right now. Oh, he's done. No, he's not. Oh, he's done. Well, hang on. Yeah, you can do it. Is he back? Okay, cool, man. Hell yeah, dude. Awesome. Great, thanks. You gonna solo it or what? Yeah, Big Drink T's got this, right? Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. I love that, man. Get in where you fit in, right? Fuck yeah. Very exciting.
Taters.
And just to say something to Ben, because I seen a little bit of it, and you're absolutely correct on the heart thing, because everything does travel through
Oh my God, Tarek. Yeah, of course he's absolutely right.
the heart, that source for the heart. So if I make, as I walk this life, this path, I'm gonna make some mistakes. Like maybe yesterday I stayed a little bit too long, but sometimes I feel like I'm in there for like 5-10 seconds a minute, and then it goes longer.
Yeah, thanks, Big Drink T. Yeah, read the chat indeed. Well, and this is one of my failings is we've got Pauly Boy talking about me endlessly. So this is, on some level, yes, I love attention. Of course I do. Are you kidding me? So it's hard for me. It's hard for me to read the chat and listen to Pauly Boy talk about me. Oh man. Sweet. Yeah, exactly. I'm monologue. Exactly. You see, I get stuck in a mode sometimes. Yeah, I've gotten stuck into a mode, and I'm having trouble getting out of it. Oh man, I could make all kinds of excuses here, but it's just we all see the ridiculousness of what's happening here. So, oh man. Fucking name.
Because I'm just waiting, and maybe that's something I got to be aware of. But Ben, like you said something about paying taxes. I'm sure Tarek pays taxes at least 6%. How do you know that, sir? How do you know?
Okay, maybe you don't pay sales tax. I don't. And in fact, Tarek, since you can't, I said I would almost guarantee it. See, there's a word in there called almost. Like, why can't people make these? I said almost guarantee it. That means I would come close to guaranteeing it, but I would stop short of guaranteeing it. That's called leaving wiggle room, Tarek. Now I'm going to be held accountable by Tarek for something that I worked a fucking disclaimer into. Right. Thanks. Great. This is wonderful. Yeah, Padna. Oh, man. I look sun-kissed? What does that even mean? I have a little color to me, don't I? I do have a little color to me. I haven't been outside enough to get sun-kissed, unfortunately. I feel kind of warm, though. Something's going on. Has OTW started yet? Nope. Oh, he's pushed it off to 9. Yes. Hey, all right. Welcome to the show, Zetetic Warrior, possible guest host here.
Hello, good sir.
Hello,
How's
sir.
it going, Ben?
Oh, man, I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing just fine, man. I'm actually doing well. Interesting events recently. The dynamics are always changing. Very fluid situation here in this metaversal world that we find ourselves in. And I don't know. I heard you wanted to run out and go to the store, and I just kind of offered my services up in case you needed somebody to hold down the fort as you're away. If you didn't want to end your stream.
Hell yeah.
I could probably share my screen if we get that going before you leave, and maybe I'll pull up the OTW News Network, and it looks like they're about to go live. If that's something maybe you're interested interested in, or if you had
Absolutely.
something else you wanted me to cover, we could do that. I mean, it's whatever you want, dude.
Yeah, I think OTW would be a great way to go. I like that.
All right, so let me do a share screen on my end. Yeah, it looks like we have an off the wall with Patrick and Paul. I wonder who the Paul is. Oh, can't imagine.
Yeah, I wonder. Well, I hope not, Gary. Gary says this may run off Rob. I hope not. I would say this: if I do take suggestions from valued audience members, I can be swayed in certain ways. But yeah, Z's welcome on the channel though, so that might be a that's just, it is what it is, Z.
Well, here's the thing. Rob knows that I have no ill feelings towards him. He understands that. You know, if he doesn't, then he could always have a conversation with me. But that's obvious. So it looks like we could see it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
All right, so we're looking good on this one.
Now, when will they actually get started is the question.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He's already pushed it ahead.
What does it say? 17 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you were reviewing something from yesterday, I mean, I could just go back to wherever you were, whoever channel that was, and just continue from there. It's whatever you want, man.
Yeah, now, I don't know enough about StreamYard. I don't know if it'll let you go back and forth on the screen shares. I think I have to
Let
do
me
that.
try it.
Yeah.
Well, let me try it because
Okay.
I'm sharing a certain screen. Let me, let's go to...
Oh, you can probably just go wherever you want within that. Okay, within the web browser. I see.
Seems like it, right?
Hell yeah, dude.
Let's see what yesterday's
video, please.
was. Yesterday's stream. Were you reviewing yesterday's stream? Is
Yeah.
that where you left off?
Yeah, we're at 1 hour and 56 minutes in approximately.
Gotcha.
Self is self. We're both the same, consciousness and awareness.
Let's see, 156. Let's get to it. We'll just make sure that that the audience could hear it and everything.
More interested in what the fuck you want and don't want than what we all need. There's another common theme we've seen over and over again. And that's the difference between people like you, Scum, and people like Tarek.
Audience, are you hearing that? Are we copacetic on this? I'm gonna make sure we're up and running. How we doing? I can't hear Benton if he's talking.
Hey, yeah, can you press play? I want to see if I can hear it through my phone.
Gotcha. Actually, Benton, let me come back. I'm going to switch headphones.
Yeah, just go ahead and play it if you would, and I'm going to see if I can hear it on my phone.
All right, I'm going to have to leave and come back real quick. So I'm going to have to
Yeah, no
switch
problem.
headphones up, or
Yeah, no
well,
worries.
let me hit play to just test it out and make sure you got it.
Cool.
And people like Wizard and people like Julian. You see the difference? You can make fun of them.
Did you have it or what?
Yeah, we're good on the audio. So yeah, if you need to
All right,
leave,
hold on. Let me
come
try
back.
to switch my audio without logging out. Give me like 30 seconds. I'll
Yeah,
be
man.
right back.
Well, this is certainly exciting. I had no idea this was in the works. So, yeah, another. I do enjoy the live format, I must say. Never a dull moment. We talking O'Shea with the fines here? Oh, no, we're talking. I see what we're talking. Never mind. Never mind. Now, if chat could tell Z whenever OTW actually starts talking, or when him and Paul start talking, because who even knows what they're going to do with the extended intro or not. So I would appreciate that, because I would like to listen when I'm in the car driving. It's a good question, Yolanda. That's a good question.
Benton.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to log out and I'm going to come back. Okay.
Cool, man. Yeah, I'll be here.
All right.
Hell yeah. Oh, we lost his screen share, so I'm going to go back to mine, I guess. All right. Although I don't even know if I want to even listen to much more of this. But I guess, what else am I going to do? I bet Z won't be gone for... We'll just wait. I bet he won't be gone for long. The Bentetic Warrior. Hey, good to see you, man. Shout out to Smith W in the house. Yeah, Zinton. What's up, Tony Taylor? Oh, wait, did we get a... Oh, yeah, that was Big Drink Tea. I read the chat. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Doing that now, sir. Well, and, you know, I'm not trying to get into the insulting people about their weight necessarily, but I don't know. He's made it somewhat personal, I would say. So there was a time, and we were fairly friendly. Well, wait a minute. He's back. All right. There he is.
How's it going, sir?
Doing great.
All right. I am hearing you loud and clear, which is wonderful. Now let's reinstitute the sharing of the screens.
Sweet. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, here you go. Yep. Sweet.
All right. Now I'm going to test the audio out one more time. All right. Make sure you and your audience could both hear it.
All right.
Let me play. We're doing this live, everybody.
One of them for their economic status and their dental.
Fuck. Why is it playing it? Oh, fuck. Damn it.
Yeah, we're good.
One more. Hold on. We're going to do this
more.
one more time. My bad. 1 minute, everybody. 1 more minute. Sorry. My apologies.
Uh-oh. We lost Z, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, okay. I haven't even got to hear rebuttal bar yet. Yeah, Zionist Warrior says, I hate Paul. Yeah. Yeah, we do talk about Paul a lot. I think is this Mitchell, though? I think this might be Mitchell. Just guessing. I don't know. It's hard to say, but yeah, Z left. He'll be back, hopefully. Yeah, crossing the streams indeed, Mark Jones. Good to see you, by the way. All are welcome here, right up until they're not. No, I'm just kidding. Fucking A, man. Oh, maybe I should drop the link again. Yeah, he can't. I think Paul, you know, again, I don't even want to comment on it at this point. I feel like folks can see what's up. Can see what's up. Anyway, I'm here, but give me a minute, waiting for Z to come back, and I'm probably going to have to switch over to my phone here pretty shortly.
Yeah, I don't know if Z's coming back or not. I gotta get out of here though. Oh, wait a minute. Zionist warrior. Oh, I forgot to kill my mic. Shit, I wish, Teddy. We've been in trouble, man, with the morning shits. It's not been going well. In fact, that's part of the reason I'm going to the store. And I'm leaving, like, you know, regardless of what Z does, I'll just run the broadcast from my phone if I need to. So, yeah, let me backstage myself, actually. And I have to remember not to have any live streams pulled up that could go live. You know what I mean? Let's see. It'll play anyway since I'm on OBS. But I might just have to play something. Just leave something playing and just go. R and T, the two worst letters in the English alphabet. That's right. Yeah, jokes on Benton. Actually, the watermelon, I finally got everything moved on out as far as I can tell. But yeah, going back for more watermelon. Shit. Do the show at the same time. Literally. Oh, I'm still making noises. I see the icon vibrating on the screen there. What happened to Z? I don't know. Did he get swatted or something? Should I hang out until OTW goes live and then play that? What's the move here? Get this man some Docalax. Yeah, I'm trying. You know, anyway, I don't even want to get into it. We're kind of already there, though, aren't we? Okay, I can screen share from my computer, I think. All right, let's see if this will work. Will this work? I don't think I can, though. And you just can't do a screen share from a phone, I'm assuming. I don't even think that's a thing, right? Let's see if he showed up in the comments. Oh, he's trying to connect? Okay, cool. All right, yeah, I'm patient. No, we got time. I was just going to take a, you know, alternate measures if I needed to. Alternative measures. Those patients. Oh, buddy. I had the wrong hoodie on. Since I'm not in the Northeast, I get to go out with my pistol on my hip. So I choose to cover that up with my clothing. Not that anybody would necessarily care around these parts, but you know. All right. There she is, the old Glock 21. Oh, here he is.
Howdy.
Right.
We're good. We're good. We're good. All right, let's get this thing going. You can get on your way, good sir. You know what they say about the most well-laid plans of mice and men.
Indeed, sir. However, we are adapting and overcoming, and I love it.
That's right. All right, let me know if you could hear it.
All right. Let me add your,
Well,
add the
as I walk, I don't like, one thing I noticed, Paul, that people, some like Ben or some other people do, like when I speak, I just speak from the heart. So I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm not calculating things. I'm not going to Jack's panel calculating it. So, I mean,
All right,
yes.
so are we good with the audio?
Yeah, audio's good. I'm probably going to backstage myself probably. Do you want, which layout do you want?
Whatever you want. Whatever you want. I mean, I could make this full screen and stuff.
Well, I kind of like you more, and then the on the screen most. I'll show you what I mean. Hang on. Let's do
Whatever
this.
you want, man.
Yeah, hold up.
I'm in your world.
Sweet. Well, I'm just going to bounce then and appreciate it, man. And yeah, if you guys could switch to OTW once they start doing something, that'd be cool. The audience will let you know, I'm sure.
All right, right on. What's your time frame, Mr. Benton here?
As soon as possible, I'd say I'm trying to do 1 hour and 15, if at all possible.
Gotcha. All right, good sir. We're going to hold the fort down for Mr. Benton. Just know I do not have the ability to bring up guests. Benton, if you're live, you might be able to bring guests in and out at your discretion.
Okay, I can do that.
I'm not sure if you'll be able to do that on your mobile app without fucking it up. That I'm not sure. I'll leave that up to you. Otherwise, we're just going to let it fly.
And OTW just went live, so I want to see what they're doing real quick. If he's doing the long ass intro or not.
All right, let me get over there. Let me check that out.
To me. Yeah, it looks like he's going with the intro. A different intro, though.
Well, let's go over there. Let's get on there if he's fired up then. Let me, we'll come in.
Cool, man.
And who knows, maybe they'll restream us, restreaming them, and then we get into one of these endless fucking loops that everybody loves.
That'd be awesome.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
You got a problem with your life.
Can you all still hear that?
You got a problem with your environment. Do something about it. If you want it, go get it.
Recognize the excuses are not valid. They're conjured up. They're fabricated. They're lies.
Whoa,
and
you
how do you
me
stop
bigger
the
than
lies?
them.
You stop the lies with the truth.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Then the truth is, you have time. You have the skill. You have
that's
the
probably better. It
knowledge
might be too
and the
glitchy the other way.
support and the willpower and the discipline to get it done.
We're going to lower this.
Begins with a challenge.
All right, Chad, just let me know that the audio is good. You hear Patrick's goofy beginning intro.
Fall in your lap, and it's not going to be something that, oh my God, it just was so simple. It's always going to be.
Yeah, coming at you. Much love. Let's do an official opening. Much love, everybody, coming at you. Zetetic Warrior here, holding it down for the incomparable Benton. That's right, everybody.
This is your place.
Benton seems to be on some kind of epic streaming run. He might be setting some type of world record. Who knows? I'm going to lower this. Either way, let me go to the chat. Not sure who's here. I want to ignore the chat, everybody. Who's here? I'll go to the chat over here. I see London Man in the house. Says you got them keys in the end. Funny how things happen, right, London Man? Although I don't have the keys. Let's not get this straight. I'm merely here filling in. I have no ability. I can't bring you up. I can't put you down. I don't have any control. Benton has the control. I'm merely here acting as a conduit here. Just filling in. Smith W in the house. Much love, Mr. Smith W. Oh, I get to see Heidi again. Heidi, you see how things happen? Kind of weird how things happen. Snafu snaps. The optics are indeed high. Benton says, I'm listening in and can bring up guests if need be. All right, Benton. We'll work there. Teddy Spaghetti, new name for me, says, can we ask Z if he took inspiration for his radio voice from the Chicago radio greats? Great question, Teddy. I just do generic radio voice, and this is what comes out. When I read the news, I do old-timey, like, news clip, like World War II type voice. I'm like, in today's top story, coming from the Gaza Strip. It's just whatever trope that my mind comes up with, if you want to know. And we're just waiting for the OTW show to start. So I'm just kind of talking through his beginnings. Who else is here? Good to see everybody. Butthole Winker in the house. Nice name. New name for me. Capricorni. Much love. Much love. Manel in the house. Nice to see you. Jay Heighton, as always. Robin Blue. Howdy. Holding it down for the one and only Benton. Gary Baxter. Coming at you. Toilet Bowl Earth. Says, what the fuck is this cringe? Good to see you, Toilet Bowl. How are you? Scale of 1 to 10, how drunk are you, Toilet Bowl? Let me see what time is it. I don't know where you are, but it's early morning. You might be one of those scotch in the coffee type of guys. Just saying. Ice Grills coming at you. Somewhere in time. Good to see you. Cynthia says, why would this be their intro? Paul doesn't work out. Does he even walk far? You and I asked that same question, Cynthia. Much love, Mr. Unslavious, but you look like you never really get up out of your chair for any significant portion of time. Just kind of weird, dude. You don't appear to ever stand up. Cynthia, I'm fascinated. The man seems to be in front of a computer or a phone for literally every waking hour. I don't know. Maybe we should give him credit. Maybe it's commendable. Let's join Patrick of OTW News, everybody, as he starts his wonderful, illustrious morning broadcast.
Welcome to Off the Wall with Patrick and Paul. Season 1, Episode 1, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have a ball.
Is this fun, guys and dolls? Come on. You're having fun. I'm having fun. Doesn't get any better than this. We're going to remember these times. These are going to be the good days. London Man knows what I'm talking about. There's going to be a time where these are going to be the days that we look back to and we say, fuck, that was a golden era. Mark my words, everybody. Don't miss the moment. Don't miss the moment. Take some time to smell the fucking roses. Back to Patrick.
It's been a great year, ladies and gentlemen. And now we are starting off the autumn season, going into the winter with something different. And now I decided to come up with this little show that we're going to call Off the Wall, which is pretty cool because it fits with OTW. So I'm going to welcome everybody that's already showed up today. We already have a chat that's on fire. Christos de Leopolis, verily. Luke Within, welcome to the show.
All the usual
Snaps
suspects.
And Mr. Moose himself has decided to join us. Laurie Chavez, welcome to the show.
Who here would bang verily? I would conjecture that there's nary a man upon us that would turn down that offer. I've heard London Man express his earthly desires towards the lovely woman. We know London Man would clap those cheeks. Zetetic Warrior would. I don't really mind that she's completely culted up and probably lacks all degree of morality, principled ethics, and values, and she's probably been turned out more than anybody I could ever imagine. She's probably been ran through more times than the Holland Tunnel. Either way, verily, hit me up.
We also have DJ Spin. Woohoo! And I just skipped somebody. Yugi. Welcome, everybody. Kimba's in the house. Nubs Revenge, Mr. Mark Jones, and Rob Flob. 616. Welcome, guys. Nice to see you. What's up, man? All right. Deep Dogs in the house. Jay Phillips, Third Eye, Butterfly, Intuitive, Spiritual, Tarot is in the house. What a name. That was a mouthful.
Here's a question for you, London Man. Will Jay Phillips, who was just mentioned by our friend Patrick, will he be rejoining the We Are Awake TV community once it is reinstituted, which apparently is going to happen tonight? Newsflash, Ian may go live tonight or tomorrow. Word on the street says so. This is a question for anybody who's familiar with the We Are Awake TV community. Will Jay Phillips rejoin We Are Awake, or will he maintain his new allegiance with the Unslavia community? Your thoughts?
Let me see who else. Spear Taco 24, welcome to the show. We are going to have some fun today. I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. All right.
Snafu Snaps, do not underestimate Ian.
Greetings.
He shall not be
The
underestimated.
extra small one, what to put down so that nope. Okay, damn nuts. Anyway, I'm gonna drop the link for anybody who wants to come in and start going crazy.
I thought your co-host was going to be there, Pat.
Let's make this.
I thought your co-host Paul and Slave was going to be there. It's in the title. It says Off the Wall with Patrick and Paul. It's weird. It looks like your co-host hasn't shown up again. It begs the question, is that really a co-host? Or is it just somebody you're indentured to, who's usurped your channel and your content for his own nefarious purposes? I'm just asking the question. That's what I do here. I'm just wondering, OTW. Because it says your co-host. Well, it says Patrick and Paul. I don't see Paul. Is this a metaphorical Paul? Is it Paul in spirit? We know he's the Christed being. Maybe he could ubiquitously be everywhere in spirit. Wondering, Pat. Where's that co-host Paul? I remember when you had Freedom Grower as the co-host. He kind of was there on time. But I don't see Paul. It's like I said to you, Pat. You saying you're in business with Paul Enslaved is like a Korean shop owner in Newark, New Jersey saying they're in business with Tony Soprano. Get it? It's stupid to even say so. Fucking dumb Patrick.
This drama fest. Oh, we have NDBs in the house. Welcome. All right. Rob Cleveland's in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause for Mr. Rob Cleveland. Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's Rob. We found Rob, everybody.
Yeah, all right. Epic. So we have the link in chat, ladies and gentlemen. You tell me.
So he's got the link in already. London Man, you and I have discussed this. Maybe it was somebody else. Patrick appears to lack the ability to monologue. Something yours truly doesn't have an issue with, and we know Benton doesn't have an issue with. Benton may be the monologue king. It's quite possible that Benton's monologuing skills may exceed yours truly. But Patrick, your other colleagues and content creators have identified something that you need to work on, your ability to monologue. You just started and you're already going to the chat. It's your channel. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I am pointing out that you might want to work on that. Just saying. You know, Pat, let's give Pat some advice on monologuing. You could just start off easy, Pat. You could just start off easy. It doesn't even have to be detailed. A little bit about your morning, where you are, little stuff. Let people wind in. Let people roll in. Give the audience time to get acquainted with the fucking broadcast of the day. Just saying.
Tell me just walked in. Welcome, you tell me. How fun it is to see you guys this morning. You know, I was thinking.
Here he goes. He's monologuing. It's starting. He's taking some advice. London Man says Rob is a lost little black girl. Well, London Man, he's more of a white chick than a black girl. But two, we have to be nice to Rob Cleveland. I'm holding the seat for Benton, so I need to respect the wishes of the Benton. We cannot go hard on Rob. Rob is an esteemed member of the Benton community. Although Benton, you and I have talked about this. Your efforts to walk the line between Unslavia and the rest of the fucking world are going to prove quite difficult, probably impossible. That is a line that cannot be walked. You are either culted or you are not. And even the great Benton, who has apparently more testicular fortitude, more testosterone, and a larger dick than most of the men here, will find it difficult to walk that line, good sir.
We got to stop the looping and the going to the crazy, you know?
Oh, really, Patrick? You telling us that we need to stop looping? You, Patrick, the king of the loop? You who defined what it is to loop on YouTube? Yeah.
Well, we can continue. It doesn't really matter to me. All right, so we got Christos. What's up, Christos? Yeah, all right. Let me see what you guys have to say. Let me see. Had become a Nazi blocking boy. Okay, wait a minute. What Snafu have to say about Christos? Let me see here. So, yes, Christos had become a Nazi blocking boy who has stuffed animals. Very sad to see his Nazi come out. Okay, so we got a Snafu going at Christos's throat this early this morning. It's starting out marvelously. You know, we are only 9 minutes into the show and it's already starting. It's cool. All right, so Rob, yeah, lol. OT double me.
Did Patrick change up his studio, his background? Remember he used to have the shelves in the back in the room that his cat pissed on his computer? Remember when his... Apparently Patrick has like a bunch of stray cats that his life partner apparently brings in. He appears to be in a completely different environment. I'm seeing a fireplace in the back. It's one of those digital fireplaces, though. Got all kinds of his guitars. Maybe it's just a different part of the room. He's got Baby Yoda back there. I'm just saying.
Well, me. Rob Johnson, yes. Canada's coffee and conversation. Yes, sir. Hey, talking about that, let's take the time to roll a doobie. Let's put on a little bit of background music.
All right, go ahead, Patrick. In lieu of monologuing, roll your fucking doobie. As if he didn't already roll 27 spliffs before he fucking had his first coffee. Just know Zetetic Warrior studies OTW very closely. 1, he drinks no less than 6 Monster energy drinks before noon. That's right, people. He has an excessive consumption of Monster energy drinks. Not sure what flavor. I'll have to get up on that. 2, when he says roll a doobie, it's not just a doobie. He has a very particular practice. He takes cigarettes. That's right, average store-bought cigarettes. He breaks them open, and then he breaks them into fourths. He quarters each one. He takes a fourth of a cigarette and rolls that in with the cannabis in his doobie, as he calls it, which here in the States we would call it a spliff. A spliff. Patrick, adopting many of the French qualities of a good fucking Quebecian, putting tobacco in his cannabis. We don't do that here in the States, everybody.
Let me see what we got here. We'll just put something like a Netflix song or something really not too loud in the background. And do this one. I'm fucking lit.
Now, Zionist Warrior, I do not have any control over Benton's chat. I can't ban you. I can't block you. But you can't just keep saying, we hate Paul, I hate Paul, I hate Paul. That is not nice. That is low vibe energy. It's not contributing to the spirit of the morning, which is one of cooperation, one of confederation, one of mutual self-interest. It is a spirit of unity as we move forward into a new day on this metaverse. I'm not going to have such hate speech down there. I don't know. Ben could block you if he wants, but we do not hate Paul. Do not promote that kind of hateful propaganda here on this channel. And yes, Sophia, this is Z live on Benton for all you new people coming in. Zetetic Warrior is now co-hosting the Benton show for the morning. Keys have not been given. This has been an alliance of mutual self-interest, convenience, and logistics. We are reviewing the incomparable OTW News Network as he brings us his lively, enlightening, and in other ways, stupendous content. And yes, we know the numbers are rising because people are interested in what's going on here. Let's continue. Again, no hate. This is a no hate zone.
Okay, so just make sure the sound's not too loud.
And just so you all know, this is just Patrick. Like, he's basically stalling for time as he waits for his co-host for the morning, as you see in the title, Paul, who we can only conjecture is Paul Enslaved. I mean, we don't really know if it's Paul Enslaved. It's probably Paul, but we don't really know. But, you know, Patrick has to take some time to wait for Paul to wake up. He's got to wipe the grilled cheese stains off the side of his mouth and the coals out of his eye. He needs to fucking lumber his tubby ass out of that rather large bed that he's kicked Jennifer out of. Jennifer, you let Paul take over the bed. That's weird anyway. So as we're waiting for all that to happen, as we're waiting for him to open the refrigerator door to begin his consumption of grilled cheese sandwiches that Jennifer has meticulously prepared before she went to work to earn the money to pay the bills to support the White Gorilla. As this is all happening, Patrick needs to stall for time. Roll those spliffs, Patrick. I'm sure the gorilla will be here shortly, and then we could all engage and bask in the wonderful glory and Zen-like, Buddha-like, cult-like quality that your compatriot, Mr. Paul Enslaved, brings to the table. Thank you, OTW. Proceed, good sir.
Appreciate that. There we go. Hey, just give me in one chat if you guys hear the background music. You know, I could put it a little bit louder, but I don't want us to lose focus and not hear what I don't have to say. Yeah.
You could not say that again, Patrick.
And BB says 10-10. Perfect. Okay. Happy to see everyone. All right. Oh, hey. Yo, Verily. One mix is good.
What do you think would happen to Patrick if he got to spend one night with the lovely Verily? Alumitami, can you, in some way, bring us into what that would look like? Maybe make a video about it. A night with Patrick by one Verily. What would happen to him? I think his head would explode literally, like the meme, like the emoji of the exploding head. Patrick would lose his ever-loving shit. We can only hope, Patrick. Who knows? Your alliance with Unslavia has given you some degree of clout. If you proceed in this trajectory, you may indeed be able to experience some of that Unslavia trim, the Unslavia shrapnel, as I've called it, the pussy shrapnel that comes off the White Gorilla. You never know. Verily might be in your future, Patrick. Keep it up if you play your cards right.
All right. Thanks, Rob. Man, you already have 40 people watching in the house, man. Make sure to hit that like button.
We have a little bit more over
Jimmy
here,
Shively's
though,
in the house, man. Give a big round of applause.
I mean, we got 40 watching you, Patrick, but I don't know, you might want to take a look over here at Benton's channel, just saying.
As for our brother, Mr. Jimmy Shively. Woo! Oh, yeah. Come on.
That's right, Jimmy Shively. Not only does he support his family, his multiple children, apparently ex-wife or wives, but he also supports Paul Enslaved and apparently now OTW News. Get to work, Jimmy Shively. No longer can you even listen to the content. You're just going to be working 24/7 to support the cult leaders that you've ceded all of your sovereignty over to. Much love, Jimmy Shively. Brother Shively. Shout out to London, man.
Come on, make some noise. Woo. All right, we have Mr. Snafu Snaps backstage, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what Mr. Snafu
Am I missing something? I thought this was the Paul and Patrick show. Where's Paul?
No, that's two of us, Snafu. See, Snafu comes in with the hard-hitting questions. It's not just about Pogo. It's not just about privately owned government operated. It's not just about the pedophilia elites. No. Snafu comes to hard-hitting questions like, where's your co-host?
Oh. This is not
he's the co-host, so he shows up whenever his shift starts.
Oh, really? So the co-host, which literally means to host with? Patrick, we need to get into the etymology of words, sir. Co means with, hosting with. He's not hosting with you if he's eating refrigerated grilled cheese that he doesn't even bother to throw into the microwave, that Jennifer prepares for him to his very specific specifications, sir. We know indeed that Jennifer is so prolific in her grilled cheese production, cooking, that she is contemplating quitting her job as an elementary school teacher and going full-time into sous chef, line cook, to feed Paul on Slave's ass. You got to understand, that is a full-time job to feed that guy. And they have Jimmy Shively. He's going to pay the bills.
You know, so I start off the show,
usually are there when you
and
start
he's
the
an
show.
addition to it, right? So that's why it's Patrick and then Paul, because he
Well,
comes
can you
in
change
late.
it now to Patrick Snafu since Paul's late? But I just don't understand.
I like that.
I just don't get it. Everyone's excited to see, and then you show up, and I was like, "This is OTW."
Well, of course it's
There you go.
OTW.
So, is your co-host late, or is he not showing up to work, or what's going on? Just curious.
No, he shows up later when he wakes up and does whatever he has to do, and shows up like he usually does when he shows up.
Oh,
he might.
Right, when he wakes up, rolls out of bed. I'm out of bed again. Jennifer! Jennifer! Yes, dear? Where's my food, bitch? Polly, you know I'm on my way to work. I have the food prepared. It's already out for you. Your multitude of grilled cheese sandwiches are awaiting you for the day. I know, little boy. Lover, that you have to be well stocked up. You need all the calories. You need your carbs. You need your fats. You need all the protein. I know. We know how much grilled cheese it takes to get that protein going. It takes a lot of cheese to fill the protein needs of a 500-pound white gorilla. It's a lot of cheese, everybody. It's all prepared, Polly. Don't worry about it. I'm off to work. Somebody's got to pay the bills. Other than Jimmy Shively. Brother Shively.
You never know. He might not even show up.
Okay. So this wasn't like a pre-planned thing. Like you guys were like, "Oh, let's do a show and co-host."
Right. No. Yes, we have talked about it, and he agreed. So anyway, everybody knew yesterday the Grand Rising show was the last one, and I had proposed to Paul to do something like this, and he said, "Yeah, sure, why not?" So now we're here.
Well, we're not here. He's still not on the show. This is supposed to be the Patrick Paul show.
Well, this is the preamble to the Paul.
Oh, I'm confused. I'll be back.
Well, that's normal, Snap. You're pretty much often confused there, bro.
I'm pretty confused.
Yeah, and that happens a lot, though, dude. You get confused a lot. Snafu gets confused a lot. All right. Good day to Mr. Joshua Phoenix. What's up? All right. Lord Chavez in the house. Oh, yeah. Oh, cult member number 11. Z is eagerly waiting at Benton's for his daddy to show up. Restream Benton's. Oh, man. I really, really like you, cult member number 11.
So
Thank
here
you
we
so
go.
much
They're going to
for the
restream
tip.
us as we restream
That's so
then,
cool when
and
somebody
it just becomes
just
stupid.
pops there and says, "Hey, dude, maybe this, and thank you." I mean, that is,
adjusting my lighting.
That's the perfect thing to start off the day with, right? Benton and Z aligning with the We Are Awake TV community and everything else. And, and then they're going to all gang up together and be like this anti-unslavian. It's starting to remind.
Is OTW predicting the future of these YouTube streets? Who knows?
Me of like all these other countries are ganging up together against one country to fucking. It doesn't resemble a little bit of it's
Benton, if you're listening, somebody's just spamming the chat over and over and over again. Benton. By the way, Z has no control over the chat. If you can hear me, Benton, on your way to Walmart, Target, or wherever you're going, good sir. Who knows? There's somebody currently spamming the chat, Mr. Benton. Is there any mods? Benton doesn't have mods on his channel. I mean, I don't either, so. All right, looks like he got rid of it. Nice one, Benton. Good call. Good, sir. Let's continue with the broadcast.
Getting me thinking, guys. I don't know what's happening here, but there's something happening, you know, at a
there's
bigger,
something happening,
bigger
Patrick.
scale.
There's certainly something happening. Good, sir.
Right? So Snafu Snaps isn't happy because, you know, like Paul didn't like, show up right at the same time as me.
I'm sure you're not very
that's
happy either with it, Pat, but go ahead. Continue.
You all know he's the co-host. He can show up, pop in, come on stage whenever he wants. So don't worry about it. You guys will probably eventually see him.
Right, Pat, because anybody could do whatever they want with you because
And
you
his
just allow people to walk on you. You allow people to step on your goofy French Canadian ass. I said it before, I don't blame you. If Justin Trudeau was my fucking leader, I'd probably be a candy ass like you. So yeah, of course he could just do whatever he wants because you just let him.
In the title, I guess. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now I know what I just did. That one here. Let's do this. And close that off. Go look for Mr. Benton. Oh yeah. Yeah. So Zetetic Warriors over at Benton's place.
That's right, Patrick. Yes, I am.
Okay, so it's OTW bashing time. All right, I'm loving this. Hold on a second, guys. It's starting off perfect. Okay, so now he's going to do that. That's going to be good. That's perfect, Z. This is going to be great. All right. Let me take 2 seconds to breathe. I'll bring him up. Well, I mean, guys, he's already
it's going to be terrible. It's not going to be great. It's going to be terrible.
Me. Zetetic Warriors already bashing me.
Oh, Benton, are you there?
This is epic.
Yeah.
Guys have anything else to do?
Just because this bozo's restreaming us.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, I didn't even know you had the ability to come in.
Oh, yeah.
Well, now he's going to get into the restreaming loop where we're just all restreaming each other, but he'll have to give up at some point, or we can move on.
As you like it, sir. As you like it.
All right. What is your current status, Mr. Benton?
Just finished at one store, going to another one, then headed back to the clubhouse.
Gotcha. Now we're going to continue to hold it down. We're having a very special morning here on the Benton channel, everybody. Yours truly, Zetetic Warriors, sits here as Benton goes about his daily activities. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Let's continue with Patrick. Let's see how this goes.
Well, yeah, we do that too, right? I guess we're no better. Okay, anyway. The difference is, look, this is the difference between these guys and myself. I compare these guys to myself, and I'm laughing my goddamn fucking head off at these losers. That's what I'm doing. These guys are actually taking this serious.
Benton, are you a loser? I don't. I mean, maybe he was talking to you. I don't think he was talking to me. Patrick, are you saying that I'm a loser, or is Benton? Or are we both losers? Interesting. I don't know. Not sure.
Me neither.
Who says we're not laughing, Pat? It's actually quite hilarious, entertaining, and enlightening to watch your behavior in lieu of this whole situation. And it's going to be even funnier to watch how this all plays out, Patrick, because everybody with any slight degree of discernment knows how this is going to turn out for you. Except you, apparently.
Seriously. And he thinks that whatever he says about me has any credibility whatsoever. You want to go ahead and do the Patrick bashing day today? Go ahead. I'm going to actually restream you. You know? Because, you know, the difference between me and you is I can laugh at myself. And, you know, you might say something that's actually funny. So, I mean, there you go, guys. Look, it's me. Don't I just look great? I love that little thing I got going here on my hair. It's like that little kind of mohawk thing kind of going. I like it. I think it's cute. So anyway, right. So Tedic Warrior, you're oh God. Okay. I gotta play this. We're gonna see what the hell's going on with this. Bring up the
Welcome to the metaverse, everybody. Strap in. We're going full.
Now I don't know how long he's been there bitching about me.
Long enough. We're going
All right,
full
so we'll
metaversal
start
on
over
everybody's
where,
asses. Full metaversal.
Okay. Watch the intro. No. So they went through all that, and Benton left Z by himself to bitch about me. All right, so let's start at the beginning.
Don't
then.
go too early because we had technical difficulties. Now you're going to bore us even more. This is metaversal boredom.
Speed up a little bit.
Yeah, this is terrible for the audience. I don't know why he's doing this.
Well, because he doesn't care. He doesn't really care. But let me, Benton.
All right, Benton.
If he fucking
have it.
Let me mute him for a second. Pat, shut the fuck. Benton, if he cared about his audience, he wouldn't have sold his channel out to the fucking highest bidder. People who care about their audience don't do that. So why should we think he gives a fuck about the people that watch him? The break.
Well, and the times when I've been restreaming somebody, as soon as I see that they're restreaming me, I just go do other things because it's just awful for the audience. Whoever's first can do it, or just somebody needs to abort the mission. Are we just going to play chicken? What is this?
Yeah. Well, he appears to have no other activities at this point other than to wait for his co-host to show off. So he really will just do anything to fill that time. That's kind of what we're looking at. And just to know, everybody, I don't have the ability to let on guests. Benton does, but he's obviously kind of on the road right now. That's why I'm here. Let me get back up on screen so people can know that it's actually me with the new beanie. Yeah, I don't know who the Zionist warrior is, everybody.
That was right about the time you show, or co-hosting the show, or guest hosting, whatever this is. So I don't know. I have not seen that person before.
Yeah, I've seen them.
Not sure.
They've been around, so they're not new to me. We've seen them.
Well, hardly anybody gets banned, but the spammers are getting banned. But beyond that, we ban almost nobody around here.
Yeah. I had that policy. I've loosened it up a bit where I will ban people, but what I'll do, Benton, is after a certain amount of time, I'll go in, I'll unban them, see what happens from there. I'm finding though, Benton, that if somebody's banned once, they're typically going to just continue that behavior to the point, to me, that it's incredible. I've had people just for months on end just continue with the same bullshit. They don't give up. They appear to not have nothing better to do. It's quite strange to me. I don't understand it, but I recognize it as a reality here. For some people, kind of is what it is. Just to know, Benton, Flow State is asking. He says the link is pinned. Is the panel open? Well, here's what it is, Flow State. I'm guest hosting as Benton performs his daily duties. He's out and about right now. I do not have the ability to bring you up. Mr. Benton will bring you up at his leisure, convenience, and otherwise if he chooses to do so.
Yeah, he can come up. Absolutely.
It's whatever, Benton. It's whatever, dude. It's your gig.
Yeah, go for it, Flow State.
So, somebody's saying something in the, oh yeah, I see. Benton, you said somebody else is backstage, but I don't know. You didn't bring him up, so I'll just leave whatever you want on that. That was about a half hour ago, though, so. Snafu says you are way behind on video, Z. All right. Did he stop streaming? Snafu's informing us yeah, because I'm providing commentary. Snafu. That's the whole point of this thing. Heidi, why are you making this about you this morning? Can't you see, this is some of the behavior that I'm talking about, the solipsistic-like nature of many of you ladies and even guys. You can see that we're having a momentous morning here on Benton's channel. You can see what's going on here. You can feel the energy. But what does Heidi do? She's looping in the chat about me banning her twice. It's really unbelievable. Benton, they're informing me that we're behind. Maybe I'll go and see. I'm going to fast forward a little bit and see if OTW has not indeed progressed in his content.
I'm going to take my camera off because, you know, guys, how the internet is, right?
Right, so he's watching us.
Right.
We're good.
Oh, there he is.
Right, good sir.
Z seems very angry.
A good video like this to fucking help you reprogram your mindless.
Weird how things happen. Snafu snaps. The optics are indeed high. Right, so they're listening to me, host Benton's show, for literally every waking hour. I don't know. Maybe we should give him credit. Maybe it's commendable. Let's join Patrick of OTW News, everybody, as he starts his wonderful, illustrious morning broadcast.
To Off the Wall with Patrick and Paul.
Try it again. Can you hear me? I got no audio.
Knows how to create a show. Like if you were going to create a show.
All right, I know we're getting full metaversal, but I hear Flow State back there. Yeah, Flow State, can you hear me? He just dropped. Benton, Flow State just dropped out. If you tried bringing him, I saw him up here and he dropped. We had you for a second there, Flow State. Let's get back to Patrick. So Patrick's enjoying my commentary here. Apparently, Patrick.
Your observations are off with the chain.
I want to put this out to the listening audience. What do you guys feel about that Nubs? I'm going to give my take before you guys go. Nubs, you may be the most annoying character on these YouTube streets. You may take the cake for being one of the most like weaselly, annoying, grimy, slimy guys out there. Everything about you, dude. From your voice to your look to your fucking ideology to the bullshit that you say continuously every day. You may be the most vile of all these YouTube fucking panel creatures. Who's with me? I'd like to hear your thoughts. Sterling Ray agrees. Yeah. Snowfire wants me to join Patrick's panel. Well, we know I'm not allowed up on there. Everybody watched as he got scolded for having me up there yesterday to talk to Ian. We know that's not going to happen. And what would that be? So we're going to be restreaming each other as we're on each other's panels. That would bring looping to levels that would be almost incomprehensible. We would create such a loop that we may indeed time travel. We would create a time travel loop. Queen of Swords says, yes, Nubs is the most annoying. Thank you on that one. Enslaved by Truth is basically saying Nubs, Tribe, Cage, and Tarek all the same. Fuck. I may have to agree with you there. I may have to agree with that. Like, I would like to classify them in some even a subtle gradient. But no, we could all put them in the same bin of lunacy. Sterling Ray says Paul will definitely show up if Z paneled up. Yeah, I think you could bet on that. That would, yeah, Benton agrees that EBT is on the money per usual. Benton agrees in EBT's classification. I'm going to read the names again since Benton seconds it. Nubs, Tribe, Cage, and the Tarek guy. Well, I think his name is like something Freedom, Unslaved Freedom or something. Flow State, you're back. Can you hear me?
I got you loud and clear. I came in just as you were saying somebody is, I don't know, the filthiest slave or something like that.
Well,
I missed who it was.
Yeah, it was Nubs. What are your thoughts? He's the grossest, man. He's just the most blatantly, but EBT makes a good point that he kind of takes all those characters and throws them in the same bin. Tribe, Cage, and Tarek. I'm going to have to disagree a little bit. I'm going to pull Cage out of that bin. I can't quite place Cage on the same level as Nubs, Tribe, and Tarek. Your thoughts?
Cage is in his own bin for sure.
Yeah. Cage, we can't just classify Cage. Just saying. What do you mean, Tommy? I don't have an alt channel. I mean, I do have a second channel. It's called Z Network, but I'm not streaming on it, and I've never done so. It's just my second channel. So I don't know what Illumitami means. Flow State, much love. Flow State, your thoughts on the current state of the metaverse, the return of Ian, of We Are Awake TV, the recent goings-on between Benton and his relationship with Paul Enslaved, and the current relationship between OTW News and the Land of Enslavia.
Well, OTW continues to disappoint. We'll get the easy one out of the way. In a stunning display of stamina, he continues to just insist on being a bitch. Let's see, the Paul Benton shit, I'm enjoying. I enjoy Benton's take on shit. He's got a very stoic, logical approach to shit that I appreciate. Ian's finally back. That's great, of course. I don't know, man. Everything's just interesting and a little bit addictive. I'm not going to lie. Of course, I am kind of a drama slut sometimes, but we all are if we're being honest.
Yeah, fair take. Let's catch up with Patrick and see if he's caught up or is he still just restreaming the restream.
Did he get stood up or what?
It appears so. If you may have noticed the title of his broadcast today.
Shut that pleb up.
His title is Off the Wall with Pat.
Fancy hair.
Appears we have another member of the panel today.
Oh God, Tommy's here to talk over people again.
Just know your role, Flow State. You look like a fool trying to place and position people. You look as foolish as TBE in the chat, grasping for relevance. TBE is the most damaged motherfucker in these streets right now.
More damage than you, Tommy? Tommy, you're a disaster.
I'm
You're a
unscathed. You
disaster.
can call me Tom Unscathed right now.
I'll call you Tom the Disorder.
Is that what you got? Host? Listen, dude.
Tommy, really, you think that anybody's more damaged than you?
I was doing Hey, you just get talk over me? You want to have a back and forth and get hurt?
This is the flavor of conversation that you bring to the table, Tommy.
He's going to wait for me to talk. Go ahead.
No, it's your turn.
As a reminder, the Tag Warrior has no ability to backstage, no ability.
I'm not asking you to backstage. I'm just saying.
Like pulling up to my destination, so this won't go on very long.
Yeah, you got to drive around, have a life, do jobs, do work, raise your kids, and try and get.
Yeah, you're a crypto millionaire living in a ghetto ass apartment, spending all the time on his phone and walking around the hood at night.
Where have I been the last 48 hours? Why is everyone like, welcome back, Tommy? Is it because I've been here?
I assume that you fell out.
Yeah, because you ride the fucking Paul narrative that makes you a Paul bitch. Like everyone that says I'm a crypto
something's just objectively true, Tommy. If I tell you that the sky is blue, and Paul says the sky is blue, that's not a Paul narrative. That just is a thing.
See, you just talked the whole time I talked because you ain't shit in these streets, Flow State. Like I'm waiting for everybody to get organized, and then I'm really gonna hurt people.
Yeah, with like that, like you did that one time with that awesome video you made of me, and you put my head on the Star Wars character.
Well, the thumbnail was pretty sweet. I got a lot of props. Even Talclot connections even like that.
Everybody liked it. I liked it, but it wasn't you didn't wreck anything. Do you even know
where you are? Do you even know where you are and what you're doing? I'm trying to tell you before you talked over me. I was doing baby steps before you guys realized you were in a place. That's why I'm kind of the lore master right now.
I understand that you're older than me quite a bit, but
which is sad in your case. You also need to respect your elders. Sterling Ray, Tom doesn't create division. Tom thrives on it. But Sterling Ray, you are more of a chatter going around just picking what to say to sound for or against with no stance in general. But I have admitted if all this controversy went away, I'd be hard pressed for content.
Hi, guys.
Oh,
hey.
The most naked, confident person on the battlefield, Cynthia.
How are y'all? Good morning.
It was great till you showed up.
Tommy, I'm always happy to see you. Synthetic, as always, the coolest. Flow State, the best.
See, that's why you guys like Flow State. Would you really want this woman being?
What, Tommy?
Would you really want Cynthia backing you?
Yeah, hell yeah, you would. Flow State knows shit.
Well, the question
And
is,
neither of you know who you are or where you're at.
We're at Benton's.
What?
I'm in my
I'm
office.
at a job.
I'm in my
Here's
office.
what's going to
I'm
be
actually in my
really
truck.
hard for people to grasp. If you want to get into this metaversal battle and thrive, you must be stand up and credible.
And
Yeah.
that's you. That's you.
Yeah.
What do you got on
Like,
me?
what
do you got on me?
Well, you think that you're Christian, but you're the most hateful person besides maybe Snafu,
I'm not
who's talking to
hateful at
women in the metaverse.
I'm not hateful at all. I'd say
there's
if
that
there's
delusional
two people,
thing.
you're just gonna talk on it. If there's two people I admittedly hate, it would be Paul and Snafu because they're two of the biggest liars out there.
No hate. We're having a no hate morning, Illumitami. Choose your words.
Oh, so I can't hate someone for implying that I'm actually a meth addict and a pedophile? I'd say that's pretty good grounds to hate someone.
I mean, I'll side with you on this one. That's pretty good ground.
Yeah, but even though you side with me, you spent the whole first part of this citing that Polly Boy narrative.
Which part? That the sky was blue?
You're lost, Flow State. You're almost on Beck's level. Like Beck's level was like, I don't even bother making the piece. It wasn't to appease you, Cynthia. It would be like Brock Lesnar chucking a kindergartner out of the ring.
Is that chuck me?
Is that what you got out of that statement?
I actually kind of zoned out because I don't know. Because you're just coming with some mediocre heat today.
Really?
Yeah, but leave him alone. He's trying to elevate, and I can see the growth in you.
Oh no, what's he
and
gonna
I'm
do?
proud
Is he
of
gonna
you.
take a commercial
You're
and put our faces on it?
somewhat
Cynthia?
normal.
Yeah, Tommy,
Cynthia, did
I
you know-
expect better spurging out of you. There's not a lot
over
of
in the
passion in
Ukraine
your
war-
voice.
Are
Cynthia,
you
did
tired,
you know-
Tommy?
He shouldn't
I'm
be. He had
respecting
2
you
days
guys to
off.
have your turn, and you're not doing anything with it. Now, Cynthia, did you know over in the Ukraine versus Russia war, they killed a Russian who was issued a literal BB gun? That's what you and your content is.
See, man, this is like.
Oh, I don't think I gave any complex analogy there.
No, he's recovering. Everybody knows when Tommy takes 2 days off, he's recovering from his, activities.
Z,
He needs to get back
tread
into
lightly,
it.
Z. You're in London man's
He's
little
got to
predicament
wind
here.
back into it. He can't just jump back into full spur.
So you're rocking Polly Boy narrative there, Z.
Well, it's not a narrative if it's true.
Oh, now that's fighting words, Z.
Z, I have to tell you something.
You do? Hold on. Hold that thought. Tommy, I stuck up for you this morning on my show. You were like the huge topic on my show.
I've already beat Jeebus Crisp up over that shit. Everybody comes out and I did this for you. I did that for you. People, you can stand on your own. You need, I mean,
I mean, I ain't done nothing for you. I went to your channel and I unliked any video I'd liked in the past.
Well, that's actually more legit than saying I stuck up for you.
That's a little weird, Flow State, that you actively went unlike the previously liked the video. That's a little
Yeah.
extra. You do
That's
like
how lame he is. That's how lame he is.
Before Provo Kid ever went with it, I was the original unlike, don't subscribe, blah, blah, blah. And then when that fake autist started using it, I was like, okay, you can have it. You can have it.
I don't know. What were you going to say, Cynthia?
So I was over at OTW's.
Trying to stir up drama.
I feel sorry for you.
Well, listen,
don't feel sorry for
I got to
Cynthia.
give you a heads up because it's going to come around to you, okay? So
Oh, she wants you to know she was talking shit before you
no,
actually
look.
get to it.
So I tried to turn my camera on, but you see how it's black, right? Because they're like, cam up.
No,
'cause
your
they're-
camera's African American, you stupid.
Anyways, when I did that, Z, they came up with this narrative that I'm really in the basement with you. So
I destroyed the base.
so I just wanted to give you a heads up. That's going to be the new narrative.
Hey, we'll go
No,
with
Cynthia,
it.
we can't
there's
just
room
call
for people
everything
here.
narrative. Like, you actually suck, Cynthia. You just don't realize it.
Yeah, I do.
God, that's
Oh
worse
my
than
lord!
Joe
Can you
Cool.
imagine?
That's more ear
What
herpes
you do,
than Joe
Cynthia?
Cool's laugh.
We have no doubt that indeed is part of your repertoire. But Tommy, come on! You're telling me you wouldn't entertain Cynthia for a night?
Yeah, Tommy.
No, that was the
Dude,
first.
if he's
no, she
entertaining
tried that.
drags and fucking kids, he's definitely gonna entertain Cynthia.
Hey,
Stop it.
Oh my
Snafu, we
God,
already had that
Snafu.
conversation this morning, Snafu. We
Right.
already went through
Snafu,
this.
Right, and he
you
wants to
don't
say
realize
shit.
you
He knows
have
he's
to
a
have
fucking
some kind
clown.
of legal issues, Snafu.
Go fuck off, Tommy. Go talk about getting kids drunk and fucking them some more.
So you just came on and brought that up. Do you
Yeah, I
realize
heard
you're
you,
digging
I
your
heard
own
you
grave?
put my name in your mouth first, motherfucker.
No, you came to these streets trying to get on Polly's nuts, screaming I'm a pedo.
You are, though. You
Tommy,
are.
why don't you come back later when you got a little more pep in your step?
Actionable, that bullshit.
See, you're kind of like really low vibing, Tommy. Even you need to like spruce it up.
Oh, the guy running around calling
Maybe he's
everyone
sick.
a pedo, even the
The
people
guy
he
who runs
warms
around
up
talking about
to
getting
are
kids
pedos.
drunk and fucking them. Yeah, yeah.
I didn't hear what you were saying because you don't know how to have a back and forth.
I don't need a back and forth. You're messed out.
Okay, so now you're publicly stating I'm actively meth pedo, and you don't realize I've already worn out. I've already worn out the act of wearing that on my sleeve, going around saying, "Hey, I'm meth pedo Jew," and people
Well, if you
even
keep
got
getting
sick of
as
that.
skinny as you do, the sleeves aren't gonna. Never mind.
No, never mind, because you got nothing. Venus Cupcake's been showing your
Venus Cupcake is showing a white rock saying it's mine. You're a fucking idiot, dude.
The problem with you, Snafu, is you show your own dick, which is embarrassing, but I admit. why
Sure,
would you
I show
someone
my own
else's
dick. Snafu is whipping dicks out on these panels. Yep, and it's a white cock at that. Yeah.
I've actually been there for you.
But I'm not the one who talked about getting children drunk and taking advantage of them and getting all messed up on these panels. I'm not the one who's
whoever
fucking showing the
added
real
him, like,
This is
showing some
crazy.
lack of fucking Snafu awareness.
Hey, Snap.
Hey, why are you not being cool with your best friend Flow State? Why are you not fucking hug a buddy and with him? He's trying to be your best friend and you're treating him like shit.
Who's he talking to? I heard two people talking over
You're treating your best friend like shit, Tommy. Why?
I don't have a best friend. I don't have any friends except
You
my
and Flow
heavenly
State are
Father.
besties. He's already told everyone you're besties. Why are you denying it?
Who? Well, you listen to another man say for another man?
Yeah, I've seen you guys be besties.
Who?
You and Flo.
No, that's his narrative game. He knows I'm not his friend. That's why he says it, and it shows your lack of awareness.
Yesterday, or I don't know if it was yet.
So let's not all gang up on Snafu just because he ruined the stream and possibly the day. It's irrelevant.
No, I was trying to engage with him because he went over
Yeah,
the
you would.
OTWs.
You would.
And
I
pretended
wouldn't
like
engage
he
with
was
either of you. You guys were like
It
metaversal
went off
poison.
on me.
Oh, I know. I did. I was trying to be polished, Cynthia.
That shit was hilarious.
But to answer your question, Z, the very first narrative Cynthia tried, her very first time in this metaverse, was when we go to dinner, Tommy. When we go to never, cow.
I wanted to have a virtual dinner with Tommy. So they get to know
No,
me.
OTW made all kinds of money kicking Cynthia out, like over
He sure
$70
did.
bucks.
Big on dating.
Fam, I came in there and did what Paul couldn't
Post-birthers,
do.
much less. I don't date
70
anyone
bucks is
anymore.
not very much money for your dignity.
I understand. Me?
No, OTW.
Yeah, no, but I just went in there and been like, I came in here and did what Paul couldn't do. I made money for you.
Oh,
At first.
stop.
And I was
That's
filling
like
in with
that's
Paul.
like whenever that's like when our poll tried to pull like, oh, Cynthia in her first video did what Tom could. Cynthia ain't doing shit but putting our faces over shit, man. It ain't
Hey, those
nothing.
videos, most
Tommy, I just feel like you need to come back later when you're feeling better. You're
And
really
you,
like
Cynthia, you
really
couldn't even
off. You're
explain.
dragging ass
Flow
today,
State,
Tommy.
try and just say a thing, Flow State. I'm sure it'll work out.
I know,
Cynthia,
you keep
couldn't even
trying, but not
explain-
doing it, man.
Shut the fuck up. Cynthia, you couldn't even explain if you were doing a pro piece or a hit piece, and you think you're doing something.
Which one are you
Cynthia
talking
Clips
about?
is way better than Talcott Clips. What are you talking about?
I feel like Ben just shook up the panel like an ant farm while he went on his walk.
Yeah, Snafu's irrelevant. He's just a homeless man in the streets, and he's a homeless
Ben's
man
probably
in the real world too.
freaking out.
I'll restance on taking turns anytime you guys are ready. See, this is why I did the thing that's going to follow up Saturday afternoon. This chat foundation deserves a better metaverse war And if you guys don't give it to them, I'm going to help them get it for themselves.
We keep talking over you because your shit's boring today, Tommy.
Well, then why am I the one organizing
shit? And Cynthia fucking went in. You guys missed some funny shit.
Everyone had to join
in. Let's check back in with OTW. All right. Check back in, see where he is.
No, Benton, you get me.
You have to rewind it to where you were, though, D.
No, you get me.
No, Benton doesn't want just to watch him restreaming us. We're not going to do that. That's
no,
too much.
to the part where I showed on Cynthia was in there. That's where the fucking heat came on. When I showed on Cynthia was in there.
We saw you in there. We didn't see Cynthia, though. No, we're going to continue from where
No, I came back again, Z. You don't know what happened.
We're going to move forward. I'm not going to rewind. We're trying to break the loop. If Patrick wants to loop,
you were
Patrick could loop.
accidentally given relevancy in the first place. All I got to do is drop your goblin lore, and you'll quickly be forgotten. Banished.
Hey,
you
so
need to go find your adopted dad. That video is 3 years old. That video's 3 years old.
You can't
you need
shut
to go
the
find your
fuck
dad.
up. None of you. It's
And I know Rob Cleveland's back. I know why Rob Cleveland left. I found them receipts.
You don't know anything about Rob Cleveland. Stop speaking.
I know he left because he said enough with this Talcott bullshit, and his daddy said, yes, this Talcott bullshit, and he disappeared. And Rob, I have the day I died coming for you when me and Aphrodite Starfire were doing our anime battle against
Aphrodite Starfire, the pogo fucking.
See, this is the part where nobody cares what you're saying.
You homeless child.
Say a bunch of
I'm
irrelevant
trying to
shit.
welcome
God, I
Rob
wish I
Cleveland
could
back
beat
to
you.
these streets.
I hate not having the keys right now. Unbelievable. Let's listen to Patrick.
You don't deserve keys.
It's kind of
You'd flex them. You'd flex them too quick,
I was
like you did with
listening to
London
it
Man,
for a
that
few minutes.
bitch.
And it was I literally, bro, I kid you not. I saw them as
Cynthia, can you give us your take on Lou Bass?
Are you
please?
asking her for her take?
Shut the fuck up. You're not the guest host. It's me. Cynthia.
On Lou Bass?
What's your take on Lou Bass?
Okay, so I'm not gonna do that at this time because he recently lost his father, and I'm just gonna respect this moment.
Well, let's remember he gained a farm. He lost his father, but got a farm.
Well, you would see it that way, homeless man that won't even go to your.
Well, yeah, he was on here laughing and joking and talk about it.
Listen,
the day of the funeral.
That U.S. resident took you in from a foreign country as a brown bearded baby, and for
you're
3
a
years
fucking
you haven't answered
pedo,
his call for
fucking
looking.
druggy, fucking crazy, spurgy fuck.
You just talked while I talked, and we're talking about your father here. Now that man
Tommy,
took
are
you
you
in
used
as
to-
a brown, homeless, bearded
why aren't
baby.
you lovable, fuckable, huggable? Why are you such a fucking dick?
I'm not a dick. I keeps it real.
Are you Christian?
Yes. Are you?
Tell us how you're Christian.
I don't have to explain shit to you. I have to. I want to know why you
Oh,
say
so you're
you
not
are
a
and I'm
fisher of
not.
men? Tommy's not a fisher of men?
Listen, we're in the end times. And I think that overfishing men, are you telling me there's someone on this earth who hasn't heard the word of Jesus yet that I need to go out and explain that to? Because I'm trying to represent being
They're probably on a
stand-up,
different panel.
honest, truthful.
That is what.
And if
that
you
is
think
what
I'm
you're being
not,
told.
come check these receipts. You guys just want to take the narrative that I can make self-defense look like assault and say that I'm a bad person for it. Mic drop, silent. That's what the fuck I thought. Now, are you a Christian snafu? Are you a Christian snafu?
Thinking, what the actual fizzot?
Cynthia, stand down. Are you a stand down? Stand down. Snafu, are you a Christian?
I don't claim the title in Christian. Yes, I do believe in God and a higher power, but I don't claim the title Christian.
Okay, so whatever higher power you believe in and try and exalt to, you think you're standing on that going around saying, I'm directly a meth addict pedo.
Dude, the optics. You've said it out of your own mouth. You showed us the optics. It's not hard to see the optics.
Once again, Looper. If it's my own words, why am I denying it? Oh, that's you
Well, you're
losing.
denying it once we called you out. You were all cool about it, telling us how you got her drunk and this and that. But once we started saying, "Oh, look at you, you fucking pedo,"
No. See, this is how you're fucked up. That was the original grab 'em by the pussy shit snafu, and you're too oblivious to know what you're talking about. And he's gone. I just invested your snafu and he's gone. Go on, Z. You see, guys, that was a metaversal loss. Don't forget it. Go on, Z, take it. Go ahead.
Much love, snafu.
No, why'd you? Whatever, Z. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, Tommy, you're just constantly at war
Take it
with
away,
everybody,
host.
especially yourself.
Dude, you just watched a dude get knocked out, and you said, "Much love, loser."
I'm telling you, Tommy, I'm regretting sticking up for you this morning. I did this whole thing
Whatever
about
happened to
Lumatami
raising the
this
winner's
morning.
fist?
I did
Whatever
a whole.
happened to taking the winner's fist and raising it?
I did a whole thing on you, Lumatami. I'm regretting every moment of it. I might go back.
Why
and
would you do
read
that?
it.
What you need to regret doing is you and London Man backstaging me like bitches and speaking for me like you're.
So how can I backstage you on London Man's show? Explain that to me.
Well, that was him, but you've both done it while conversing together.
You love London Man. You're infatuated.
No, he's definitely on my shit list right now. I will admit, because of his foreign status and because he's a little lacking in awareness, and he's probably the youngest of us, I've taken it easy on him. I've taken every effort not to drop bombs on him, but he's definitely habitually a line crosser at this point. And like I said in the chat when I got here, London Man is the kid that will hit you, run onto his porch, and then try and tell people he was never really in the fight in the first place.
All right, so let's go back in on Patrick just to kind of,
I gave you the chance. Go ahead.
Just to kind of wet the palate here and see what he's saying about us. He appears to be back restreaming me some time ago as I'm tearing him a new asshole.
Sherelle, you are
I'm
a
with
little
Luke on
behind,
this.
girl, because you were actually
Ridiculous
cleaning the house
is
for
ridiculous
Kane.
does.
Ben can block you if he wants, but we do not hate.
And just respond in the chat.
Not promote that kind of hateful propaganda here on this channel. And yes, Sophia, this is Z live on Benton Phone. You people coming in. Zetetic Warrior is now co-hosting the Benton Show for the morning. Keys have not been given. This has been a alliance of mutual self-interest, convenience,
weren't we
and
just sitting
logistics.
here for this?
We are reviewing the incomparable OTW News Network as he brings us his lively, enlightening, in other ways, stupendous content. And yes, we know the numbers are rising because people are interested in what's going on here. Let's continue again. No hate. This is a no hate zone.
No hate zone, right?
Jessica, I don't know who you are. I don't represent. We all must represent
No hate
ourselves.
zone.
If you'd like to come up and
This is
answer
no hate
that,
zone.
I'll always reply.
And he's hating on me.
I'm sorry, Z. I know that you don't have the keys. I know you're the host. If we're all so Patrick's a punk, why are we rewatching Patrick? What's the
he's having
significance here?
because it's the inaugural broadcast of not just Patrick, but it's the Patrick and Paul show. We're not quite sure who Paul is. We're all awaiting Lumatami to find out who the Paul is of the Patrick and Paul show. One can only guess, but we're still awaiting the arrival of Paul.
Okay, so everyone that fails as hard as Patrick can just say, "Oh wait, renamed episode 1, season 1. Let's go." I think I already called out Yurt for like deleting and restarting 3 times until we were showing up telling stories that he'd be like, "Well, I don't know this story." I'd be like, "You're going to be in the story, Yurt. Just hold." Like you come up in this story that you don't know. You remember that?
Seems like you do.
Yeah, I'm the lore master, fool. And even back then, Snafu coming at me with PDF, that's like these Middle East conflicts we see were still going on back in the Bible book. Like that conflict still happening back then, still happening today, will happen till my father returns with a sword. God, I wish some of these people saying I'm not Christian and blah, blah, blah would come up and have that conversation.
Perfect. Happy to see everyone. All right.
Patrick did look better if that was like really back in the day, Patrick.
Yo, barely.
So Tommy, you'll notice that Patrick has the like puffed up hairstyle. It's almost like a fucking mohawk. Now I asked him,
yeah.
He claims that it's unintentional. I am doubting that. He claims, "Oh, I just wake up and this is my hair and I go with it." I'm saying he's in the mirror, he's propping the hair up, using some kind of hair product. Your thoughts, Illumitami and panel?
Okay,
on the
I
hair.
will say, and I can tell that's recent Patrick because of the snafu pick in the bottom. I will say that when I was rocking a faux hawk, it could happen waking up, but after I made fun of his teeth, he went out and got him so whitened that it was like offensively noticeable. Like, Jesus, close your mouth. I just woke up. It's too bright. And it's like, but yeah, he needed to do something about
So
that.
your point is that indeed Patrick is very likely putting care into his hair style and design before he goes live, and that he is indeed capping when he says, "I just roll out of bed with the hairstyle."
He's taking enough losses. He's trying to reinvent. Yeah.
Cynthia, you're all about hair. What do you think about Patrick's hairstyle?
That's all she's got left.
And an amazing personality.
No. That's the ugliest thing about you.
When I was on the panel, he told me how he drinks 3 Monsters and 3 coffees a day. So
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He told me 6. He said 6. He lowered the number after I made fun of him. 6 Monsters a day.
Well, I asked him, is he tired? Is this like, what's going on? Why are you? And he said he doesn't even get energy from the drinks. He just
because he's too acclimated to them. That it's just a legal form of upper that the more you have, the more you'll need just to level out. I got off meth back in the day by compensating with caffeine to pyramid down.
That's crazy.
And of all the meth I've ever done, I've felt more in danger off like various pre-workout brands that I've tried. Like pre-workout drinks combined with no activity will virtually explode your heart and your chest.
That's happened to me too, Tommy. I used to take pre-workout back in the day, and man, when it would kick in, I would be off the fucking. I used to feel like I was having a heart attack, man, with the pre-workout.
Because to have your cardio system running that fast with no physical exertion, that's what's bad for you.
It can't be good just sitting there.
When your cardio is going that fast for you to run a race or to do something physically exerting, that's business.
And you know what's even funnier now?
But to just relax on the couch while your system is racing, not good.
How can I say this? Calling me a cult leader.
Hey, I'm taking off.
He says.
Tommy, do better. We're praying for you, Cynthia. Good to see you. Z, good to see you. Benton, thanks for having me on.
Have a great day. And also, there's a fake Cynthia down in the comments. Just
probably more credible than the real
Cynthia. One sec. Let me see.
To work, Jimmy Shively. No longer can you.
Who's that? Make sure to hit that.
We have a little bit more over here, though.
He's in the house. Man, give a big round of applause.
I mean, we've got 40 watching you, Patrick, but I don't even want to take a look over here. Benton's channel, just saying.
For our brother, Mr. Jimmy Shively. Woo! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Jimmy Shively just gave
That's
another
right, Jimmy
5
Shively. Not only does he support his family, his multiple children,
gifted
apparently ex-wife,
5 membership.
As a fellow monetary guy, I don't see why Jimmy just burns his cash on super chat.
Right. What's your take on Jimmy Shively? He appears to be supporting the majority of Unslavia and now OTW News Network. Your thoughts?
He throws super chats wherever he likes, but his stance is all fucked up because he's a Florida man. And he is bringing back the look that we had back when the Upright Man started sharpening sticks. He's rocking that look as a Florida man. But yeah, man, I believe that he has money because we've had those talks, but I don't see why he throws so many super chats at these meta losers.
Hey, well, he paid to get me out of there. So
I don't pay to get people out. I'll let you stay, Cynthia, because you'll give me more to use in
to
your
support
next
the cult leaders that you've ceded all their sovereignty over to. Much love.
Just call me a cult leader.
Brother Shively. Shout out to London, man.
Come on, make some noise. Woo. All right, we have Mr. Snafu Snaps backstage, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what
So let's just point out again, Cynthia and Tommy, that apparently there's a co-host named Paul who's supposed to show up for this broadcast on OTW News Network. We're apparently, I would say, 2 hours into the broadcast, give or take, and maybe an hour and a half. Still no co-host. Cynthia, your thoughts on the conspicuous absence of this mysterious Paul?
Strategic marketing.
Whatever. I noticed that Paul had made his stance for the OTW show. He was taken on as this co-host. Everyone knew he had the keys. And then things got so fucked up with OTW. Paul's kind of like side-sat him while supporting. Whenever he got his jack back,
OTW realized he was his side hoe. And I don't even think Paulie can juggle two bitches like that. He can barely get one bitch.
I think it was strategic marketing because their mission is to take you out, Z. And they believe that if they go on a morning
Hold on,
show,
are you just saying things?
No, that's what he talked about.
Are you saying that
yesterday.
Paul and OTW's mission is to take me out?
It's Paul's mission is to get whatever this beef is between Z and Paul.
Yeah, that's how late to this party you are.
Yeah,
Tell us about how Z and Paul really originally aligned and show us your relevancy.
So, Tommy, you always go back to your lore. Tommy, you can't use that in every argument that you have the lore, so nobody else fucking knows because you happen to know the origin stories. Just because you're around for the origin stories doesn't give you any credibility, or at least any more credibility than Cynthia.
Right, but name one time I've cited lore that someone could contradict it. Like
That's
this
not
is
the
why.
point.
This is why
You can't just discredit every other panelist because you have the lore. Come on.
No, I'm discrediting Cynthia, and I doubt many in the chat are going against that. But no, this is the thing, Z. I'm a very credible person in the meta and in real life. And whoever doesn't see that by now, it's their loss to take. But if I'm going to cite lore, you can damn guarantee I can go back and find it if I don't already have it. That's why I'm not really a side. That's why I'm going to be the Robin Hood for the Shit Chat Metaversal Foundation, as will continue this Saturday at 12. If you don't know a chat that hasn't already been there, make sure they're there. I'm going to organize the chat. We're going to build a better metaverse here.
Yeah, we saw you go into that whole thing, dude. We saw you.
Well, that was just the warm-up one. We're actually going to form structure every meeting. It's going to build, and we're going to figure out how to clean up these streets. Because
all right, hold on a second, Tommy. Hold on. We're going to make Benton some money here. Gary Baxter said, if Z can get Tommy to sing a Nathan Sanders tune, I'll cash app $10. If somebody else says that they will produce another $10 on top of it, Tommy, will you sing a Nathan Sanders song?
I'm not going to sing a full song sitting here in the metaverse. No, I might.
You won't sing a fucking
I've
song
dropped bars
for Benton?
I've dropped bars in the past, but I'm not. Especially,
you won't sing. A guy saying he's going to pay. We know Benton's terminally ill. The man might not even have that much longer on God's green earth. You're going to turn down this opportunity for him to
I almost
receive
want to
some
turn my camera on and pull my collar out while I go, ooh, easy on the terminally ill. We're trying to move past that already.
You got another 10 down there.
Wait,
Z.
somebody said who said they'll put another 10?
Just a girl. I don't know who Nathan Sanders is. But
Oh, well,
I'll
just the
probably
girl
get
just ruined it. That's another bitch trying to say I don't Jesus walk just because I have a hentai tentacle.
So you're
penis
saying you won't
for
sing a
tongue.
song, Tommy? Come on, Tommy. Give me
I'm
a
saying
break.
I ain't no fiat whore.
Oh, I am.
Boom.
You won't entertain the crowd. Let's see what our options are. Let's go through the digital jukebox.
I'm gonna organize the chat. The chat does not organize me.
Calm down, Tommy. Holy
Whenever
shit.
I say I'm the Q of the metaverse, I don't mean that Republican online shit. I mean that dude from Star Trek Next Gen that just went where he wanted, did what he wanted. But he was also trying to assist while playing his games. He was there to assist Federation Universal lubrication.
Tommy, what is your favorite Star Wars? The original, the Next Generation, or the newer iterations?
Are you mixing Star Trek and Star Wars?
What did I
prefer
say?
Star Wars.
Yeah, Star Trek. I meant Star Trek.
I never really liked Star Trek. My best friend growing up had...
You just said Q. Weren't you just talking about Q? That's Star Trek.
Well, I know the thing. It doesn't mean I'm the biggest fan. I'm analogizing me to who that guy was.
Out of your
doesn't mean I'm a super fan.
Mind.
When I
Why
was
am
a kid, I
doing
felt that
this?
Star Trek wasn't action-packed enough because you could get obliterated by somebody's keychain. They'd pull their keychain out and turn you into a pile of ashes. And whenever we have that advancement, people won't be so opposed to war because you'll either come back unscathed or not at all. But before then, we'll just be billion-dollar robots destroying each other, I guess.
All right, Tommy, we're going to pick a song.
To answer your question, host, I would say the first 3 Star Wars, the original first 3 Star Wars, are probably the best. In my
do me
opinion.
a favor, Tom. Are you familiar with the song "Killing Me Softly"?
Yeah, I like the
Killing Me
Fugees cover.
You like the Fugees cover? Now, I don't know if this is the
One
original or the
time-
Fugees cover, but are you willing
One
to sing that song? You also have other options.
Do it.
We have Willy Wonka's Pure Imagination. Let me give
I
one
just
that's a
said
little
I'm
bit.
not going to sing for Fiat or anybody. When I drop bars, I just do it.
These people are willing to pay Benton.
I'm not a
graciously
Fiat
hosting
whore.
this song.
These people that are willing to pay are the people that let their metaverse get out of hand because they don't realize their power is not in Fiat. It's one of their strategies.
Come on, I want you to
strategery.
sing this song to Cynthia right here in front of everybody.
Well, I've
This
wanted
is,
you to stay the stand-up Z that you've been.
This
some
is
days.
from Tommy
I go to your
Cynthia.
show the next day. It's
Come
like
on,
the first day didn't happen.
fuckface, sing the song.
That's your boyfriend.
Wise men say.
Come on,
Shut up,
Tommy.
Nathan.
Only
Okay, Z, pause it for a second.
Rushing
Pause it for a second. I don't want to talk over Nathan, and I do like the UB40 cover of this song, because it was hitting the radio back in the Jurassic Park 1 days. Z, I'm at a time delay with you in case I'd be dropping like nigger, faggot. and you'd
Doesn't
be-
matter. People.
Yes, what I hear of Nathan is not in time with what you hear of Nathan. People have tried to do karaoke shows that didn't work because there's the time
Nobody
delay.
cares if the delay's going to be off, Goofy. Just sing the song so Ben can get.
I'm gonna mute up to make this coffee and let you realize I'm not gonna sing for Fiat. I'm gonna
What
sing
a
when I sing.
turd. You're a fucking turd burglar, man. Does anybody else want to offer up Fiat for music? Or just putting it out there because Tommy's being a fucking total douchebag.
Yeah. Tommy.
We're not just gonna sing Cynthia. The audience has to put up money. I get putting up money to hear Tommy sing. That's interesting. Less interesting to hear me and you sing. I think you and I could both agree with that.
And I'm horrible. But it's poor sportsmanship on Tommy's part not to come up and help Benton.
Well, he likes to play his games. You know how Tommy is. He knows power dynamics. He pulls. And see, Tommy's doing his live streams now. And hey, everybody, guess what? Tommy pulls numbers on his live streams.
He does.
Is it quite possible, Cynthia, that Tommy is going to actually be like the fucking rising star out of all these people? Are we missing it? It wouldn't surprise me, Cynthia.
I don't know. See, I want to, but is it a rising star because of the numbers, or does he really have the it factor?
I think he does have the X factor. I mean,
you think so?
Yeah, because put it this way, Cynthia, I listen to him, but it's not because I go to him for information. I call it ASMR Tommy. Do you know what ASMR is? Online? All right, ASMR is a phenomenon. You go online, it's like people speak, they make sounds, and it elicits what's called an ASMR response. I'm sure most of the chat knows what I'm talking about. Tommy's my ASMR. I put him on, and I just let him play, and it brings me to some sublime hypnotic state of Zen-like bliss. It's very strange. He has like a cadence to him that is some mix between neurolinguistic programming and some weird fucking MK Ultra-like presentation. Whatever the fuck he's doing, he has the formula.
I'm back. What's up? So whatever, okay, I know somebody was listening. The time I was just gone is exactly the time it takes my coffee machine to make Uno cups of coffee for me to check on my dog. He doesn't seem to need to piss, and to walk back to my couch. So I gave you that reset filter. What do you want to do?
Well, I'd rather you just sing and stop being an asshole. And get
My time was spent in vain. What's
okay,
the
here's
thing
what we're
with
going to
your
do.
Metatunes?
Here's what we're going
What's
to do,
with the,
guys.
EBT, me confirmed.
Here's what we're gonna do. If somebody can outbid the $20 for Tommy to sing, we'll cut him from panel right now.
I'll go with that. That'd be
All right, or you could just sing, Tommy, and stay up here.
No, I'd like to see Benton get 20. I want to stay, but if let's step it up. Let's say $33, and I get metaversally kicked for this show.
No, it's just they have to beat the 20. That's the deal.
No, I think I said 33. Me confirmed is the number. If Jimmy Shively was here, he'd hit that in a heartbeat.
Is anybody going to put the money up?
You just got $2. We're already bringing.
No, it has to be one full 33. It can't be this little nickel and diamond by all these plebs.
What?
It's got to show me who's willing to say 33 gets me out of here.
So here's the thing, guys.
Ugh.
Just, contribute. I don't.
Hey, Nat Chiquita, come up and get wrecked, you homo, you Gasian.
But we're gonna fucking do a little.
See, you got snafu snaps back in you, Nat Chiquita. That should be your first sign you're fucking up.
What's your problem with Nachiketa, Lumitami? You appear to be quite opposed to him.
Well, I'm opposed to that. He talks a lot of broad, loopy nothing of this metaversal stuff you guys like to talk about. He's not saying anything special, but I back him on the fact that all these white people think that just because he's Asian and in the Himalayas that he's all like, ooh, spiritually guru, when actually he could have stayed in Wisconsin and he'd be the same Gasian he is.
People are donating to keep Tommy
I'm
up.
loving it.
Yeah, the head mother and fucker in charge just shelled out $10 to keep Tommy in an interesting turn of events.
Is that what the HMF? I always wondered what that meant. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you would wonder, Cynthia. Yeah. You would wonder what that means.
Cynthia, I'd imagine, and I know you're into melanated gentlemen, Cynthia, but I'd imagine you're into the kind of look that Steve has. Am I off on that?
Well, it's the beard.
Yeah, like that
the
guy
beard, because I'm
type,
from Texas, so it reminds me of the ZZ Top beard.
So I was right. How did I know that? Because
the beard game. It's the beard gang.
I could see you being attractive to Steve, the head mother and fucker in charge. Z just knew that, everybody, and I was right. Thank you.
I see you, Nat Chiquita. You know I've never said get you out of this metaverse. I'm just going to stand where I stand. I hear you.
Z's,
so Cynthia, you say you're Mexican.
Steve's pretty cool.
Cynthia, you say you're Mexican,
Flow's
but
cool.
you came from Texas,
cool.
so you probably grew up going, yeah, down there, south of this border, that's where I'm really from. And they're like, oh, habla español? You're like, no.
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 I go, no, because I'm in America. And then they go,
no.
You know, speak Spanish? And I say, no, I'm in America.
Yeah,
I've
that's
never
why
been to
Mexicans
Mexico.
call you a coconut.
Huh?
That's why other Mexicans call you a coconut. The guy that taught me the ropes of being middle management hell, he was also an admitted
You can't just
coconut,
classify
but he
gauge.
still stood on being Hispanic.
Yeah, see, they always want to boot me. How much to boot Cynthia?
Yeah,
and then Patrick tried to make it a thing. Be like, nobody's paying to have you stay. And I was like, I'm in enemy territory. Of course
Cynthia,
you're not.
It's gonna help you. You think I'm trying to insult you, and one day you're gonna be like, Tom was trying to tell me the whole time.
What are you talking about, Tommy? I'm not even listening.
That's the point. You always go back to that. You either act like you're talking to somebody else on the panel, or you say you're not listening, or you look at your phone. You're
I'm
failing
paying
in this
attention to the
metaverse.
chat.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Sherelle.
See,
I don't know
Coco-
why you're
Coco
spending
gets
my
it.
goddamn money with no extra chat on it. You're just dropping $1.33, Sherelle. You don't even have a super chat message. Go the fuck home.
I gotta agree with you on that one, Tommy.
There's another $5.
They got 5 on booting me. They're gonna boot me and not you, Tommy.
Do you want to know why you're a coconut, Cynthia? Or
Okay,
do the
so
Mexicans
50.
tell
Wait,
you
what's
that?
our limit? We got to set the limit. Now, listen, I made 60
See,
for
she's ignoring, she's
OTW.
redirecting, she can't
What
stand
should
on
we
her
go?
own,
70
but she came
for
up here by
Benton?
her own validity.
75 for Benton Z. Benton, what do you think?
Oh,
What's your
Benton's
price?
not
Name your
here.
price.
Benton's not here to say. He's just waiting on
He's in
those
the
numbers
chat.
to hit, and then we'll hear the sweet, sweet silence of not your shrill voice.
He's in the chat.
I know he's in the chat, but you need to talk to Audible motherfuckers, because
I don't doubt you're a person that goes up to the panel to sit in the chat, as some of them do, like TBE. But I'm right here, bitch. Do you want to know why you're a coconut?
Oh my God.
I
You're
think
still on
Mexicans
that?
tell you all the time why you're a coconut, don't they?
You're still on that about
No, you're the one that's all on. I'm
Is that
Mexican. I'm Mexican. I'm like
$3.50 or
Mexican is an invisible
Because if
border
that's
that men grew.
$350 bitten, I'm liking where your head's at. $3.50 sounds right about right to me. Oh man.
Uh-oh, just a gal. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
No, she didn't write it. She didn't write it.
Benton, they came up with the $33 and there goes Illumitami. Now we could really get into it because, all right, here's what I'm proposing, Benton. We keep Illumitami down for a little bit, but if another bid comes in that exceeds the $33, well, then maybe we think about bringing Illumitami back up. This could become a bidding war in terms of the panelists. I'm just saying. And we leave it up to the crowd. You get it? This is an interactive experience here on Z Show. Let's take a moment of precious silence to check back in on the OTW News Network. Is that okay with you, lovely Cynthia?
Absolutely.
You got it. Let's do so.
What to say to sound for or against with no stance in general. But I have admitted if all this controversy went away, I'd be hard pressed for content.
Hi, guys.
Oh, the most naked, confident person on the battlefield, Cynthia.
All right, Cynthia. So again, he just appears to be restreaming without even any commentary, and he wonders why. Mr. OTW wonders why that Benton is currently has double his numbers right now. Now we know when the second co-host, the mysterious Paul, shows up that that'll change, but it doesn't change what I continuously try to impart to our friend Patrick from OTW News is that he no longer has an audience. Patrick doesn't have an audience. Your thoughts, Cynthia?
Well, he absolutely doesn't. Throughout this whole entire stream, Benton has almost doubled his audience numbers. Hey, but now they're paying to have me removed. What's the price, Benton?
That's hilarious. Yeah. Your thoughts on OTW News, your thoughts on his obviously alliance with a certain entity, what it's doing to him. And here's the thing, people say, what do you care, Z? Who says I fucking care? That's the first thing. We talk about all kinds of things on these things. Why not talk about that? That's the thing. What do you think about the insincere and disingenuous presentation by many of the culted ones, Cynthia, where they'll always try to obfuscate, obscure. What's it matter? Who cares? You're the ones looping. You're the ones that are into the drop. What do you have to say to these people who obviously have lost their ability to think?
Thank you, Just a Gal, for your $33 donation. Much appreciated.
What can you say to them? What can you say to them? Like, they are really, some of them are really in that deep. And there's just nothing you can say to them. Just all you can do is watch the show and hope you catch a good seat.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's check back in an OTW. Into it. You can't just jump back into full scroll.
So you're rocking Polyboy narrative there, dude.
Well, it's not a narrative if it's true.
Oh, now that's fighting words, dude.
Z.
Cynthia, question. This is a self-interested one. Do you like me better with the current beanie that I have on or the typical dark beanie that I use?
Well, I want to see you in the dark. Oh, the gray. No, I like them both. I like them
You like them both. Got you. You may have missed it, but I'm wearing the new beanie as a symbolic gesture, not only to Ian of We Are Awake TV, who will be going live, but also a symbolic gesture to our friend Benton and other creators who are willing to join together in an alliance of truth, justice, as we proceed forward into the dawn of a new day here in the metaverse. All right. It's like hands across America, but hands across the metaverse.
Thank you, Monel.
Yeah. Okay. So Tommy is right. I am late to the game, and I did see this gentleman Ian pop up.
Snowfire,
yesterday,
thank you for
right?
your donation.
And
John Benowitz,
I don't know who
Properties
this person
LLC
is.
for the
I don't know where
$2
he
and the
came
$1.
from. I don't
And
know his
Sherelle,
backstory.
I'm not going to
Can
comment
you give
on
me
the
a little
133 there,
cliff
but thank
note
you.
or a rundown real quick?
Maybe I just
Well,
did.
interesting you
And
say
then,
that.
Steve with the $10.
This is where the
Don't kick
lore
Tommy.
comes in, as Tommy would say.
$9.99.
Ian's channel was the springboard for everything that you see here playing out in front of you regarding OTW, Zetetic Warrior, and Paul Unslaved. The lore is very deep. Just know that Ian played a huge part in a lot of these dynamics that you see going on. The reintroduction of Ian into the metaversal geopolitical situation has shifted the balance of power in a very particular direction. Everybody paying attention knows it, and the optics will continue to be high as we proceed forward. That's all I could say. But I will say, Cynthia, that you are going to like Ian. I'm going to imagine that you and Ian are going to vibe very well, and it will not be long before you will be seen as a panelist on his show. You will subscribe to We Are Awake TV. I don't have the ability to drop the link here. There you go. There you go. And the optics are high. Just know that as you see Patrick in his very close alliance with the Unslaved One, Patrick's original alliance was with Ian of We Are Awake TV. They were considered friends, Cynthia. They
Now,
were
is
friends.
Ian in Canada?
Ian's on the West Coast. I believe he's a Californian.
Okay.
I believe they were just metaversal friends, and it extended over to private contacts. UCOTW has a characteristic where he has to kind of link up with certain entities, certain channels. Ian was the original, right? Things went down. There's a lot that went into it. Ian and I had a falling out. The falling out between me and Ian led to an alliance between me and Paul Unslaved. That alliance led to what would be considered one of the first, not the original, metaversal wars of attrition. We Are Awake TV was apparently slayed, beaten, and destroyed in that war. But I say only apparently, because he was not down. He was only out for the time being. I don't know if he was pulling
Thank
a
you,
metaversal
Yolanda.
rope-a-dope to
Appreciate
try
the
to
donation.
trick people into some understanding that he was conquered. But either way, Ian has risen from the ashes, much like the mythical phoenix. Call him Ziz, call him what you want, call him the celestial bird. Ian is now the new name for the celestial bird because he has risen. He is back to glory. And now we will watch it all play out. The entire metaverse is on the edge of their seats. People who know, and now you know, Cynthia.
I'm
Let's check-
excited.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Let's
When's he
check back
going
in.
live?
Let's check back in with our friend Patrick.
Same. Do you think the same? Do you think like Nubs is terrible?
No, we just think he's objectively gross, man. He's off-putting in many ways. I couldn't imagine spending even a moment's time in his presence.
I'm here,
I would never
Joseph.
choose to do so.
Josephus.
I concur.
Yeah, come on.
I'm having
what are we
too much
talking
fun with
about,
the co-host.
Patrick? Isn't it self-evident? Fucking unbelievable. Let's continue.
Luigi? Pipe up.
I think he's out saving Peach.
He's out eating pizza again or fucking lasagna or something.
No, he's saving Princess Peach.
Oh, Luigi, right. Because he's secretly in love with the princess.
You don't go save a hoe every time if you don't love them. Just saying.
Cynthia, let's do another role-playing game. I'm gonna be all right. I'm gonna be Paul Enslaved, and you're gonna be Wizard, and we're gonna critique Patrick and Nubs here. Are you okay with that? Being Wizard, or do you want to be somebody else? All right, you want to be
camera worked. Yes.
All right. Yo, Wizard, see? We got this OTW News Network. He thinks I'm linked up with him. I'm really just playing him like a goddamn fiddle, that dumb French Canadian bastard. What do you think, Wizard? Apparently you're my mastermind, according to that Cynthia.
Well,
See?
it's interesting how you use the word fiddle. Because you see, fiddle originated from the F family. And then from there, it went a little bit down to the diddles. And then they united. And that's the way you're supposed to unite. And so that's how it works.
Wizard, how many cases you beat yet? 77, 78? I mean, I know there were family court cases because you wouldn't pay your fucking child support. But how many cases is it so far, Wizard? What's the number up to? Infinity?
Well, see, it's not that I didn't pay my court cases. It's just that legally, if you use the word cases, it doesn't apply to the courts because it doesn't do that in a book that I read. So you can't correlate them together. So what you have to do is then you have to take the O out of the court, and then you have to move it to that to make it all work. Mm-hmm.
I got another question for you, Wizard, because you apparently control me, according to Cynthia. I'm having a little bit of a problem, you know, in my relationship with Jennifer. Are you okay talking about this? I know we don't usually talk about personal issues, but I don't know. I don't really have anybody else to talk to.
Yes.
Okay, here's the problem. Go ahead. So here's the thing. Jennifer, as many times as I tell her how to grill the fucking cheese sandwich, she constantly fucks up. She either makes it too toasty, not toasty enough, too greasy. I have very specific standards on my fucking grilled cheese. I told her she's got to quit her job and work full-time on becoming a goddamn line order cook so I could have my fresh, hot, piping grilled cheese sandwiches when I want. The bitch can't get it right. Can you please help me how to handle this fucked up situation with the grilled cheese?
Right. So what type of grill are we talking about here? So
well, it's a stove. It's a gas stove, and she cooks it in a pan.
It's going to be the foundation of this. See, in my relationship, I found that I have another person in the house that helps.
Oh, is that your partner? Your partner that you have that we've never seen? Gotcha.
My partner's partner.
Oh, it's a partner. So it's a partner by proxy. Got it. Please proceed.
Possibly the day.
So we all work together. And I was trying to engage one. And then that's how I'm able to become so knowledgeable in all of the habits of the post office and how I'm able to make my stamps. So maybe you should just incorporate another person into y'all's relationship.
Well, you know, I'm polyamorous, even though I'm living with my 53-year-old girlfriend and completely in an obviously monogamous relationship. But you know I'm polyamorous, so that's always open, Wizard. Thank you for that. See?
Right. Polys are good relationships. Like I said, I myself. Now, do y'all have the third person? Because we do. And are you going to have a female or a male third person?
You see, Cynthia, this is where Zeke could really bring it there, because I could go into the whole daughter thing and how he wants to fuck the daughter, but we'll leave that. I won't go into. Let's get back to OTW. We'll break the shtick.
Hey, Snap with Snaps is back here.
Again?
Again. What? They don't want to let you up over in Benton's?
Are you coming to pick up that helmet finally, Snafu?
All right, we'll let him up.
No, I came to defend you, Mr. Nubs. He made me a helmet.
Oh, okay.
He's not that bad.
I know. I mean, I'm a nice guy.
Yep. That's why I came here to defend him.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I got you, buddy. Not only did I make the small one to fit your actual head, but I've also made the big one to fit your ego head.
I know. You were thinking for me. See, those all you fucking haters
hang out with these guys.
Calm down.
What's wrong,
Like
mommy?
Snafu Snaps here is a swindler. You know, goes off from one panel to another, and you know,
I had to leave, dude. Tommy is fucking Spurgeon, dude. And I'm sorry, dude.
I'm just gonna be real with it. I'm not even going to. I don't see how you guys support his meth head fucking, and he's admitted to drugging children, all kinds of bullshit. Like I just
See, this is where Snafu goes over the thing. And he
no
goes,
one here is supporting Tommy. You don't see.
He goes, he's admitted to drugging children. Snafu, you're very reckless in the things that you say about people. Well, Cynthia, what do you make about this new online presentation from people where people just feel as though they could say whatever the fuck they want without consequence, without even like moral consequence? They don't even check themselves on it. They just say shit about people. Snafu just saying Tommy drugs children's insane. Your thoughts?
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna just go against the grain here with you, Z. Are you okay with that? Because sometimes I think Snaps has a little bit of truth to what he says. Not all of it. I think his presentation is rough, but I think there is a sprinkle of truth. So I do always pay attention to what Snap says, but I have to filter it out.
Fair enough. Let's continue.
Don't see him here.
Well, no. I'm just saying they're all praising him over there. He's Fergan. Z's fucking love a buddy, hug a buddy, and with them. I like that's the type of shit that's disgusting to me. It's like,
well, because you know how, you know, show me your friends and I'll show you who you are.
But I have to defend Mr. Nubs because.
Yeah, because Illumitami's my friend, first of all. And Patrick, for you to make a statement with you in the current situation that you're evidencing in front of everybody is completely fucking laughable, dude. It's unfucking real.
He got me fitted on 2 helmets. And so, Mr. Nubs, you're not that bad.
I got you, buddy.
Wow.
Aren't you one of the saved slaves that was adopted?
I tried.
Just so the audience knows here on the Benton channel that we're caught up. We're live with them. So as he titled his fucking stream Off the Wall with Patrick and Paul, we're now well into over 2 hours of the fucking stream, and his co-host still hasn't arrived. Cynthia, your thoughts?
Typical. But was he even supposed to be there? Or is this something that OTW just made up on his own? Did Paul say, yeah, I'm going to do it and not show up? Like, what's the story behind it? What do you think? Do you think Paul just didn't show?
I don't know. It's a good question. Yeah, probably that. Let's continue.
Tried getting adopted last night by this feminist chick, but she wasn't having it.
All right. Let's move on with this nonsense.
Just coming in too hard.
Let's continue listening to them looping their insanity, as Mr. Enslavius would say.
Oh, yes. That's how Laney did.
Robo Kid ever went with it, I was the original unlike, don't subscribe, blah, blah, blah. And then when that fake autist started using it, I was like, okay, you can have it.
What were you going to say, Cynthia?
So I was over at OT.
Unfucking believable. Give me a break.
Yeah,
Cynthia, what's your channel name?
What's up, Cynthia?
I don't think I'm subscribed to you yet. Let me see what's here. What's up, Cynthia? How did you get that name? I mean, I know your name's probably Cynthia. How did you get the What's Up, Cynthia thing?
It's marketable, and I could have been I could have went news with it with like what's up currently, or I can go my views and thought, and this is what's up with this. So I thought it was unique.
There's you. I only do personalized notifications. I don't like to see the bell and things come up. And
that's the Tommy commercial. Have you seen the Tommy commercial?
Which one? Just say no to drugs?
Yes.
You want me to play that one?
Yes. It's only.
I was looking for It's a Hard Knock Life, but
no, this is the Tommy commercial.
Which one's the Hard Knock Life where they're dancing and shit? What's that one?
I think that is
With the mini Paul? With the mini
Yeah,
Paul?
I think it's get to know your bestie. Oh.
What?
Yeah, get to know your bestie.
Hold on, let's do the Tommy one. This is from Cynthia. What's up, Cynthia?
Is there anyone out there who still isn't clear about what doing drugs does? Okay, last time. This is your brain. This is drugs. This is your brain on drugs.
Now, one day I'm gonna kill Paul, but until then,
No.
sponsor Lupin like
No. What? No, nobody needs to die.
metaversally. See how unaware you are? You don't know where you are. You don't know what you're doing. Tell me about Trig's
Tommy's
Trig.
pulled out a Nerf gun and now he feels like he's somebody.
This is so much
Shut
too
up.
much fun.
It's first of all, it's on a filter, so we can't even see it good.
You don't need to say it. Listen! Like I told you at the beginning, listen to this Nerf gun. Does that sound like a fucking Nerf gun, cunt? I got my own Trigs here in this fucking IRL community, and they don't step to me, bitch. You're fucking done.
Don't shoot, Tommy. Don't shoot. I don't have a weapon. Don't shoot. Brown lives matter.
Yeah. You're home.
Oh, cool.
Any questions?
I gotta say that
Yeah.
actually is funny. That actually is comedic.
Yeah, so that's how I see Tommy.
Oh my god, he's one of a kind, Cynthia.
He
They don't make him like
is.
Tommy.
He is.
He's an original. Too strange to live, too weird to die. One of God's original true prototypes. They broke the mold when they made that motherfucker. There's no fucking doubt about it. Would you say get to know your bestie? Is that what you said?
Yeah, those are long. Those are long videos. But
But
yeah,
where's the one with the dancing and the mini Paul?
I think it's get to know your bestie. Hang on.
Hold on, let me just try it.
I'm pretty sure it's get to know your bestie.
On this episode of What's Up Cynthia Clip Collection, we revisit the time that Pimp Unslaved visited Triggerman Tell 'em TV page and the interaction that happened between Paul and I afterwards. Enjoy.
All right, yeah, I'm going over there since you got more subscribers than me. I mean, I guess I'm the idiot.
Before we go on, Talcott Clip Collection, get the fuck out of here if you think this is a shitty ass live, you loser.
Paul, thank you for turning on your camera. Well, I'm comfortable now. I had my fingers.
Yeah, I want you. I know you.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Cynthia, what do you think about the idea that Paul thinks he's so down with the homies and none of them can give two fucks about him? What are your thoughts there, Cynthia?
Well, you know what? I want to tell you a secret. Want me to tell you a secret, Z?
Sure.
Okay. At first, I just thought Paul showed up randomly. But then when I went over to Paul's and I heard him talking, I realized was a clout chaser, and he was really coming over to Triggs that day because he had Charleston White in the topic. And I kind of think that's what brought Paul over there. He was just kind of following Charleston White. Okay.
Well, I got a secret for you, Cynthia. It's not a secret to everybody because it was said over the airways that Paul has repeatedly expressed his desire to increase his demographic into, guess what? The black and the female populations. Thus why he took you in on the panel. Thus why he took Bex in on the panel. Thus the reason he is so ingratiated or tries to ingratiate himself with the melanateds of the peoples, because
Thanks
he
again,
realizes
Yolanda.
there's
Much
a huge
appreciated.
demographic of blacks and women. Paul, in my opinion, alters his message to cater to blacks and women. It's calculated. That's one of the major things I do not respect about Paul is he alters his message to chase demographics. Prove me wrong because I'm fucking not, because he said it multiple times.
I'm so sick
I've
of this
seen
shit,
him
bro.
do it. Your response, Cynthia.
Well, he failed miserably if that's what he came over to do. because
Yes.
the gentleman that he gets into it with in this video has a podcast with Charles
Yes.
White. If anything, I could have got him in better.
What are you,
But
crazy?
he is so unaware and doesn't understand how to utilize what's in
Yes.
front of him because
Yes.
he thinks he's such big shit and he knows it all. He can't
You
see
are
what's in front
crazy.
of him. So if that's truly what he was trying to do, he failed miserably at it.
Right.
And that just shows you he's gonna fumble the ball.
Praise
anytime you
God.
pass it to him.
Let's hey guys, if you're enjoying today's broadcast, Benton was gracious. He handed the keys, not the keys, he just handed the wheel over to Z. There's no keys here. Show Benton some love. The guy's got his Cash App, he's got his money up. If you guys are enjoying it, show him some love. He's letting us fly here. All right? He's putting his fucking metaversal ass on the line as we're fucking slaying and destroying. Let's continue with this gold by What's Up, Cynthia. Fucking pure fucking comedy gold here.
Paul, we just want you to answer the question, man. Like,
want to see how he gonna unpack that.
Like, can we have a like? I like
I'm
to have
very
a normal
interested.
like I'm talking to my brother. or
Not
my
like I
sister
don't.
or
I
my
think he's
mother.
gonna make sense, and I'm very interested. And
So now I have to have a conversation with you the way you're used to having it with people that you're used to having it with.
hold on, let me say this, Paul. He just dialoguing. This is how
I didn't
he
even
talk.
know he
He's
did
not
this.
having no aggressive talk.
He's
This
not
how
used to being around niggas.
Oh, there's no we, sir. This is the problem with the we is you're not doing what he's doing. So why lump yourself in with him?
What you mean?
This the problem with the we. We can't do the we.
When was this?
There's self-accountability, responsibility, and then there's colorism and racism. So what's the we?
Why is the white boy steady talking about race though? This is what confusing me. Like he gonna teach us about race, bro. We experienced this shit. We lived this shit. We don't need nobody to tell us about race.
Who the fuck are you?
You throw shade when you respond.
Who is
man. It
we?
ain't
I
gotta
was
be the
speaking to
same
that man. You have to learn self-control. You didn't ask me any questions.
Well, we because this our panel, so it's we. You did what I'm saying. So
don't want to
we
ask
asking
me
you
any
to respond.
questions.
Why you got it? Like, let's not insult. Now speak your mind with insult.
I wasn't trying to insult anybody. If it feels
Well,
insulting, this might be what I'm speaking about.
Well, it's insulting me because it feels like
Pause a second.
You guys like some kind of dumb shade or something.
Okay, so I added this part in to kind of paint the picture of everybody kind of takes. He's insulting, and it's not just a me thing or a you thing. Like a lot of people recognize it.
Yes. You know it.
Look, it's just fair turn. That's all it is.
Hey, I'm as white trash as it gets.
You know, people just want to think you're supposed to just roll over to this bullshit. And like London Man says, it's all above the belt to everybody.
Because you know
people
I'm
say to me,
wild.
Cynthia, what's below the belt? What's below the belt? You know when you're below the belt. Below the belt is certain acts that
Treasonous,
people take
traitorous
offline
scum.
to harm people.
Treasonous,
it's all above the
traitorous
belt.
scum.
It's all fucking fair play. You guys are crazy. You culted ones who are falling under this narrative. You're going to snap out of it eventually. It's going to happen. It's goofy. It's stupid. Wake up. This is fucking hilarious.
Like every time you respond, you gotta throw like some kind of dumb shade or some kind of hood nigga.
If you
type
feel it,
mentality.
does that make it real?
Who the fuck are you?
Paul Unslave, I'm on my way to check you out.
How are you, Cynthia? So you were taken with the White Gorilla. Hey, I'm as white trash as it gets. You're from the Trigger Man broadcast.
Yes, I'm a producer over there.
Why the need for so much violence? Why not let us imagine
Because it's so much fun, Chan. Get it?
Well, I was interested to kind of see what was going on from your end and just honestly to study you a little bit more.
Right, I appreciate that.
This is what you do. You deliberately target different panels just to kind of shake the room up a little bit and just see what happens.
Yeah, that's an accurate description in a way. I wouldn't choose to use the term target. It's more.
Hold on, son. How's policy?
It's more that I will put the live setting on. I will see who's live, and if something intrigues me, which oftentimes the black panel dynamic intrigues me because I already know what I'm going to get a lot of the time. So
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
So I go into there with an understanding of what's liable to happen, is probable to happen, and I consider myself to be prepared to have these discussions to create a different perspective and a different understanding. So
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
So you could say at times, because there are times where, in a way, it will be perceived that I will go on a panel and I will just start, not here, but other times I will kind of take a different.
Cynthia, do you think when he's doing the verbal diarrhea nonsense where he just tries to justify his actions, where he's never
Thank you,
wrong,
London man.
and he tries to convince people that what
Tommy,
he's
if you
saying
can hear
actually
me,
has some
I'm,
degree of logic? Do
seeing
you
what
think he's
Just the Gal
aware that he's
thinks about
completely
bringing you up.
bullshit as he's doing it? Or do you think he's caught up and he's smelling himself a little too much?
No, he's completely aware. Pay attention. He's a lot and moving around, making sure he chooses his words wisely.
Different presentment, a different approach, and just kind of directly trigger people and
Oh,
get
wait.
into
Sorry, I missed your comment there, Just a Gal.
and get into it. Because I want the conversation. I know it's good content, and I know everybody's going to expose their subconscious mind control and heart control, and that's where I think the power is at. We got to undo that. All these belief systems and toxic culture.
All right, apparently we need more than $33 to bring Tom back up.
Don't any of you have the guts to play for blood?
That's what makes the conversation so dope. Paul, see the
Right.
thing over here, Paul, you might be new to the channel, you might not be. I don't want to put it past you.
It's a little
But over
awkward
here,
for
we
me to
just-
ask
we
since I'm
learn
the
how
one
to
getting the
agree to
money, though,
disagree,
so we'll
you
see,
know?
Tom.
Even if you disagree with somebody's perspective, just let it be, because you can't.
Sir, was
you
I?
know, you
Well,
can't-
am I not? Am I not
can't
showing that
force-
ability?
No,
I
no.
thought that
Treasonous,
man that was
traitorous
just here was
scum.
not showing that
I
ability,
like how
right?
you handled the conversation. It got a little heated, but I like how the conversation. I like the
Treasonous, traitorous scum.
went smoother, a lot more beneficial to the people that came. But we learned to just understand each other. Okay, this ain't for him, and what he got ain't for me. It's
Obviously.
Because I feel just
No,
like
I understand.
I feel just like Kimbo, like the man and my brother that you were.
Thank you.
Let's cut the bullshit.
What King Oz was saying, King Oz is the gentleman. This is the show that I work for. I worked for this show for 2 years. King Oz is the gentleman. He does a lot of the sovereign law talks and stuff, and he writes books. And when he said this was a good conversation, but I didn't like the way it went, this is just to show you how Paul's not capable of having good conversations. He could have had a great conversation that could have really opened him up to new people, could have brought him to a new audience.
Yeah, he could have
but
had
his
an actual
behavior
conversation with me the day before
stops it
yesterday,
each
by
and
the
every
way.
time, and this is just an example of it.
Well, that seems to be Paul's major thing. Now, we could say it's an issue or a problem, but that just could be Paul's method. He just might be fucking ride or die with his whole persona, riding it till the wheels come off, so to speak, Cynthia. Like, it could be like, no, I'm just going to come on here no matter what, no matter who I'm in the room with, I'm just going to be me no matter what. I'm pretty sure that's what he's doing. Now, whether or not it's to his benefit, that's going to be a, you know, I guess we'll see at some point. But
He's a one-trick pony.
Right. So your argument would be that he really doesn't have any other option. So he's just riding with what he has.
Right, because he couldn't have carried the conversation.
Yeah, let's continue.
Well, arguing with her, we think the same and feel the same way about this type shit. So
yeah,
the argument would have been
The
we do this all
majority,
the time.
the majority of folks on this land that we call United States feel and think the same way you do, because they have not seen the results, or when they get the results, they don't believe the results. So I have videos online of myself having a great conversation with policy enforcement. I also have videos online of them telling me, shut the fuck up and get out of the car. You're going to jail.
Likewise.
So listen, I don't do this because of the results. I do it because it's true and correct. It's common sense. I want my freedom and God-given rights, and I'm not going to be a slave on my land. That's simple.
And this is what we go over in law class.
But what? I'm lost. Hold on. God damn it.
All right, Cynthia, you and I both know he said the SLAVE word in the particular panel that we see him on. Your thoughts?
Well, he did it. He did it for shock factor.
So I'm going to back Paul in this one, and this might be controversial to some people, but I'm going to back Paul in this one. You know, the word slave has become synonymous with, you know, antebellum Southern traditional slavery, right. American South slavery. But you know as well as I do, Cynthia, that come on, there's slaves that existed throughout time, throughout recorded history. The word slave actually comes from the term Slavic. This is how the Slavs, the white Slavs, were enslaved by other whites. So, you know, we can even go back to the story of the Israelites and the Jews. So, absolutely. You know, I do take a little bit of an issue when the more, let's say, what do you say? The people of culture, the more urban, cultured people tend to take out of context the word. I do think it was a little bit of, let's say, unfair. It was a little bit of a disingenuous to hit Paul when he used the word slave. It's also too easy, and I think it actually makes the other panelists look bad. Your thoughts, please.
Well, this again, I only took clips, but there had already been a huge debate about this slave talk prior, and that Paul and another gentleman, the first gentleman, had gotten into it. And so Paul was continuously coming back and using the word just to keep digging. Now, I do agree with you absolutely on the words slavery and how it's used and who's all been slaved and who was slaves first. It's open for debate. But again, Paul strategically knew he was on the black platform, and he had already triggered them with the word slaves, and he was going to keep going in on it.
Fair enough. Let's continue. By the way, we're currently watching Cynthia. What's up, Cynthia? Who you hear speaking with me right now in one of her new productions entitled "Get to Know Your Bestie."
King Guy, because I'm lost. Like, who are you saying you're not a slave, though?
Uh-oh.
I'm going to go ask questions.
Well, I believe, sir, my name is Paul Enslaved. My channel is Paul Enslaved. My perspective is...
But in America...
It looks like we have a member that has rejoined the panel.
Hey, Tommy.
Uh-oh. Can I just say one thing before we continue this magnificent work? The community said, Tom, you're wearing out that boxing picture. I concurred. I haven't used it since. Cynthia, you got one good face picture you keep using to represent you in every video. You slap that same
I can do another
just got
one.
back from the salon 10 years ago picture.
No, that picture was
of your
actually
face.
taken like a week before I came over to Paul's page.
Right, and you're sticking it on top of every.
Well, and I'm
sexy
back,
tango
folks.
dancer you'll never
So
see.
much fun. I'm happy to let them keep going as long as they want.
Wait, that's not it.
I can't hear you, but I'm okay with that.
How do I change it?
How do you change you?
Edit Wait. Edit.
I can't hear you. Am I the one with the technical issue? Is it me?
I don't know. I can hear her just fine. She sounds good in my
Let me check
end,
my
so.
shit.
I changed
Yeah, check your shit, Tommy. Check your shit. Maybe check your fucking ears. Maybe clean that pipe
Well,
of
it's
yours.
what sometimes I'm on a headset, sometimes I'm on a speakerphone, and as we know, StreamYard makes you manually change it back and forth. Sometimes hosts mute me, and I go on the next panel, I'm still muted.
Yeah, we know. Looks like Benton's back. Benton, are you indeed back with us live and in person?
So because I can hear you fine.
Oh, Dawn, I'm talking.
Cynthia, say
I'm
something.
talking to the channel. Benton, we can't hear you if you're speaking.
I am here. Hey, real quick, Tom. I'm here, but I'm happy to continue. Hey, sorry, guys.
You're home? You're back to the studio?
Oh, my bad. I was
Ben?
on my phone. Sorry about that. I forget I'm on the
Yeah, just
delay
clarify.
sometimes.
Are you back at the studio? Are you back?
Yeah,
in
I've
the
been back for a
Sabbath?
while. It's been so much fun. I wanted to just see how things were going to play out. So
It was fun. It was fun. Almost too much fun. All right, I'm going to bid you farewell, Benton, panelist and chat.
You weren't
Um,
doing bad.
Thank
It's
you.
been a
Z, you should treat
fun.
your panel like you're doing Benton's.
Oh, what? Just keep you up here? I couldn't get rid of you.
No, I think you did. I think you did today better than you do some of your own.
You're out of your mind. But I'll take that under advisement, Tommy. Much love, everybody. Have
great
a
work,
grand
Z.
old
Hey, thanks
day.
a lot, man. Much appreciated.
Well, thank
Thank
you,
you.
Benton. I came up to help with while you were away. I appreciate you letting me come up here.
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
are you exiting?
Much. Thank you.
Yeah, you're
I
welcome.
only convinced my way back up. I wanted to
Yes.
interview you about your videos.
Yeah, Tom
and
wanted
yeah,
to
she ran.
come give her the business, but yeah, that was cool. Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, it'll all work itself out. Did you see the State of the LARP stream?
I saw parts of it, not the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it got slightly hijacked by my metaversal Gam, and I got to give her a little room, but it was also the warm up of like letting the chat know this is going to be consecutive so we can get the chat nice and organized, and then you should see some cleanup to these streets.
Hey, I like your solo stuff better, just me personally, but
That's what everybody says, and
Yeah.
I tend to agree that it gets more response that's positive. Even Paul says he was better off alone, and I don't know why he doesn't go back to that, because I've watched some of his alone stuff.
Oh, he's
back when
great.
like sitting in a car.
yeah,
Um,
love it.
but the thing about Paul and some of these people, they do need a pushback, or they'll just elaborate on falsities. Kind of like we see if Snafu can't get his bullshit in here, he'll just run over to OTW to get it in. But that's some of the shit I'm trying to clean up, and it starts with you, chat. I'm doing my part.
That was
But yeah,
awesome.
man.
That was awesome. All the super chats, and I hope Z. I hope I didn't keep him too long. I posted in the private chat that I was back, but I'm not sure if he ever saw it or not.
And yeah, the super chat thing is like, I'm happy to help contribute, but did you know back in the day, I've gotten Paul over $300 for getting myself kicked off of his panel?
I've heard you say that actually, and I'm not surprised. And I've heard Paul say that he doesn't like the idea of YouTube getting the 30% or whatever. But can we admit that the super chats can make for a fun show at times? I believe it's fun for everybody.
It can. Anton has that. Is it Anton's show, The Fight Club? Is that his?
Oh, I don't even know.
Well, yeah, Fight Club, there's a menu of how much like you can buy someone back on, you can buy someone off, you can kick them off for the remainder of the show. There's all kinds of monetary options. And my only beef is like when I say that I've made Paul over $300, he'll still hate on me and I never saw a dime of that,
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm
and
trying.
it's also
yeah.
like I've abstained from showing my Cash App or trying to give avenues of income because I know everybody's going to go, oh, if you're so rich, why are you asking for income? Show me a Musk or a Gates that's going to deny a Cash App. Like, oh, you're Cash Apping me this, I'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
Jimbo Con, none of us are going to use Cash App in the future. Why do you think the guy that made it was stabbed up on the street? Because he beat the Federal Reserve to the thing they're going to do. You'll be your own bank on the device you're
Oh, was that one of the
watching.
Cash App people? I thought, isn't Jack Dorsey involved?
No, the Cash App guy was
Really?
stabbed up on the street.
I didn't realize
And
that was
another-
him. Wow.
Another aspect to it is he walked around stabbed up, seeking help as cars.
Yeah, nobody
rolled on
helped
by.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just didn't know that's who that. I knew that story. I didn't realize that was him. Wow.
Yeah, and imagine creating Cash App not knowing you're stepping on the toes of the Federal
Okay.
fucking Reserve.
So Dorsey must have been an investor then. Wow. That's
yeah, we should probably
crazy.
be careful what we discuss about.
Oh wait, wait a minute. Oh yeah, he was one of the Cash App. I see. Never mind. But yeah, crazy. Founder of Cash App. Yeah, wow. Bob Lee. Huh. How did I miss that? I knew about the story, and anyway, it doesn't matter.
I don't need the recognition, but there's people that hate on me that are now coming around to shit that I came in here saying, trying to Paul Revere, and I don't care because the point was to get it on people's mouths. But if I was out here looking for recognition, I'd be a pissed off dude. It's like even as I try to refine the metaverse and build this into something I saw it could be from the beginning, they still hating on me, but it's okay. My hero got crucified by the people he was here to save. My other hero got shot by the police for stopping a mass gangbang.
Johnny Hurley, was that the guy's name?
Johnny fucking Hurley.
Yeah.
Back
You know,
place for Johnny Hurley.
I finally watched a document or like a YouTube documentary about that. Yeah, that was pretty wild stuff, man.
Yeah, it's also, I give his mom a lot of props that she was shown by the police the footage of them hiding while her son showed up
Man,
and saved the day, and then
cops,
got to
dude.
see the police gun her son down.
Well, and you know, I'm not even
Crazy
going to try to say what may or may not have happened, but you know, let's just assume that it happened the way the authorities claim, that cops really are that fucking stupid. I hate to say, and I know you like the
Well,
police
it's all on
to some
footage.
extent, but yeah,
I mean, we won't get to see the footage, but it's all on the survey. Because Arvada is like one of those old people mall type places where
Oh,
it's
okay.
outdoor, walking around. All that footage was on cams. Even the guy pulling up, shooting a cop with a shotgun, and walking back to his car to get the AR. And even Johnny Hurley in the surplus store, hearing it, springing out the door, telling people to run as he headed toward it. It was all on footage. If you find the who's the guy? High Impact Flicks, who also showed me who Paul Enslaved was. If you watch the High Impact Flicks video, he had the most coverage and footage of Johnny Hurley I've ever seen, and I appreciate him for it. He even found footage of Johnny Hurley in Denver at a table giving out clothes and food to homeless people. God bless him.
Yeah.
And if I ever find his mom in the Springs, I'm gonna a la the end of Best of the Best, and I will limp up to her and let her know that I will be her son if she has no other son left.
Damn. Yeah,
Well,
man.
My mom's got plenty of siblings. I haven't talked to her in like 15 years. But God bless Johnny Hurley's mom. She puts a monument out to him every year on that day, whatever.
Well, and just before I forget, if Z's still listening, thank you again, sir. That was fucking badass. I was selfishly, when I got back here, I ate some watermelon and watched the show.
What do you got your 303? What's your 303?
That's my my famous relative's sports record was 303 yards in a single game. It was the NFL record for receiving yards in a game.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
must mean
Our
something,
area
right?
code, the Denver area code is 303. That's
Oh,
why there's
okay.
those shit rappers 30H3.
Yes.
But if you ever find me not showing up and most likely deceased, in my conspiracy travels, there is talk of a event 303. And so if something happens and Denver's on the map again, not just for mass bang bangs or an NFL rings, and I don't show up, it was probably that event that I couldn't figure out what it is.
Damn.
Because all airport aside, we have a number of things around Denver that make us prime targets for mushroom clouds and the like.
Yeah, I believe it.
Are you wrapping up?
No, man, I'm chilling. I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, like this is all progress toward truth. Even the pushback I get and everything, it's like just kids fighting you from pulling them out of a fire or something. It's just they don't realize I'm only here for the positive outcome. They just hear me say mean things sometimes and then get in their feels.
Yep. I can't make this any bigger. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Who cares? You're
still claiming the Christianity, right?
Well, anyway, I don't want to get into it right now, but yeah, I'm a big fan of the teachings of Jesus from the Gospels, certainly.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And everyone knows I shied away from using the C word because of that Zionism and the trend it is, where if you say Christian to a person that doesn't know you, they're already processing their opinion of it without hearing you out. So I understand that, but the snafu and various chatters pushback I get, I'd love to civilly talk about that, because the only thing I get the "you're not a Christian" about is, oh, I say mean things like everybody we know in the metaverse.
Yeah.
Like, am I on here like...
Sorry to interrupt. Is Paul really not going to show up to this thing or what? Like, maybe he wasn't obligated to, but...
I'm not sure how much... Are you talking about the OTW stream?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much support OTW really even has, because I'm not saying this to boost
credit or results. But ever since I made that hot garbage video and then OTW talk, I have a video. I said, yeah, go fucking watch it. I have to think there's been a reduction in support because that video even showed Paul getting fired up when OTW is making a call for war. Because recently OTW was like, I don't go after people. I've never stood against specific people. I said, go watch my video, dude. It shows you doing that with an hilariously laughing Paul going, right. He's going, we're going to war, Jack. I'm going to war with you. And Paul's like, right. Like in the square right under him.
Wow.
Like, man, people even get danger close in my hit pieces. And that's what I wanted to come talk to Cynthia about. It's like my videos are showing and saying a thing, and your videos are just insert person. Like you could take any of us and put our faces over the kid in the car going, wee! Does it make it true? Does it make it a thing? No. That's entertainment, though. She is like, who's the guy that makes the Transformers movies? I'll give her that.
Megan
She makes
Fox?
explosions. She makes explosions that we can all look at and go, ha, that's something to watch. I have people not like my videos because they don't get it, and that's fine, because shout to Lizzo, I'm a fucking artist.
And Truther Cop's in the chat. He's typed your name.
Yeah, I think that's like a hello or a head nod.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Shout
And Truther Cop's coming
shout
around.
out to the Truther Cop. And what is OTW doing here? He's still restreaming us, I
Whole
guess.
lot of hot garbage, I'd imagine. But no, if he just put Paul, I don't know that they ever agreed to that.
Well, and then, God bless Patrick, but is it possible that, Paul made some kind of offhanded comment or remark that OTW took as an agreement to do a show?
No, because there are times that, okay, the same footage where he's talking about going to war and Paul's like, right. If I would have let that keep playing, Paul's like, OTW receives armaments from the nation of Unslavia. We support him in these wars, and just talking that political shit. And I like that, people. I like turning our metaversal stuff into like news type.
It's fun.
Jargon.
Yeah.
Like I said, Benton, from the very start, as soon as me and Unslavia were released into this realm and we all realized together, oh, there's more channels of panels, I immediately saw where this could go and what it could be, and I'm fighting to make it that, even as people resist me. But I don't know if they'll totally like it, because it's holding each other accountable and making an isness instead of this Cynthia style of just, I'm going to say a thing and we're all going to say, yeah. But I use that. That's how I saw how shallow that London Man is. Like, he leaned on into it and was thinking it was the greatest thing in the world. I'm like, and this was after I showed up for that Z weekend to support Z. And even Z kind of memory hold that. I'm like, I thought we were supporting each other in a stance for this community, and now they're both memory holding it. And London, I know you're still listening. You had Paul come about the keys. You laughed him off like, keys, nobody gets my keys. Yet how did he invisible people on your channel without keys, London Man? You think you never missed? How did Paul invisible people on your channel that you had to discover they were invisible? How do you do that without keys? N-word, please.
And what's Ian talking about here? Because I'm not fully up on the lore myself. I know just the very broad strokes here. But real quick before you address that, Tom, we give Tom a lot of leeway around here, Ian. So when he says things, that's
Ian,
not necessarily me
are
agreeing with it. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Right,
Tom.
I see Ian's new picture, and I heard of his return. I hope everything's cool with the thing I heard you were dealing with. But Ian, I was trying to do this even back when it somehow offended you. I've always been trying to organize and help resist Paul. And I'll find that. I think you might have memory hold some stuff, Ian, because I need to find that time that Lauren De Laguna wrecked Moose on your panel about, oh, Moose, you were going to come do a interview about Paul, and you never showed up. And if it wasn't for that, Ian, we wouldn't have known that didn't happen and was going to happen. But Ian, I will say the optics look like you left during the start of this civil war that has always been going, and I have made a stance in an establishment since then. But Ian, you have some stuff that I couldn't deny in the past. Like you'd be offended that I didn't acknowledge a guy as saying something profound. I'm like, wasn't profound to me. Sounded like a lot of metaversal bullshit on my end, which is my right. But Ian, welcome back. Do your thing. I'll assess what you are now on your return, because I left for a while. I see you getting your return love. I got the return love when people thought I was dead or in jail. Made it my fucking best unicorn video ever. I'll never get another situation like that. And I'll just see where you're at, and we'll go from there, Ian. But just remember, I came to you to assist against the nation of Unslavia. And I know you took it the wrong way. I've seen other channels get defensive and scared. Like, who is this man that stands alone against the nation of Unslavia? But it'll all work out, Ian. If you're supporting truth, it'll all work out.
Well said.
Did you ask a question I didn't really hit on?
No, man, you're good. I was just, and I wasn't worried. I didn't think, I knew Ian didn't mean me. I'm not, and I wouldn't have cared anyway, but I just wanted to.
No, Yolanda.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. My bad. I didn't
Share
hear you
Yolanda's
properly.
chat, because
All
I'm trying to rectify with
Okay.
Yolanda. Put
No
that on
worries.
Slavia's constantly told everyone to choose sides, blah, blah, blah. Throw that up on the screen.
Got it. It's up there, sir.
Okay, so Unslavia is not telling everyone to. Unslavia is requiring that you choose sides, but the dichotomy mind in this panel verse is that there's two sides. Where I can tell you, even as a Q lone walker, that's Star Trek Q, there aren't two sides. It's more Game of Thrones, and I just want the realm to survive. I'm like all those guys that were in each kingdom that were like, if we work together as we're part of each kingdom, we can help the realm survive no matter which one of these assholes takes over. That's kind of what I'm doing. But Yolanda, I'm trying to rectify with you, because you were one of Ian's wrenches that if I showed up and supported what was going on and said something positive, y'all'd still mute me. Like, I wasn't sure you guys were even aware of what was going on back then. But I leave room for anybody to do a redemption arc unless you're like a Snafu or a Paul. Like, that Snafu's still showing up. You guys don't support the PDF claims, and he's still going panel to panel claiming it. Shout to Venus. She's been playing a lot of Snafu's fails. This is the layers of the metaverse, people. Like, my truth is that I keep standing on it, keep it awake. Like, I'll go any panel, consciously say I'm a Jesus follower, constantly take on any contradiction of that. I'm open to anyone that wants to panel up and contradict that. But if you want to call me a PDF, you will panel, you will show a cam, because no one would go out in public claiming someone's a PDF falsely and show their face. If you don't show your face, that should instruct the metaverse they're full of shit. Like, did you guys notice that State of the LARP? The Linguini kids were showing up trying to make amends, which really caught me off guard, while asking my permission to go after Jonathan Thomas. They don't have my permission, but there's an extent I can't stop what I can't stop, but they don't have my blessing. I've given Jonathan Thomas some shit on the Jesus debates, but he's free to be here. He's free to rectify or not. I'm just trying to establish the isness of what we're all involved in. It can't be chaos. You can't have trolls if there's chaos. It's like I tried to teach the Linguini kids, you have to allow an order or there's nothing to troll. The same way they would show up to where I was, cause chaos, say anything they wanted, and then claim they won. I'm like, no, that was chaos. Like, you can't troll if there's chaos. You can't just say you win, or we'll just do that to you too. And then what's it all mean? Everyone's special because no one's special. So this inherently is the organization I'm trying to give the chat plebs. It's like, you have to establish an order or you won't get this quality metaverse you want. You'll just allow the bullshit to be your entertainment.
Well, and normally I don't even talk about this, but since it's Notch, I will just from my perspective, Tom, and then give me just a real quick second. But I will
Go ahead.
when I'm from Arkansas, folks, so I have a unique perspective on Tom at times because, you know, it's from what I understand, there are some similarities between Arkansas and West Virginia. Tom's from West Virginia. This is not to excuse anybody's behavior, but this is not that unusual in places like where
No.
Tom may be from. It's really not.
Even my metaversal Gam stated in a conversation with me and Hoax Lies that yeah, in her generation that age difference was quite normal. And even the one we know as the Madness right now, aka Back in the Basement that I destroyed, aka G, her husband's age difference is bigger. Shout to WYSIWYG for pointing that out live. Her age difference with her husband is bigger than that. And for Nat Chiquita, who keeps standing on his woke women credibility of being a Gaysian, I was dating this girl in the seeking of ringing up. There was no manipulation, grooming. I've pointed this out too many times. Yeah, it's just an
there's a
age
cultural
difference.
context, I think is what I'm trying to get across,
Right,
especially with the
right.
serious
And-
relationship. There's and I'm not condoning or anything. I'm just saying there is a specific cultural context is all I'm saying.
Right, and I have always been a Jesus walker, and all these people are operating on is an established narrative from like season 2, whenever the Civil War was going on. Like these people that hate Paul still don't know they're operating on Paul narrative, and they don't even realize it. Like when Paul brought up, oh, even EBT. Oh, not Chiquita, so you say. What you're going off of is so people say. That's why you got the invitation to a one-on-one, not Chiquita. It's not to destroy you. It's trying to talk some sense into your Gaysian ass. You climb the mountains of the Himalayas to still be as Wisconsin as you are.
Well said.
Yolanda, the seasons are just me speaking from my timeline of what I've seen and the events that made a seasonal change. Right now, we're in season 4, and season 4 kicked off when both Paul and Moose were blocking and talking on the same night. Like they were both so spiraling in the drama that they were both blocking everyone against them and talking a bunch of shit on their panels. It was a very and something had happened with me. Oh, that was also when Paul had me on his panel, had said, I'm going to be his metaversal delegate to get him back into talking points with everyone. And then 24 hours later, he was blocking me, saying a bunch of shit. And I was like, yeah, this has season 4 start vibe.
Well, and just speaking for myself, I enjoy, you know, those sort of comments.
It is season 4, yeah.
Well, yeah, I enjoy the seasons type of talk, but I think where some folks make a mistake is they try to impose a little too much form onto the thing and try to figure it out. And it's like, no, just watch it unfold. You know, we will figure out what we need to figure out.
And the only thing I don't like, because don't judge me as a friend and a supporter. She's even getting it fucked up right there. Like I thought Ian Return kicked off. See, no, like Benton said, just watch, just let it happen. Because my issue with it, Benton, is I don't like people hijacking it. Like you see, because I might drop it rather than have it hijacked.
Yes.
When Cynthia started running around trying to talk seasons and shit, and one way it benefits me is you can find footage of Paul both acknowledging and denying the seasons according to his beef or not beef. He like I said when I got here today, his tenure recently is mostly just being early to the game, but he's not really a step because he's constantly operating off of who's for or against him. He's denying himself a foundation or a footing to stand on. And as the chat organizes, you might see less hand or relevance because he has established his cult. And like I said, even I was standing alone against them before either of us knew more channels existed because YouTube wasn't down with it back then. If you weren't typing in the name into the search, you probably weren't going to find more panel channels. It can't make YouTube money like videos can.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic. I'm seeing more and more just regular folks, you know, doing StreamYard stuff. It's interesting. Every time one pops up in my feed now, I just subscribe to it. It's interesting to see.
Yeah, I'll at least check them out or hit them for watch later. Because some I've subbed to and then left. Like shout the Matrix Man. I ain't got nothing against Matrix Man. He's even showed up on Z's panel a couple of times, but he's mostly just a karaoke night, and it's basically the panel seems to be the established panel. And once I saw how often building a dental dam in Colorado shows up there, I just kind of gave it to her. I was like, look, as much as you oppose me everywhere, I'll give you this place for not me to be there. And now I don't see her many places I am, and that's okay with me.
Well, and I see there's.
But I didn't.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't really get it out whenever Snafu was here. This thing about getting that girl drunk and all the negative stuff Snafu says, and he says, by your words, that was my setup, people. That was the story I told on Moose's channel just before Lauren's interview to incite Unslavia to come with that bullshit to that interview. Now, somebody try and tell me I don't know what I'm doing here. And now that, like, I've swatted down...
That you guys aren't going to be able to sit online for the next 3 to 5 years and continue to yap, hoping somebody will pay you.
Boner.
Good point. You know what? We were talking, I don't know if you caught it, but we were talking about how, you know,
Hey,
we
this,
see
Tom?
all of us break bad, blah, blah, but how Ian showed up. And Ian could have took advantage of this situation. Because remember, he was like, I don't want...
Hey, can you hear this, Tom?
Oh, yeah. That's why my boner just collapsed.
Okay, cool. Well, I have a problem.
I actually went to an innie. I have an innie in my crotch.
I have a problem where he might be talking about me, and I have to hear it for whatever reason. I'm one of those types.
Oh, I agree. You've been I've never held it against you, but you've been a monetary monthly subscriber. I think if he talks shit on you, fuck him.
He's talked some already, and I think there might be some more here. We'll see.
With any side up that I fucking just do content, you know, and say what I meant.
No,
like
there's
I don't
no drama. You got these guys are online bitching, whining, complaining because they're never going to get out of the hole they've created for themselves. I'd be bitching, whining, complaining if I was them too. They can't stand to see me move on either.
No, he does. He does do what he's saying.
Yes, I know. We've spent most of the morning watching him do that, actually.
Okay,
can we just do a ban? Can we just do an edict to stop all this for everybody's benefit? Just don't unsubscribe.
He started all this. No.
Yeah. Well, and he
started
loves
the
it.
Civil War.
He loves it.
Yeah.
He loves it.
Yeah.
To all
and
these
he's
people,
one of those
don't let him.
Yeah, we're gonna roll on. He's one of those people. This is just for instruction of the community. He's one of those people where when you bring an issue up, he's gonna stand on why he doesn't and defend it. But when we stop talking about it, he'll go right back to doing that issue.
Well, yeah, 100%. Which I don't have a problem with. But can we skip the part where we pretend like we don't want the thing that we want?
We have to acknowledge what we want, and we have to acknowledge who does it, because it's like my Jesus thing. I'm standing on, I follow Jesus. I've defended why none of us are righteous, no, not one, and I'm still waiting for someone to come tell me the Antichrist thing I'm doing in this metaverse. Because whenever I pulled that gun out, which isn't a threat, guys, even Snafu claims pointing my laser at my camera was a threatening to shoot him, as if the camera would correspond out his camera and hit him. Fuck. I forget. Yeah, I forget where I was going with that. It'll come back to me.
Well, and before we get into this, I'm just tired of hearing Snafu talk about it. So that's why he got backstage. He's going to learn eventually. I just don't want to hear anything more about the threatening women and children or the PDFs. I'm over it. I don't want to hear it.
And the thing it is doing, as much as we're all sick of it, the thing it is doing is like showing how metaversally lost or nothing he is, because even the threatening women and children, that guy that I'll always be at odds with, Rusty Smackleford.
Yes.
He was the one on your channel that was like, okay, Snafu, give me the video, give me the timestamp.
Yeah, I remember that.
Shout to Lulu who had that shit. He came back as my enemy and was like, Snafu, he said, if you lost your kid in Denver, he was the stranger you would want to find your kids first. He was saying he'd use his guns to defend your kid if your kid was lost. He's not threatening women or children. And he still clings to that narrative. And if the chat shit can't see that, I don't know what the chat shit wants. Like, what else can you do?
Well, and I love the chat, but most of the chat doesn't have a memory, and I'm not sure they care, honestly. It's just.
And this is why I'm trying to Robin Hood them with my State of the LARP streams. I'm going to attempt to organize the chat community, and this will force all the hosts we're all familiar with in our community, at least. It will force them to evolve to a better channel, or the chat will get tired of it and stop showing up, as they are the foundation of all this.
It's interesting. Yeah.
Like, honestly, I kind of don't like how much views my lives get more than my videos, because I take much more pride in my videos than my lives. I feel like I can think about my videos and do a thing with them. Shout to Lizzo, the truth's in the art, isn't it? Yo, go on then. Come get one in the yabbles. That is, if you've gotten the yabbles. But yeah, man, like, Cynthia's shit, while entertaining, it's just surface level isness. Like, you can ask me questions about mine. Mine's a work of art. It is saying a thing, and I'd like people to get it. And I'd also like people to come mention the Easter eggs no one's caught yet.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the.
Let me just give one
Easter
away
eggs.
for context.
Oh, please do.
Oh shit! Hold on, I dropped my phone. Find the one with the Danny DeVito penguin, and just pause that frame and read that little thing, and you'll all see why any average fighter would render Paul fucking.
I think I know where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Well,
it doesn't have to do with Danny DeVito, but I put a little message there that I doubt Paul would ever catch. He tries to act like he's never watched a video, but I think he has. That's why he seemed to have dropped off at OTW after the hot.
He pretty much watches all of the stuff, I'm guessing.
I'd hope so, man, or else he's not being a respectable enemy. Like, I respect my enemy. That's how I keep up with some of Paul's shit. I definitely don't sit through every stream, the whole stream, but I check in, and God seems to do it in a way that if I just turn it on, it'll show me the relevant thing rather than make me catch start to end of every panel. And if anything else significant happens, I'll hear about it in the streets and go check it for myself. But yeah, Cynthia talking shit while knowing nothing, that shit will expose itself.
She does have
and just like,
yeah. Well, Cynthia's
I'm
likable.
not gonna keep rambling.
Yeah, go ahead.
But just like London Man, who's had to show up with both of his channels, that's a very CBO move. London Man's showing me how he's not as aware as I thought he was, and it just is what it is.
Yeah, and Cynthia is interesting because she's likable, but she does have way too much confidence based on seemingly nothing. I have noticed that.
And I gave her the credit in the chat after they bought me off. I said Cynthia does make a good co-host because of her just nothingness. She can just compliment
confident
as a
for
co-host
nothing.
on
Yeah, but
any
she's
bullshit.
she's good on the mic, I have to say.
Yeah, I'm really offended by her nothing stance on just the moment. Like the thing I was gonna call her out on is on London Man's show. I called her out. I was like, look, you just displayed Paul saying some shit. Everything Paul said, I actually agree and can back up, because it's one of those times he was speaking some truth just in a mean way. And then she was like, I said, everything you showed, when your face is on a tango dancer that's way sexier than you'll ever be, you're proving the point of what Paul was saying. And she was like, that's the point. And I was like, then why is it a hit piece? Why are you displaying it like it's supposed to be some like, ooh, you got Paul? And she went mic silent. And I was like, exactly. And then London Man and his crew still sat there and kept like saying, oh, this is epic, and laughing it up. I'm like, what are we even doing here? Like, what are we doing in this metaverse?
Well,
and what is this truth we speak of?
Yeah. Well, and Tom, one thing I've figured out is a lot of folks have no real ability to follow any sort of strategic, any notions of a strategy. And so with Tom, and I don't think he likes when I talk this way, so I'm going to be brief, but it seems like I pretty quickly could see that Tom knows what the fuck he's doing, and I don't really need to put a lot of energy or effort into trying to figure out what the fuck Tom is doing. Just let Tom, and everybody will be fine.
Well, that is your grown-ass man side seeing that. But what I'm trying to show the chat is, yes, for what I'm doing with 5, 6D chess, all that, that's strategery. But if you guys want truth, you need to learn as the community to keep it as simple as possible, because that's where we can get to the bottom of things. Like, people say stuff about me, I'll panel up like, let's just keep it flat and to the point, and we'll get to the bottom of it. But as far as me giving messages in my videos and making layers, that's kind of how Jesus used parables. If you tell these people straight to their face, they don't get it. But if you use a parable or an analogy to where they have to figure it out, then they get it because they think it's their idea. So
yes, total. Yep.
there's that.
Absolutely.
But I also use the chat to weigh how much progress I'm making by their response, because some of the support I used to get when I came back off the police raid, the support is like Ian's getting now. It's just like, oh, we haven't seen you, you're back, welcome. So hear this, Ian, as a warning, and in general warning. This isn't a threat, Ian. This is a warning, because you're coming back to a place that's evolved over time. Right now, you are getting the welcome back loves. You're going to settle in and be part of the pack again, and you'll be open to everything you left that's going on. Now, London, aka the Rebuttal Bar, you've been here all day resting on this. I'm being emo. I'm being emotional. No. On the contrary, I'm the most Machiavellian, decisive mover in these streets. And when you and Z booted me over hearing some truth, that was emo. That was emotional.
Yeah, we're going to
and
Cranky
keep
Paul
on cranking,
quickly.
buddy. Keep on
Quickly,
moving,
folks.
and it'll work itself out.
Tom's
Because
onto
your
something
newest
here, but we're
videos
moving
so
on
far,
pretty quick.
even when we were friends, I said you're falling off. Like, you'll put Christos and compare his dancing to being a gay man, and yet talk like you don't know why Christos has beef. I don't think you're sure what you're in, despite being here so long, London. And I'll still give you inspired this Joker of the light side. And I mean, make your bed and lie in it. What we all have to do until that day.
Indeed. Well, you know, I don't like trying to get you out of here, but I do want to go to the Paul stuff, and if it's okay.
Yeah. If you want to just, I'll mute up. I'm gonna take my dog out.
All right.
If you want to play Paul stuff and commentary, I'll see if I'm still here when you get back. If not, you got $33. Whatever.
Yeah. Thanks, sir. Appreciate
And
that.
Nachikita, I might fire one up just for you later if I see you out in the streets. It's not to hurt you, Nachikita. I want you as squared away as I want the community.
Right on.
Same with you, London. You ready to one-on-one where I don't mod God you, London? Because the only mod I use is mute to reestablish back and forth. Hear me now, community. When you see me threaten someone to come one-on-one in my channel, I'm only going to mute, only to establish one-on-one. So from now on, if people are running from my one-on-one, you know they're weak. BRB.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. This
Praise
is
God. I'm all about the people, bro. I'm all about the best broadcast we could do. They're not. They're all about their feels.
all right.
Imagine being Paul, waking up, having to come
You
to this
can't
shitty
imagine it. Stop
broadcast.
right there, bro. There's no way to imagine it. Your little peasant brain, as much as you're failing and succeeding right now, don't even try to go to imagine being me, because you're never going to be able to reach that plateau. Don't even try. You can watch it, you can comment on it, but don't try to imagine it.
Yeah, I mean it's never been possible for me to gain weight.
You should explain to us what it's like to be Paul.
You gained plenty of weight. You got 200-pound extra once you met that wife of yours.
Oh fuck, that's funny.
Ah, zing! I
It's
still
not
got
true.
it. I still got it.
What the fuck?
Oh my.
So you honestly would be willing to do that though, if they were willing to do it? Because I know Z says no, blah blah. I haven't talked to Ben O today, but you four,
Bro, I don't tantrum like a child and get into my feelers and deprive the audience of love and the best broadcast to have power. I don't do that. I'll go anywhere and everywhere.
Well, this is to all of you guys, whoever's listening. I think you four should do a podcast alone. No
I'm
guests,
right
no
here,
nothing.
bro. I'm right here. Hi. I'm right here. Hi. I go
Well, I
anywhere
mean,
and everywhere. I'm not
if they-
scared.
if
I'm not
they
in my
showed up,
feelers.
then
Go
I would
talk to
bounce
them.
out.
Go
If they
talk to
Yeah, well, this is quite the narrative, Paul, but the fact is you had the opportunity to speak with me on my channel the other day, and you chose to just talk the entire time. Now, I did get to talk at the first, right? But again, like I said this morning, although Paul was presumably asleep, I'm not going to put a lot of energy or effort into wrangling and wrestling a gorilla to be able to speak what I have to speak. So that's part of the reason I go live 7 days a week, sir. With the long form. How many hours are we in now? Oh yes, thanks again to the Zetetic. Why can't I talk today? Thanks again to the Zetetic Warrior. Goodness gracious, that's a tongue twister. Hot coffee in a proper copper coffee pot. I need to get back on my tongue twisters. But yeah, sorry for yelling into the mic. Good Lord, the broadcast is coming to a screeching halt here. Anyway, that's half the point of the long form, sir, is that when I have something to say, I have a place to come say it, and at least 15 to 25 people who will listen to me say it pretty much any time of day or night. But I'm going to try to listen on my phone while I prepare some food. We'll see how this goes.
I keep telling motherfuckers, let's work together and do better broadcasts.
I'm looking at a different angle. I'm looking at it at a different angle. I see what angle you guys.
But I'm desperately asking for someone to tell me what I could do or not do to stop beta males from constantly catching feelings and hating on me. I've not done anything different for a year and a half now. What is there to hash out exactly?
Well, that's why I think Z and Ben have things they have issues with, so that's why I could hash it out.
When you hang out with someone who purposely triggers people for entertainment and then also uses that trigger to also, show truth, what do you fucking expect? What do you expect? Just don't be a bitch about it when it comes to your turn. Like, it's going to come to everybody.
Right.
It's
They got no
gorilla
problem when the light hits everybody else. They love it. They cheer for it. When the light comes back around to them, then it's a problem. I don't appreciate that. I don't respect that.
Like Moose just said it the way it was said. Like, because you kind of go in knowing what you're seeing.
Everybody gets it. You're going to
Bro, the worst part about it is I've given it worse to so many other people, and the ones who I give it to the least have the biggest ego. I never hazed Benton. I never hazed Z. I never hazed a lot of these people, really. I was just working with them. They caught feelers off just pure jealousy for me and how I rap. That's how pathetic it is. I never made fun of Z when he was on next to me. I never fucked with him. I never called him out. I never got into his personal life. So what is there to hash out exactly other than his bitch-ass ego that tricked him out of position? Now he's desperate to get back into conversation and be relevant. And you're all giving it to him by talking about him consistently and plugging his channel.
I think it goes both ways. He just took it there because like everyone's like, well, you go back and forth. I said, yeah, I call Paul out on shit all the time. I call Z out. They fucking tell me what the fuck they want to say, and that's that. Because you have kind of gone after Z with the doctor thing and this that, but like I think Moose said it very well. You go in knowing, and sooner or later it's your turn, and then how do you handle it after that? I guess I don't know. I think Cupcake Optics could do some things. I don't know.
Most of these guys are unpopular and unrealized. That's just what it is. They got nothing going on away from the screen.
But don't lie, Mr. Moose. If Benton, OTW, Paul, and fucking them were all on the stream, that would be pretty interesting. You'd be fucking watching it like flies on shit, too.
You can't have too many chefs in the kitchen, dude. That's the problem.
Can we move on somehow? We just remind these guys that they suck objectively. They're nothing without me, right? They have a modicum of talent and ability. I bring the best out of all of them when they're in the room with me. When they go off to do their own shit, it's lukewarm beta male central. You suck. So get it through your head. Get better at what you do. Stop focusing on me and everyone else, or come over and work with me so I can bring the best out of you again.
Well, that's never happened. That hasn't happened once, actually.
Fucking pathetic, like Swim says down there. I check up on these guys' broadcasts from time to time. I can't listen to more than 5 minutes. Bullshit. You guys are so fucking horrible.
Bullshit.
You got nothing to talk about, and you're so fake with your energy.
I know you don't mean me, sir. So I've seen plenty of my material end up on your show,
No,
sir.
this is the fucking thing.
And I never
though.
said a
This is
word.
why I fucking get on OTW.
And you ain't the
Like,
first
how the
one
fuck
to
do
take
you
some of my
open up
material.
a broadcast and then just take the fuck off? It's like opening up a fucking ice cream store and just letting people come in and serve themselves. Like,
don't even
how
know
the
what
fuck
Moose
are you
is
supposed to
talking
run a
about.
business like this, OTW?
Oh, OTW. Okay, I was about to say. That doesn't sound like me or Z.
I guess he's not here, so maybe I'll replay it.
He totally is kind of.
Oh, I have no idea, Arpole.
Yeah, LTW, you can send us an email with that answer tomorrow to that question.
But one thing I do know, one thing I've noticed is Paul seems to need
honestly,
people.
why are you even here, Paul?
Uh,
I mean, I feel bad for you now. Like, I feel bad for everybody in the audience.
I mean, we might as well just all leave. We might as well just go.
Tard Paul wants to know why we're all cool over on Bentard. Yeah, he wants to know why we're all cool when you know I doxed you apparently and harmed your business. Right? The retard still won't accept that Moose told us everywhere. Or they told everyone where his business was and what it was. I didn't dox shit. He doxed himself, and I don't think it even cost him anything. He cost me something, and I just moved on from it because shit happens in life. Bozo. So that's called being a man. Paul Tard. Authentic, bona fide man. Paul. It's called being a man. Doesn't matter what happens. You move on. Shit happens. People do fucked up shit.
Interesting. Exactly. Move on, sir.
That's right. You could take this life like a joke, or you could take it like a dildo.
There you go.
Glowing one, as you said.
Oh, wait a minute. Really? A glowing
Yeah,
dildo?
I mean, everybody's gonna get fucked at some point. You know,
Can't be
You go
afraid
through
of
life
someone
thinking
with
you're
a
not gonna get
glowing
fucked.
dildo.
You better prepare for that. You know,
Can't be
just get
afraid of
fucked as
someone
least
with
as
a
possible.
glowing dildo. Can't be afraid of
Try to put
someone with a
yourself in
glowing
position
dildo.
You want to get fucked in. You get what I'm saying? But it's coming for everybody. You know,
Yeah, I don't think
be
so, Paul.
governed.
When's your turn come?
Hello? I mean, again, I
Pretty
could
much
argue,
never,
see,
right?
if you just see the best in everything, I could argue Moose did me a favor when he fucking got my channel stricken.
The
I've
thing
been
is,
doing better than ever.
you know,
ever
is
since I left
Paul
that
really
first
not
channel.
smart enough to realize that
So,
if he needs
again,
specific
things happen
behavior out
for
of
me,
people
they
like
don't happen
me,
to
it's
me. I'm
never
not a
going to
victim.
happen.
Praise God.
I don't do a monkey
Praise
dance
God.
for anybody other than myself. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the problem is I will monkey dance
But
for
I
me.
just find it really fascinating that you
Yeah,
knew
hello?
exactly what was going to churn them. All you had to do was go in there and basically say, you know, working with this person is
What are you,
not a
crazy?
good idea, and I don't think you should do it. Otherwise, I'm not going to be around you. And you knew. I think you knew going in.
You
there
know it.
exactly.
Absolutely, sir. I
Yes.
always know. You know what I'm doing, Moose Creature. You've seen me work many times before. I purposely set people up for their downfall.
Oh,
and they
I
just
see.
show me who and what they are. Right? It's obvious why you wouldn't work with certain people when they've done nothing but hate on me. Just like I told Bentar. Right. It's obvious why I wouldn't come over here. Your whole chat is hating on me constantly.
Well, and you're too
So
thin-skinned to
you
deal
did
with
that.
it.
You chose to keep people around who hate on me and want me to fail.
Yeah, it's
Why
called
would
the
I hang with
audience,
you and work
sir.
with you?
Do you think I get to
You
choose
can't
the
figure that
audience?
out? You're that inept?
Yeah, I run off.
I think a lot of these guys have never hung out with real men. They've never been in a group or a part of a brotherhood
Yeah.
with real men. They don't know how to carry themselves around men.
Yeah, yeah, that's my problem, Paul.
Well,
The problem for Paul is he doesn't listen.
Kitchen, but that's why I think it would be beneficial if you, Z, and him talk, or all you guys had to talk.
No,
There's
you
nothing
just want to
talk
see
about.
it.
I'll say it
Snafu.
again. I don't respect the majority of motherfuckers here. There's nothing they're going to say to me or do online to get my respect. So we're pretty much wasting each other's time. Stay away from me. Don't look to work with me because I'm going to call you out on your disrespectful, disloyal, bitch ass shit at some point, and you ain't going to like it. So stay away from me. Simple.
Yeah.
No, I
They
get it.
can't
That
work
seems
with
to
me
be what you
because
want,
I won't
sir.
work with people who I don't respect, and every time
Exactly.
I try to,
You never
they show me
respected
why
us.
I can't.
You never respected me. I know that.
They don't understand how to move in the world. They don't understand how to move on a team. They don't understand how to move in the street. They don't understand how to be accountable to
I
consequences.
lived in the streets for years, sir. I moved just
All they know how
fine.
to do is talk.
Yeah, thank you, Arpole. Yeah, people see. Paul, I don't think knows or cares. Yeah, I have an entire separate universe of people that shit on me constantly, and have been for quite some time. Did Paul leave? I think he left. Maybe
A little bit of dead silence.
Oh no.
Praise God.
How does it
I'll see
feel,
you soon.
Bentard, knowing that I can hold more audience in dead silence than you can talking for 8 to 10 hours? How does that feel?
Feels fine to me.
Hold on, let's test it out. Let's just sit here in dead silence for a little bit and see how long it takes.
Well, now
to drop
OTW's
below
back.
Bentard and the
He's
others'
not going to be
numbers.
able to do that.
All right.
He's going to start
shit, it's
talking.
mirror on mirror.
Oh no, he killed it. Oh, Tom's back. This is fascinating, Tom.
Yeah. No, he's just projecting. He's saying everything that applies to him.
I know, it's amazing.
I've been involved in more of the street life than he has, as my black veteran friend saw. He's like, wow, you're the white guy that's all street, and I'm the black guy that was raised well. And we had that epiphany. And I was raised well, but I just saw more crime time. But Paul's saying all they do is talk. What else can
We're
we
down
do in
2,
the
holding
metaverse?
steady.
Yeah, and now he's about numbers, except for when he's not about numbers. Ooh, contradiction mark? Oh, are we doing a
All
moment
right,
of
2
silence?
more.
Oh, I can do what I want. Come on, Paulie boy. You think I'm gonna reverse psychology to you if you want to be silent? Am I under your
Bentard stream,
command
and
if
then I
I'm
wanna
silent, or am
see
I
us in silence on it.
reverse psychologying when I talk? But even when you're not on my channel, you're just gonna talk over.
Oh, they're not restreaming anymore. He went back to Illumitardi.
No, we still have your
Oh,
audio,
you think
sir.
we're not-
I'm sneaky. No, you don't.
combination right
You don't
there.
understand my
Hey, bring up
sneakiness.
the retarded autistic kid who bounced off the walls. Maybe we'll get some content out of this, right? You
Well,
guys are so fucking pathetic and predictable.
But Paul, do you
got
real quick? I'm
nothing.
talking to Paul. Paul,
Pack it in and go back to whatever you were doing before, because you got little. to
Paul,
nothing.
I'm sneaky.
You're not
I
the
hid
Tom
the fucking
Tard and all
screen
the rest of
share,
the
but we
beta
were
males
still
on there. You got
listening.
nothing.
You fucking bozo.
You are being sneaky, Benton. You had him convinced that we weren't restraining.
I know.
That is sneaky.
Thank you.
But
I did it
gave
on
Moose
purpose.
Credit. I gave Moose credit that he was on a redemption arc, and if he's back over there saying,
Holy
"You and
crap!
I
I
are
already did a whole day's work.
Yeah, I did so many days work that I still have the money from months ago that I'm living on.
Hit me with a fucking beat real quick, bro.
Here we go.
Here comes the money.
Well, and
Here we go. Money
OTW.
Yeah, and it's
He's
funny. Steve says
OTW
all
now.
the man talk. That is interesting, because it's funny. I say things to Paul, and I don't think, or I say things that Paul probably never hears and never because he doesn't listen. But dude, I come from a long line of just overtly masculine men. That's what like my whole fucking dad's side of my family is. My grandfather's a
Yeah.
fucking sports hero, for fuck's sakes. There's a goddamn Wikipedia
Yeah, my-
page for football. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my dad was also, despite the father things between me and him, which aren't really major. I just don't talk about shit because I know Unslavius will grab it and run like Snafu does with getting girls drunk. But yeah, my dad was stand-up, hardworking man. He's Andy Griffith meets Red Foreman. It just didn't go so easy. And Paul, obviously,
Yeah,
we've met his
Shively,
dad.
Jesse Ryan is back.
know
We might
that-
get an appearance from Harlow lately. He's back in the mix.
No, Paul
yeah.
ran Harlow off.
Man, it feels good to be.
Is that what happened?
Huh?
Everyone
Yeah,
wants
hey,
Harlow
did
back.
you hear the
Maybe
news?
if Bentard and the others do another 12 hours, they'll get another $3. They can
Hey,
substantiate
Paul,
and
did you hear
justify
the
their
news?
position.
They have now officially, dedicated me as one of the cult leaders now. I'm a
Oh,
cult
excellent.
leader.
No, I didn't hear that. Did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear that.
Member now. I have
You gotta
upgraded
be.
up to the
We didn't do
statue
that.
of cult
Now,
leader. So I'm
OTW,
like,
how are you
wow,
going to
what an
handle
honor.
it? How are you going to handle it when Z and Ian and everyone reach out to you one day together on a group call and say, you should be ashamed. We can't believe you're doing this, OTW. This isn't like you.
Oh well.
Well, how
now
you
I
gonna
Special
handle
K's
that?
chat would hold more
I'm gonna
weight.
like fucking
Special K's chat would hold more weight
maybe
if she wasn't called
have
the
them
fuck
bend
up
over and
herself,
fuck
is what I'm
them
trying to show.
just to show them who's the male in
Oh.
the room.
All right.
Yeah, that was a
Why
good
don't
point.
they, why don't they read
You know, I learned from the best. dude.
OTW's hot garbage video while they talk that shit?
Well, I mean, and this is the problem. I like OTW, but this is the problem for Paul is anybody with any talent or ability gets run off, and the people who don't have talent stick around.
The insane
Benton,
going
for
insane.
your
Yes.
commentary, pause them, because I'm not sure.
Is that possible? Because
Well, the problem, Tom, I'm not trying to be a dick, is that this is all set up for me to do this just by myself, and the audio's not mixed to where it's a problem because you're hearing it through the
I want to
StreamYard.
help you commentate, Benton, but we do need a system. I can assist. I don't have to talk over you, but like I'm trying to show the chat plebs, there has to be like an established order, and I'll go with it.
I just mainly want to be able to play the thing, but the problem is they're talking about me, so I'm gonna want to talk.
You want to play the thing. They're talking about you playing the thing, and
Yes.
it goes back to the holding up a mirror to the mirror.
Yes, it's Scagnetti on Scagnetti. It's Scagnetti cubed. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. If I'm going to be accused of narcissism, it's at various times. Can I please lean into that at times? Is that okay?
So we're making narcissism the PDF or the
Yes.
Nazi, like it's all
Yes.
just reused buzz terms, so it means nothing.
It means nothing. It already means nothing.
And what's the solution? The entire chat foundation has to understand, and that's the challenge. Mic drop.
Well, half the problem is also is I just don't have the audio set up where I can hear them and you and everything all at the same time. I need to just be on the StreamYard, but that's okay. We'll figure this out for the future. But
Oh, I commend you. You're also one of the forefathers of getting all this shit figured out.
Oh,
Because there's
thank
been
you.
a couple of times on my streams, I've been like, "Hey, chat, I see some hosts in the chat. How this?" And nobody
they
says
don't know.
anything.
Yeah,
I'm
they
like,
don't know how
"God
to do
damn it."
anything. Yeah, they don't know how to do
Yeah.
anything. Some of them. But I want to say this too. You see how easily I tricked them. They just went by the visual and thought we were no longer restreaming. It's like, no, I'm listening to your audio. I just don't have you on the screen, and that
Yeah.
worked. You know, I would have checked. I would have been like, now wait a minute. You know, they got the icons up, but maybe they're still listening. You know.
Yeah. And here's the thing the chat needs to understand. I don't really hate on people just for sitting down there acknowledging and giving credit to Snafu. But you guys forget, after my Lauren De Laguna interview, which went fine for what I wanted, the next day, Yurt and others wouldn't look me in the eye, wouldn't speak my name, would let me sit backstage. And yet you guys find no fault with Snafu. I have to acknowledge these things as I try and help build this foundation.
Well, Snafu is like half the time he's on his shit and he does a pretty good job, and the other half the time he's just unhinged and out of his fucking mind.
Yeah. Did you see that? You might not have seen it. I was the last time I might ever be on Jack's show. Snafu was coming up trying to give me credit. And I even said, man, if he just dropped the PDF and the threatening things that didn't happen thing, I might be able to vibe with Snafu, but he can't do it.
No,
'cause
he's
he's
something wrong
fucking
with him.
insane.
Yeah, there's something wrong with him.
Yeah, something honestly wrong with him.
Yeah, and it
and the
can't
only
be
thing
fixed.
that shuts him up, the only thing that shuts him up is why don't you reply to that 3-year-old video of your adopted dad looking for you?
Well, I'm just gonna get sad. But yeah, I don't have a problem with Snafu. I do have regard for my, and I'm not saying you don't. It's just, yeah. Now I just feel
Well,
sad
that's
now
the
that you
thing.
said that.
Okay, I had to rectify. I had to get back cool with Singular Illumination because Paul. We all know that Paul doesn't come after people. So the second time I think he came, the second time he came at me on London's stream, Illuminations. They're like, "Well, I don't have a problem with Paul." I was like, "Well, I do. He came at me right now. I'm gonna handle this motherfucker." And oh, that wasn't at Paul's place that he came at me when he says he doesn't go after people. So. But me and Illumination are squared away on that because now he does kind of have a problem with Paul and he understands now. And he might vice president this organization of the chat.
Well, and you know, it's interesting to see how quickly Paul's willing to start going in on me when I've ultimately done almost nothing to him. It's almost as nothing.
See, let me show you how much you're not even standing on your own. All the time I've known you, you've been a set it and forget it fiat donation to him monthly, and he still.
Well, I turned that
isn't
off at a
in-
certain point, but yeah, go ahead.
And I appreciate it. I like that more than that key thing you were hung up on.
and
Yeah.
he still never gave you the support. Is OTW set it and forget it monetary? No, because he needs it himself. So I don't see why Paul's always just used you and abused you. He doesn't know I emailed you about volunteering to set up your last video, and yet he'd come on your show and say, Tom doesn't care about your health. Tom's not worried about your channel. Like, well,
that's
is
just not
Paul?
true, though. I mean, it's just not true.
Yeah, right. And Nachikita, I don't know what you're saying is sad that I have to bring up. Nachikita, I need to ignore you until you come one-on-one with me so I can set you straight, brother. My Wisconsin brother, yeah.
Well, and
Don't
I, now that you're here and we sort of broached the topic, there was many times Tom sent me emails and I just never replied, which is a shitty thing to do. I could use an excuse and I could say, I was working my fucking ass off and doing a channel and fucking very sick, right? But that's still no excuse. I mean, but I don't know.
No, it's
I
fine.
just chose not to
No, I
email Tom
knew
back.
that.
Yeah.
No, I knew that because there's people that I email and don't get back to me right away. There's people that email me that I don't get back to. Shout to Yeti, but I mean, I see he's still here. He sees me still here. He just sent me a lot I don't have time to hit on right now, but he's still involved and probably understands. I have beef when I'm still at 11 emails to Paul and hasn't been any more. He'll still come on and say I email him every day and he doesn't answer, even though he shows me that he read the 11 I sent him. I can work with all of it because I stand on truth. Truth will prevail. So no matter what happens, I'm in the winning team in the end, even if the end is when Jesus himself returns. Anything that happens before then, I'm fine. Tom unscathed. Hashtag Tom
I like that.
unscathed.
I like that. Well, now I'm wondering, did we run off Phoenix Joshua Fox? Because he's over there becoming a member. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm glad that he is, but I haven't seen him. Did he cruise through here today? And I think he did, and I just wasn't here. I think I heard Z mention him.
Does he panel up?
No, that's Jackie Fox's fella. Well, no, he probably does. He just hasn't paneled here.
Okay.
I think they do.
Yeah, I mean,
streams.
Jackie Fox is one of the cultists that I can be cool with, and I'll always question, like, why would you still be culted? But I can roll with it for now until there's a greater divide that's like, well, now he's a small mustache and you're still not leaving. Like, I'm not saying that'll happen, but I can still vibe with her despite the cultedness. That's the tiers. I'm trying to establish the tiers with the chat. Like, top tier for most credibility and hand is you host, panel, cam. There's no proof of you sock accounting. And then, like, the next tier down is like you'll panel but not cam. You'll just panel and vocal. But like the lowest tier is all-time chat foundation, because nobody knows how many of the chat could be the same person. Like, a lot of those names, you don't know if they're the same person juggling context. I've been that on Xbox. So I'm just trying to establish a foundation for the community, then help the community be stand up. I mean, you already call yourselves truthers where not much truth can be found.
Well, and I've also been pretty critical of the so-called truth community myself. But, and I want to, something about our poll, who for some reason, Paul Unslaved came in here and he's just like, oh, I see our poll down there. It's like, number one, I didn't get a list of who to fucking keep out of here. Number one, even if I was willing to do that. Like, don't just assume, oh, well, you lack discernment or whatever. It's like, well, maybe I do, but at the same time, I'm not trying to fucking curate the chat so that it's all, that would suit Paul. Number two, Paul's too fucking thin-skinned, man. He just is. This stuff bothers him that, in my opinion, should not bother him. And like Gary Baxter said, is like, fucking Drew went in hard on me, man. This is nothing. Whatever this is Paul's doing is nothing. It's just nothing.
And I wish...
Yeah, go ahead.
I wish London Man would have told me he was going to do that parallel with Paul and Orange Man, because I could have assisted it. Paul is, except for the Republican side of political opinions, Paul's personality runs so parallel with Orange Man and Thin Skin, it's not even funny. So I'll give London props for that, imitating Paul as Orange Man, but he's still not taking it where he could, because He's only 29. He doesn't have the substance and the awareness of what he could do. And that's why he's got beef with me right now, because I've offended him in that context. I'm 43 fucking years old. I have a lot of these people figured out, whether they realize it or not. And as far as our poll talking discernment, our poll claimed at a time to be a stockholder in Illumicorp, but our poll used to be a monkey picture wearing cultist motherfucker. Like if you watch the Never Call Paul, one of the chats I red arrow point out was very much our poll knocking on the dude that just got told his dad self-deleted because of something he did. Yeah, man, I'm a panel walker. I see y'all. I see y'all.
Does not
And Special K, thank you. I don't look 43 and I did a bunch of meth. That usually ages a motherfucker. So think about it, guys. Think about it.
When
And
I'm
it's
not,
also vouching. When I was 29, dating a 17-year-old girl, she looked older than 17. I didn't look 29. We weren't wronging each other. Get wrecked, people.
yeah, I figured it was the real Notch. He doesn't chat here a lot, but you know, he watches at times. I just assumed it was him. I'm not so good at knowing when it's not the real people, though.
Who did you think was Notch?
No, Sophia was thinking maybe that wasn't the real Notch down there in the chat.
Oh God, Sophia's like the sweetest, most unaware
I
person.
know.
That
She is a little unaware at times. But, you know, Mitchell kind of got Notch a little fired up yesterday, I noticed, which is completely normal, but it's just, you know, we haven't seen Notch fired up too often. He is human.
because
after
he
all.
avoids. Yeah, he either sits and supports or avoids, like he's avoiding my one-on-one invite. But he used to sit at Paul's right hand and just nod along, and that's where I lost most of my opinion of. Like I like Notch too, even whenever he didn't know me and he was sitting there as sobs that I threatened him and Brian Staley's life over shaved bait. Like I still don't know what he's referencing when he says that. But yeah, Notch, where he's taken some stances, I've been like, ooh, bad form, and I want to help him recover. I do want to help him recover.
Indeed. Yeah, 52 in the house,
I
by
might
the way.
start a side thing.
Go ahead.
I might start a side thing if people support it, where if I chat I love penis, someone else has to chat, do you mean Venus? I'm gonna go, no.
Fuck. Believable.
Is Peniel here?
I don't know.
Peniel disappeared for a minute, and
No,
don't
he's
judge
not
me
here.
if there's me.
He's not here.
Yeah, and don't judge me. I can always ask her because she's like an IRL down the street neighbor. So as long as she says he's okay, it's fine. I figure he's taking a break or has a job or whatever. But look at Snafu. He went over where he could get some panel time. Now he's back chatting away like a broken hoe. Now, Chiquita, I'm not threatening you. Do you take it as a threat when I say come one-on-one with me? If anything, that's going to be known as Tom letting people get their voice. Because if you chat with me, you're not going to get booted or mod godded out. You're not going to get dunked. You might get muted to establish back and forth like I had to do with Cynthia. But guys, I'm saying I'm bringing order. You can either believe me or figure it out for yourself. I'm bringing truth. I'm bringing order. And when I'm wrong, I'll own up to it or accredit who got me straight. I don't see a lot of people doing that. And it's up to the Foundation chat to evolve if you want better panel channel.
Well, and you may have noticed I'm just not even paneling for the most part over here. It's just, you know,
I
now
also
that.
appreciate you allowing me this time, sir.
Well, of course. And in fact, while they're talking about me potentially live. So that if that doesn't tell you something, I don't know what, you know, I don't know what else to say, but yes, you're welcome here, Tommy. And
I
then,
used to say
yeah, go ahead.
everything is good. I still stand by that. If you hear me referencing our beef, Benton, it'll be in reference to, look, we can get back. We can reascend. Like everyone falters. There are none righteous. No, not one. We do have the chance until that final day. We have the chance to get right. I want people to come to me with that desire, like even if it's not with me, if you've got someone that's beefing and they're mod godding you, they're not coming to you with trying to rectify, come to me, drop me an email, I'll organize it on my panel. I have no reason to do panels. I told you guys, if you want 12 hours of a full panel, just blah, 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 that's everywhere. You can get
Yes.
that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't
My
even watch that
has
shit
to be
anymore. Yeah.
significant.
Yeah. I don't even
Yeah.
watch it anymore.
Like when you guys were all telling me to panel up and do my own thing, I was always thinking, what do we not have yet? What can I bring that's something not covered in these channels? And while still making a stance against the Nation of Unslavia.
Yeah,
So you're seeing it,
Mitchell
John?
did something a notch here. Not you hate to see it. He's awakened something.
Well, I still wanted to ask why was he on his travel everywhere you might be making a tirade against you thing? I don't know what triggered that.
Oh, Mitchell?
Yeah.
Oh, there's no telling.
Yeah, because you came to my channel, right? Or maybe it was him and
Oh, he was
Smith.
Bro, I was going into chats and he was already going in on me before I got there.
Okay, yeah, I'm right. It was
What
you.
the fuck? Yeah.
I don't know. So you don't even know the event that triggered that?
With him, I assume there's not one. Who knows?
Like it might have been the mortality thing, and I even pointed that out too, but you
Bro,
seem
I was
to-
all fucked up and now I'm less fucked up. You guys want me to just
Right, right.
keep pretending like I'm fucked up?
And
I mean,
just
come
like
on.
my PDF thing, I've stood on the truth. I've made my side on it. And just like you did that with the mortality thing,
Yeah.
I've let it fly. Like, here you are. We're back on the panel shooting the shit.
Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to show the panel birds. And we also have to make accountability. Snafu has to be held accountable that he would go that long calling people PDFs, because I'd kick in a door over knowing someone had a PDF thing going on.
And now what's Ian talking about? I'm just lost in some of this stuff, so I'm glad to see. I don't really know Ian. He's obviously, anyway, he's
Listen,
well known.
Ian-
I don't really know Ian.
Had
Ian's
a
in the
good
chat.
channel. Ian had a good channel for getting people on, letting them speak, but over time he lost some credibility in that, and he did get a little too affected by the Civil War starting. But I appreciate some of the clips I can use, like, yeah, you didn't panel up like that last night, Paul, did ya? Or some shit like that. I got a good clip of. But he needs to make the return he's made and now just lurk a little and see what's changed since he left. Ian, I'd advise going through a couple of my videos, just seeing what I've stood against on people. Yolanda's been around. She might be able to update you, but she ain't always right either. Like, I supported Yolanda when she came on Ian's, like, Paul's people be showing up on my panel showing their dicks and stuff, and was even threatening police response. And I appreciate that, to use it against Unslavia, but she does take a lot of stances in the chat and I'm like, whoa, slow your roll. Like, I can't support that. But like I said, there's room for everybody at the welcome table. And when these streets are cleaned up, you'll probably see me disappear.
Yeah, and as far as the Ian stuff, I want to point out that what I've mostly seen of Ian was other people portraying him in a negative light, and the fact is, I always judge for myself. If someone has a lot of negativity placed on them in a certain type of way, I don't factor much of that in. In fact, that's how me and Tom got to be, whatever we are now. Is that his reputation preceded him. The first couple of times he was on this channel, the chat damn near had a mutiny, and I was basically just like, yeah, this is Tom. I like Tom. We're going to listen to Tom. And then eventually he won them over for the most part. But so I don't factor in other people's opinions that much when it comes to, like, I'm not going to let a third party. I'm going to watch the person. Same thing with Ian. I'm going to watch, what he does now that he's back, and I'm going to judge based on that. I'm not going by what other people say.
Yeah, and everything I've kind of like spoke about as my Q superhero powers, the layers are any of them can do what I say I do, like time travel, shit like that. It's taxing. It takes a toll. Like, I know things have happened that I've watched and been part of. To go back and find it is very challenging. But through that, I've found that some channels, even Paul, they've been going back and memory holing things. and I don't think Ian was doing that, but if you do know where that panel is when you were really making the Paul stance, if you remember where the one is with Lauren saying, Moose, you were going to come be in an interview with me, I can finish a big Moose hit piece once I find that footage. I won't make it without that footage. It's so epic.
Hey, what's up, Ian?
Pleasure to meet you, Ben. What's up?
Hey, you as well, sir. Welcome to the channel.
Official welcome from me as well, Ian. I've always said I hope you come back.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that people are painting a narrative that I left because of the drama. It had nothing to do with that. Serious personal and family matters that I had to deal with.
And I'll vouch for that without saying why. I understand.
So that I figured, it does look like that. In the last video I posted, I wasn't planning on leaving. I was planning on taking a break. I've been saying that. How I came back, I know what it looks like, this and that. But, this last week I decided to see what's going on, and I was tuning into OTW and this and that. And I figured the day before I joined the stream, day before yesterday, I was just like, you know what? It's his 100th episode tomorrow. I'm going to shock him and everyone and just come back on OTW stream and tell everyone what I think about what I'm seeing. It's that simple. So that's it. And I want nothing to do with Paul or his community and his followers. He's a hypocrite, in my opinion. And he says a lot of truth. He has whatever, I'm not going to deny the truth that someone has. But to plainly, for someone to preach stepping in your own power and all of that he preaches, to take power away from people, and for what's going on with OTW, I think it's disgusting. I think we all talk about these celebrities selling out for money and selling out for this, and we're all these truthers. This is how we, grew up in the truth, looking at all these people sell out. While we're watching, look at OTW, he's totally selling out for money, and he admits it. It's just not my thing. I'm not going to not be myself. A real leader will see his followers and create leaders out of them, not a bunch of followers. So
Ian, I think I see that you'd be more willing to support what I've been doing here. I've been trying to tell a lot of channels all this time, do your thing, take the high road, allow me to take that low road, because once this civil war is over, I could just disappear and no one would ever see me again until there's a new challenge arising.
Well, the thing is that I'm not jumping into drama and want to be in the drama. I want to be relevant. I've always been a person unsubscribe. I don't care. I'm not here for subscribers and views and money or none of that. This is, you know what I mean? I'm just here to connect with people, and that's it, and be heard. Because when I grew up and getting into truth and stepping outside of, mainstream stuff and really questioning things, people around me and my family and friends, they didn't want to hear it. They were all brainwashed. So when I came on YouTube in 2020, people started following me and I started connecting with people, and it was just a way to be heard. And that's all it is for me. So I'm not about the drama, this and that. I'm not trying to, it's ridiculous. I'm here to
reply to that, in this community, I've been trying to tell them we have to vanquish these crooked channels because you can't escape. They will get on your panel. They are coming for anyone that doesn't bend the knee. And that's the fun I'm having, is this metaversal battle, but that's the isness of it.
It is fascinating watching the dynamics of all this and all, you know what I mean? It's interesting as well. So we can't take it all that seriously, right? But
except for when we can. I take the PDF claim. Considering my address got doxxed while you were gone, and I live in a metropolitan city, I do take the PDF thing seriously, because someone could see me on the street and not care for details or proof and just come at me behind my back or something.
So, but real quick, I see Snafu in the back chat. Dude, you're over there and over here telling everybody that I left because of the drama, and I said that. I don't know how clear I can make it.
He's my prime PDF accuser.
All right.
Case in point.
I don't have a family. I don't have kids. You know what I mean? I'm coming from a different angle than a lot of people. All I have is like my mom and a few close people that that's like my best friends. That's like everything I have. And I had to take care of some people and myself. So that's it. All right.
Hey, he's back there if you want to talk to him. I'm going to leave that up to you, Ian.
Yeah, that's up to you. You could bring anybody up.
Well,
Before you bring him up.
Well, I was going to bring him up, but we're just going to wait a few minutes, because we all know what'll happen when we bring him up. So, yeah.
So, before you bring him up, I want to get some clear communication with Ian before he's back. But, Ian, do you at least see how things have changed where the first time I came on your show, it was with Jack, and now Jack is like just daddied up to Paul as hard as he ever could?
I think, I don't know, like I said yesterday on OTWs, I've always liked Jack. When he first joined my panel on the Z stream I did with What Is This Place with Z, it's on my channel. And I like Jack immediately. And I see him playing the game and stuff. I don't know what's going on now. I know he's doing a lot on his channel, but I don't care what anybody says about Jack. I like Jack. That's just me, that's the thing with me. While everyone around me hated Jack and talked shit about him, I said, I told everybody I like Jack. I'm not going to let someone else influence what I think about somebody.
Right, but my first appearance, I came on and said I was Jack's friend, and that somehow got me set up for a sun-pissed rant. That's what was weird about it for me. But it always what it is.
I mean, I acted like a bitch. I was a coward, and that's the thing. I'll point it out and say, like, I was a bitch right there. I was a coward, So I made a lot of mistakes, and I look at myself sometimes back in the days or a while back with all this, like, damn, whatever, but I can't change it. I'm here now. So I'm just going to be now. I'm just saying, like, that's me, though. Like,
I just don't think you understood, like, what was transpiring. I don't think you're a coward at all. You've made
when this
I've
whole
been
Paul
watching
thing,
your streams. I've been watching your streams from back when you were restreaming Paul showing the shit he was saying, like with that underage kid and stuff. I've been looking to some of your old stuff for use in my hit pieces against these bad people, quote unquote. So
when
I just
Paul
think
came
you were led
around,
wrong.
when this all started, I was a little shocking for me. You know what I mean? Dealing with this weird dynamic. So it was,
What is this place?
dealing with, right.
It's the metaverse. And I think, Ian, I've been portraying this lately when I talk.
Here's
to
the thing. I'm sorry, Tommy. Here's the bottom line with this. If I came on OTW stream, it was all buddy with him and Paul, I would be a great person and they would love me and talking and we would be all cool, right? But I come in and like, no, dude, I think you look ridiculous, OTW. You're being totally controlled. And I don't want to work with Paul. Now I'm this and that. Do you see it's not really about who I am. Now I don't have anything in my life and I'm this and people don't know about my personal. I don't share a lot of my personal life on here, So.
And the person that was covering your secondary channel, I am good.
It's all documented. Every single time I went against that I let Paul around, now I'm cool. Now all of his little cult followers are saying, oh, Ian, you're great. And coming around like, isn't it good to be good with Paul? And then I said, you know what? I don't want nothing to do with him again. Because he tried to take control on my channel, like you know what I mean? And I was like, this is just like weird looking back. And now it's, it's not really about who you are. It's about, it's just a big popularity game.
I appreciate that you described London McLovin as an energy vampire because he's at the bottom of the screen saying, you came back speaking nothing but truth. He's got a video portraying you as a man lover, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, that's all that stuff, whatever, we're here now. So
you got to stand
I'm cool
on
with
truth.
London and Z and stuff. And I'm just going to come in here and just play it by ear. I'm going to be doing something today. I'm going to be coming back today on my channel. I'm not trying to promote or anything, but I'm going to be coming back today probably in an hour or two.
Promote away. We're all a community. Go ahead and promote it.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, I'm going to address all this on my channel.
Well, real quick, just so Ian knows.
Sophia in the chat.
Just so Ian knows, I'm live 7 days a week. I'm riding this thing till the wheels fall off. It's going to be at least another month or two of daily live streams. So you're more than welcome to hop on anytime. Anytime you want to promote something, just whatever, man. Get in where you fit in.
That,
yeah, absolutely, and it'll help
I'll
me
do the
out.
same on my end. I'll be promoting you as well. And
cool, man.
Yeah, I'll definitely be. I've been tuning in for the last like 4 days over here a little bit, and it's nice to watch some of what's going on from a different place than over there. You know what I mean? I like it.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate that. And like I
Yeah.
say, I'm always, if somebody just wants to jump on for 10, 20 minutes and has something to say, I might take a bathroom break or something here and there too. So it's a little bit self-serving, just so you know. But I'm here every day.
Well, it's your channel. It's got to be to some. You wouldn't be a narcissist if, in some way, your channel was for you. Like, I think people use that against us too much. Like,
Yeah,
technically, anyone with a YouTube channel would be a narcissist. Like, no, you got to be a host in some aspect.
It's funny, like just the blatant lies. Like I was listening a little bit to OTW after because I want to save it for the stream and react to it live. But they were saying Ian talks about these shadow people visit him and tell him what to do. Please, I will give somebody $1,000 right now. I'm no joke. I will give you $1,000 on my mom's life, who I love more than anyone in the world. If it's point out a place where I said I've shadow people visit me, a bunch of freaking lying scum.
This is what I was saying about my panel is I'm also open to hosting any truth rectification of people that aren't allowed to get that shit settled. Because I came in here with the PDF thing and I was like, please host, please somebody let me settle this. But London, don't play your energy vampire bullshit. I don't need to try and get anybody to beef. I'm just saying the truth that you've displayed Ian in a not heterosexual light. And even I followed up on that with saying, oh, Ian's not interested in this fake sucking off of Singular Illumination in one of my videos. And even Singular Illumination ain't mad. It was all that. The point of that video was the phone call to Paul. But like I said, Ian, I'm always open to any questions. If you find my content questionable, I'll come right to you and explain. Unlike
I appreciate. I've
Energy
always
Vampire.
this is crazy.
If people want to align with me, I keep saying this over and over again. If people want to align with me, all they got to do is be walking truth in those able words and we'll naturally be aligned. Oh, I know you probably said some stuff about me to Ian London. That's why you're an energy vampire. You're fake.
Well,
you're 29.
and the
You
little
know.
bit I paid attention to and was kind of catching up the best I could. But when people are doing like really long streams, there's not much time in the day, and I do work a lot as a chef,
Oh, yeah.
But my name was mentioned a lot. I'm not just trying to come into the drama, this and that. It's like these guys are doing low blows about me. I've been gone for 6 months. I haven't talked to one person.
Oh,
from
you're a
the channel or
major
nothing.
player, bro.
I don't
Even
talk
whenever we-
privately. I'm just saying I haven't talked to one person. Nothing.
Yeah,
But
and
my
even when
name's
we were
getting mentioned
opposed-
every day, every 10 minutes over there. You know what I mean? So it's like these guys are just can't keep my name out of their mouths with low
And
blows
even when
like
we were
for
opposed,
Christos.
dude, I never
But-
denied that in our community you're a major player.
But even Ben, I was paying attention a little bit over here, and one stream you had like Christos in the beginning. He was up here talking about his DMT and all that, and you guys were really cool over here, Ben. And now he's on the other side talking trash, right? But do you see the difference? The only reason is because now Paul, I guess, has the thing where he doesn't, and he's telling everyone to unsubscribe. And then now Christos is joining along. You see how they do this? All of them?
Oh yeah, Christos has called it up for sure.
Oh,
like while you were gone, I've had numerous times of Christos trying to come back around, even to where on my
Well,
home
but I
phone
want to say
number-
this. I don't think folks realize how much I don't give a fuck about. I just don't care about a lot of stuff. I just don't care.
Right.
I know that's maybe
Well,
a
there's-
character flaw, but I just don't care. You know?
But we have to be careful with the not care because we all know that when Paul has been cornered and has nowhere to go, that's his final stance, is just not caring.
But the point is, like, just
No, I
what
really don't,
changed, What changed between you and him? Oh, just because Paul now wants to, whatever you want to label it, it's just a bunch of followers. I'm not down with the little follower trolley stuff.
Mitch
I
Levin,
don't.
I've got a lie you told. You want me to shut you up right now, Mitch Levin? You said I was 29 in a relationship with a junior in high school. That's a goddamn lie. Faggot. Sorry. I got a little carried away there.
Crazy. It's fascinating stuff going on, I tell you what.
Yeah,
It's
man, big
fascinating.
time. And I think they just restreamed us briefly, but now it looks like Paul's going in on something. I can see him I got him on one of my screens here.
So Tuesday, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Is this going on right now?
I believe so. Yes, this is live.
And shout to
I
Paul
don't have
and
any.
Beck.
I think the audio's
Yeah,
off.
it's muted.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's beneficial.
I have a problem where I just won't be able to do all this and listen to that. Got no
Look,
hypervigilance.
he had just said he doesn't go off the rails. He looks visually like he's going off some rails.
The link's pinned. Oh yeah, I'll be reacting to some things today. I'm gonna begin with the my entrance in OTW yesterday, and kind of circle back a little bit to some things and just show these guys.
Oh, we've still got Snafu backstage. I forgot.
We say whenever we
here comes
circle back, we
Snafu.
call that Jim Saki.
You're up, Snafu.
Oh,
Yeah, I wanted to ask Ian some questions. And can you boot Tommy, because he's just going to interrupt this shit while I talk to Ian. Can you please do that for me? I waited patiently.
What do I got to do?
I want you to boot Tommy because I want to
No,
talk
I
to
don't kick Tommy, but he.
so you can talk
No, hang on.
Hang on.
I can mute
I want to talk to Ian without being interrupted.
Tommy will choose not to interrupt you. I'm not backstaging Tom.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm going to
Just
mute
don't
up,
interrupt
but I
me,
just
Tommy.
want to say, shout to Paul and Bex. They both use that camera angle for the same reason. Now I'll mute up.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Tommy. So, Ian, I actually, we've had history, and I'm not like, I was actually stoked when I saw you came back, but I was like wondering, like, what is the point? Like, is he just gonna do content? But then I saw you jump on the wagon, and I'm warning you that it's worse than before, Ian, because I know how triggered you got last time. My question to you, Ian, is why did you jump in the wagon in the first place? Why didn't you just come in strong and just fucking put content out, and stay away from the drama? Why?
Okay,
Like,
it's already
why
done.
didn't you, like,
Let me
that's a fair
respond. I
question,
understand
right?
your
That's a fair
question. I
I'm
understand
asking.
I see your question. Can I answer it?
Yeah, because I was.
I had a plan. Okay, then let me answer it. I had a plan to come back in a
No,
certain
let me
way.
finish. Can I finish what I was going to say real quick? I thought this was a perfect time for you because I saw you. If you think it was bad last time, it's worse this time, Ian. And just because Z and Nick London, which I respect Z, I respect London. I get it. I'm on the same page. I call Paul out, but then I respect him too. I get what you're saying. My thing is you went off air back in the day, and you absolutely said, I want to avoid drama. I'm tired of the shit. Fuck all sides. Da 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 da. And I'm like, okay, dude left. And then because of the side change with Benton and Z and London, that's why I'm wondering: is this why you're back? You feel like you have backup.
I get the
so you just
question.
show
Can
up.
I answer the question? Jesus. Dude, I plan on coming back a certain way, right? And I was like going to get back into it. So this last week, I was like, I'm going to see what's going on. And I saw what's going on. I was so disgusted by what I was seeing that's how I came back. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to join OTW stream. I'm going to shock them. And just play by. That's how I came back, dude. I didn't leave. I didn't say I don't want the drama and left. The last video I posted, I wasn't planning on leaving. It's just, this is what happened. There was no big plan or I can't take this. Dude, a lot of it's petty nonsense, okay? Just don't paint a narrative like
Ian,
I didn't run
thought
away. I have a life
Right.
outside of here, okay?
My question, no, I get it, Ian. Like, I guess what I'm saying is, I felt when I saw you come back, I'm wondering if you come back because you see Z and Benton and everyone ganging up on the other side.
It's not that. It might look like that, but that's not it. If it was it, I would say it, bro. I would just be like, yeah, that's why I came back to whatever. That's not the case. But if you guys want to paint that narrative, go right ahead. People are going to believe what they
I'm
want.
just going to be watching. Like I said, when you start putting your shit, I watch the optics. You've known me since back in the day to now. I surprised Ian was back, but see, I personally was like, is he back because of the optics of the wheat and tear of what's going on, or is he back because I don't care
about.
I wanted to ask, dude.
I don't care about popularity and attention and all that. I don't care, bro. I never have. Unsubscribed from my channel. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't care if people unsubscribe or nothing. I'm out here to get views and the fucking internet dopamine. I've already dealt with that. I've been through that phase. Okay, so I'm not here to jump into this and join sides and all this stuff. Fuck all that.
It's just interesting timing. You get what I'm saying? And then
It
some
is,
of the
it
things you
is.
said. I
You
mean,
know-
you went straight on Paul, straight on OT, and I get it. We're all going at each other.
They went straight at me. Okay. I went up
right.
there and
That's what I'm
told my
saying.
friend
It's not
how I
changed,
felt.
Dan.
I just like they do. All they do all day is talk about what they think about people and talk about people. I went up there and said, "This is what I'm seeing, and it's disgusting. And you guys look pathetic." And no, Paul. What did Paul say to me? "Oh, Ian, now we can join forces and go to war with Z." And what did I say? "No, I'm not going against Z. I'm not going to be part. I want nothing to do with you." And then it all changed, right?
Like I said,
Now
I
I'm this and that.
I respect all these guys in the game.
the thing
I just
is,
want to
snafu.
warn you that it's worse than it was before, Ian. And I know how bad it got you mind fucked. And I just want you to be a little understanding.
Do you know
it's
that?
worse.
Do you know
Yeah, I do
how
know
bad?
that.
Okay,
Remember, from
right.
your last podcast, the way you were acting, the way everything up until you left. Absolutely. You were triggered. You were upset. You were pissed. I'm just telling you, it's worse than it was before. And just because Mr. London and Z and Benton have decided to call their Truthio out and call some optics out, trust me, I've been there. We've all been there. Tommy's been there. I'm just letting you know, put that armor on, bro, because it's way worse than it was before if you're doing this, because you have jumped in it, and it is timing. So you could tell me no, but I have a feeling you showed up because of the timing, and and I get it. You got back up in a sense. I'm just telling you, Ian, and I could already tell you still get that triggered a littleness. Even just this conversation, I'm being very polite and nice, and I'm just telling you, I don't know. I guess I'll just watch the optics. That's all I got to say, Mr. Benton.
Yeah, it's going to be what it is. So I think that we'll see how it plays out.
Thanks, Snafu. Sorry, I was away for a minute.
Man, crazy. This is crazy.
Yeah, thanks,
Crazy
Snafu.
nonsense.
Sorry, I was away for a minute, but yeah, I'm back.
Snafu, how much?
No, I want to say thank you to Tommy and you. Tommy, actually, thank you. Thank you for yeah. Thanks,
Right on,
Tom.
man.
Don't thank me.
Appreciate that.
How much will you pay me to chop those corners off those heads?
Few bucks.
Why don't you just do it?
I got a debate.
Like I have moving animated video where I chop heads as just the head. Even Sophia's got them heads chopped. Why do you?
Yeah, I
why are you
know.
so lazy about it?
What app are you guys using? CapCut?
I'm sure there's probably some phone photo app you could at least just.
Well,
remove
actually, I was going to ask you, what do you use for your editing, Tommy? I got to admit, your editing. What do you use?
For photo editing, I currently use GIMP. No shout to Mitchell. And for video editing, I use the paid version of Filmora.
Okay, Filmora. Yeah, I gotta admit, Tommy, your editing is to par, and I think Cynthia and Talcott Clips and that's a poll you ought to do, Benton, one day, because between those three.
No poll. This is what I brought against Paul. Like, me and Talcott Clips are cool because there is like an editor community. And whenever Paul played Talcott Clips' newest thing, which I like, the Joe Cool trap song, at the end of it, Paul goes, "Yeah, that's real editing, not this Tom, Cynthia," started dropping names. I was like, whoa, bro. The editors are cool in this community. We ain't making this rivalry thing because it's like art. We're all going to have our own style. And what you've seen of me is me just getting into the game, learning how to do it. I'm not going against editors that aren't making a stance like that. So I don't appreciate another host trying to like drop our names against each other, and the chat community needs to recognize that.
Fair enough. Well, all I'm saying, Ian, is, good to be back. I personally was like, he's came back because he feels he has backup, and I'm not saying it's wrong. I told Paul today, I said, Benton, Z, they're telling their truth, yo. I just tell my truth, yo. But I personally was like, can Ian handle it?
Oh, man.
Can Ian handle it?
I have backup.
Your opinion.
I'm over here saying, "Oh, I have backup. I'm going to come in here, join my side." It's just not
You did.
even.
You came in
it's
because
not.
me and Benton and them and everyone's going at Paul.
You're painting a narrative that I came in. So snafu is, bro. You saying I saw Ben and Z in this, and I'm like, I'm gonna come in and join. No, that had nothing to do with it, dude. I've been anticipating coming back for a while, right? And it's just how it happened. I can't change it. Don't throw extras on it. Don't paint a narrative as it's not. Okay, I'm telling you the fucking truth, and that's
I
it.
will vouch. I have manned up and held secrecy of why you exited. It's a respectable reason to exit, and I think everybody should just let it be at that. Don't hold it again. He's back, people. What more do you want?
And
He's
it was
back.
wrong. I wish I would have let people know. I wish I would have reached out to some people too, and I've gotten a lot of love and people wondering and stuff like that. So I appreciate the warm welcome, and
since
so I have a lot of regrets there.
Since you haven't, I'd say not to share because it'll just get turned around and manipulated.
Yeah, they're
Like, that's what I
going to
was trying
paint
to
their
tell London.
narrative. They're going to
When London kicked me from his show, I said, dude, if you don't want these streets aware of your kids, I wouldn't have flaunted your kids around your channel.
Mic check.
Mr. London.
What's up, bro?
Mic check.
Fine.
You're clear. You're clear, bro.
Hey, London. Good to see you, brother.
Thank you.
Good to see you, man.
Thank you, B. Wise old owl. The wise old owl. Salutes, Benton. Salutes. What's going on? Hey, first of all, right, Ian came back on his own principles, right? Ian came back feeling how he felt. He said what he said. Salutes to him, right? Salutes to him. Second of all, Tommy, you're a clown, bro. You really are a clown.
You said so.
You're a clown. You're a clown, Tommy. But
was
Tommy,
I a clown?
Hey, what
was
I'm
I a
saying,
clown
though.
when I came
Hey,
to
what
you
I'm saying,
and
Tommy, let me just talk my shit, then you can have it all the way, because I know you like to have it all the way.
And you're going to leave
right?
on my turn, right?
Like I said, let me just say my shit, you can have it all the way, Tommy.
Yeah, because you're going to say
problem was never.
You're going to hit me and you're going to run on your porch, aren't you?
Just let him talk,
I'm not gonna
Tommy.
hit you, Tommy. I ain't gonna hit you, Tommy, for fuck's sake. Right? The problem was never showing my children, right? The problem was talking about my children.
You still don't get it.
I haven't got a problem with showing my children. That
Then
isn't
you
the
have to
problem. The
accept
problem
they'll
has
be
never been
talked
showing
about.
my children. You're not listening to me, Tommy, right?
No, you're not listening
when
to
there's
me.
lies,
If I
when
show my
there's
dog,
lies, right?
I know people can
When
talk about
there's
my dog
lies,
once
Tommy,
I show my dog.
You're a dog. You're comparing dogs to baby humans. All right,
No,
yeah,
you
cool.
still don't
All right,
get
yeah.
it. Anything
Yes,
you
you
don't
are.
want
You
in
just
this
did.
metaverse, you must not bring to this metaverse.
I must have missed something between you two. I must have missed it, Mr. London.
You missed a lot, Snafu.
Like I'm saying,
Snafu,
Tommy.
you missed that story on Moose's channel was to draw out on Slavia people.
Like I'm saying, Tommy, if you're in this boat with Bex with the children, you're slimy just like her, bro. I cut my
How am I in that
allegiance with you. I
boat?
cut my ties with you.
Have I said anything about your kids? Have I
cut
shown
my
your
ties
kids?
with you, Tommy.
You're building a narrative.
Cut my ties with you, Tommy. You know I loved you, Tommy, but I cut my ties with you, Tommy, right?
I don't
so
think you
just leave it
ever
as that. Like
did.
I said, there's no problem. There's no
What have I
problem with
said
me
about
and you,
your
Tommy.
kids?
You know this. You know me,
You're
Tommy.
being
You
emo,
already know London.
You're being
Tommy.
emo right now because you're in your feelers about me telling you that the reason they're talking about your kids is because you've made post after post showing your kids. I couldn't do anything about that.
Who was talking about your
Tommy,
kids,
like I
Mr.
said,
London?
like I said, Tommy, right? You talk foul on my children, then we
Did
play
I?
different. You understand?
Did I?
Or I just stay away from you. Or I just
Did
stay
I
away
talk
from you.
foul on
It's
your
a
kids, or
toss-up.
did I tell you why people know about your kids? Which did I do?
I didn't say you. Listen, I didn't say you did I? I didn't say
But
you
you're
did.
you obviously
But
feel
you was
away
kind of
about me now.
No. Of course, because you was backing up that little fat slut. What do you mean?
No, I wasn't backing up people talking about your kids. I gave you the responsibility of you let them know that was something they could hit.
What do you mean?
Welcome back in.
Yeah,
You came
there
up
you
here
go.
for
Because I
me.
can hear. Listen, I can hear a lot of you lot saying shit about Ian. Ian came up on his own accordance. He come up to do his own thing. He said his own thing. There was none. Me or Z didn't have nothing to do with Ian coming back, right? We didn't have nothing to do with Ian
Right,
coming
and I
back.
take
He
your
just
word.
said
Like
his
if you
shit,
said
right?
that, I take your word, London. Like if you said you did, like, because I just thought it was weird.
Because the narrative is shit. It's shit out here. You lot are all shit. Listen, let me just say this real quick. You lot are all shit out here, right? Whoever's got a problem with me, go suck a fat one, because you're all shit out here. You're all shit. I'm laughing and smoking, and I'm joking.
You seem to be the one with the problem.
all right,
that
Tommy.
You're not applying the
I've got the problem.
responsibility. to
Wow,
yourself
that's
as a
rich.
host.
That's rich coming from you, Tommy. I've got the problem.
What do you,
Wow, that's rich coming
what
from
do you mean by that?
Tommy, you've seen the way how I deal with these folks out here, but
No,
I've
but
got
you're
the problem.
saying something about me, and I need
I've
you
got
to
the
say the way
problem.
you're seeing me deal with these folks.
I just told you I ain't got a problem with you, bro. I said stay away from me, right? I said stay away. There's no problem with me and you. I said stay away.
No, you made the.
Did you not hear that? Stay away. Did you not hear me? There's no problem. There's no problem, Tommy. Just stay away. Just stay away.
Just
That
said
is
you're
all you
cutting
got to
ties,
do.
and there is a problem. I think you're up here getting wrecked, buddy.
Wrecked how, Tommy? Tell me how.
Because
Tell me how.
you don't understand as a host and a creator of content, you don't understand your responsibility in that. Like I said, you've thrown hits out here, but talked like you ain't in it. And when I tried to tell you that, you kicked me from your panel. And even back when Ian was around, he knew you as an energy vampire.
Tommy, like I said, Tommy, you got
wrecked,
nothing to
buddy,
stand
and
on,
you
bro.
brought this on yourself.
I'm getting wrecked. What, by you? By you,
Yeah,
Tommy.
the way
Getting
you're
wrecked by you.
sitting here like sheepishly quiet and only saying, "Tommy, I said just stay away, Tommy." You came up here for me, bro. I think you thought that if you
I didn't
hit
come
me,
up
the
here for
crowd
you.
would
No,
break
no,
the
no,
fight
no,
up
no,
before
no,
I could
no,
get you
no.
back.
Tommy, like I
wanna
said,
thank
you're
you for
just
this-
emotional,
I wanna
bro.
thank
You're
you for this
emotional.
opportunity
You
to
take
show the
everything to
community
heart.
what I'm about.
You take everything to heart, Tommy. Like I said, you take
Like
everything
your
to heart.
kids
Just stay
being
away.
talked on? Did you
Just
take
stay
that to
away.
heart when your kids
Just
got
stay
talked
away,
on?
Tommy.
Oh,
Just
get
stay
on
away
your
from the
porch. Just
panel.
stay
Don't
away.
come. You
Just stay away
ain't
from
got to
my
come
porch.
over here, Tommy.
And yet you're going to keep
Yeah?
making
Just stay away.
content and throwing bows at people, but you'll say stay away. You don't know where you're at. You don't know what realm you're in.
But this is the
metaverse.
thing. I've been doing this. This is the way I said I'm going to interact with you clowns out here. I don't have to talk to
now
you
you're
guys. I'll
throwing
just make
clown
clips
bows.
of you clowns out here.
Yeah, that's throwing bows.
Fucking
that's saying
clown.
you want some. That's
Anyway,
putting yourself
like
in it.
I said,
If
Benton,
you don't
much love,
want
Benton.
any,
Peace out.
if
Much
you
love.
don't want any of this, London, you'd stick to Yeti dicks and leave it at that. You wouldn't be throwing these communities.
Any of what? You clown. You take it too serious, bro. What the
I think
any
you're
of
taking
what?
it pretty serious.
You're calling it beef, you dickhead. What is this? What's beef, you dickhead? Tommy, shut up, man.
I don't
Nothing
think you came
serious
up
out
here
here. It's
knowing
all a
what you're
fucking
standing on,
joke. You dickhead. You said
If I'm
something about we
taking
got
it too
beef.
serious,
You said we
why
got
are you
beef.
up here mad about
You
your
said we
kids
got
being-
beef. What the fuck is beef, you prick? Tommy, you said we got beef. Don't never let me
Yeah,
hear
we
you
do.
say that again.
We
beef.
Do you know why we have beef?
Dickhead. Hey, I'm out. Much love. I'm out.
Get on that porch, boy.
Dickhead.
Go get on that porch. You just got wrecked.
That
Sorry,
was
you either get it or you don't.
I thought you and London were cool.
Well, you thought I was a PDF. You're gonna get yours too.
Yep.
I don't need no friends. I got one friend in Jesus. I don't need no friends. But if you're a friend in Jesus, you'll
my
naturally
question
be my
is the
friend.
whole timing thing. You know, I'm just gonna watch your show play out. You said what you said. You know, I heard London say, you know, you can't, you know, back up. So I just leave that. I am kind of shocked at the whole London you. What'd you do to him, Tommy?
No, it's what he did to me.
What did you do to Mr. London to get him all pissed at you like that?
Why are you? Why? No, if I say we got beef, he's the one that pissed me off. You need to clean up that language you're using.
Yeah,
but
but
if you
Mr.
can't,
London-
if you
Mr.
can't
London
figure
had
out
your
why we
back.
had a
Like,
little
Mr.
falling
London
out,
had your back a
why
lot,
would you
dude.
think you can vouch for me being a PDF?
I'm telling you, Mr. London had your back. I'm curious why he's
No,
upset
he didn't
with you
really.
now.
He didn't really. He had his own interest back. But
You look,
Nachita,
you look
I'm
back
also
at these
interested-
falling outs, like with me and London. It's like looking back is so petty. You know what I mean? And what we're gonna do is we're gonna look back a few months from now and look at all these other falling outs. Like it's so petty nonsense.
Well, the reason he's saying why do I take it so seriously, and this is good for you coming back in to get caught up. We've established that the less physical altercation or interactions are, the 100 times spiritual warfare it is. Like to call someone falsely any kind of really bad thing, that's spiritual warfare because there's people out there believing us. or not believing us when we try and defend ourselves. So I'd like to think that even though, yes, on the surface we can say, oh, it's just YouTubers being petty, this is still spiritual warfare in the grand scheme of our actual souls and who we are.
Well, what'd you do? What'd you do to upset fucking London, dude? Like, he didn't really say what happened, and obviously, because I thought you guys were cool. He always had your back. He's always having your, like, I didn't.
And once again, you thought I was a PDF, and you spent a year saying that. So why am I going to sit here and civilly catch you up? You're still my enemy, Snafu. I'm just being civil in this neutral area.
You know, I get it, but I'm not like going at it. I'm ignoring that subject for you here, Tommy.
And I'm ignoring you because you're a liar.
All right.
And you're
Well,
not
I think London fucking. I have respect for London, so I don't know what he fucking.
Hey, the things I respect London on, I respect London on. But what I said when he came up here is still true. That's why he ran. That's why he got wrecked and went back on his porch.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. What the fuck is going on with you two? Like, what?
Yeah, lurk more. Catch up when it's relevant. I'm not going to sit here and turn the subject for you. I don't like you.
Okay. Well, Ian, like I said, the timing was the reason I had questions, and I just wanted to let you know the optics have ramped up even more with the bullshit, the drama, the everything, and you know.
Okay, you guys paint your narratives. Go paint your narratives. Follow your little leader. I'm gonna lead my fucking self
See, now
and do
you're
my
saying
thing.
my leader, motherfucker. I have no leader. If you've been watching, I have no leader, motherfucker. I go out on all these panels and call everyone out, just like I'm calling you out. You just showed me that you're not like you again. I'm trying to record you, but you get triggered, and you think you're gonna come back, and just by this conversation is triggering you.
No, it's not triggering me, bro.
You just called in my leader. You're like,
you guys are talking about me painting a narrative, and I'm responding.
I have no motherfucking leader but my own.
Okay, cool. Great. It's a general statement.
Such good behavior from Miss Blunt.
Well, I'm just saying, like, the timing and everything is odd. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, there's not some grandmaster plan, whatever. If you want to believe what you want, I don't care, you know? But I'm going to defend myself and speak my truth and the truth. So that's what I'm doing. If you want to paint a different narrative, go right ahead. Because what you're going to do is I'm telling you the truth. You're going to go on these other panels and paint another narrative about me and all this stuff. And fucking whatever, you know what I mean? That's all you guys do.
And that's what I'm cleaning up, Ian. I know it's going to happen, but I'm cleaning up this community to know what to acknowledge and what to reject. It's going to take some time. And like I said, I will miss the combativeness. It's what I make content off of. But if these streets get cleaned up, you'll just see me do that walking against.
If I was really about popularity and numbers and getting whatever, I would have came in there and been their buddies, right? That's what you would really do.
No. I think this would be a perfect choice for you to roll back. You're like, oh, Benton, Z, London, everyone's going against Paul. Hell, I've even gone against Paul. Like, I've been there, done it. Like, that's why I'm telling
and then the next day you're with him, the next day you're against him. You are like you're just a
I respect them all. I roll with all these people. I respect them for what I respect them for.
I don't respect some of them. That's your problem.
motherfuckers for what I disrespect them for. And all I'm telling you is I see the optics of him coming back.
Your respect,
the timing is off. But I'm really mostly warning him that the fucking shit that he fucking was triggered before is way worse than it was then. That's all I'm telling Ian right now.
How do you determine and distribute your respect, Snafu?
Well, it depends on each person individually.
And what tier system do you use for each individual person?
I guess I don't know how to. What do you mean tier?
Well,
I mean, you
I'll agree
that they are in certain aspects, or you don't.
Do you with me?
Like I said, I don't respect.
You're just going to talk when you don't want to answer. You ask me a question, and you're just going to talk because you're on the out.
I don't respect.
You're getting cornered, and you're on the out.
No, I'm telling you, I don't respect Benton when he fucking backstages me for some bullshit shit. I don't, but I respect him.
Okay, so what you mean to say is I was not allowed to speak my side in backstage.
Snafu, you don't know how to act right. That's why you get backstage. I backstage almost nobody around here.
Big screen.
I hardly ever backstage anybody, Snafu.
And I have yet to backstage anyone on my show.
For fuck's sakes. It's because you can't act right.
And you guys can hold me to that. For now, I'm only muting to reestablish back and forth. And if I have to backstage, I'll just shut the show down altogether.
What's up, Yolanda? How are you?
Hey, what's up, panel? How's everyone doing today? Everyone's all fired the fuck
Yeah,
up. What's
it's
up,
getting
Ian?
wild.
Welcome back, bro.
Thank you. Good to see you, Alonda.
What?
That's what's up, right? You know what? Snaps. Everything's gonna be just fine. It's all gonna play itself out. We're all gonna go where we're gonna go. Ian's not new to what a spiritual journey is. Calm
Evolution.
down, guys. You're all gonna get your fucking clips, okay? It's gonna be cool.
Okay, you're right about evolution,
what's up,
but
bro?
if you want the hype, don't tell us to calm down. I just hit you with a That's
Well,
not
I
calm
only
down.
said that. Hold on for a sec. I only said that because as an audience member, it's hard for us to hear what you guys are doing. So
We
when
know.
there's so
That's the
much,
order
we
I'm
get
telling you. Yeah.
excited. We can't hear it. It just comes off as a whole bunch of static. So I'm cool for the hype, but you guys can also do it in a way that we all can understand what you guys are trying to say.
So that's part of the process.
I'm gonna. I
That's what you need.
understand that.
You need to show up Saturday at 12 p.m. Central Mountain Time on my thing where I'm trying the State of Alarp address to reorganize
there,
the Chat
Tommy.
Foundation. That will make the channels evolve into something better.
I'll be there. I'm here to support all you motherfuckers. So have a good one, Ian. I'll see you over there at We Awake. Glad everybody's back. And have a good one, everybody.
Much love. Good to see you.
Yeah, awesome. Thank
Much love, Ian. Much love.
So, Ian, while I was waiting for Snafu
Hey,
to...
Benton.
See, he just started talking when I was talking.
I know.
Go,
was
go,
waiting
go.
for
I got
Snafu
a
to
question for
chill.
Benton after you're done. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So, Ian, if you truly want like nothing involved in this and to go back to what We Are Awake was before the Civil War, I would suggest just like do not partake at all. Like I told London, go like his thing was Yeti dicks, as Paul labeled it. Just go back to what you were doing with no reference to this and be careful about who you would panel
I'm
up.
gonna do
that
what
would
I
draw
do.
you
I
back
never said
into
I
it.
want nothing involved, whatever. I'm gonna fucking do what I do.
Okay, yeah,
I don't
but
have a
there's
plan.
people-
Like right now, I have no plan for what I'm
Right,
gonna
right.
do next.
I'm just, but this
I'm
is
just
what
gonna
it-
do. I mean, I'm gonna respond. I'm gonna fucking what happened yesterday. I'm gonna go on my channel and show it and react to it and circle back and show how ridiculous these guys work and get my view on it.
So listen,
what
this
I'm
is what I
gonna
was
do.
trying to tell London though.
So that's
When I-
basically jumping back into
God
drama.
damn it, Snafu! Shut the fuck up.
I'm
This
just
is
saying
what I
that's
was trying.
basically jump back into drama.
Call
This is what I was trying to tell London just now, though. He says he's not in this. He doesn't want any part of it. But all he does is keep making videos of it, which in this metaverse, that's partaking. We don't have physical contact. He doesn't know that he's walking into the battlefield and partaking. If he really doesn't want anything to do with this, he'd just be Yeti dicks, Crater Earth, and nothing more. When he gives that avenue, it happens. So if you can see what I'm telling you through that analogy, that's what I'm suggesting.
I like to react to things, give my opinions, and I want to show these fucking beta boys on my channel. It's going to be beta boys exposed.
You're gonna
Beta-
bring the drama to you, and it's gonna get you
He's
triggered
right.
like a cupcake, like last
fucking
time.
do.
You're
I
gonna
don't
fucking
care.
worse than last time.
When you
Ian.
do Beta Boys
basically
exposed,
just said,
Paul's
"I'm
going to
doing a
say you're
show
stealing his Beta
all
Boys
out."
thing, and
The
you're
Beta
back in.
Boys.
Yeah, I've been here a long time. I can tell you what you missed. Lore Master.
See,
Lore
Ian,
Master.
you are
Lore
jumping
Faster.
into it. You are jumping into it. No matter what you
Lore
say,
Faster.
that's
Okay,
the
fine.
intent that you
Okay,
have.
fine. Here you go, Snafu. I'm jumping into it. Call it that.
Okay, that's fair. That's
Okay.
fair.
Let's,
Because it's
yeah,
gonna be
I hope I
worse
can
than
dive
I
last
in.
time.
mean,
Let's dive in. Let's
so what?
just jump into it.
But I'm not thinking to myself, I'm going to jump into this, and that. No, I watched my friend OTW. I watched that disgustingness, and I came in there and shot. Well, I'm going to respond to all on my channel and say what's going on in this whole dynamic. Okay. But we saw how OTW was like, oh, Ian, I'll always work with Ian. No one's going to get in the way. And then what happened? His daddy came on there and booted me. They're a
And
bunch
this
of
is in the
hypocritic
essence-
followers.
He is, in essence, the source. He is like the Panelverse Satan. He's escalated the war to many factions, but that day that his channel opened up to all these and he started coming to you, and I was warning Talcott, hey, Ian seems cool. We don't know this isn't just another Unslavia. It's only escalated from his toxic poison he has spread
the plague of Unslavia, you might say.
So it's Jack's fault. Okay.
No. Jack was always one of his victims of narc abuse, and I've pulled Jack away many times and supported Jack while you were gone, but he resists and consistently always goes back. And I'm trying to figure out what fallacy he rests on that he thinks he has to keep going back to Paul.
Let me ask you this. Why don't you, has it occurred to you to just do the We Are Awake TV without, again, I think you fucked up here, bro. You could have come in strong and said, fuck, all these people are drama everywhere. I'm going to slip in and just do We Are Awake and then fucking fuck the drama and just.
I am doing We Are Awake. I'm going to show how asleep. Okay. I understand your question. The most annoying thing on these panels, people ask a question and they'll go on for 5 minutes saying this.
See, you're triggered you're triggered already, dude. You're not going to be able to handle this. Have you been watching
valid
these
trigger,
panels lately?
Snafu. You're an asshole.
I'm just telling Tommy.
I am doing my thing. That's what I'm doing.
You know what is about to happen with Ian. If he's
But you
jumping,
also
Tommy
ask
just warned
questions and don't give people a time to respond. Even with me, people say I talk over, but they don't realize they count to 5 in their head and say,
I'm doing what I want to do. You're telling me what you want me to do.
No, I'm telling you what Tommy basically said, which is
what
very
you think I
valid.
should do. I'm going to do what I do, okay?
You're jumping
And if
into
you
shit I
do
don't
your
think you'll be
thing-
able to handle.
I don't give a
If
shit.
you do your thing
We're not
with
supposed
no
to be
reference
scared.
to all these
Fuck
channels,
that.
you'll be fine.
You're supposed to be
I
scared of
think
these
Snafu
clowns?
is partially right about if you had just came back and did it and not referenced any of us except the people that show up on your panel and support you, that's a good way to stay separated. But like I told London, man, if you remotely get involved, you are involved. And this community will pull
The
you
thing
in.
is the day before I joined, that's when I decided I'm coming back tomorrow. You know, the day before yesterday. And I said, you know what? This is a perfect way to come back, speak my mind, and then draw a line in the sand. That's all it is.
And you can't take Snafu too serious because he was given Beck's advice like Bex hadn't roamed these panels long before she started hosting.
And look how
Because
Beck
she didn't
ended
take
up.
anyone's advice.
Look where
she
Beck
shot her
ended
own
up.
foot.
She fucking changed her name, got all fucking stupid, freaked out on everyone.
Right. She's a loss. She's a casualty of
Is
the panel
any of
war.
this
It is.
interesting?
Right, and at
Because
first
I
she
do
on my
maintain
panel
the
trying
ability to
get in
talk
with
over
me.
the
I was
panel.
like, no, you long dead to me.
You warned her, I warned her, everyone warned, and that's what I'm trying to tell Ian. Because I mean, even now, I could see Ian gets a
mic
little
all the
triggered
way
by
up?
these questions. I don't think you have no clue how bad it's gotten since you left, and I see where you're going. And if you want to choose that battlefield, I get it, Ian.
Why is this so
I'm just
loud?
saying, I'm surprised you're doing that versus saying I could just fucking avoid all this shit and just we awake fucking rock it. But you join it, and I'm just.
So
Paul's back talking.
Who cares, bro? Whatever, dude. Then there's gonna be a lot of people that really like me and are wondering where I'm at. And they're gonna be like, dude, this is ridiculous. He's coming back this way, but this is what I'm doing, and I made the decision.
Right,
Okay.
that was another thing. You got
You
held
can't
because of
please
that.
everybody. You know what I mean? I can't do what everyone wants to do. I'm gonna do what I want to do. If you don't like it or you think something else, whatever. I don't care. That's the difference.
Well, no, I'm just saying that's where you're at, though. You think that the best thing is to address it and jump right in and say, oh, from where you were before. I'm
I
just
don't-
saying you're
I don't know why
doing
Ian's even
exactly
listening to
what
these
you
people.
said you wanted to avoid
Who
back
cares?
in the day, and now you're getting right back on that pattern.
Yeah, so
and it's
what?
worse than last time.
Leave him alone.
Doing what I always
Pistolero,
do.
you are
Is
out of
fucking.
left
Why
field
does Ian
mistake.
explain himself?
Sorry.
You know, I don't really know
doing
Ian,
what
but
I've always done.
bro,
That's what I'm doing.
you can't explain yourself to these
Okay,
insane
guys, so here's
people.
a good example of
And you know, I love Tommy almost like a
So,
brother, but
while
you know,
we're
he's a
back
bit
in the
insane.
foundation of our
I think we can
viewers,
all
they
see
are
that.
also the shit. I don't know
Yeah.
who the fuck El Pistolero
Thanks, Kay.
is. They're always coming at me like they know something.
Yeah, there you
and
go.
they're always
Yeah.
wrong.
Well, they can't
So
make.
that's
They
why
just
if
can't
you
move
do want
on
credibility
for
with
whatever
the
reason. I don't know why that
there's
is.
the vocal panel showing,
Uh,
and then there's the camming up showing.
But now we got
If you
Paul
do that,
mentioning my
you're only gonna reach so
my
high a bar
self-defense
if we don't know
situation
that you're not
out in the
multiple
streets at
fat
3 in the
shit.
morning, and then wanting to act like he's some kind of
Because I've
a
seen
tough
lot
guy
of
in the
names
streets.
come and go, but
Uh,
everyone still talks like they know.
Yeah,
something.
I don't know if he knows
There's a
this,
lot of
but they
shit
don't have
like
meth
this
heads in the Northeast.
floating around here.
There's no meth heads there.
Ian,
where
if
he's
you
from.
remember the time I said we needed-
He grew up around the brothers,
Lay
apparently.
out
Well,
your
so did I.
fucking welcome.
Hometown's
Ian, if you
75%
remember that time I
black
said we
folks,
need to get together
majority
and
black
talk about
county,
what
one of
might
only
be the
about 100
difference
in the
in
in the
YouTube
state
going against
or in the
us
nation. I don't
versus,
have problems.
people giving strikes and
I don't have
getting
problems with the brothers.
I've
It's
only
these crazy white boy meth heads. I look like one of them. I'm now up to about $130, I think. I'm still underweight, 5'10". I was 120 fucking pounds. It's Arkansas, man. This is one of the fattest states there is. There's no 48-year-old men who weigh 120 pounds who ain't on meth.
Some of you guys didn't
And I'm
witness
half
what
dead.
happened with Ian and
So they start approaching me most likely because they assume that I'm one of them.
They're like, oh, like,
Right.
you know, I'm just telling you, Ian, as a warning, brother.
And I don't know that I don't know that Paul has any experience with meth heads. And in fact, one of the reasons why I stopped living as a homeless person, and that is a lifestyle that I enjoyed, by the way. I actually liked being homeless for the most part, believe it or not.
This is like I told when
One
I
of the major
first
reasons I
got
stopped living
invited
that
over to
lifestyle was I
London,
got
and he was
sick
still
of
saying, "No,
dealing
these are
with
my people.
meth
I know my
heads.
people." I was like, London, I know half
They're
these people. I got
everywhere
Bobby,
now.
I'm like, you don't know your people at all because they're all
But I know
the same
historically
in
they
the
haven't
community of what
tolerated
we're familiar
meth
with.
in the
They're all
Northeast for whatever
traveling it.
reason.
Sometimes just because someone's live.
I'm
is
sure it's
why
available,
they're there.
right?
And
But
the
it's
hosts
not
need to
just
acknowledge
been
and
able to
notice
take over everything like in most of the rest of the country.
This
Although
is
that's
why I'm a
probably
war master.
changing
This
now
is
to
why
some
I will
extent.
read the chat if they're willing. If they're
But
not
I don't know
willing,
if y'all
I'll
know
talk
this.
about it.
If you Google like most dangerous
guys wanna
cities in
better
the United
community,
States,
follow me.
none of them are in New York.
I'm only against people that
Most
live
of
in
them
neighborhoods
are in the deep
aren't
south.
speaking
Some of
truth.
them are
They're
in
all just
my home
bullshitting.
state of Arkansas. In
Saw
fact,
me, coming at
when I was a teenager, Paul, in the
And what's
early
funny is the
90s,
West tried to make me
my
a character
hometown
by
had the
speaking truth.
highest murder
There's a
rate
way
and the
to
highest
say
violent
that.
crime rate in the
And
country,
there's a
sir.
way to make like I
I'm
told
from one of
Cynthia,
them places.
If you're just I've told others
Pine
leaders as
Bluff,
well, if
Arkansas.
you're just looking to make comedy,
Google
like I took
that
Paul
shit.
and Straight video. We all know Paul wasn't
So
saying,
I don't
"Oh,
want
I
to
wanna
fucking
suck
hear it.
my dick. I don't need you here." And it's obvious I was manipulating it. But I'm not out
Thank you, Special
trying
K.
to
Much appreciated.
manipulate
I
to
think that's for
demonize
Ian, but I'll
people
take
and
it
say
too.
that's true. You have to show
Yeah, ask
that
Miss Blanche
difference
about
and
Pine
be that
Bluff, which
difference.
used to
But
be
if
a
you're
lovely
out
town,
here
by the way.
saying a thing and standing on it, and
Yeah,
it's not
Pine
true,
Bluff circa
it's probably
91, 92. 90, 91,
Cynthia
92.
Clips has been rocking it though compared to Talcott
My
Clips.
point
I gotta
exactly.
admit.
When you support her, that should be a red flag.
Well, I don't necessarily support her. I mean, I'm just
When
the
you
clip.
say
Again,
her
I
clips
respect
are
everyone to
fire or
each their own.
speaking truth.
I respect Cynthia in certain manners where I disrespect her in certain, or don't respect her in certain manners.
Now you
The
sound
only
like your
people I
daddy.
There you
don't
go.
respect at all
Now
is, like,
you
the
sound
Beatles,
like your
Cupcake,
daddy
Granny
because that's
Patty,
what
Yeah,
Paul
Jacksonville,
does.
Florida.
and the Marfugals and the
But
Monographs.
none of the
People like
most
that. I
dangerous
respect
cities are.
everyone else.
None
I'll
of them
respect
are in New
everyone else.
York,
No one respects
and I mean
you,
none of
Snafu,
them.
because you have no
And I
awareness
don't
of what
care.
you're doing.
Do I care? I'm like you.
No, I didn't even take.
You gotta come out and
I didn't even
and
take
when you couldn't
yesterday's
get on
down
this
our
panel
poll. That
earlier,
it
you
got
ran over
blocked.
to
I hardly
OGW,
ever
then
take
we
streams
heard you
down.
talk shit about us.
Well, actually, I was on the panel earlier. Benton.
You just
was
went
hitting
over and
up.
talked shit
I've been
about
back
us.
and forth.
You just came back over here and cheerleaded for us after you went over there and talked shit about us. Who do you think you are? When you see yourself
Get 'em,
in these
Tommy.
streets, what do you picture?
Oh, I pictured not colted up. That's for one. And I could tell you that
I
I'm
don't
not
think you
saying
have the
you're colted up
capacity
either. I
to be
think
called
they're
out.
all-
There's no value to them.
But I'm just telling you what, like, the thing is,
There
is
you go.
were there when
Yeah, you left there
this
to
is
Pine
like,
Box.
you were
One of
there
the
when
ways
Ian
the
fucking
Oh,
cult lost
man.
even more
You were there
credibility
when
was
Ian left,
hosting
and
you
you're
for so
telling
long.
me you just basically
Well, and
said
it's
the same
funny, you know,
thing
Paul
to
trying
Ian
to
that
play
I
this
said,
man
saying,
shit. You know,
Ian,
these
if you're choosing
fucking
to get in the battlefield
street thug dynamics
what
on
you
the
did
internet,
last
right?
I'm much more decisive
It's
in what I
hilarious.
was saying than you are.
Right, and I'm just telling it. It's funny because Ian says it's a narrative we're building, and obviously he even got
There are
triggered in this
narratives being
conversation.
built out here. This is
I
the
just-
discernment
I
that
don't
I'm trying
understand
to
it,
teach
Ian.
the chat foundation. I'm trying to teach the chat the discernment to separate narrative from factual truth. And you're against me, Snafu. What do you
You're
think?
reading
about
too,
that?
hey, Snafu and everyone, you guys are reading too much into it. Just watch the show.
Well, I
You know what
just
I mean?
Binged it
watch
because I
how it
guess my
plays
web
out.
browser
And when you
uses
come to
Bing
my
now.
show, I will be the
Let's
one to
see, top
assist
25
critical
most
thinking,
dangerous
reading
places in
too
the
much
U.S.
into it.
23 to
That's-
24.
Yeah, it all works out.
You know, it shows you a preview:
Because
Little
not
Rock,
reading into
Arkansas, Anchorage, Alaska, Memphis, Tennessee, and Corpus Christi, Texas. That last Corpus is a little surprising. I've been there.
The first time a lot of people meet me, they throw Paul's narrative at me. And I'm
Number
like, no,
one,
that's not
Memphis,
me. And
Tennessee.
today,
Number
to this day,
two,
it's still
Albuquerque,
bigger
New
than me.
Mexico.
So there is
Number
a little
3,
bit of
Anchorage,
critical
Alaska.
thinking
Bakersfield,
needed, maybe not
California. Number
overthinking,
5,
critical
Little Rock,
So let me ask you
Arkansas.
this:
Shocking.
most panels
Chattanooga,
now,
Tennessee.
with the
Corpus
way
Christi.
things have been
Tulsa,
talking about,
Oklahoma.
pretty
Columbia,
people
South
are
Carolina.
they're
Have you noticed that
anti-talking.
New
I mean,
York, and in
there's a
fact,
lot of nasty shit
nowhere
going
in the
on here and there,
Northeast has
blah
made
blah.
the list?
But because of how you are you
Kalamazoo,
gonna be like
Michigan.
full
Salt
on
Lake
like
City,
I'm not
Utah.
gonna take
Surprising.
anyone who
Rockford,
disagrees
Illinois.
with
Stockton,
me and just block them
California.
out of your
Greensboro, North
life?
Carolina.
Like
Denver,
that?
Colorado.
Or are you gonna
Not
be
a
on your
single
own
place in the
fucking
Northeast.
do
Not
your
necess-
content?
I don't even know. I don't know, but I'm not
'Cause
gonna.
that was the only issue I had with you
I'm
last
not,
time. Is the
I don't
whole
like little chat followers, little trolls. I just a lot of people have been a victim of that when this started. You know, I'm gonna go in and unblock everybody, and I had a lot of mods and stuff, so I have to clean some
right,
things
and
up.
that's what I'm trying to say. Like Benton actually is okay. Like even Z was starting to say we don't say. Benton spoke up and said I usually don't block anything in my chat, whether they're hating on me, whether they're talking shit on me, whether they're talking good on me. I just let it flow. He worries about the content and what he's doing. That was an issue with you in your chat. Is you had a problem with people disagreeing or trolling. And I get like certain things, but that was a huge issue. I'm asking you because most of these people have come to the like for the most part, the anti-Nazi blocking has kind of been better on all panels, even the haters and non-haters. But when back in the day, we saw how censored it was with you. I'm just curious, is it going to be the same way? Because it's gotten worse than it was before, Ian.
How
And
can
I
anybody
give
be
props to Ben. I give
anti-pedo
props
when
to
everybody's
all the
pedo
other,
right
even
now?
OTW, like they let the motherfuckers talk shit and the shit
I
stop.
think
And it-
everyone is anti-pedo except pedos, and you're in these streets saying everyone's pedo except for right when you're on their panel. Paul's a pedo supporter except for the hours and hours you've sat there backing him. You backed him
Yeah, well,
when he,
you know, the
whenever
Monograph thing and him
Montegraph
saying I got swatted
when Montegraph
really
dropped
fucking,
that
you know.
video on Paul, you were around these streets going, "Oh, I can't wait to see Paul's take. Oh, Montegraph's coming for him." And the very next day, you were on there critiquing that video with
Well,
Paul,
you know,
calling
what's funny
Montegraph a
is-
pedo. You're
I don't
nothing
even
in
want to
these
get in
streets.
detail, but
You're a
he
homeless,
he
baby
did
bearded
the whole
nothing.
Monograph thing is again Pogos, privately owned government operated.
Tell us about who we is. Tell
I'm
us about who
asking
you got
Ian, though, if
watching
he's
my
gonna
front
take,
door.
like,
As
OTW
far
and
as
Benton's,
threats
like,
being made,
I'm asking
Snafu,
Ian
tell
if
us
he's gonna
about
take
who you got
OTW and
watching my
Benton's way
front
of
door
fucking
and how
running
many
the
times I
chat
left
room,
my house
or if it's
today.
gonna be like censored like last time to where anything negative or anything that you
Okay.
Answer my question, Snafu.
What is your
Who do
question?
you have watching my door? Who is we with we've taken down big
Watching
names
your
as you
door.
rotate our nobody channel?
Well, that was during that time when
You're
you were
nothing.
making threats about burying bodies and this and that, and you know.
You're still
you remember
lying.
those
You're
threats,
still
right?
lying in our
Yeah,
truth
burying
community,
bodies,
and
you
I'm
remember
gonna
those, right,
destroy
Bobby?
you.
I'm just saying. I'm not trying
You're
to go
just
down
lying.
memory lane.
You should say it.
I'm
I'm
not
just lying.
trying to fuck with you, Tommy, because we've had our issues before.
Who
Trying to be
is?
cordial
We
with you,
still
dude.
got issues, boy. I still
that's
stand
fine.
on if
We
you
do got
surprise
issues,
me
but
in
I'm
the
trying to
streets
be
of
cordial
Denver,
here.
I end you there. Now, how about that?
Again, you made threats, and I'm gonna handle mine. Make
Just
sure
to
I'm okay
you.
too. It's
No,
simple.
if you come
Yes.
to Denver, you got no reason
I'm
in
always
Denver,
in,
do
dude.
you?
I
You got
fucking
no
go
reason to
West
be in
Minster
Denver,
all
do
the
you?
time. I go to Thornton all the time. You act like you own motherfucking Denver, homie. We know where you're at. We know where you live. You want to keep fucking making threats like you're gonna bury my body? Damn straight, I'm gonna fucking make sure I know what's up with you.
So who do you
Simple
got
as that,
watching my
motherfucker.
door?
You made threats first, motherfucker, burying bodies.
No, I did not.
Damn, it's going
I did
down.
not, and I
We do
got
know
them
where you're at.
receipts.
We do know where you live, and we
You're
do know
spiraling.
everything.
Yeah, you know where I live, so say the address.
I'm not gonna do that to dox you
It's
here.
already been doxed, so I'm giving you
Well, I
permission
know,
to
and I'm
prove
not
you.
gonna fucking do that.
No, this
I
is
have no
truth.
issue
This is how
doxing
we're
you right
doing the
now. I have no
community,
issue
dude.
with you right
Shut
now.
up. Benton, don't kick him, but I might need you to mute him to get the back and forth. Listen.
Funny.
Listen, community. I'm standing here saying my address has been doxed. I'm giving Snafu permission to say it so that we know he knows it. Now say it, Snafu.
Bro, we got video of you fucking sitting there.
No.
We all thought
Say
you were
it.
We know it.
You
I don't
have
need
my
to say it.
permission.
I'm not
I have
going to
kept
say it.
Ian's
I'm
shit
not going
secret.
to get
I've
caught
kept
up
it
in your
secret.
little
I'm
fucking
giving you
game
permission to say
of
my address
doxing
so you
you.
say you know it.
I
Say
did.
it.
Everyone does now because of homeboy doxing you during
Not
that
you.
stream.
Say it. Not you. Say it.
I don't need to say. I know, and so does
Yes, you do
most
need to
everyone
say it.
now.
I've put you
Everyone
into a position.
knows where you were
Shut
at,
up. Mute
Tommy.
him for a second. I've put you in a position that you need to say it. Or did he run or did you boot him?
If I booted him, I didn't do it on purpose.
Benton.
If I booted him, I didn't mean to.
Oh, then he ran. Yeah, he ran, guys. Now listen, community, you have to understand what I just showed you. If Ian left over the drama, God bless him. I mean, he has the chance to do more things than I suggested. There is a way for Ian to come back, keep the channel separate, but because he said he's going to say his take and do his reactions, I don't think he'll keep separate. But I mean, it's all good. It all ends for the truth side in the long run till that day. But I hope you all understand what happened there, because I explained to you all that I said the grab him by the pussy story on Moose's channel to cause that heat at Lauren's interview. Shit, I went to Paul and said, hey, I'm going to interview at Lauren. You're going to see. I told Lauren and her producer, let's put an extra week between now and the interview because I need to build some hype and some narrative over this to get the thing to happen that happened. But we all know my address was doxxed. We all know where I spelled it out on the screen. No hate to the people that were in that video. And the boy still won't say it, acting like he's, oh, I can't say it. I don't want to dox you. No, we're proving you don't know shit, homeless boy. We're proving that this we and these takedowns, it's all lies. It's all the fantasies of a dirty, bearded, homeless nobody that won't even contact the man that adopted him. God bless the guy. But what kind of parenting job went down with that shit? How did that man produce this? God bless him for bringing some brown foreign baby into America.
Well, and I missed most of whatever that was. I was listening into Paul for some of it.
That's all right, but
he's
if
trying
you
to
don't
go
want the show going.
Well, real quick, he's trying to go street thug dynamics on me. Meanwhile, dude, I'm from one of the most dangerous places ever. So, I mean, I don't know what he's even talking about.
Both of us, yeah.
So,
and this is what people don't get. When people say, oh, Tom, you think you're a hard ass, you think you're a thug. Not at all. I just do the things I do to be my own last resort for safety. Like when I said I walk my dog with body armor and a gun, that's not because I'm badass. It's because watch the news and tell me there's a place that something can't pop off, because I know it pops off in my neighborhood. And I like to stay frosty. I like to walk with God and know I'm safe. And people want to say, oh, you're not rich because of this, oh, this and that, but they don't want to let me explain myself. And that's what I'm trying to teach the chat to discern and decipher, and then see what channels survive the viewership.
Well, but I mean, I don't know. Some folks are just, I don't even know what to say at this point, Tom.
Benton, it doesn't matter if you grew up in a dangerous place. I know how many years you did the backpack street life. That alone is like dangerous.
Oh, yeah. I know, dude.
Like I'll be walking my dog and my dog will show me whether it's a pile of crap under a tarp or if that's a person sleeping in a random spot.
Yeah, I've done a lot of sleeping in random spots in my time. But yeah, I'm 120 pounds, Tom, and the meth heads just assume I'm one of them. And then by the time they get close enough to me, now it's like, okay, I'm not one of them, but dude, I'm half dead to some extent, you know?
Oh, we're all dying then.
Yeah. So this point I'm making is first I look like somebody they might want to find out if I have any drugs to share with them. And then it's like, okay, well, he's not on drugs, but then, you know, now they want to see what else I have for him. Like, I didn't have this problem when I still had my muscles and stuff, but that's okay. Meanwhile,
me too.
Yeah, and one of the reasons I chose to leave homelessness, at least temporarily, was I got sick of dealing with the fucking meth heads. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
And there was no I'm sure we could have
by the way, present company excluded. I don't mean you, Tom. But yeah, go ahead.
No, I think we could have a very good, I might host you, since you've hosted me so many times. I might bring you over to my place, or you can restream us from your place. Cool. We need to have a conversation about like past homelessness and the pros and cons.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because I think we both can contribute to, sometimes it is like a permanent vacation and sometimes you're just over it altogether.
Yeah, definitely.
Like some of my darkest times was I'd be having a dream that I wasn't homeless and wake up back in homelessness, and that was a rude awakening every time. But then, like I said, sometimes you're just staycation on it.
Well, and
you know, when you were buff, did you go skinny to buff?
Oh, I was skinny to fat to added a lot of muscle.
Okay, can you relate that I've always been like a funny guy to people, but when I got buff, there was a time I realized, oh, you've got to change your comedy dynamic because you can't be your skinny guy comedy as a imposing muscular guy. It goes from funny to offensive. Like they take it more threatening.
That's probably true.
There's
Yeah.
jokes you can make. So, like as a skinny guy, I can tell buff guys, hey, wait your turn there, tiny. Shit like that. But as a big guy, you've got to change your context of comedy.
Yeah, I think there's something to that. Probably. I don't know, man. I'm sure we come across a lot differently, but
And you don't come off as socially a funny guy as me. No offense.
that's what
but
I'm.
yeah, I just
That's
don't-
what I'm getting at. Yeah. Well, I'm serious. I come across serious, but then people miss the deadpan humor when it is there. But that's okay.
Yeah. And I also try and tell people sarcasm, especially for the perma chatters, sarcasm is irrelevant to text. Sarcasm is all in the
Yes.
inflection. And
Yep.
people want to post comment, oh, I was being sarcastic. Well,
Yep.
fail.
Yeah, it's a tone. Well, and I have to tell people, I say I know I sound sarcastic, but I mean this because I just sound sarcastic.
Yeah.
Can't do anything about it.
And
But yeah,
there's
man,
an
it's,
aspect to it that I've kind of been like, there has been like from Gen X to now, it kind of has been an established order of sarcasm and cynicism just with everyone. And I think it is time for like a generational switch over. Like maybe things have to stop being about joking and funny. Maybe we need to be deadpan serious until society cleans up, which I don't think it will.
No, I don't. Yeah. Me neither.
People can ridicule me all they want. I strongly believe, in my opinion, we're approaching or into end times.
Yeah. God,
Because there's things that
if this
they
isn't
say
end
only
times,
believers will
fuck.
see. Yeah,
Yeah,
because sometimes I've questioned my salvation in the past. And one thing I'm seeing as a validator these days is like people just don't see stuff when I tell them. And to me, it's like, oh, so obvious. And yet to them, they're like, you really think that? I'm like, do you not see it, man? It's like right freaking here in our face.
Well, and as far as Paul, and he clearly wants some conflict, which is fine, but and I don't mind to some extent, but I'm
And
not
I raise my hand. I'm his hucklebearer.
There you go, exactly. But I'm not here to say, oh, Arkansas is fucking tough. That's not what I'm even saying. I'm saying if you Google most dangerous cities in the U.S., none of them are in the Northeast. Yeah, maybe a couple of places, but not really. It's mostly the rest of the country, and specifically
ironically,
the South. What's that?
And just because you said that just now, ironically, this most recent mass bang that's still on the prowl, I think that's Maine or Northeast.
Yeah.
And he was a weapons instructor. He was a guns instructor.
Mm-hmm.
Just lost his shit, I guess. I don't know.
Well, and most of the Northeast, there's a gun ban. So when Paul went on the other day, I played those clips this morning, and he's talking about the U.S. is special because we can still have guns. Well, not where you're from, Paul. You can't have them up there.
Right.
You can have them in most of the rest of the country, not there though. You don't.
I don't
need
even want
to
to visit
carry a
New
gun
York
in
now,
New
'cause-
York. What's that?
Yeah, they've got a zero tolerance. Like if they
Big
if they
time.
frisk you, you're straight to incarceration. You're going to go through the system, no matter what business you're on there. If you're not some security guard or some card carrying club, they have zero tolerance. So I don't even want to visit New York anymore.
Oh, I'm never going past. I won't go past the Mason-Dixon line anymore. And nowhere cucked harder for the mask and the jab than the Northeast. And I went there. I know. And New York specifically, they just immediately fell in line with all of that bullshit.
And the reason we're seeing
shameful.
things escalate, usually your mass bangs go out with the intention of they're going to take me down or I'll get cornered and take myself down. A couple guys, including this guy, are starting to do I pulled off 16, now I evaded, and I'm still out here planning the next. I think that will get increasing as well because
They've had some of those in Canada, by the way.
Yeah, they're gonna make eventually a call for no guns anywhere because
100%.
it's just slowly going to increase locking down on us until the day comes that all these Jesus believers need to go as well. And people laugh at me now. We'll be alive to see it, I think.
Yeah, and the fact is, culturally, Arkansas, the people that are alive now would never tolerate a ban, but a couple of more generations of the way these kids are being indoctrinated, and of course they will. The kids will just the kids are going to inherit all their daddy's firearms, and then they're just going to turn them in a couple of generations. That's my prediction.
And that is the key, I think, whenever we all say, oh, there's people alive now that aren't going to stand for that. They know that, and they're generationing it out, because you see these Zoomers, they don't want a house, they don't want a gun, they're just fine. Just let me be, man. And that's the people that are going to buy into some tyrannical bullshit.
100%.
A republic, if you can keep it, man.
Yeah. Well, then, the Northeast. And look, I try not to go in on the Northeast, but I got my own strong opinions, and I was there. I went there all during the pandemic until finally it was so bad, I just said never again, and I left the fucking Northeast never to return. I mean, fuck that place, man. What's up, Notch?
Well, what's up, Gagey? Gay pop.
What's up? Delusional Tommy and Benton Sir.
I'm glad you came up.
Did you and Mitchell get on the same page? I saw y'all were having a chat over there.
Oh gosh, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's kind of like, ordering Beetlejuice. So if you say that name too many times, I think you don't know what's going to happen afterwards. So I'm just going to kind of leave it.
Mitchell is like the white side of the snafu yin yang. Like snafu is all over the place and wrong. I can acknowledge a lot of truth snafu has, but he's still on that snafu loose cannonness.
Tommy, I mean, like, tell me the truth. I mean, you actually really do.
All I do is tell the truth unless I'm wrong and haven't been corrected. Oh, sorry, ask.
But I mean, did you even hear my question?
No.
Well, I reply. When you said "tell me the truth," I want to establish that's all I've ever been doing, unless I was mistaken, and I will realign once I'm corrected.
And then?
So yes, ask your question again.
So tell me, I mean, you actually you do like me, I think,
Yeah, I thought we covered. I thought we got on the same page about the whole Gaysian thing. Or what is it you're
that's fine, whatever.
What is it you're feeling dislike over?
No. I don't. I mean, like, before, like, I think you mistaken me. Like I said, like, you never threatened me. I never saw you threaten me. I've heard you threaten people on the internet, like with pulling a gun on whatever. But like,
no, pulling a gun. That's what I. Pulling a gun on camera is not.
I have not experienced it. Whatever. Like that. That's
no.
Up to the.
Do you know why I've pulled a gun?
I do not, and I don't care.
Okay,
Why?
no, you should know. You should know so that. Listen, you just said I did it over disagreements, and that's not true. Like I said about myself, let me realign you with the truth. I started the trend of. I started the trend of pulling a gun. I was only doing it when someone said, "Stand up, Davey." And because we believed that pulling a gun would shut down your panel, which now we know doesn't at all, because shout to HMFIC, we had a gun pulling extravaganza and it's still posted. I would only pull it out because people were saying "Stand up, Davey," because they'd only say that for a heinous, unslaved reason. Because Paul was mad because of his camera angle that also Bex uses. Everyone was saying, "Paul, stand up," and he was so in his feelers and mad about it, he started saying "Stand up, Davey," and that was post-mortal removal, and I didn't like that at all. Peace be upon. Rest in peace, Davey Crockett.
Okay.
Well,
I still got a piece for Davey coming out eventually. I say I'm on a lot of stuff, and I am. I just never set a time frame.
And I don't know that anybody noticed it, but Paul accidentally was on his phone one day, like out on the porch or whatever, and there is a video of him standing up on my channel somewhere. I have no idea which stream it is, though.
Also on Never Call Paul, that's Paul standing up at his California in front of a stage thing. He's a flesh-colored grimace. He offends me when he says he used to do push-ups and sit-ups. I don't believe that for a second.
Well, and for the record, I have just not concerned about anybody's weight. It's just not, I'm just not interested. But just for the record, well, now that he's going in on me, so hard, there is video of him actually standing up somewhere on my channel. I don't know where it is.
It's that California. It's on his channel.
No, I mean, he was on a stream is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah, it
he
doesn't
didn't
matter. We all
realize his
know-
camera was
we all
on, and
know
he
why
stood
he's
up.
told to stand up. Let's not discredit why we're saying it. It's the same reason him and Bex show from the neck up and then leave all that room for wall.
Yeah,
That's
I'm trying to
horrible
back you up
artistic
here. I'm actually
framing.
trying to enforce your point here. Yeah.
Right, but it's what I'm saying is we can knock fat people because unlike melanin, if they wanted to do something about it, they could.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
well,
should
but
we should
anyway.
knock skinny people though too, right?
Skinny people do get
overweight
knocked.
people.
Have you not heard me get knocked for skinny?
Yeah, I'm scrawny, dude. They mention it all the fucking time, actually.
If you're not one of the sexiest
I guess we're the
demographics,
three scrawniest people on the internet, right over here.
right. That's what fat people don't understand. Even when I was young and in school, skinny people get harassed just as much as fat people.
Oh, I hated
But they
it.
always think
I
the grass is
hated being
greener on the
skinny,
other side
man.
because it's still, as a man, I
can't
know you won't
gain weight.
understand this. I know you don't understand this, Nachikita, but as a man, it's when you're wrecked on for being skinny, it implies one cannot defend them or their family, things like that.
I have to give you credit, Tommy. You do have like the best burns on the internet, like you know. I mean,
I
at
have
least you're
a
fucking funny.
hentai demon tentacle penis for a tongue.
Oh yeah, he's too fast. He's too
Oh
fast.
my
I grew.
goodness.
This was my defense mechanism as that skinny kid in school. I narrowly avoided many a beatdown for humiliating people publicly. And then in high school, I avoided any harassment because I ran varsity my freshman year. So they were like, "Oh, you
Yeah,
ain't gonna get
that's what I thought. That's what I thought. You ran cross country, right? So you can
Only
run
for
away
2
from
years.
people, you know.
Yeah, and then I also caught a lot of shit for being varsity 2 years and quitting, but that's because no one
What's your best
recognized.
time? What was your best time for 5K, Tommy?
Oh, I don't know how you'd even explain that because there's no flat 5Ks. It's all varying cross country.
Ah,
Like
so-
every race has
So it
its.
doesn't matter. I ran cross country, dumbass. That's why I'm asking you. I know.
But I'm saying not only have I no concept of like I graduated in '98, bro. How would I even remember?
What? You don't even remember one time, like your
I don't.
average time that you ran for 2 years?
Shows how much weight
Okay.
I put on it, right? And then
Okay,
and then you
never mind
didn't
then.
let me finish. I quit because of the at-home static that would eventually escalate to I didn't live at home when I was a senior.
So did you
But it's
not
made-
play any other sports other than cross country? Was it the only sport that you played?
As far as school stuff, I was in like martial arts outside. I did a lot of athletic things on my own, like going out into the woods, just street skating. I've been an active person all my life.
That's good. That's cool. I can't gain weight, man. I mean, like I tried.
Oh, you
I mean,
can.
you know,
You
I used
can.
to live. It's hard.
I
It's
know
hard
it
for
is.
me.
It is.
Like
It's hard.
especially at this point.
It is very hard. Yes. I think you're better
Here's
off
why
staying
it's hard,
thin,
Nancy.
personally. Just my opinion.
It's hard because I think you're like me. You don't come off as a gluttonous eater. And even though I can surprise people with what I can pack away when I'm enjoying the food, to gain weight as guys like us, as in like a bodybuilding thing, not only will you eat your chicken breast and whatever dinner, but no matter how you feel about eating, you will add on 2 or 3 plates of rice.
It's insane,
And it's
man.
not to enjoy. You'll feel like you're going to puke.
Oh, it's
you
horrible.
must shove that down your gullet.
It's horrible.
Yeah, but that's another problem. I don't eat meat, so that's another problem.
Oh,
where,
vegetarian
like,
bodybuilder, very difficult.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's even
very
harder. Yeah.
difficult.
It's even harder.
Now, what I'd like to do, and it's still going to be hard at this age, if you don't know, Bruce Lee as his skinny, muscular guy, there were like famous actress women and shit that would claim like, oh, I touched his bicep and it was like marble. Like his
Oh,
bicep felt like rock marble. And he has hurt
Yeah, man.
people on the set by accident. Yeah, he was a bad motherfucker.
Yeah, like, yeah, I think people know who Bruce Lee is, man. Tommy.
They don't.
And
They
I
don't.
think, well, like people, like he, like as far as I remember, he was like at heaviest, like 140 something, or maybe 50
like
something.
145.
But he didn't like himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he didn't like that weight, and he's 5'8". He's 5'8", and then his optimum weight was like 125.
Which is tall
That
for
was
an
like,
Asian.
Yeah. I mean, relatively.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
That was just a
Relatively, I
joke.
suppose.
I mean, I think they're average like 5'7", 5'8".
No, like okay, you know, U.S. American average height is 5'8".
Yeah.
In
Then what's
America,
average
5'8" is
China?
I mean,
Because
You're kind of making
I have
Tom's
a
point here.
5'6" probably.
Yeah, you're kind of
I
making
knew
Tom's
like a
point here.
six-something guy that taught English in China for a while, and he said he was just like towering over everyone. He could spot people in crowds because and he didn't look tall to me. He was a little taller than me because I'm like 6 foot. Once I was working out and my spine straightened, I was like 6 foot. But yeah, he said over there he got.
What are you, like 5'11" then? 5'11",
Um,
and then you're like when you wake up you're 6 foot.
No,
Is that
on
what
my
you are?
license, for a long time, I was just claiming 5'9", because most of my life,
How do
the
you go
last time
from
I was,
5'9" to 6 feet? That's like fucking 3 inches.
no, I think I was wrong at 5'9", but once I was working out consistently and seeing the chiropractor that had an office at the gym, yeah, I was easy
This
6
is the
foot.
way you are.
No, I
You're
used to
walking
have
around like this?
I used to have like a Gen X slouch, bro. I was wearing the BDUs when I was skating. I was wearing a classic camo BDU, like a Kurt Cobain. Do you know those days? Were
Blam.
you around for like 90s and goth and alternate rock?
Tommy, I'm fucking
The
older than
alternative
you.
rocks? Hey, Sonny, were you around for the alternative rocks and the MTVs and
I
the
know
hip
I
hop?
look younger than you, but I'm actually older than you, Tommy.
Yeah, it's your Asian DNA. It's why I hit on a trans Filipino that worked at the airport for like 3 months before
That's your problem,
before
partner.
she had the balls to tell me she had the balls.
That's the thing with Asian, man. They're harder to tell in
Yeah.
regards to the trannies.
And do you think that's why a lot of them go trans? Because they see that, hey, I could go trans.
Nobody will know. You know, oh my God. I dressed up as a woman on a Halloween once, and white dudes thought that I was a chick, like genuinely. And I just
I
like
just
pretended
said,
like I didn't
no.
speak any English. And they were like buying beer to me. It's like, can I buy a beer? And I would just like nod my head. Of course, I didn't have any facial hair and shit. I had
Yeah.
slightly long hair, and I was in my 20s. And my friends, they gave me a dress and they like, put some makeup on me. And I was like, holy shit, this is what it feels like to be a woman.
And you
And
don't
people
even
just
need
come
all
up to
that.
you and like, yeah, and they just like start buying you drinks and shit, and you
No,
don't
I'm
say
saying
anything, and you just
I
nod,
think a lot
and
of
they
these
just like
kids.
hang around you
Okay, we get it. We get
during
it.
Halloween.
Enough said. We know. I think a lot of the trans movement is based on if I shave my face and look at some of these Snapchat filters, you'll be like, God damn, I'd be a hot fucking chick. Because you don't realize it's bringing your cheekbones in, it's sharpening, it's doing all that your DNA as a man won't do. And I
Come on,
think that's
Tommy.
moving
We
a lot
know
of these
that you would
kids
look hot.
to be
You
what?
know, we know you would look hot in one of those chick filter things. I
Yeah,
mean,
for the
you like
filter,
those
I did it
filters.
on Bex's channel, dude. And then the motherfuckers over there wouldn't quit requesting it. It was creepy. But that's what I'm saying. I'm not that Nat Chiquita. I have a jawline of a dude that'll throw down. I am a man. But I think these kids don't realize that, and it takes them into this opinion of maybe they should cut their dicks off. Among other
You
things
have
politically and
to
socially that are
give
changing.
people what. I mean, if you can throw down and you're proud of that, I
I'm
mean,
the
you
one
have
that talks
confidence.
over people. Do you see
You're
yourself right now?
confident about it. Like, why not? Why not use the filter and give people what they want and look a little bit
Oh, with the
feminine? Maybe you have too much
filter, I'm
masculine
fine with
shit
it. I'll
going
play
on.
games like that with the filter, Nat Chiquita. I'm talking about IRL here. Like, I'm never going to start going to plastic surgeon to get this nose cleaned up and start living like a woman. No. But I think that's why some of this new generation is delusional enough to do that. And then once they do get old enough and realize ain't nobody ringing up with this half man, half female that was confused as a teenager, it's causing beast system problems. I assure you. But yes, Asians are a naturally androgynous people. And it's the same way I'll say Mexican women and the Spanish women, they seem to either go one way or the other. You will either be spicy, hot, sexy, what's her name from Dusk Till Dawn and all the...
Oh,
I
that's
forget her
my
name.
favorite, Salma. My all-time favorite, Salma
Yeah, you'll
Hayek.
either be a Selma Hayek type or you'll be full round short trollish. Like you're either just like a troll of a woman, Mexican woman, or you're a sexy salsa tango woman. I don't see a lot of in between.
But
we
God
all
bless
have
them. There's-
different body types. You know,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
like
someone out
genetics
there
is
on the
very. I mean, it's very different for different groups of
Yeah.
people. That's for sure. Go ahead.
And I'm glad we had a
Well.
lot of illegal Mexicans in my hometown because I've told it before. Some of the women I went to high school with that I was like, oh, God bless her, she's hopeless. No one's ever going to ring that up. Can barely look at her. Years later, I'd see her like ringed up with children from one of those illegal Mexicans, and they were proud as fuck to have her on his arm. That was a beautiful thing, I think. I won't deny I was shallow in the ladies' area.
When I was going to ask Notch if,
But also,
if he ever heard
the
me
way women are today, they deserved it.
if he ever heard me say that my first wife was born in Vietnam. I was wondering if he ever heard me say that. Notch.
Oh, she been in a long
remember.
time.
Yeah, she grew up here, but she yeah, exactly. Yeah, she was born in Vietnam, but then she came here when she was like 2. So she's very American. I mean, you know, American English as a first language, but also fluent, you know, in Vietnamese and everything.
Oh, Benton have big American penis.
With no
Vietnam
accent, though.
penis,
See,
so
no
small.
accent. Tom.
Vietnamese is
Small
tough, man. There's a lot of like,
Vietnamese
there's a
Yeah,
lot
no
of
accent.
tonation.
What?
Yeah.
Well, Notch is a little
Vietnamese
lag,
is like really difficult because of the tones. And,
Yes. You know, it's funny. I was around her family a lot. I never had any fucking idea what they were saying, but I could listen to the tones. It was fascinating. The intonation, man, it's off the charts. Yeah.
And to add, okay, so this girl from the airport, when we take into account how androgynous Asians are in the first place, her family was open enough. I think she said at like 7 years old, they let her get on hormones. So she had a bubble butt and tits. I'm still saying she, because all that time I thought that was a girl, and no one here would have called me a liar had they met her, you know? She only got sketched out whenever I was really making that pursuit. And then to show how fucked up this community and Snafu is, I had told stories of an actual Japanese girl that worked there that I was always trying to get to go into one of the family bathrooms with me. That was a one bathroom you could lock and no one else is coming in. And their minds just made that the trans girl. And then they go around saying that was that. And you wonder why I bring so much beef on these people. They hate the truth.
I mean, like, I don't like to be biased, but I do think like Asian women have like very good, like, you know, body types. And
Oh, I love
and, like
Asian women, dude.
East Asians, like I'm talking about Chinese, Koreans, and Japanese. Like, you know, I kind of separate them a little bit from Southeast Asians. But the Filipinos, man, I mean, they have the mix of genetics that just like make them like really in a different world. Like it's like not even fair how beautiful Filipino chicks are. It's crazy.
And there is a thing to it where when I say I like Asians, it's like the women that do take care and do the like Asa Akira. I probably fapped to her back in my porn addiction. Not that there was
I have no idea who that is. Who's that? Is she
she's a
an
very
actress?
prevalent Asian porn star. But when I think of Asians, I think of stuff like that and girls that used to come to Cowboys nightclub and shit. But then if I just Google Asian women, there's lots of Chinese girls and Asian girls. I'm like, no thanks. Like there's still an average to Asian.
They still look all. The problem with them, as far as I'm concerned, is that they all they're carbon copies of each other. You know, they look.
Hey,
very
producer,
similar.
sorry, Nachikita. Producer Moose, Nachikita's not holding his own because he doesn't have to. He's not being attacked. You come the fuck up here and I'll show you what attacked is. Because I heard you over there at your daddy's, and now you are established. You are lost, Moose. I've been walking around saying you got the chance to redemption arc. You lost it. You threw it all away. And whenever I get Ian's footage, Moose, you're done. This shit that I'm going to show of you, Moose, you're done. I'm not triggered, Moose. I'm telling you, you're a target, and I'll get you when I find that footage I referred to. Whenever you had to run from Ian's panel because Lauren De Laguna said, Moose, you were going to come give an interview about Paul, and you ghosted me on it. So you left there, you went back over to your daddy, and they rejected you that night. You're a bitch, Moose. I let you come up on my second panel ever. I let you sit there and read the chat for me. I saw that you had been scarce. I saw you weren't doing your Moose thing. And this is typical Moose. Every time I give people credit publicly, they flip it 180 and go against it like I control them or something. You fucked up, Moose. You were just a tier above Snafu. I'm gonna make sure you're down there on Snafu level. Nachikita, you didn't hide. You didn't have to cam off just because I put it to Moose. See, that's what I'm saying, Moose. The fact Snafu goes everywhere saying respect and acknowledge the producer, Moose, that hurts you, bro. That hurts you to have Snafu. I don't want Snafu roaming these streets vouching for me. Don't listen to that motherfucker. I ain't spurging, bitch. There's a difference between spurging and verbally effing you in the A, Moose. I bet you won't come up here, will ya?
No. Yeah, look, I just want to say this one thing. I am my own man. I don't care who supports me or not support me. If I have an opinion about something, I'm going to say it. Period. Okay.
And you better.
Doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter if Snafu is supporting me or not.
But you kind of.
Look, I mean, like we know that. Hey, what? Wait. Just give me a second.
Go ahead.
Like he is supporting me when I was going and talking shit about you, Illumitami, because he doesn't like you, and I get
so
that.
You were talking shit about me, you say?
Yeah,
and it's
I
okay.
mean, in the chat
it's okay. It
bit.
just proves my point of what I'm trying to tell you to keep and ascend to higher. Like the only time you started catching these teeth, Nat.
But Illumitami, I like you. I mean,
I know I like you too.
With you if I didn't
is
like
what
you.
I'm saying.
So like it's a little bit of a banter because you call me Gaijin, you call me a gook moron. That's fine. That's fine. But I get to do the same to you. That's all.
Well, here's the thing. Let me explain.
Hold on, Tommy. We ran out of time.
Moose, you sit there and wait because I'm gonna. I pulled my belt off. I'm like, you wait your turn.
Wait, you said come up. You said come up here.
Right, but you see me talking to an adult. Hey, little boy, you see me talking to an adult. You'll wait your fucking turn. Now, Nachikita, there is the endearing burns like, hey, my Gaijin, stuff like that. The only time you were really catching.
Yeah. So Tommy, can we get back to me?
No, and now you're gonna get it, and now you can leave. I'm done with you. You've shown yourself an immature bitch. I'm trying to talk to another adult here. Now, kick rocks, Moose. So there is the endearing, like, my Gaijin, and I was mad, I think, the day I was all like, fucking slope, Charlie, you fucking chant. But the only time you've caught these teeth is there was a time you sat on Paul's panel just nodding and agreeing, and I'm like, you're not on the page yet. That's bullshit you're agreeing with. And that's when you were making me mad. You are your own man. You are your own man, and I hope you show up. I want you to show up Saturday at 12 Mountain Time because I think you'd be an ally in backing up this refinement of the chat shit.
Tommy, I gotta tell you, these zucchini chocolate chip cookies are like lit.
Why do I
PM or AM? Because I don't know what 12 Mountain Time.
Oh, you're like around the globe difference. I've been saying that like Americans that know the time zones, which is globe talk. I don't know. You'd have to do the math. Even whenever I was scheduled with London and we were trying to work it out, I was like, bro, just have it upcoming and let YouTube do it for me.
I asked you if it was AM or PM. I can do the math, but there's a big difference. There's 12 hours difference.
It would, hey, as I look at the clock, it would be an hour earlier than right now on Saturday. Whatever time it is for you now, subtract an hour, it would be that. What'd you just do to me?
That's doable. That's doable.
Okay. So what the fuck do I give about what do I care about your cookie, little boy? Am I too low because he turned my volume down on a rant and now I'm talking normally?
All right, you're good, Tom.
Okay. So what do I give a fuck about your cookies, Moose? No, he's got cookies. See, if he's got cookies, his mama's home. She obviously made them. I know we see him folding towels and doing the laundry and shit, but what the fuck do I give about your chocolate chip zucchini cookies? See, this is why you haven't changed, Moose. Moose never knows if he's in a bit or not bit because he wasn't raised by a man. He's not a man. He's just playing his games and failing. I tried to help you, Moose.
Just
I
wants
thought
to
you
be
were
liked by everybody. Come on.
Yeah,
Tommy.
he's a piece of shit.
He's just like he's just like the rest of us. We just want to be loved and coddled.
I don't need to be loved. I hate it when Paul says that about me.
You don't want to be spooned by a Gaijin.
I only want
to be spooned.
That's why it's so easy to define who I'm
Tommy.
for and against. It's very easy.
Are you
Rebuttal bar,
homophobic?
half the litness of this panel rebuttal bar is that you stepped up here like you were going to do something. You got swatted down, whether you realize it or not. Sorry, I've supported him. I've tried to help. That's
Man,
what I've told
it is
people.
such a beautiful day today. Like
Change
the
the
sun is
subject.
out.
We
My
misdirect.
chocolate chip
We're not here to talk
zucchini
about today.
cookie tastes absolutely delicious. Tommy,
Getting high
can you
on,
take a
on some
deep
good
breath?
weed. Yeah.
Yeah, just
Quit
take a
playing
deep
these.
breath,
See, this
man.
is how worthless you are. You'd go to a fight club and say enjoy the sunny day when you're in a basement of Lou's bar where they showed up to punch each other in the face. This is why I don't respect Rebuttal Bar. I thought he made Rebuttal Bar.
Yo,
to keep
yo,
the
yo, let's
London-
get to the topic at hand. Respect and the knowledge of producer Moose.
Yeah, you done lost here
Respect
for the
and the
day.
knowledge of producer Moose, Tommy.
I mean, Benton, if you don't want to talk the serious shit, I'm okay with that. You don't have to throw snafu on me to say it. See, he
left.
doesn't realize who he is. God, we don't even realize who he is. I mean, I want to know more about that situation where, like, you've heard about people going into hotel rooms and Walmart bathrooms to set up a meth lab, but Snafu and some dudes got a hotel room just to make THC oil. You can do that legally in a weed legal place, and there's a crackhead way to do it with a 20-ounce bottle and some butane. But that
No, I saw
motherfucker,
that. No, I don't think that's accurate. I
he
thought he was
almost
making
blew
hash.
his hand off doing it, though.
Yeah, he was making cannabis
There's
oil.
a difference between.
Cannabis oil.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought he was making hash.
Well,
Cannabis oil, THC oil, what?
they actually used to
And-
call
and-
it
and
BHO, which
Sterling
is
Ray showing
butane
her
hash
lack
oil.
of foundation.
Yeah, it was originally called BHO, butane hash oil. When it was, I'm pretty sure that's the way he was making it, and which is completely fine if properly
No,
ventilated.
Venus, I'm aligned with you right now, but you want to keep it factual. It's still ridiculous to say THC hotel explosion because they weren't making meth. I've got a problem with saying I'm on meth when I'm not. So I'm not going to back falsities and untruthitudes. But no matter how long it takes you people to figure it out, I get on everyone's nerves and I'm hated for truth, for vouching for Jesus. I like it that way. Don't say it wrong. No, London is not honorable, Sterling. You're reducing your own credibility as we speak. I've backed London when he's right. He's restrained me from some of that, as did Z. And now he's talking shit on me. It's fine. I'll always be fine in the end because I walk in truth. Show me that I'm not, and I'll just realign with where I was wrong. And
You don't
put
need
that-
to keep saying that, man. I mean,
Oh,
I
you
get
do.
at some
These
point-
people don't get it. These people don't get it. And as far
Why?
as you don't,
Like-
as far as you don't need to keep saying that, show me the channel that's not on their own, some kind of repeat or
Okay,
something.
but like, well, okay, but like I get it, and that's admirable of you to, you know, I mean that's like it's like a status quo that you should be, you know, caring about the truth and walk the truth and all that kind of stuff. But like if you continuously say that, Tommy, like I start to lose some.
No, I get
Not
that. I
respect,
get-
but like you know, what I mean, like
No,
I
I
go
know
the
you're
opposite
saying-
direction. Like why he needs.
I get it.
You
saying-
know, you understand what I'm talking about?
I get the context of you saying, "Oh, as soon as I hear I'm not racist, here comes something racist." I get that you're saying it like that. I'm trying to establish it for this thing I'm asking you to show up for Saturday at whatever time this is for you, an hour before now.
Like I get people can be racist. I mean, like there's different versions of racism. Just recognizing somebody's black or Asian or white is already the beginning.
No,
of
that's
being a
that's
racist,
just
whatever.
identifying.
It
Listen,
has-
listen.
It is.
If
It has
your
no matter
car-
to me. It doesn't fucking
No,
matter. I
it's
don't.
not
give a fuck about
racist
that
to address race. That's not racist to address it.
I
If
agree
you got
with
mugged,
you.
if you got
I'm
mugged in my
agreeing with
neighborhood,
you.
would go right to the cops, say it was a black man. He looked like this. He had a big lips, big nose. Like you describe him to a T. If you were just robbed and mugged, that's not racism. It's identifying characteristic.
Respect and knowledge of producer Moose, Tommy.
I agree with you.
Racism is only the act of feeling that a race is superior to other
Thank you,
races.
Snafu. I appreciate you, brother.
You
I do
would,
appreciate
because
you.
You've
you're
been
in
waiting
Snafu's
very
camp.
patiently. I think you TK'd Tommy pretty bad. He called you
Oh,
up.
yeah,
and
'cause
he's
you
too
said
afraid
so?
to go at you.
Because you
So he
said
focused
so?
and
You're
deflected on
culted as
that
shit.
part. Mr. Moose,
This is why
fatality.
I don't
Tommy
understand why you weren't with the
lost.
Linguini crew. Why weren't you with the Linguini crew? Because they also say no
Why are
matter
you
what our
deflecting from Mr.
outcome,
Moose? He
we
came
win.
up here to fucking confront you. You
Oh
called
my
him out. He came up
fucking
here,
God.
and you have been deflecting the whole time.
No, he deflected with his cookie bullshit and with
No, we watched it. You called him
interrupted
out.
two
He
men
showed up.
talking.
He tried talking, and you have not even wanted to address him. I think
Yeah, I'm gonna address it when I find that footage of Lauren running him off, and then everything gets displayed in that footage.
So, okay, Mr. Moose, well done. Respect and knowledge, Mr. Moose.
Whatever. Do I sound scathed? Do I sound like you did anything, Moose? If anything, the worst you're gonna get it is because you came
So let's
around
kind
and
of
gave
get
you
back
credit.
to. So let's kind of
let's
get back
get
to
off
like
Moose,
what we're
off
talking about.
Snafu. I agree.
So like because like I had to deal with this growing up because as you know I was adopted. I'm Asian. My parents are white. My family is pretty much white. I grew up in a white community. Blah blah blah. And yeah, I grew up with people calling me Chink, Gook, Jap, whatever. Like
Slope, Charlie
but
Chan. Yeah.
whatever. Like Bruce Lee, et cetera, et cetera. But look, so according to my standard, I'm just talking about me. Like I've also noticed because I've been involved with especially when I was in university, I was involved with a minority group and progressive groups and shit like that. And
Where
the
did you go to
trend
college?
of Wisconsin, Stevens Point.
Okay. Well, I just wonder because, as you know, the state of Washington was trying to lump Asian races just in with white people.
I don't know about that, but I my university was still 95% white.
sometime. I'll have you
Okay.
on when I
So
talk
let me
about it.
let me just get to my point though, real
Go
quick.
on.
Is that I was adamantly against this kind of like Asians or minorities, just throwing that racist word out. Just racist. I hated it.
Yeah.
And this what is it called? Like when they lowered the standards for minorities to
Yeah,
what
it's
is it
called,
called again?
Affirmative action.
Affirmative
action.
Yeah, affirmative action.
And it
I
hurts them
also
worse than
fucking hated
racism.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, my point was what? You get to run 90 meters, I get to run 90 meters, and somebody gets to run 100 meters because why? Because I'm Asian? Because Asians don't fucking run 100 meters very well in this world. There are no fucking world record racists or Asians out there. And so they don't deserve it, in my opinion. Why? Maybe it's genetics.
No,
Maybe
stop,
they don't care.
stop.
I don't know.
Stop.
What?
Has this been something you've been studying for a while? Is this an underlying issue? Because I never thought about something
trying
like
to
that.
get in everywhere. This is the Moose thing.
Tommy, I'm actually curious about this running.
Yeah,
thing.
but you have spent too long not actually being curious. I'm having a conversation with the dude that you wanted to interrupt. So kick rocks, little boy. I'll get you on your
I
time.
wasn't interrupting him, jerk. I was asking him some questions. I'm interested. I'm engaged. See,
Yeah,
now
well,
you're
you
making
don't
the
carry
baby cry,
yourself
Tommy.
to validate that interest. You've ruined your reputation. I tried to help. You pushed it away.
Tommy,
Kick rock.
Do you understand what I was talking about?
Yes,
That I
I'm trying to
was
bring value to what
adamantly-
you're talking about. I have that value as a guy that grew up in the last dregs of a KKK state. I know all about it. I have the N-word pass on Real Brother Radio. Try and wrap your head around that. That channel will tell me as a white man I have Nazi in my DNA. They let me say nigger there. Moose doesn't know who he's fucking with. He doesn't know himself. Doesn't know how unfathered he is.
So I see things just both ways. That's what
Welcome
my
to the
point
internet.
is that I see
AC/DC.
minorities using that racist word little too much and taking a little too much advantage of it and calling
And
everybody fucking racist.
the idea of racism today hurts minorities more than actual racism because I've not given people
I
a
agree
job.
with that.
Okay,
I
cut me
agree
off.
with that.
That cut my thought off. I let you do yours. You'll say I'm the overtalker.
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, well,
Go ahead.
Okay, so I've given a black guy a job. First day on the job, I say, see how many of these slices you can sell at the park. He sold his fucking Domino's shirt. Now, I could have stereotypically attached that to him because it was probably for
Get
the
on
game.
the soul
But
train.
then I
That's
also
right. Get
gave
on
him the
soul
chance in the
train.
first place. Now, had I not given him the job, he has room to go home, look in the mirror, and say, it's just the pigment. But if white people can't be racist, as they say, and can't be offended by racism, which I don't think they can.
Why?
We go home every day when we don't get the job and know we fucked up and we have to better ourselves to get the job. We can't just say, oh, it's because I'm white. So the idea that's constantly put out of, oh, it's because your race, you're getting swatted down, that is what's hurting them, is that idea in their head.
It's
the
kind
same
of a
way
victim mentality.
Right. In
Now
the same way you see people being like, I got to go fill out this government paperwork to get a paycheck. That dependency is what's racist. It's the left saying you need to get on this check because you won't make it without us. And that's why you have generational black families on welfare. And that is a crutch. And it's even harder to get out of that because they're dependent on it. So when the government shuts down and that ain't coming, oh, now who's really fucked my minority?
Yeah,
Now
it's the
let's get
mental
back
situation, like the state, the mental state that people find themselves that they.
The leftists in Washington wanted to start making Asians officially in the white people group because they see Asians excelling scholastically or playing the game corrective. And then, oh, fuck that, we can't say they're minorities. They're
Now
the
let's
man
get
now.
back
They
to
wanted to
just
turn
plain
Asians
old
into white and
nigger
say, oh,
shit.
they're the man too now. And it didn't fly countrywide, but that was attempted in Washington state where we had George Floyd and what was that place called with no cops? I forget what the place was called. Chat helps me out sometimes with words. And as we see with Moose,
Where?
In Washington
Floyd
state,
was Minnesota. Floyd was Minnesota.
Yeah, Floyd was Minnesota, man.
What?
Floyd
It was
was
both of you
Minnesota.
talking. I didn't hear what you're talking about. What? What was Minnesota, faggots?
Floyd.
Oh,
was
okay, sorry.
Minnesota.
See, listen, everyone, I was wrong. Floyd was Minnesota.
Yeah, you're
now
okay,
I'll
Tom.
try and realign with
Yeah.
when I say where Floyd was.
I was on the
Are y'all
delay.
happy?
Sorry,
You
I was
see that
listening on my
walking through?
phone.
Okay, it's okay.
That was my
But it
fault.
was Washington State that was trying to make Asians white. And it was Washington with the name of the place I can't remember that was supposed to be the No Cops Summer of Love place. You guys remember what it was called?
Oh, the Chaz. Yeah, Seattle. The
Chaz, yes, the Chaz.
Chaz or the Chop.
And I think maybe maybe the Chaz is where it was the Floyd mural that got hit by lightning. Maybe that's why I'm thinking Floyd was
Oh, okay,
Minnesota.
that makes sense. They burned down
And
the
that- isn't
police
that
station there
classic?
too. That's
Like they made a very big wall side monument
Yeah.
to graffiti monument to
yeah, that's
Floyd. Immediately hit by lightning instead of blaze.
that's Capitol Hill in Seattle. I've been all over that place, by the way. Been homeless there. It's a lovely part of town, but yeah, crazy motherfuckers running around for sure.
And that's why I offered Talcott the room that he memory hold, because I showed him that video. There's a famous Asian YouTuber with like a deep radio voice. I forget his name. He was filming in Washington, and a homeless kid saw him, chased him for blocks,
Andy
swinging
No.
in a machete, swinging a hatchet in the air, like chasing the dude. Like and then a couple people like joined in to follow with him as who are we following? Yeah, let's get him. And I was like, Talcott, you won't survive that shit if you go around brothers and sister and them kids. You're not gonna survive that. So it's like, I got this room for you. I had also offered it to Paul Enslaved in the early days. But I told Talcott, this room you can come to, but you ain't gonna sit on your panel, brother and sister, and you gotta show me you're gonna look for a job and get the fuck out of here eventually. And now he like memory holds that it even happened, and he can kick rocks, eat shit.
Yeah, I think Jack doesn't like me. That's my feeling.
That's the
But
pro.
maybe he does.
In my eyes, that's the pro for you. The same way the first time I encountered Cinnamon
He gets
Grimoire-
upset when I'm asking him questions. Like I just
Yeah,
ask him like
questions
very,
that will
very
lead to
direct
the
questions.
truth,
Like
right?
yeah, like I just ask him like very directly, like, hey, okay, I'm 4-piece too. I am 4-piece. I don't want, but like, how you want to achieve it? Like, what are you gonna do? Like, love and light is not gonna
Hold on, let me
do
read
it,
this.
and there are gonna be psychotic people out there.
See, you see that, Jackie?
He
Fox?
doesn't
That's what I
want
was saying.
questions,
Hold
though.
on, shut up, Moose. That's what I was saying about Jackie Fox earlier. She's culted, but I like her. And right there, look at her. Snafu, hi.
Shout out to all
So
you
what's wrong with
quasi-luminous,
that?
self-entitled, pseudo-intellectual.
What's wrong with her
I
saying
don't
hi
think
to
he was
Snafu?
implying
What's
there was
wrong with
anything
that?
wrong with
You
it.
don't get what's wrong with him saying, respecting, and acknowledge the producer Moose, because neither of you have earned much respect. And when you started to get respect from me, you immediately went 180, and now you lost it. And now, for the host you're with, may I read this chat that he's showing about the host? Fucking not producer Moose. Shout out to all you quasi-luminous. Oh, it's gone.
No, it's back. Go for it.
Well, this is a good example to show them at home, Benton, and the same reason I wouldn't sing earlier. I'm watching what the YouTubers see, so it's going to be, and now it's back.
Okay,
Shout out
gotcha.
to all you quasi-luminous, self-entitled, pseudo-intellectual lights, arrogant, fuck-faced beta nerds who don't know thyself and project your insecurities onto everyone else. Beta, Benton, and Z. The metaphysician is a joke as well.
Wait, are you listening on the delay too, or just watching?
No, the delay would be there, but I turned that down, and I'm listening on my talk to you
Okay,
device.
got it.
And this is how I've metaversally.
Why do people care so much? I mean, like that's something. I mean, like people can say shit about me. I maybe I'm projecting here, but like, you know, like people talk shit in the chats like all the time about everybody.
Oh, I
right?
know. Yeah.
I'm glad you asked.
Yep.
Because it shows how I've been way ahead of the curve, like Sherelle gives me vouch for. You care unless you don't. The weight is there unless we don't put it there. Like I admit, this is only this game because we all agree there's weight to it. And the only time I vouch that there's weight where there should be is that scenario I say of someone seeing me on the street. Maybe by chance they had been on these panels and said, that's that PDF motherfucker. I'm just going to stab him without warning. That's where I see weight. And then if you have a monetized channel for money, respect, there's weight to people bashing you verbally with untruthitudes and ruining that channel. So there is weight where there's weight. And then there's weight some places where we're just doing it for the game. And now we're getting to where I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, let's face it, because I don't. I'm not going to speak for everybody, but I do not hold everybody's opinions to be equal. You know, some people's opinions are going to be more valuable to me based on the way they have presented themselves, based on what they say. Like, there's a whole history of things. And then some people, they are in my memory more, while other people, I have no idea who they are and don't care, you know? And then if they start talking shit, like, I'm like shrugging my shoulders. And that's pretty much the truth for everybody. And it's going to be a little bit different for everybody because like other people are going to be aligned with each other in different ways.
And this is where we take it back to how the leftists are fucking up. I would
almost guarantee you that Don McDouglas does not take ice
you're
baths.
Jack Talcott in here.
No, I'm not.
So I
and you're
used to
being
do ice
Moose.
baths.
So shut the fuck up. Now, equality of opportunity is not
all it's cracked
equality
up
of
to be.
outcome.
The ice
This is how
baths.
socialists and leftists try to redistribute everyone's shit for everyone to be at the same bar and never go higher. They want
it's fucking nuts. It's nuts.
It is. And Moose
It's
can't
socialism.
see
I
what
think
we're
this
talking
is going
about
to
is
break
big boy.
everyone out. I think one of
Moose,
these
do you
guys
need
is going to win.
attention? Could you go back to your daddy for attention? Because you've well established you're not bringing value to this big boy conversation. You're a bitch, and your wife makes you watch your kid while you're trying to panel. That's why we're like mute up.
That's
when your
not true. I'm not
kid's
doing that right now. I'm staying
right
outside.
now. Yeah. Well, we heard her toys. We heard her screaming. You had to go outside to get away from it.
See,
and you sold
I
your
can't
property.
add
you
any
sold
value 'cause
every
you're-
stance of freedom you had left, and now you're going to be a renter like everybody else.
I'm not a renter. What are you talking about?
You sold your hotel, which was your house, right?
And I have a house now.
You own that house? Why are you laughing? I'm just asking honest questions so that I may walk in truth and not lie about you.
You own that house?
Yes, yes.
right, you
That's
better-
why I'm laughing because you're all mad at me and I'm on your side.
I'm
Tommy.
not
I've
mad
been
at you.
supporting your
I'm
show.
not
Yeah,
mad
Moose
at
has
you.
resources somehow. I'm not
I'm
exactly
not
sure
mad at
how,
you for
but
selling your house. I'm mad at you for being a no dick person who denies truth and supports the cult.
look, half the comments are about me over at
I don't
Paul's.
support the cult.
You
I
do,
just
you do. You can't
support.
just sit here and say it away.
Official
You've
meta bounty for
established-
know-it-all
I don't
bit.
know what I say.
The triggered
If
bitches
I
been
never
issued.
existed, Moose, you've
Metadata.
established
Do you see what's
yourself as a
happening, Keith,
shyster
by the way?
nobody.
It was
Did you know about this, Mr. Suspect?
And also, that was an angle for me to show
I'm
Paul is
now persona
fraudulent.
non
When I
grata. This
came
is
at you
Paul
on Paul's
Unslaved's
about
live chat on the
selling
screen
your
here.
hotel
I don't know.
away,
I never know
and
if
he
you can
was
see the
trying to
screen
say
or
the
not.
benefits of it.
But
I was like, oh, you're
that's
trying
the
to say he
that's
could
the
use
live
that
chat
money
from Paul
to
Enslaved
do
right
the
now, and
thing
half
he
the
was already
comments,
doing
not
had
quite
he
half,
not
but a
sold
lot
the
of the comments
hotel.
are about me.
And you did. You had. I would have made the hotel your house rather than.
Well, some of
fucking
them
sell it.
anyway.
Well, I wanted to, but running a hotel with only 2 people and a baby is not very easy.
Right, because you can't pull your weight as a man, and your wife was tired of covering where you fall short as a man. Like you've
That's
showed
not
us in
true
this
at
metaverse.
all.
You've shown yourself
You
in this
keep saying
metaverse.
some
you're
weird
not-
things.
No, you've shown yourself in this metaverse not to be a stand-up individual. I highly
That's not
in
true
your real
either.
life you don't come through either. Because when I first
Okay,
came
let's-
across the Unslaved and you
I
were
mean, let's
telling
drop it.
Paul, what?
Let's move on. Let's move
Why?
on. From
This is
Why are you
truth.
putting-
We're getting somewhere, and you're getting in your feelers, Natch. If you're in your
I'm
feelings
not.
about it, just leave.
Okay, I will.
This is what transpires that I don't think you see. God, you wonder
truth
why
do you
I
wanna
say
hear?
I don't care that everybody hates me. If I say everybody hates me, that's why Flow State. Oh no, we're your best friend. We all love you. Put him in the center for a panel hug.
My
That's
question.
bullshit.
My
people.
question. No, it's fine. Like my question is, what do you want to get to the bottom of here? Like interrogating Moose, whatever. Like you can interrogate
Oh
him,
no,
but
this
what do you
is
want to
all
get to?
help. This is all love. This is how I love people, Nachikita. This is why I say you went and climbed the Himalayas. You're still Wisconsin as fuck.
Holy shit.
Yeah, thanks, Moose. Thanks, Moose, for coughing into the mic like a dickhead.
I was just trying to tell
It's
you to calm
irrelevant.
down, take a puff or something, dude.
You don't need
It's
to tell me to calm
irrelevant.
down.
Tommy, it's irrelevant whether I'm in India or America or
That's what I'm
Europe or
saying.
Africa.
That's what
doesn't
I
matter.
was saying. It's irrelevant that you travel abroad because you're not getting as much out of it as you might think.
No, you don't know what I'm getting from it or not. I mean, like
I know what you're
me,
not,
and you don't.
because just like Moose, I can watch
Oh
how
my
you carry
God.
yourself. Guys, the thing, okay, I
don't-
know I sound
look,
sound like Polly Boy right
Tommy.
now. The only reason
Tommy.
Paul's full of shit is because he's not actually
Tommy.
discerning what he says he
I
can
want to make
discern.
this clear. Tommy, I just want to make this clear. I don't give a fuck that I live in the Himalayas. It doesn't
Me
make me
neither.
special. It doesn't make me a yogi. I just tell people that I live in the Himalayas because I do. Some people don't believe me, and that's fine. And I've
Yeah,
shown
they don't believe stuff
proof
about me
of
too.
like, but
I believe you.
and that's fine.
I believe that
fine.
you climbed the Himalayas. You've shown the footage, just like I showed Austin. He said, "Show me a picture of space." I said,
it
"I'll
does
show you live
not-
footage." You're just gonna talk
does
over
not-
me. That's why you're still Wisconsin as fuck.
No, because you don't let me fucking finish.
Yeah,
I
he
did
doesn't let
you
anybody
finish, and I
finish.
was responding, and because you feel you're not done now, I don't get to respond. You're Wisconsin
Okay,
as
go
fuck.
ahead.
He doesn't let
Okay.
anybody finish. To be
I
clear.
agree that you've climbed the mountains in the Himalayas. I agree that you're there now. But in America, when they say they're going on these spiritual journeys of traveling abroad, sometimes people come back really spiritual and ascended, and they've changed. And that ain't you, bro. But that's fine.
That
You're living
ain't
where you want
me.
to live.
That ain't me. I am not enlightened or spiritual or whatever. Like I've learned some things, but like I don't put myself in that pedestal at all.
And
Like
EBT's
whatever.
asking if they have good internet in the Himalayas, and I can vouch not always because he
Well,
has lost
not very
connections. with
good
that.
because I have yeah, and plus like there's a delay over here. I'm on 4G on my phone and
So you're
I'm on
not
data.
You're just like 4G cell phone, no Starlink or anything.
No.
Okay, that's why I keep asking if anybody has used Starlink, because by the time I go out onto my land, if I'm gonna be showing up like this, I assume I'll need Starlink if it's good, because where my land is, sometimes you got to walk around to a spot for your phone coverage. Now think about that. You're in the Himalayas streaming with us, like coming to our panels pretty good today, I might add, on 4G in my US off-grid
Clear
land.
day.
Yeah, in my US off-grid land, cell phone's not going to cut it for what I'm already showing up as.
I mean, there are places like in the larger cities, like like half an hour from here, where they do have fiber optic and 100 plus megabyte per second.
But yeah,
But where I'm at in the village in the mountains, this is the best I can do as
and
far
they
as
do
internet
have
is concerned.
fiber optics running to the mountains, or you're just on that cell phone
No,
as
no,
an antenna
no,
from.
not in the mountains, but in the city, like half an hour from where I'm at. Drive it's like maybe 30,000 people live there, but like
See,
only there you can get fiber optic.
so look at that.
For
Look at
internet.
that, Nachikita. I've spent all morning saying you don't want Snafu's vouch, and TBE has already ruined his stance in these streets as anything he wanted to be seen as. As soon as he showed back up, Snafu gives him the nod. I'm like, ooh, rest in peace. R.I.P.
No,
TBE.
no. TBE does not like me, and I think
Yeah, he's a piece of
also
shit.
I don't know
He's
what I
an
did to him.
ortho, bro.
I
Let
never
me
had any
up
issues with him
your.
or
What he
enslaved
doesn't like.
by
Listen,
truth. Also,
hey,
I
just
think has
stop.
issues
Just
with me. I'm
stop,
not
dude.
He
You've
doesn't like
already
very
been
many
lacking
people,
in
to be
enough
fair.
lore to sit at Paul's right hand. Let me catch you up on TBE. He's the ortho bro, beat people in the head with a Bible, while my Muslim friend Machine Lies has humiliated TBE on Bible knowledge. And that's a Muslim showing him up. And I got no problem saying I like to go to that Muslim to have biblical discussions, because I'm not perfect. None of us are. And I like to get knowledge where I can find it.
I
TBE's
don't have any
lost
issues
in
with
his
the
own sauce.
Machine Lights. Like he's pretty decent for me. I mean,
He's a
like
cool
I've never
dude.
had
Yeah,
any issues with him.
he understands this stand-up thing. Because when I talk about standing on the able words and having integrity and shit like that, even atheists can do that. And that motherfucker's claiming to be an ortho bro. He's distributing who's a Christian, who's not. The first time I tried to chill with him, he told me God doesn't hear my prayers. I was like, oh, I'm quickly not liking this dude. And he's full of shit, and he'll show himself that way, whether he realizes it or
But I've
and
never had issues with him. Like I mean,
oh,
like
you will.
I don't know
You
if
will. Go
but no, we
interact
talked
with him,
once on Benton
motherfucker.
Chan.
Are you
No, we
talking about
talked once on
TBE or
Benton Chan.
EBT?
Yeah, TBE. We talked
Okay.
once, and
Okay, when
Aphrodite
you say
Starfire
you
was
don't have issues with him and you say you talk once, I said, okay, that's fair. I get it. I got issues with the motherfucker. Sure as I do Paul and Slave. Did you ever see his
yeah.
video
But what
where
I'm
it does
saying
it?
is that why does
You
TBE
waited
have
till
issues with me? That's
oh, because he's a
my
piece of shit.
question. Like I don't.
I don't know where you've
Okay.
gotten that he has issues with you, but probably because he's a piece of shit. If you've only interacted with him once and he has issues with you, it's hard to tell. But I wouldn't take much offense to it because he ain't shit in these streets. Like even
No, it's
his,
not that I'm offended. It's not that I'm
I know,
offended.
you
I just
just
want
have
to know.
okay, you wonder why I'm so about the words I use and maybe some things I repeat. It's because in these streets, what you say is not what people are hearing. And aren't we all looking for truth? Don't we all want to be known for what we stand on? Do you like it
Yes,
if people
yes.
are misrepresenting you?
No.
Yeah. That's why my panel is open to not get mod godded, because if I'm wrong about someone, I want to know. Because when I'm standing against someone and saying I'm that person's enemy, like with Paul, and as much as I have on him in receipts, I can confidently say Paul Enslaved is my enemy. I don't want to be wrong about that if I say it about somebody that I'm wrong about. And the chat needs to be a conglomerate of viewers that want that truth, that want all that squared away and straightened out.
Well, as far as I see it, I mean, like just people tend to take sides, and everybody like, obviously we are like the panel walkers, and then Benton is the host, and
Oh,
maybe
I've
quote
evolved.
unquote,
I used to be a panel
maybe
walker. Let me straighten you out real quick. Panel hoppers are like the camera seekers, the microphone seekers. So if you don't like the way someone's on every panel trying to get in, like Snafu, that's a panel hopper. It's like a hoe, a panel hoe. Panel walkers, as you are, sir, and I was, Those are people that go panel to panel, don't host a panel, but they bring value. They want to get on the subject that the panel they show up on is about. That's panel walkers. Now I, like Bex, evolved to full on host. I'm not a consistent host. I still walk and host, and I host with a reason. But yes, I didn't realize it until you said that just now. You just made me recognize, oh my God, I've evolved. I've ascended past just walker. Now I also host. But I'm very clear about what I host about, and I'll keep it to that if it gets off track.
Okay.
And then
That's good.
and then take warning. Take warning if you ever step up to host. Bex used to be an acknowledged panel walker, and when she stepped up, she wasn't ready. It was her downfall. It's like she caught herself on fire trying to be a host. And like I'll still agree with London, who like
it's
we
not
gave her
easy.
all the
I mean,
warnings. We showed her all the warnings. She denied it, and then suffered of the things we warned her about. This is a classic
yeah,
case.
but you need personal experience. I mean, I've hosted like not here on YouTube, but like on what is it called? What is that phone app? Clubhouse. So I spent like almost a
All
year
right, that's
during the
different.
lockdown on
That's
Clubhouse.
different.
It's it's slightly different.
Even this terminology I just told you, it only applies to the community we've created if you can cite a channel and not a damn one of us knows what you're talking about, that's not this. Because I can go somewhere
Yeah,
on
I get
YouTube
it.
panels
I understand.
and use this terminology, they're not going to know what the fuck I'm talking about.
What my point is that like the Clubhouse is like its own environment, just like
Okay,
YouTube. Like
right.
in the YouTube, like people have different channels and people go walk
Okay,
around and they go and then more
so
or less everybody.
respectfully, let me tell you why that's irrelevant to what we're saying about Bex. Before Bex hosted, she was a prevalent panel walker in these places we're familiar with. And I actually did a snafu thing that I acknowledged him for. He showed up on Benton trying to give her the ropes like she was new. And I was like, snafu, she's always been panel walking. She's just a new host. But I'll be damned, I also started perceiving her as new and giving her advice like she hadn't been a panel walker. And now we see in her downfall, number one, she should have known for herself. Number two, we warned her like she was new, still was irrelevant. She went down in flames.
Yeah, well, I mean, she's a strong lady.
No,
Like,
she's
you
not.
know,
She's not. Why do you
I
think
mean,
so?
I mean, like, I think I spoke to her like twice or something like that. But
And
from
why?
what
Okay.
I've,
So this is what you got to be careful of. Because I was sitting up here telling Moose, you're a man. We're trying to have a big boy conversation.
oh my
If you've
gosh,
only interacted with someone twice, don't put your word on she's a strong lady. Because I'm telling you, she's not.
that is my perception from my limited
Off of two
interaction with her.
interactions. You could have two interactions with Jared from Subway and not know he's a pedo. Pay attention in these screech, Nachikita. You're gonna learn something from me.
Oh boy. Okay, like look, I'm sure you're very happy to you know, take me under your wings, but let me just finish
No,
my
I didn't
thought
say
because like
that. You ain't under my wing, boy. You're at risk just like the rest of us out here. I'm a
yourself,
stand-up man.
man.
Listen, from these panels to IRL Denver, I'm a stand-up man. It's how I was raised by that Andy Griffith meets Red Foreman.
And
I'm a stand-up individual. I love Jesus. I walk in
so
truth.
am
And if
I.
anybody wants to contradict that, panel the fuck up with me. You too, toilet bowl asshole. No one respects you. And even these people I like in the chat are losing their tenure with me by giving you props because you're in here talking comedy bullshit. I ain't no panel stalker. I came to your panel to legitimize some of your subject matter, and you couldn't keep me. You dunked me like your daddy, and when I got sick of you, not knowing that your boy is Bubs, offending me that you're in the suck body line, you still didn't know your boy, your leader, was Bubs, and that's why I left. You don't deserve me on your panel, you bitch. Toilet Bowl Earth, you're not aware of how nobody you are in these streets, and shame on the chat giving you props.
However, that being said, you guys do agree on the fact that the Earth is a globe. So at least you got to find, you know, the
I'm not
commonality
sure.
when you do.
Okay, I know globies that can't say why it's a globe, and they catch just as much shit from me as the disc people. And the disc world term was me when Ian was around before he left. I went to Ian's We Are Awake. I said, listen, guys, I'm a globie, no hate. For my friends that are flatties, I call them disc worlders. To not do the flat earther
That's
offensive,
fine.
because the same way that Sov citizen is now a derogatory term, I saw flat earther going that way. So I was like, okay, when I like disc worlds or flat earthers, I'm gonna call them disc worlders. They're my bros. And then that kind of
I
got
mean,
hijacked as my seasons did, and that's why we can't have nice things in this community.
well, I mean, I like me as a quote unquote flat earther. I wouldn't be offended if you call me a disc. What disc? Disc what?
Discworlder. Okay, Discworld was a series of books in the UK written by a
Yeah,
guy. It was like medieval
Pratchett.
times. Huh?
Pratchett, right? Pratchett.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, the Pratchett guy. There was also a PlayStation 1 game based on it. And so that's how I was like, I'm gonna call my bros that are flat earthers Discworlders until I convert them to the truth that is globe. Come at me, flat earthers. And
Yeah,
that's
okay.
why I can
Let's. I'm not interested in going in that
right,
discussion.
because you
That's
don't
not
want
what.
truth.
No, that's not the reason why. It's just that I have no intention of going and looping about that discussion. What I was bringing
Well,
up
the
is
only
that you guys
reason there's
do
a
have
loop,
something
the only
in
we're not gonna get
common.
into it, scared boy. But
Tommy, I'm not
say your thing.
scared. I'm
Say
not
it.
scared, and I'm
Say
not
it,
scared of
and
you.
let me have my turn, you slope faggot. Go.
See, you know, you're the one who goes around and interrupting people first,
No,
man.
I just raged on you because you kept interrupting.
No, you interrupted first, but go ahead, sir.
No, you're on the go ahead about telling us why you don't want to get into Discworld. Say it.
Yeah, because we would be in looping. We've
Okay, are
already
you
had
done?
this
Was that it?
discussion before.
I know, and the only reason it's a loop that we're not going to get into, I agree, we're going to get into that in a place where no one can mod God me from the truth. The only reason it's a loop is because disc worlders hate truth and keep their blinders on. All the facts are globe. Deal with it. You only need two eyes,
Oh my
the
God.
sky, and logic to find globe. And that's all there is to
Okay.
it.
As
And I
you
would
say.
have covered that. I would have covered that on London Man's Day that he gave me for Captain's America Proves Globe, Come at Me Flat Suckers, whatever he did with the title of that. I forget what it says. I was gonna prove Globe that day if he hadn't allowed to Paul to unslave it up.
Well, I'm sure you'll get another opportunity, Tommy.
This is how Toilet Bowl Earth is a piece of shit. The same way people tried to say I was stealing Hecubus. Toilet Bowl Earth, you antichrist faggot. I'm giving the nod and props to Terry Pratchett. I was giving the nod and props to the kids in the hall when I used Hecubus as my demon. Stop being a hater of the truth, Toilet Bowl Earth. You might be surprised which direction you go on that day, but I'm not the one to judge it. I can only act and speak for myself. But as you call me a demon, I have to say, you should be careful about what direction you go, because on that day, there's going to be a whole lot of surprised Christians. Cenos, as I like to call them. Encino-mans. Like Toilet Bowl is
That's a good movie.
Yeah, and my favorite Pauly Shore has to be Biodome. Second is In the Army. But
Bozo, bozo,
and I like
bozo,
how Pauly Shore's
bozo,
sexuality
bozo,
was like
bozo.
play it where it lies, gay or bi. Yeah, Toilet Bowl. If you really want to stand on this Christian thing, you need to reinvent yourself, bro. Because I'm standing on the Jesus Christian thing, and people are respecting it.
Maybe because you're a fucking faggot.
They respect that I'm that. You self-professed, I think you're going on 4-year Christian Bible believer. Bro, I've got whatever. I stand on every year that I could be conceptualized of it. Like I was born and raised in it. I can't say it was the whole 43 years because there's some of those years you're
What
oblivious.
denomination? What denomination were you raised in? What denomination were you raised in, Illumin
Okay. Because I don't claim any denomination now, but I was raised Independent Baptist. And a lot of people don't know there's Independent Baptist. They just think Southern Baptist and Baptist. But what does
Yes,
it matter?
I'm aware that Independent Baptists exist. I grew
Okay.
up in America.
So inquisitively, why do you ask?
I just wanted to know your background, bro.
Okay, that's fine.
Is that all
'Cause,
right?
yeah, it's all right. That's why I said
You
inquisitively
asked
asking.
me, where I went
Right.
to school,
Hey,
and you can
I
ask.
was giving you the
can ask-
neutral request. I was responding neutrally. Why do you ask? Because I'm responding why it's not offensive. The
Why are you
Neurojack.
raising your
Let
voice
me
then?
answer. The Neurojack guy was also raised in one of the Baptists. So now when I interact with him, I look for things. Hey, as a fellow raised Baptist, do you see how we're this? Do you agree with this? Now calm your
Are you talking
fucking
about
tits,
Jack
you
Talcott?
tranny gook. What?
Who is
Stop
Neural
asking
Jack?
while I'm talking, interrupter.
I want to know who Neural Jack is. Who the
Yeah,
fuck is
he
that?
used to have a channel. He's backed off to just panel walking again because that Toilet Bowl Earth and his crew have been abusing him when he shows up. They're fucking assholes.
Yeah, I
But
don't know
I
who
still
that is
correspond
then.
with him. Huh?
I only know one Jack.
Okay, that's Jack Talcott. I won't say Neurojack when I'm talking about Jack. I'll very much say Jack Talcott.
You don't know who Neural Jack is, so
I
I'm
know you
lost
don't.
there.
I know you don't, and I'm free to clarify. But you, like others that accuse me of over talking, when I hand you this silence, you don't seem to know to take that wand and use it, and
And
that's
there's
why
a
you're
fucking
just as over
delay.
talky as they say I am.
And then you give like a quarter of a second to be able to respond.
No, I give crickets. We're sitting here crickets when I'm giving the time. You see that right there? That was starting of crickets. Now, my
Yeah.
problem with people calling me the over talker, number one, every panel I watch secretly without chatting, joining, or anything, over talking happens everywhere. It just happens. And depending on how it happens, we don't have to
But
give
you're
each other a lot of shit. See, you just started to do it.
But you're the one of the worst. You're the one of the worst like interrupters out here, man.
Only because of narrative. You've latched to that narrative.
Hey, what's up, Keith? Hadn't talked to you in a while.
Hey, what's
You
up,
just did
man?
it to Benton.
Yeah, how's it going, Keith?
Hey, I'm good, man. You guys doing all right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good to see you. It's
Are
been
we,
a minute.
Are we discussing religion today?
I hope not.
Keith, hello. My name is Human. I'm gonna do this every time.
Oh, you haven't met Keith? My bad. Hey,
I
this
have.
is
I have. He knows I did this before.
Okay.
And I'm gonna do it every time he intros onto a panel that I'm on.
Okay.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna finish it now because you guys kind of
Yeah, my name's
squash it.
Human too,
And
man.
it
I got
doesn't
you.
matter if you guys just ruin the intro and possibly the whole stream. It's irrelevant.
What's going on, man? You guys are fucking nuts. You
We're
guys
cooking
are
today,
fucking
man. We're
crazy
cooking today.
Man, look, I just got out of a fucking job orientation, watching a bunch of safety videos, and I pull up and I'm listening to this crazy shit. What the fuck is going on?
It's
What's that?
the
It's been
slow,
pretty wild.
It's the
fucking
slow
crazy.
getting everyone
I
on
fucking love
track.
it. I love it.
Like we are playing out what everyone has a problem with. The same way that the rebuttal bar is in the chat saying, "Thank you, Benton. We needed this." Yeah, we needed you to come up and get wrecked the way you did, so that people can establish what I'm trying to do with state
No,
of the art.
not you, Keith.
Oh, okay.
No, Tom's he's on some whole other shit, man. Don't even worry about it. I mean,
come
you
on, wait a
can,
minute.
but
Come on
Yeah,
now.
it's called
yeah,
truth.
come on.
now.
I've heard the complaints of the plebs in the chat. I see their plight, but they are also part of the plight. I'm doing my part. I'm trying to get them on board. Saturday, 12 p.m. Central Time. State of the LARP continues. Hopefully, a little more organized than the intro one.
Is that a
And it's
church
posted
service?
if anybody wants to seek that. I
What are we
even
doing?
here.
What's funny, Paul wants to
What's
talk
that?
all this
What are we doing
stuff about the
Saturday?
streets, but
I had
the
no
Northeast is
stance
not
in these
particularly
streets
dangerous,
except
and
truth,
it's
but
not
now I
America
do
because
host
they banned
panels.
guns.
So I'm trying to be
So the other day when Paul
that
said
host that
when
is
he said,
going
you know,
to be the
America's
speaker
different because
for the viewing
we
chat
can still have
plebs
guns
that
here.
only
Well,
have
he
the
didn't
voice in
mean
the
where
chat.
he's from in the
I'm going to
Northeast,
vouch
which
for
is
them where it's
not
valid,
America by that
disregard where it's
standard
not
because they
valid
can't
and
have
they're wrong.
guns.
So I'll speak for them on chats, and we're working this out as I speak. We're still building this. There's a way
Yeah,
I
Venus.
can show up as Illuminati.
Snapper Two Faces everywhere is what he does. Doesn't make it right,
we're
but
developing
it's
at it
definitely
as we
what he
speak.
does.
Because if they want a better panel verse to visit these channels with better quality panels,
And thank you
it
for
really
the people
is up to them.
enjoying the
We can
soundboard.
kind of say it's their lacking that has allowed Paul to unslave in the channels that he had. They've allowed it, you might say.
Yes.
I've got too many Paul clips.
Benton,
Yes.
real quick, like
What's up?
I saw that you were you were commenting over there. Like, can you sum up for us? Like, what happened? Because I didn't pay attention. I was.
I got timed in. I got timed out, but Paul is from the Northeast, so when he talks all this street stuff, if you just Google most dangerous cities in the United States, none of them are in the part of the country he's from. And they also, historically, they don't have meth heads on the street in the Northeast.
Yeah.
So when I'm out at 3 in the morning, I'm getting approached by violent white meth heads. And he don't know nothing about that. Now, he might be in Arizona or wherever, but he's not anywhere near the violent white meth heads. It's a whole nother animal.
Right. And the same way he does that, Benton, because I had a guy when I worked at that craft factory, he was from Buffalo, but he would tell, oh, I'm from New York, and try and play that
Yeah.
street card that he's from New York. I'm like, you're from Buffalo, dude. So probably everybody from that area just says they're from New York when they go abroad. Because here in Denver, I hear a lot of people say
Well,
I'm
even-
from New York, because people's
yeah.
minds, like the Christian thing, their minds just take New York and they, oh, you're from that big city.
Well, compared to the South, New York City's not particularly dangerous, by the way. Not statistically. So
Except for where it is. Yeah, it's like dangerous except for when it's not. It's up to the individual.
well, yeah, where are you going? What are you looking for? Type of stuff.
I mean, any metropolitan area jammed full of people, there's going to
Yeah,
be danger
absolutely.
if you're not. But the key isn't to be hard. The key is awareness. Like,
Yep.
pay attention. Don't be
Plus
on
the
your phone.
liberal cities.
Yeah,
The
well, they're
liberal
all. Yeah.
cities are the most dangerous places.
Well, all
Right,
cities are
because
liberal, by the
red
way.
cities are allowing people to defend themselves. But even there, any big city people, because I still see it here, if you're by yourself walking, I highly advise against the full ear cover headphones, just blaring music. Like if I
Yeah.
do that, I watch my dog
And-
to see if my dog's perking up and looking
Yep.
at something. He'll give me cues.
Well, and real quick, Tommy.
Right.
Sorry to cut you off there, but yeah, I was doing a fucking live stream when this happened, so clearly I had allowed my attention to get diverted. That was a me problem, and I was in the wrong. I had wandered into a part of downtown which is particularly very dark. I fucked up. It was me being a
And
bozo.
what I was saying about
Yeah.
that, the same way he says he's from hard cities with that New York shit, he was in county for getting off heroin for a couple of, what did he say, a couple months, and he talks like he's in federal F you in the A, you're never leaving, head to toe tattoos, and he's talking like these lifers are coming to him as a messiah, except for back, which he forgot I can cite. He cited he always minded his own business with his Bible and avoided any interaction. And you motherfuckers in the chat are still called it up to him.
Who are we talking about?
Paul Enslaved. He did a little bit of time. He did
Yeah.
a little bit of time in county because and I don't know the story on his mommy.
Well,
I've
and-
heard she died
yeah.
shortly after childbirth. I've heard she died later on in life, but I know he claims she's
You know
the
it.
one that put him in county for
Yes.
the heroin thing. So when he says I never had a mama,
Yes.
he had a mama for some time because she was
Right.
there long enough to put him in county over heroin.
Obviously.
And his dad, who we all
Praise
know, and I
God.
like his dad shows why his son got so unfathered.
Hey, I'm as white trash as it gets.
Unchained, because my dad wouldn't let me get on some Paul tip. That's why I have discipline.
I'm not
Stand up.
interested.
My dad's broken boards over my persons. My mom has too. My mom's shorter than me. Still broke a board over my ass. Come at me, bros.
What
Don't
board?
hate-
What
I
board
don't
are you talking
hate
about?
either of them.
Why are we doing this? What the fuck are we doing?
Because we're trying to establish truth. I'm gonna be like Dennis Nedry from Jurassic Park. Excuse me, I'm tapping on my camera. Excuse me, you You will eventually have truth in your truth community.
Well, and the person who has the biggest channel has been talking about me for like 3 days, so that's part of it.
Yeah, he's been lying the most of a lot of channels.
I got you. That's fine.
Yeah.
I was just asking.
No, you're good. You're
And
good, man.
No harm in asking.
Yeah, no harm in asking.
It's an evolution process.
Yes.
Because it's the chat that has to reform to make the hosts like if the chat doesn't reform, Paul is showing you'll just get away with anything. Paul says I'm meth pedo, they say meth pedo. So until they love truth, till they desire truth, all hosts will just get away with snafooing the fuck out of this community.
Well, and what I say about, it's hilarious, going to the internet and then trying to make Paul, trying to make things about these, masculine, man type of dynamics. When I went on the internet in '94, it really wasn't a thing. It wasn't it was seen as like lowbrow or like somebody who didn't really understand the internet to try to talk tough and, because it's a bunch of nerds, right? There was none of this.
In '94, Benton.
What's that?
You'll remember back then, the internet was just a fad. It was going to pass.
Well, yeah, and there was some element of that too. But, what I'm trying to say is the people who, like me, who were using it and enjoying it were nerds. And even though I was like good at sports and, didn't take nobody's shit in the real world, that didn't translate into the internet, if that makes sense.
And
so it's funny to see Paul. It's real quick, he's kind of showing that he's not really adept in knowing what the internet is by wanting to fall back on all this I'm manly and you're not stuff.
Oh, understatement, dude.
Yeah, that makes him look like a bozo.
The chat on board is I've shown many things having nothing to do with the internet that he says, and I've been like, on the contrary, you're wrong or you're bullshit. Because just like my black veteran friend, I showed him he's like, oh, you really are like from the streets, and I'm this black guy that was raised well by a black man and an Asian mom, and he himself had a child with a Jewish lesbian that convinced him she wasn't a lesbian anymore. Now they're divorced. She's back to dyking out. His kid's half black, half Jew. Imagine how that kid would have survived back in our younger days. And my black friend has a kid with a Jewish lesbian. Racism was much more. And my black friend has a kid with a Jewish lesbian.
Whenever we were telling him about it, I was like, "Do you suffer at school for any kind of like black Jew being mixed?" I was like, "No, he doesn't even know what it's about." So I was like, "Okay, if you don't want to tell him about it, we don't have to." So he's just, if it doesn't come up, he doesn't have to deal with it.
Are you talking about Kanye West, Tommy?
No, my veteran friend that people don't believe would vouch for my firearms usage. He was a Somali veteran, and are you apologizing when you did not offend me? Because you don't have enough hand to offend me. You gave
No. But, you didn't get the joke because doesn't Kanye West identify himself as like a Jew?
Well, he's supporting things. No, he's supporting the anti.
This isn't the Benton channel. You can give advice here. It's okay.
And it's very complicated because I heard he redid a copy of the Bible where all the Jesuses are.
I enjoy the violent discourse,
but I support Kanye.
I enjoy the violent discourse.
Red hat on, saying they ain't gonna bully me. Like having that "Make America Great Again," telling Trump an electric airplane for Air Force One would be awesome. I support him. It's like Paul Enslaved. I support him when he's speaking
I'm a stupid drunk.
I stand back when he's not.
I'm a stupid drunk.
And Toilet Bowl.
Well, until the covenant of Kardashians brought him in and then electrocuted his ass.
Those witches made.
I was trying to talk to Ben about this, but he kind of fucked up and became asshole.
What's the Olympic guy name? They made him.
I was trying to talk to Ben about this, but he kind of fucked up and became asshole.
Yeah, that Jenner. When he was in the Olympics as a man winning gold medals, we did not. He was winning gold medals against Russians we didn't believe.
Yeah,
were
he's got 3 of them.
You're interrupting me, you gook faggot. Now just
Can we
don't
please
say I'm
not
that
call-
guy, and I won't be
call
as hard
Mark
on you about it.
Faggot.
Let me finish the fucking point, faggot. You better
Come on.
stay up in the mountains. Don't ever
Come on,
come to
Tom.
Denver. I'll punch you. Now he was winning gold medalists. He was winning gold medals against Russians that were juicing, and those witches turned him effeminate. If the end times didn't happen and it reversed and like my type of people took over, we would be beheading those witches in the street.
Yeah, well, I'm for that, and that's great. But like, you know, it's a kind of a message, right? You take the most masculine guy, right? He won gold medals at the Olympics, and then you just turned him into a woman.
Are we talking Bruce Jenner?
Yeah.
There was always
And
something
then
off
as a
about Bruce
woman-
Jenner, though. Always something off.
And then we just said he's been thrown into a house full of witches from their coven witches who are only famous for leaking a sex tape when she was fucking Ray J. That's the only fame. No one can cite what they've ever done except being famous for being them now. But the only thing that put them on the map is the first one. I haven't even remembered their names, God bless them. The first one got on the map for the sex tape of fucking Ray J. That's all. And having a
just
bubble butt.
witches. Yeah, I mean that, you know, they do spells and shit, you know, and that's how they get there, whatever, you know, like, and you know, the Family Guy, there's an episode of Family Guy actually portraying Bruce Jenner dancing on stage in front of like the Navy people, you know, before he actually transitioned. So there's a lot of shit like that going on.
And when she's right though. She's recently said some stuff either about firearms owning or something about, oh no, she supported that trans women shouldn't be in women's sports because we'll break your fucking orbital bone. Like that trans MMA fighter, almost every fight against a woman, she's broken an orbital bone or done something like heinous that men don't always achieve against each other. It's science, people, and that's why Thorpe dropped the ball when Ben Thorpe got to debate leftist bitches about trans women in women's sports. He dropped so many balls, and I would have been grand slamming that shit. Oh, and then Bruce Jenner also showed that because of his tranniness, they let her off on killing a guy with his automobile.
Oh yeah, a lot of people don't know about that. Yeah, on the PCH.
Yep.
Bruce.
Trust the science.
Well,
Trust the science.
real quick, Bruce was still Bruce. Was just about to become Caitlyn and rear-ended somebody on the PCH and just near Malibu.
Yeah.
He killed somebody.
And they died. Yeah.
Yep. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah, they swept it under the
That was
rug,
Bruce, so
'cause the
Caitlyn's off the hook, I
system
guess.
The beast system needed her to be Caitlyn to carry out this transhumanistness, and so they were going to sweep it under the rug, and here we are. And the chat shit, aka the world of plebs, if they don't know that, the beast system just transpires faster.
Yeah, see, Quantum Epic didn't know about that.
Indeed.
And Tom,
Quantum Epic doesn't know a lot of shit.
well, that's true.
Like, she didn't know we were quickly on to her 4 identities. When she acknowledged with 4 identities, she wasn't happy with how she.
What are the
displayed
other
herself.
two? What are the other two? I know about Cadence and Quantum
Luck O'Deer, and what's the other one? It's another channel name I get. Luck O'Deer and something else, and then a 4th item. Either I'm wrong about 4, or I'm forgetting the 4th too.
Well,
And then she just laughing emojis. This is why I can't save
Yeah.
you. I can only stick my hand out, chat plebs. The same way London is right back here, same stream, saying the supportive, empty, open-handed shit with his chat, and Quantum Epic just zoomer emojiing laughs as I tell her why she ain't shit in this community. I can't save you. I can only throw you the lifeline. I can try and pull it in, but
Yeah.
you got to hold on to it.
Hey, Tom, real quick. I'm going to do the last 30 minutes with me and Highly Suspect, just so you know.
Yeah,
So we got
I'm
about
leaving.
6
I'm
minutes.
sick of this shit. I'm offended by
All
these
right.
chat threads that I'm trying to save. One more time, Benton. Saturday, 12 p.m. Central Time. Be there or
Wait,
don't
where?
care.
Say it again. Where? What? Say it again. Where did he say? Did anybody catch that? Type it in the chat. Hey, whoever heard what he said, type it in the
thank-
chat.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, Notch.
good
Thanks for
talking with
being
you
here,
guys.
brother. Yeah, we'll see you another time. Take
Yeah.
care, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Yep. Take care. Later.
Yep.
Yep. Later, Keith. Bye.
Yeah, man. All right then.
Keith, hadn't seen you in a while, man. Did you start that new job yet, or what's going on?
Yeah, man. I've been fucking doing the goddamn safety orientation shit. It's fucking insane. You know, watching videos and clicking on fucking questions and shit. You know, they have like this, like it's on the fucking computer, man.
Oh,
They're
that
like,
shit
okay,
sucks. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you do if a employee is, you know, doing this or this? You know, what do you do? Fucking, oh, you snitch on them. You just run and fucking tell on them or whatever. God damn, man. You like literally have to
Hey, you're breaking up, or maybe I'm breaking up. I'm not sure. Am I here? Keith, you're breaking up. You're breaking up, but I think you're back now.
All right, you got me?
Yeah, you're back, but you were gone for a minute.
All right. No, man, it's like these questions they ask you on this shit is fucking hilarious. Like, if an employee is doing this or this, whatever, what do you do? And it's like you literally have to say, I'm gonna go snitch on them, or you don't get a job. It's fucking like, I don't give a fuck what they're doing. I'm just
Damn, dude. Yeah, you're gone again.
Am I here now?
Yeah, you're back.
I don't know, bud. Look,
Yeah.
man,
Real quick, while I've got you here, man, if you can get a hold of an unlocked Android, man, you can try this Mint Mobile. They'll give you 3 months just to try it out for like cheap as hell. Then it goes up after that, of course. But you could at least see the fucking dude. I'm telling you, T-Mobile might fucking work where you're at. It might.
Yeah.
Yeah, it very well could. What's that?
I can literally see a 5G
I know. That's
tower.
what my whole point is. T-Mobile might be the ones that have that tower. That's the point I'm making. Dude,
And then,
listen. T-Mobile has the best 5G right now out of everybody. So if you ain't on T-Mobile, you don't get the T-Mobile, even if you have 5G.
No, I'm on Verizon.
I know you are. My point is that Verizon doesn't fucking work where I'm at. T-Mobile works great.
Yeah.
It works great.
This shit's nuts, man. I don't even know.
So the T-Mobile's at least worth a shot.
And then like I'll look at the phone, up there by the, where your bars are at, like what kind of
The signal.
the signal, whatever. It'll say once in a while it'll be full
Yep.
bars and say 5 and just nothing.
Yep.
Like 1 bar.
Oh, I know.
And right now, bar.
Yeah, I
bar.
get that. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fucking insane.
But I'm saying T-Mobile might work is the point I'm making. If that shit doesn't work, that has nothing to do with whether or not T-Mobile works. Has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. Okay. Yeah.
So it might actually work. Yeah. Because where I'm sitting right here, I had Verizon. That shit don't work. Right here where I'm sitting, T-Mobile works great. So what's the fucking difference?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's the same towers
I
and
got
shit.
a 2-year.
No, I'm just saying you
I'm
could
saying.
find out, does it work or not? You would at least know. You see what I mean?
Right. I'll look into it. I will.
You don't
Yeah,
have to
for
switch,
sure.
though. My point is, if you give Mint Mobile about $50, they'll mail you a SIM card that will work for 3 whole months. And that way you'll know, does the shit work? You don't have to switch your service. They'll just give you a number, and you can find out, does this bullshit work or not? That's
then
the
do
point
I-
I'm making.
Okay.
And it won't have nothing to do with your current service. It'll just be a separate phone. And if nothing else, you can use it to call into here if it works.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
You
I
can
still
just
gotta
use
pick
it for
my
the
phone.
internet. You don't sign up for anything. You just
All
hit
right.
that link, man, and you fill out whatever they tell you to fill out, and they'll mail
Yeah.
you a SIM card. Does that
Well,
make
look, man,
sense?
I've tried to come on the show for like 2 days.
I know.
And all it does, it just keeps buffering.
Yeah, that's
It
my
won't
point.
fuck-
That's the point I'm making. If
but
if T-Mobile works in your area, then you'll be able to get on the show. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, the point I'm making is fucking. We used a fucking citizen band radio to fucking
exactly.
talk back all that shit.
Exactly.
But I can't get fucking service 75 yards away from a goddamn.
I know,
5G.
but you might. That's the point I'm making. You might be able to. You might just have to get to a different carrier. That's what I'm telling you.
Right. 10-4.
Yeah.
I got you. Apparently so.
Yeah.
And a lot of the people
worth a
where
shot.
I'm at in Georgia, they use AT&T. Apparently AT&T towers are better.
Yeah, but that still might not work at your
Yeah,
house. Is
right.
the thing. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, the fucking I caught the end of that fucking show we just did. It was fucking crazy.
Oh, I know, dude. Yeah. It's been nuts all day. It's been nuts for like 3 days, actually. We had a big stream yesterday, but it got taken down because I accidentally played for some reason I thought I could play a Beatles song, and you can't. So the stream got blocked. Oh, I tried to type something. It doesn't make any sense. Are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Okay, cool.
You hear me?
Yeah, I was just typing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, man. Fucking. What the fuck was that all about?
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's no way to explain it. It just can't be explained. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It was fucking comical to say, I'm not being a dick or nothing.
No, go ahead.
It was funny,
Oh, it's supposed to be. Yeah, Tom's funny. He's a funny guy.
Yeah. Fucking Jesus, and everything and all that shit. It was just funny.
Tom's hilarious.
And I cried home today. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
For what? What I do? Oh, yeah, you needed. Yeah. You're welcome.
Yeah, I enjoyed it, man. It was pretty cool.
Well, see, that's what's funny. Yeah, see, this is what's going on. Real quick is Paul Enslaved is the biggest show in this area, and so he's on his show saying he's going to move on from this drama, but he's continuing to talk about it. So it's
okay.
So we got a grown man trying to act like a tough guy on the internet, and that shit don't work. You can't act like a tough guy on the internet. Everybody just laughs at you.
Oh,
yeah, it doesn't work.
Fucking funny, and because a motherfucker will be online or on the keyboard or some shit talking about what he's gonna fucking do, but when you're in his face, they ain't about that.
But
shit.
That's what he's
They're
saying.
not
But
about it.
he's saying that about us. But the point I'm making is, internet culture is you don't talk tough. There's just no tough talk because we're on the internet.
It's fucking
when a person
hilarious.
but when a person tries to talk tough on the internet, they're showing that they don't really understand the internet. If that makes sense. Because there's there's just no point in talking like that. It has nothing to do with they wouldn't say it in your face. It's like, no, this isn't your face. This is the internet. It's got nothing. One has nothing to do with the other.
These motherfuckers act like they got these big hands and they ain't about shit. Like I don't know.
But that's the point is it doesn't matter if they are or not. It's the internet, so it doesn't matter if they're about it. It doesn't matter if they're about it or not. Are we taking people's word for it? You see what I'm saying? Unless motherfuckers are going to drive and meet up somewhere, there's no point in even talking about it. And I'm not going to go somewhere and meet up with people. That's insane. Why would I do that? Did I lose you again? I think I lost the highly suspect again. But yeah, tough talk on the internet. Yeah, it just, there's nothing comes of it. And I'm not going to go meet up with anybody in person. That's crazy. Why would I do that?
Yeah.
So we got JG. We got JG threatening to break Drew's legs, and stuff. It's like, why? What's the point of that? Yeah.
What? Like, what?
Why? Yeah, why? That's what I mean. It's like,
for what?
For what
For
reason?
what?
Yeah, what does that do?
For what? You got your feelings hurt? You're fucking upset? Really? You're gonna come break someone's fucking legs on the internet? Like, for real? And most likely you ain't been in a fucking fist fight in your life if you're talking shit.
Oh,
like that.
I haven't been. Hey, I don't talk shit. No, I know you don't mean me, but I want to make a point, Keith. I have not been in a fist fight in my adult life, but I have been physically attacked. But that's different. That's when I've defended myself.
Yeah.
But I don't talk tough on here. I don't come on here and talk like I'm going to do anything to anybody. Because guess what? I'm not going to do anything to anybody. And if you ran into me at the fucking corner store and tried to pick a fight with me, it would be damn near impossible. You'd have to just assault me. Because why the fuck would I fight some random person in public? It doesn't even make sense.
Look, man.
It makes no sense, man.
Real quick story.
Yeah, go for it.
In 91, in boot camp, there was a black kid. His last name was Love, right? From the south side of Chicago, and his dad was a black pastor, right?
Yeah.
We went to the fucking pit, right, to do our
the pugil sticks.
No, it wasn't that.
Oh, the hand to hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this motherfucker got hit one time and fucking slung his gloves off and started fucking screaming and running.
Damn.
I'm just telling you, I mean fucking run. They had to put him out, man. They had to put him on a bus with his head shaved and send him home. I'm telling you, south side of Chicago.
Yep.
Fucking, like, it don't make a fuck where you're from or whatever. It's just what you're about. Like,
well, of course.
But the whole time leading up to it, He got hit one fucking time, took one fucking hit in the chin, and fucking lost it.
Yeah, and I'll admit, dude, I'm not trying to get punched in the fucking face. I've been punched in the face. That shit sucks. I'm not a fan. I'm just gonna call it what it is. I'll do it if I have to, but if I don't have to, I'm not fucking doing it. That's it. Dude, people can think whatever they want to think about that. And I was homeless long enough. Everybody's getting punched in the face at some point, but dude, I'm not about it. And I'm not going to act like I am. It's like, yeah, man, if you come at me, I'll fucking defend myself, but I ain't trying to get punched in the face. Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, I have no desire to punch you in the face. None. Like you can
go out of my way to fucking hurt anybody. No.
Well, I mean, you can be. Well, by the way, man, there's people in prison right now because they got in a fight on the street and just punched somebody and that person fell down and died. That shit happens all the time, bro.
Crazy.
Yeah, I read the paper. Right. That happens a lot. It's just, dude, I'm not even saying I'm a badass. I'm saying I've never just full on fucking clocked somebody. I don't have no fucking idea what I could do to somebody. Probably not much, but who knows? Or you just hit the right person the wrong way at the wrong time, and they fall down and hit their head on the curb. They dead.
Yeah,
you going to prison, partner?
That happened to me, man. It did. And the fucking detective was a Marine that interviewed or interrogated me, and he was like,
"It's not a good time to fucking ping out there." I think we're getting some. You're breaking up again. Yeah, you're back now. I think we're getting some new highly suspect lore, though.
No, man, look, like fucking, I got out of the Marine Corps. My aunt was tending bar across the street from the foundry that I worked at. Went there at 11 o'clock at night. Guy come in, fucking talking shit, disrespecting her, calling her a bitch and a whore and give me a fucking beer and all that shit. And then the motherfucker says, I just got out of prison and I'm celebrating. Like, you're not even supposed to be in a fucking bar anyway, right?
Yep. Oh, we lost him again. You're going to have to tell the story more quickly, though, when you get back. I think he's going to be in and out the whole time.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you're in and out. I know, but just tell it quickly. You're back. Just go.
And anyways, fucking long story short, he says, just got out of prison. I'm celebrating tonight. I'm going to fuck someone in the ass. Literally looked right at me and the guy I was with from work, right? I said, if you come down here with that shit, you're not walking out of this motherfucker, I promise you. And he didn't walk out of there. He did not walk out of there. I drug him out by his fucking ankles after I stomped him. Fuck.
This is what I mean by tell the story quicker.
Anyways, man, fucking, so anyways,
yeah.
Long story short, I ended up going to fucking prison for that shit. Yeah, for beating a fucking convict up for threatening to fuck me and cussing my aunt out. I went to prison for that shit.
What state was that again?
Huh?
What state again?
Illinois.
Okay, yeah, well, I mean, that's probably part of your problem.
Yeah, no, I went to fucking jail. And my goddamn, the detective investigating it was a former Marine. Like, he's like, what the fuck happened in there? I'm like, the motherfucker, I'm just telling you what happened. Fucking, I just got home from, the Marine Corps. I'm working. I go to the bar across the street from the mill I work at. And this fucking asshole's in there, and I'm telling you, man, like fucking 80% of the men in there got up and walked out when this fucking idiot come in.
Thanks for the $5, Tom. Appreciate you. Oh, yeah, people are fucking pussies, man.
Yeah. Fucking, and then gonna tell me fucking I just got out of jail, or no, I got out of prison and I'm celebrating. I'm gonna fuck someone in the ass, and looked at me and my aunt who was tending bar that night. I said, okay, all right. If you come down here with that bullshit, you're not gonna walk out of here, I promise you. And he didn't. He did not walk out of there because I drug him out by his fucking ankles after I stomped his fucking head in. And then I got a $270,000 lawsuit on me for they said I beat him about the head and shoulders and caused him, bodily harm or whatever the fuck.
Oh yeah.
2 years later. The fucking night before the 2 year thing was up, where they can serve you with the papers, they fucking knocked on my door at midnight and gave me the papers.
Damn.
$270,000 for whatever. And another fucking thing, the cocksucker's dad was a fucking alderman.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Really? But no, you got the right one the wrong day, motherfucker. That day you did. That night you did. You got it that time, didn't you? Fucking people are just fucking stupid. You know, and look, man, I should not have hurt the guy the way I did, you know, but I was fucking drinking and pissed off or whatever, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I did. And I took it way too far. I should have not done what I fucking done. I should have just, you know, let him, you know, give him a beating and let him fucking go. But
Yeah,
I didn't
exactly.
do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I beat the fuck out of him. I mean, I beat him fucking severely.
Well, let's
He was
not
in the
get into
hospital.
too much details here. We're on a live stream here.
Yeah, 10-4.
Yeah,
All right.
well, a lot of people will just start clicking off if you start talking like that.
Okay. No, I
Yeah.
mean, I'm just saying.
No, I know it happened. I'm just saying the way you're describing it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, okay. But when you fucking keep pushing people and pushing a man and getting into them like that, man, eventually they're just, you know, it should just be that way. Like, this is what you should expect. You should expect this, or you should expect to give it to someone. If you're coming at them that way, that's what you need to fucking expect. It's not going to be
yeah, but we're talking about the legal system here.
Mhm. Yeah, and yeah,
That's
they
a
fucking
different thing.
Yeah, they prosecuted me. They did. They prosecuted me and sent my ass to fucking prison for it. The first time.
Yep.
Yeah. They fucking, I mean, like, and I feel like within all, you know, I had all, I mean, like, why wouldn't I have done that to someone?
Well, but
that
the
threatened
point,
to-
you know, I think the point is to be able to think it through in the moment and realize that, wait a minute, these are like serious fucking violent felonies I'm committing here.
Yeah.
That's the key,
Well,
in my
You're
opinion.
not really thinking about stuff like that when you're 24 years old and you're drinking, you know, with your friends, you know, after work at 11 o'clock at night.
Yep.
You're not thinking about shit. I mean, I wasn't. Absolutely not. All I wanted to do was, you know, delete the motherfucker. Seriously.
Oh,
That was my
yeah, I
intention.
get that.
Yeah. Like, you're cussing my aunt out. She's
Well, but
tending
I'm still want to reiterate that legally speaking, it doesn't matter what led up to it. I mean, surely you see that, right? That the law doesn't factor in what happened right before you did what you
Right.
did.
Yeah.
There's no legal language that it doesn't give a fuck about any of that.
Right. And in 1995, there were no like cameras, you know.
Well,
in
but
bars.
that probably wouldn't have helped you any. But the point I'm making is that
Because
well, but
for
here's
me.
the point I'm making is that in the state of Illinois, they probably don't tolerate this level of physical violence. If you were in Arkansas, you would have had a halfway decent chance of not getting in too much trouble. See what I'm saying? It just kind of depends on where
Really?
you're at.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, even in Arkansas, you're going to get in trouble if you just go fucking real crazy. But yeah, if you just keep it somewhat within bounds, they're not really sending people to prison for that type of thing here. Believe it or not. But in certain states, you're just fucked. And that's one of them.
If someone,
Dude, I know a guy that went to prison in Oregon for assaulting a dude that this guy came home and this dude was fucking his wife in his bed and he went to fucking prison for it. Like, dude, some states just don't play the violent crime, man.
do you know where that come from? That crime of passion? Do you know about that?
I know
That's,
that that can be considered a crime of passion. I also know a guy that did several years in prison for it. He didn't kill the guy. He just assaulted him. But
yeah.
go ahead.
Andrew Carnegie, you know, the guy, the Carnegies, you know.
Yeah, there you go.
Carnegie. His nephew, fucking same thing. Came home, found his old lady in bed with somebody, and he fucking killed him.
Oh, yeah.
And then, then they come up with the
Crime of passion. Yeah. Well, you know, it's just culturally in some areas, it's just the local people won't accept, you know, somebody like you going to prison for such a type of crime. But, you know, part of that also is how excessive does it become, you know. But yeah, in certain states, and what I'm saying is in certain states, as long as you're just not going too insane, it's just like they will factor in, okay, this dude was at a bar, he fucking, you know, he was looking for trouble and he found the trouble he was looking for. Like Arkansas is more one of them places. In the South, a lot of places in the South are like that. It's just like, yeah, dude went looking for trouble. Dude found trouble. We don't really feel sorry for him. You see what I'm saying? But like some states, they're just all they see is that you committed a crime. That's all they're looking at. Does that make sense? I think we lost him again.
The guy, you hear me?
But the point I'm making is in some states they don't factor in things like, you know, the lead up. But in the South, it's more of a, hey, the guy was looking for trouble, he found it. Like there's cultural differences is what I'm saying. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I got you on that, but like the guy wasn't even supposed to be in a tavern.
But none of that has anything to do with anything. That doesn't have anything to do with the law.
It does.
He's a person,
He was
man.
not supposed to be there.
It doesn't matter but that doesn't mean it's okay you can violently assault him. That has nothing to do with your crime. If he commits a crime, it doesn't make it okay for you to commit a bunch of crimes. Legally. Yeah, the law doesn't care that he wasn't supposed to be there.
The color of law. Yeah.
No, but the law doesn't care that he wasn't supposed to be there.
Yeah. Right.
The cops could be there in the process of handcuffing him, and if you assaulted him, you're still in trouble. Doesn't matter that he's not supposed to be there. That's not a factor. I think that's what you're not seeing. Doesn't matter. Yeah, lost him again. Yo, are you still there? Are you still there?
I hear you.
Cool, man. Yeah, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just saying the law doesn't care about any of that stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's the color of law.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, but we're living under the color of law then. So like it's de facto. That is de facto the law.
Right.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
And the fucking guy was a piece of fucking trash.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with what you did, but the problem is you didn't understand what was going to happen to you as a result.
He was on parole for, he had a motorcycle wreck. He had a girl on the back of his bike and he wrecked. He was fucked up and drunk or whatever or on drugs and fucked her up really bad, you know. Anyways, they convicted him and that's, you know, and then's gonna fucking come in a tavern at 11 o'clock at night across the street from a fucking steel mill where grown men are fucking working and talk some shit like that. Like, just, man, fucking really? Come on, man. Really? Come on now.
Well, that's what I'm saying is he got what he was looking for. I feel
he got it.
Yeah, I feel no sympathy for him. None whatsoever.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no. Fuck no. Fucking piece of shit. You know, him and the rest of anybody else like that. Like, if that's what you fucking want, if you keep looking for it, you're going to find it eventually. You will.
Well, see, but then you get into the Kaiser Soze dynamics. You ever seen that movie?
Yeah. Yeah.
See, highly suspect, the usual suspects. Yeah. So, you know, I'm probably not going to do anything to anybody, but if I was in the bar and he offended me, I might be the type to just take it, but then figure out who the fuck he is, where he is, and just wait and then just fucking creep up on him one time when nobody knows it's me. You see what I'm saying?
Look, okay.
That's some cold. I'm not giving advice. I'm saying that might be more my style is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If I really felt like I needed to do something, I feel like I could just sit there and take it in the moment, but then be like, okay, motherfucker. All right. And just wait. And wait.
You just can't wait.
And wait. But you were 24. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but if someone's approaching you, though.
No, that's not what I'm saying. People can approach me all they want. I'm not going to break the law and go to prison because that somebody approached me.
No, he literally got up out of the
I understand that he did. I understand what he did. I get that.
So what was I supposed to do? There was no more waiting after that.
I understand that. My point is you didn't have to assault him so bad that you went to prison. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You could still punch him one time, knock him out, and then still get your revenge later. That's the point I'm making.
I shouldn't have done that, man. Like I agree with you on that. I should not have fucking took it to the length that I
Well,
took it to.
but I don't agree. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you could have done the same amount of damage in a way that wouldn't have resulted in you going to prison. That's the point I'm making.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I agree with you on that.
I don't think you did anything wrong based on the story you're telling me. I have no problem with it. I'm saying there would have been a way to accomplish the same thing without having to serve prison time. But when you're 24, that's hard to figure out. You don't necessarily understand that.
Yeah. Of course.
Because if you punch, let's just say you punch him one time, you knock him the fuck out, but then you don't feel like that was good enough, then
no, I didn't.
So let's just say, so then you get a way to figure out who he is. Let's say you do get in a little bit of trouble. The cops show up. They at least get his name. There's a fucking police report. Now you get to figure out his legal name, where the motherfucker lives. Then you wait some period of time. You get your revenge. But then the cops come and question you because they know to question you because you punched him 3 months before. You just know not to tell them nothing. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but there's no but to this. It doesn't matter what he's doing. Doesn't matter what he's doing.
No, you're talking to a 24-year-old.
Exactly.
I didn't think that way.
I know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's the point I'm making, though.
The reason I got fucking caught doing it is because there was a bar directly across the street where I drug him out of the fucking front door by his ankles and stomped on him. All right, so the barmaid from the other bar across the street seen it, and I had a Porsche red painted 72 El Camino, and I left in it.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they and that car was parked at the foundry like a block away. 3 days later, they came into work and got me and figured it out.